Chapter 2 of The Fragrance of Desire. At this moment, Lan Ziyan felt a twinge of urgency. In the past, Xiao Nanfeng had always been resolute, unhesitatingly granting her every wish. Was it possible that this time she had asked for too much? The thought of the value of the Su Yunyi made her heart swell with regret. Perhaps she had been too impatient. Could it be that this fool was finally coming to his senses? With this in mind, a gentle and tender expression softened Lan Ziyan's features as she lightly tugged at Xiao Nanfeng's sleeve. Brother Nanfeng, perhaps we should reconsider. Although the Su Yunyi is indeed remarkable, offering both defensive capabilities and assistance in meditation and cultivation, it is far too costly. I do not wish for you to bear such an expense. Xiao Nanfeng, upon hearing this, felt as though he might burst with excitement. How utterly charming! He immediately grasped Lan Ziyan's hand, his face alight with delight. Truth be told, despite her being a green tea type, her delicate, fair hand felt exquisitely soft and fragile. Such beauty, and yet the system had merely rated her as a willow-like figure? Was this willow perhaps a different species altogether? Ziyan, you are truly exceptional. So considerate and understanding, always thinking of me. It would be my greatest honor to marry you. I am profoundly moved. With a wife such as you, what more could I possibly desire? I long to have my father propose to you tomorrow, to bring you into my family at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Nanfeng's demeanor was one of soul-stirring affection, his eyes filled with deep emotion. Yet within, he could not suppress a sneer. The moment he had held Lan Ziyan's hand, it was evident she had intended to withdraw it. Did she truly think him a fool with an abundance of wealth, and one who was unwilling to invest even the slightest bit, seeking only to benefit without reciprocation? He wondered how the system determined suitable matches, and questioned the multiplicative factor. It seemed there must be higher multipliers in existence. Would he encounter female cultivators with tenfold or even hundredfold advantages in the future? As he pondered, a message resonated in his mind. The system indeed offered cashback incentives. However, not everyone was eligible. The target of the expenditure must possess at least the willow-like figure quality. Moreover, the cashback could only be claimed every 5 days, and items received as direct gifts did not count toward the cashback. The rewards were not in spirit stones but rather in the items purchased, potentially resulting in either a quantitative or qualitative doubling. Truly, this was a system for the foolish and affluent. Was it not compelling him to act the part of the fool? Seeing Xiao Nanfeng fall silent, Lan Ziyan grew anxious. She adopted a more affectionate demeanor, gazing deeply into his eyes, even playfully brushing her fingers across his palm. Brother Nanfeng, I, too, wish to soon be by your side, but my talents are modest, merely a willow-like figure. I fear I may not be worthy of you. I simply wish to acquire the Su Yunyi. If it can stabilize my cultivation, I might just manage to keep pace with you. Lan Ziyan's heart simmered with indignation. What was wrong with this great fool today? It seemed she needed to tread carefully. Excessive displays of affection might lead to complications, yet, the desire for the Su Yunyi was overwhelming. With it, her cultivation could accelerate significantly, granting her an additional hour of practice each day. In 3 years, when the Qingling Sect opened its gates, perhaps she could seize the opportunity to enter the realm of immortals. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly at this green tea vixen, clearly treating him as a mere ATM. She spoke of keeping pace, yet he feared that once she gained power, the first to trample him would be her. Perhaps she would even consider a kill the husband to attain enlightenment scenario. Though one should not act as a mere sycophant, the 5-fold cashback was certainly appealing. 200 exchanged for 1,000, this was a calculation he could easily make. Buy! We must buy! Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, addressing the female cultivator at Wanbao Tower. Is it not merely 200 spirit stones? Nothing is more precious than that which I desire. If it is what my sister Ziyan wishes for, I would sell everything to acquire it. Young Master Xiao truly loves Fairy Lan, a sentiment that evokes envy in many, remarked a female cultivator at Wanbao Tower, her words imbued with sincerity. Her delight stemmed not only from the hefty commission she was about to receive but also from her admiration for Lan Ziyan. How she longed for a devoted admirer of her own. If only she could find a foolishly affluent man like young Master Xiao, she would never need to serve again. Xiao Nanfeng produced his storage bag, promptly handing over the 200 spirit stones. As he beheld the Su Yunyi in his possession, a radiant smile graced Lan Ziyan's face, a mixture of joy and relief washing over her as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank goodness this fool remains so obedient. That was a close call, she thought to herself. Gazing tenderly at Xiao Nanfeng, she said, Brother Nanfeng, I am truly touched. You were so kind to me. I will repay you well. I would like to return home to refine the Su Yunyi first. Once I have completed the refinement, I will surely accompany you for a drink. How utterly pragmatic! The moment the item was secured, she could hardly wait to leave. Fortunately, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, confirming the transaction. Transaction successful. This purchase of 200 spirit stones has acquired the low-grade magical garment, Su Yunyi. The cashback multiplier for this transaction is 5 times. Processing cashback. This cashback has yielded the mid-grade magical garment, Su Yun Pao. The reward has been deposited into the host's storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng was utterly stunned. Feeling within his storage bag, he discovered a moonwhite, male long robe, crafted from Suyun silk, adorned with faint golden threads. This exquisite Suyun Pao, comprised of Suyun gold silk, held a value of 1,000 spirit stones, yet it was rarely available in the market, often fetching at least 1,100 spirit stones. Crucially, the Suyun Pao possessed the ability to accelerate cultivation, enhancing the practitioner's speed by more than double. Given his current second layer of qi refinement, he would have required a year to reach the third layer. With the Suyun Pao's enhancement, he was confident he could achieve that breakthrough in no more than 5 months. What a thrilling prospect, such exhilaration. Alas, the cashback was only available once every 5 days. Otherwise, Xiao Nanfeng would have happily brought Lan Ziyan back to Wanbao Tower for continuous transactions. One transaction could yield an 800 spirit stone profit. What did it matter if he was labeled a sycophant or if he appeared foolishly wealthy? Compared to the cashback, those labels were insignificant. How delightful, how utterly delightful. As he exited Wanbao Tower, Xiao Nanfeng felt invigorated. In Qingjiang town, many gazed at him as if he were an absolute fool. The news of how young Master Xiao had lavishly spent 200 spirit stones to purchase the Suyun Yi for Lan Ziyan had already spread throughout the town. The title of Qingjiang town's foremost sycophant was now firmly attached to Xiao Nanfeng. Xiaoan's expression was one of despair as he could not help but say, "Young master, you should consider how to explain this upon your return. Those spirit stones were pilfered from home." Chapter 3. The Destruction of the Lan Family Steel. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly raised his voice, a hint of nervousness causing him to touch his nose awkwardly. How can the affairs of cultivators be labeled as theft? Xiao Nanfeng. A voice suddenly rang out. A figure clad in white approached, a young man named Xiao Nanxuan, the grandson of the grand elder of the Xiao family and a peer of Nanfeng. He was the second in the younger generation of the Xiao family to be tested for spiritual roots, following Nanfeng. As the two most prominent figures in the family, a competitive relationship was inevitable, and their rapport had never been particularly amicable. Xiao Nanfeng's heart jolted, the scene feeling strangely familiar. Soon, he would face the family's interrogation, followed by the Grand Elder's exertion of power, seizing the opportunity to strip Nanfeng of his position as the junior patriarch. Ha ha! Xiao Nanfeng laughed heartily, placing a hand on Xiao Nanxuan's shoulder. "Nanxuan, you must have come specifically to find me." Xiao Nanxuan looked utterly bewildered. Had Xiao Nanfeng lost his mind? When had they become so familiar? "You have quite the audacity to steal the Patriarch's storage bag and spend 200 spirit stones to purchase a spiritual artifact, the Suyun Yi, for that Lan Ziyan. Do you realize that your reputation as the foremost sycophant is now firmly established? The Patriarch is furious and has ordered me to bring you back." "Bring me back? Why not return together?" As they walked home, Xiao Nanfeng still had his arm around Xiao Nanxuan, reminiscent of their school days when they would stroll home side by side, carefree. "Nanxuan, I must tell you something," Nanfeng began. "Yes, go ahead. But spare me any pleas for mercy. The Patriarch is enraged this time, and I can do nothing to assist you." "No, it's unrelated to that. I wish to ask if you have any interest in the position of Junior Patriarch?" At this, Xiao Nanxuan abruptly halted, retreating 3 meters, his expression wary as he regarded Xiao Nanfeng. "What are you up to? Perhaps I should abdicate in your favor?" Xiao Nanxuan immediately raised his hand. "Stop. Cousin Nanfeng, you are the family's brightest talent. The position of Junior Patriarch is rightfully yours and will always be yours." With that, he gestured to his attendant, "Xiao Ming, let us return home." Watching Xiao Nanxuan's retreating figure, Xiao Nanfeng felt perplexed. This script was off. Could there be hidden dangers? As Xiao Nanxuan distanced himself by several hundred meters, his attendant, Xiao Ming, could no longer contain himself. "Young master's son, why not seize such a splendid opportunity? Xiao Nanfeng's actions will undoubtedly incur harsh punishment. This is a prime chance for you to ascend to the position of Junior Patriarch." Xiao Nanxuan shot a stern look at Xiao Ming, his demeanor grave. "Xiao Ming, I do not wish to hear such words from you again. If there is a next time, you need not accompany me any longer." Xiao Ming's face turned pale as he knelt down. "Young Master Sun, I shall not speak of it again." After a brief hesitation, Xiao Nanxuan replied curtly, "Rise. Do you think being Junior Patriarch is a trivial matter? Are you foolish? What do you think of the Patriarch?" Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration. Majestic in wielding great power. Xiao Nanxuan rolled his eyes. "How did I end up with such a dim-witted attendant? Why don't you learn from Xiaoan? You think Xiao Nanfeng is just a sycophant. Is he not?" Xiao Nanxuan scoffed lightly. "This is his scheme. Shaoan is merely an accomplice. Do you really think I am unaware? He aims to relinquish the position of junior patriarch. Look at the patriarch, he toils tirelessly for the family's advancement, not to mention the socializing and feigning cordiality with the Lan and Chen families. The patriarch's talent was once formidable, yet due to familial trifles, his cultivation has stagnated over the years. Compare him with my grandfather, or with Xiao Nanfeng's father, Xiao Donghai. They are unencumbered and can focus on their cultivation when not needed by the family. Do you think my grandfather lacks power, or that Xiao Nanfeng's father does? Xiao Nanfeng thinks he can deceive me into becoming junior patriarch. He is sorely mistaken. Within the Xiao family's council hall, the atmosphere was tense. Patriarch Xiao Xinshan wore a serious expression, and several elders appeared equally grim. Xiao Nanfeng and Xiao Nanchuan entered sequentially, both bowing respectfully. Patriarch, esteemed elders. Xiao Xinshan raised a hand. Nanchuan, step aside. Once Xiao Nanchuan was at a distance, Xiao Xinshan slammed the table, his voice booming with anger. Nanfeng, you have the audacity to steal from the family treasury? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Nanfeng exhaled in relief. This familiar scene brought him comfort, primarily due to its familiarity. Considering this, Xiao Nanfeng immediately knelt. Patriarch, I acknowledge my error. Perhaps you might consider revoking my position as junior patriarch, allowing Nanchuan to take over? Absolutely not. At that moment, three voices echoed simultaneously. This surprised not only Xiao Xinshan but also the other elders. Among them were the Grand Elder, Xiao Xinlong, and Xiao Nanchuan. Another voice came from outside the door. Then, a middle-aged man of striking presence entered, standing approximately 185 meters tall, with a commanding gait and sharp features, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Nanfeng. This was none other than the foremost expert of the Xiao family, Xiao Donghai, at the 7th level of qi refinement. Merely 200 spirit stones. If my son utilized them, then so be it. I hunted a mid-tier demon beast, the Fire Cloud Bear, whose worth should not be less than 100 spirit stones. Furthermore, I will forfeit my family's monthly stipend for half a year. Can that not offset the 200 spirit stones? Xiao Donghai scanned the room. Patriarch, esteemed elders, does anyone dissent? His commanding presence was overwhelming. Alas, he was perhaps too indulgent towards his son. Xiao Nanfeng felt a mix of gratitude and exasperation. While his father was protective, this was bound to incite resentment. Following the trajectory of the story, trouble was likely brewing for his father, whether through disappearance or death. If that protection were to vanish, Nanfeng would be doomed. Lost in these thoughts, Xiao Donghai approached Xiao Nanfeng, affectionately helping him to his feet. Son, when will you grow up, to so easily give away something worth 200 spirit stones? Since you hold such affection for Lan Zian, the upcoming clan competition in 3 days presents a perfect opportunity. I suggest you propose marriage and bring her home before the year ends. The gifts you offer will return with her, rendering them worthwhile. What do you think? How can that be? Am I to marry her simply for a 5-fold return? Before he could articulate his thoughts, the Grand Elder, Xiao Xinlong, interjected. That sounds splendid. Donghai's suggestion is indeed wise. Although it is Lan Zian who will use the item, it ultimately remains within the Xiao family. Patriarch Xiao Xinshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find this plan feasible. Should the Lan family refuse, then we shall annihilate them. Chapter 4. My son possesses the bearing of a great emperor. The clan leader's words were most commendable. Over the years, the Lan family had observed with great satisfaction how my nephew, Xiao Nanfeng, treated Lan Zian with utmost kindness, yielding numerous benefits. Now, it was indeed time to bring Lan Zian into our family, thereby allowing the Xiao clan to flourish and expand. Clan uncle Xiao Dongfeng also nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Nanfeng was utterly bewildered. This script was all wrong. Having traversed into the realm of immortal cultivation, he had become the young patriarch of a small-town cultivation family. Shouldn't the next chapter involve a family crisis reaching the brink of life and death, or he would wield his golden finger to defy fate and revive the clan? How could they speak with such arrogance, openly declaring the destruction of the Lan family? What audacity allowed them to utter such words? If his memory served him correctly, the strongest member of the Lan family, grandfather Lan Tanshi, was also a formidable master at the 7th level of qi refinement. As he observed the clan leader and the elders debating over how many wives he should take, Xiao Nanfeng felt utterly despondent. Where was the young patriarch in this? It appeared they viewed him merely as a breeding machine. Upon exiting the council hall, he could still hear the furious roar of Xiao Xinshan. This matter is settled. I am the clan leader. My word is law. I have heard that the sword prodigy Chen Ruoyu has returned. I believe she can be wed as well. Xiao Nanfeng's form stiffened, and he hastened to his courtyard. Insanity, complete madness. His residence lay in the heart of the Xiao clan, encompassing several acres, complete with a martial arts arena and an eastern and western courtyard. Shaoan, I must cultivate, guard the courtyard well, no one is to disturb me, he commanded as he entered. Once inside his room, he retrieved the mid-grade Suyun robe awarded by the system from his storage bag. This robe, valued at 1,000 spirit stones, was a remarkable item that could double his cultivation speed and also prevent him from falling into a frenzy. Eagerly, Sha Nanfeng donned the robe, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and commenced his cultivation. He practiced the Shao family's ancestral technique, the evergreen technique, which could be cultivated up to the foundation establishment stage and was a rare treasure in the entirety of Qingjiang town. Renowned for its tranquility and longevity, the evergreen technique also possessed unique benefits for nurturing spiritual plants and herbs, which explained why the Shao clan remained at the pinnacle of the three great families in Qingjiang town. In this world, spiritual roots were categorized into the 5 elements. The fewer the roots, the purer the essence, signifying greater talent. Shao Donghai possessed 3 roots of metal, wood, and fire, each reaching 6 inches in essence, which earned him the illustrious reputation of the Shao clan's foremost expert. In contrast, Shao Nanfeng was burdened with a complete set of 5 roots, yet his essence barely measured an inch, rendering him a waste in the eyes of many. At that moment, Shao Nanfeng began to operate according to the cultivation route of the evergreen technique. As he cultivated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow gently into his body. However, after an hour of practice, he felt a sharp pain in his meridians. This was the limit of his cultivation. Trash was indeed trash. No wonder the 5 elements spiritual roots were deemed useless. In Shao Nanfeng's understanding, the number of spiritual roots resembled the various types of vehicles on modern roads, while the essence of the roots represented the width of the road. Those legendary single-rooted cultivators, with essence reaching the extreme of 9 inches, were akin to maglev trains on exclusive tracks. His own talent was merely a country road capable of accommodating any vehicle. There was no comparison, absolutely none. It seemed imperative that he seize the opportunity to invest in Lan Zia, and in 5 days, he would send her a batch of cultivation pills to test their efficacy. At that time, he would reap 5-fold returns. He would consume the pills as if they were meals. When talent was lacking, he would compensate with elixirs. Surely, he thought, these beleaguered players, grinding away, could not possibly outmatch him, the affluent spender. Shaoan, is the young master in his room? Master Hai, the young master is currently cultivating. Ha, splendid, my son is so diligent. Who dares to call him a wastrel? I believe he is merely concealing his prowess, willing to tarnish his own reputation. Truly, he must have inherited my teachings well. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shao Donghai entered. Upon meeting Shao Nanfeng's gaze, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Fenger, you need not toil so hard. Do not overexert yourself in your cultivation, lest you injure your meridians. That would be counterproductive. As he spoke, Shao Donghai's gaze fell upon Shao Nanfeng. What is this? Shao Nanfeng rose. Indeed, father, this is the Suyun robe. Fenger, where did you acquire such wealth? Shao Donghai was utterly astounded. His eyes, now filled with a different light, reflected disbelief. They often labeled his son as a sycophant. At this moment, he wished to retort, which sycophant could procure such an item? Father, this is a gift I prepared for you. As Shao Nanfeng spoke, he removed the robe and offered it to Shao Donghai. Father, I just tried it on, its effects are truly exceptional. If you wear the robe, breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement will be within reach. Shao Donghai, visibly moved, felt his eyes moisten as he gazed into the distance. Qingyue, our child has finally grown up and learned to care for his parents. Very well, I shall accept the Suyun robe. With that, Shao Donghai presented a jade slip to Shao Nanfeng. Fenger, your talent is average, perhaps the path of cultivation is not suited for you. Here is a compilation of insights from the Peach Blossom Sword Saint's swordsmanship, worth no less than your Suyun robe. Accepted as a compensation from your father. Sword Saint insights. This was incredibly precious. Shao Nanfeng's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such a boon, initially intending to exchange the Suyun robe for spirit stones. Yet, instead, he received something far more valuable. This insight could elevate an ordinary person to the heights of a swordmaster. He wondered what rewards he might gain from presenting this insight at the upcoming tri-family competition in a few days. Chapter 5 of the Supreme Sycophant of the Town approaches. Upon witnessing Shao Nanfeng lost in thought, Shao Donghai clasped his shoulder reassuringly. Do not be disheartened, my dear Fenger. I have heard that certain prodigies, despite lacking in spiritual roots, can still shine brilliantly in other realms. There are those who can inscribe talismans in mid-air, using them to fend off enemies and cultivate their prowess. Others are born as alchemical prodigies, capable of concocting legendary elixirs, revered even by golden core cultivators. Some possess an innate clarity of sword heart, achieving the sublime state of unity between man and sword, allowing them to engage in battles beyond their level. Therefore, dear Fenger, there is no need for concern. You are already superior to the majority. Some individuals lack even the most basic spiritual roots. Shao Nanfeng gazed at Shao Donghai, utterly speechless at his earnest demeanor. Is this truly my father? A man who can offer words of comfort. After bidding farewell to Xiao Donghai, Xiao Nanfeng turned away, suddenly pondering a question. Can this sword saint's insights be considered a consumable system? If I give this away, will it count as a consumption rebate? Moments later, the system responded. Indeed, however, the exchange must meet a value exceeding 3 times that of the item in question. Well then, aside from my own father, who would undertake such a foolish transaction? That plain robe is worth 100 spirit stones according to the system's appraisal. This swordsmanship insight is valued at no less than 300 spirit stones. It is inconceivable that anyone else would engage in such a loss-making deal. Although I cannot utilize this opportunity to accrue rewards, it is better than nothing. Who knows, there may be similar chances to exploit in the future. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Xiao Nanfeng remained indoors. On one hand, Lan Ziyan had not summoned him, and on the other, his reputation had grown considerably. The single plain robe had firmly established him as the foremost sycophant in Xinjiang town. No one could rival him. A simple outing would send him scurrying back, frightened. The overwhelming adoration from countless young maidens became a frustrating dilemma. The crux of the matter was that they were all mere frivolous admirers, unworthy even of the minimal 5-fold return. What qualification do they possess to warrant a smile from me? As dawn broke, the sun rose over Xinjiang town, where a colossal platform had been erected outside the town, spanning dozens of acres, constructed from stone slabs, resembling a vast square. The quinquennial martial arts competition of Xinjiang town was formally commencing. Cultivators from scattered sects and other towns within 100 miles had dispatched representatives to witness the event. Colorful banners fluttered in the square. The patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhanshan, led a contingent of over 20 cultivators from the Xiao clan. Meanwhile, in the Lan family S section, numerous talented youths had gathered around Lan Ziyan, encircling her like a proud little swan. Sister Ziyan, congratulations on acquiring such a rare artifact as the plain robe. With this, I dare say you will undoubtedly shine at the disciple recruitment ceremony of the immortal sect in 3 years' time. A dapper young man, around 20 years of age, smiled as he offered his congratulations. Lan Ziyan's face radiated pride and satisfaction. Thank you for your kind words, cousin. I shall endeavor to work even harder. Xiao Nanfeng is truly favored, spending lavishly for Sister Ziyan. Not only has he faced no repercussions, but I have also heard he is even more cherished now. I heard he recently acquired an early swordsmanship insight from the Sword Saint of Peach Blossom, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. As this was being discussed, a voice rang out. The patriarch of the Xiao family has arrived. In the square, a viewing platform had been established. The central seats were occupied by the core representatives of Xinjiang town's 3 prominent families, arranged in a triangular formation. The host family for this competition, the Chen family, resided in the center, flanked by the Xiao and Lan families. As Xiao Zhanshan approached, Lan Tianqi, the patriarch of the Lan family, burst into laughter. Brother Xiao, I must apologize. Ziyan is quite naive. She dared to accept such a precious artifact. However, she insists it was forced upon her by Nanfeng, leaving her with no choice. I express my gratitude on behalf of Ziyan. Xiao Nanfeng immediately furrowed his brows. This old man is clearly being deliberate, gaining benefits while pretending to be virtuous. He has truly outsmarted me. To utter such words in front of so many is tantamount to declaring war. How could I possibly make any transactions in the future? Well said. Xiao Zhanshan declared with a hearty wave of his hand. Patriarch Lan, I take this opportunity to formally propose marriage on behalf of Nanfeng to your family. The 2 children are evidently fond of each other. Accepting such a valuable gift could be seen as a tacit agreement to a lifelong commitment. I propose we set a wedding date right here and now. The expression of Lan Tianqi shifted dramatically. Lan Ziyan was the most gifted individual in the Lan family, destined to enter the immortal sect in 3 years. With her presence there, the Lan family's prospects would surely soar. What? Are you unwilling? Xiao Zhanshan's voice deepened. It seems you do not regard the Xiao family as kin. The younger generation nearby overheard the exchange. The cousin who had just spoken wore a grim expression and chimed in. Cousin, what shall we do? It appears the Xiao family is intent on acquiring both wealth and beauty. I wondered why Xiao Nanfeng was so generous. It turns out he has this scheme in mind. If he marries our cousin, he would gain both her and her gifts for the Xiao family. Lan Ziyan smiled lightly. No worries, I will speak with Nanfeng. I trust that with a mere word from me, he would never force me into anything. Indeed, cousin, make sure to bring along that new swordsmanship insight as compensation, she added with a gentle smile, then approached Xiao Nanfeng. Seeing Xiao Nanfeng gaze at her, Lan Ziyan felt a surge of pride. This foolish sycophant dares to look at me with such an odious expression. Were it not for his usefulness, I would have no desire to acknowledge him. Yet, she feigned sweetness. Brother Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's lips curled slightly. This green TBTCH thinks I don't see through her act. That expression of disdain, who is it meant for? Ziyan, how have you been these past few days? Lan Ziyan beamed with self-satisfaction. This is still the Xiao Nanfeng who is utterly compliant this time. My advantage is secured. The patriarch of the Xiao family wishes to turn the tables. He should consider whether he has the strength to do so. Brother Nanfeng, these days I've been engrossed in my cultivation. Whenever I think of the plain robe, I am reminded of your affection. Alas, my focus is solely on my training. I am not yet ready for marriage. Would you wait for me for 3 years? If Brother Nanfeng cannot acquiesce to this modest request, I would have misjudged him. Before Xiao Nanfeng could respond, Lan Ziyan continued, I have heard that Brother Nanfeng recently acquired the swordsmanship insight from the Sword Saint of Peach Blossom. You are truly too kind to me, Brother Nanfeng. I merely mentioned it, and you readily found it for me. As these words left her lips, the expressions of Xiao Zhanshan and the other Xiao family members darkened. The Lan family, including its patriarch, wore expressions of triumph. Lan Tianqi even raised an eyebrow at Xiao Zhanshan, as if to say, what can your cunning plans achieve against the first sycophant of your clan? Chapter 6 Xiao Nanfeng still did not hasten to apologize, leaving Chen Xingyao, the head of the Chen family, utterly speechless. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhanshan and then observed Lan Tianqi, that old fox, with a smug expression, such a sycophant, and yet the Xiao family continues to coddle him. If Xiao Nanfeng were a child of the Chen family, his temperament would have long led him to be crushed for his disgraceful behavior. Such unworthy descendants, what purpose do they serve in our midst? That old scoundrel Lan Tianqi truly raised a splendid granddaughter. A given time, the Xiao family may very well be handed over to the Lan family. Chen Xingyao chuckled lightly, Brother Lan, you have indeed raised a remarkable granddaughter. She has the young master of the Xiao family completely under her thumb. If he were to take charge, wouldn't the Xiao family simply transform into the Lan family? Chen Xingyao was acutely aware that the Xiao family's loss with a person like Xiao Nanfeng was ultimately their own. However, the three prominent families of Qingjiang town relied on one another as both allies and adversaries. It was precisely this delicate balance that maintained the current stalemate. Should the Lan family swallow the Xiao family, would there still be a place for the Chen family to stand? Lan Tianqi laughed heartily, Brother Chen, matters between the younger generation are not for us elders to meddle in. After all, isn't it the young master of the Xiao family who dotes on our Ziyan? What say you, Brother Xiao? Xiao Zhanshan's expression darkened. This was truly outrageous. Xiao Nanfeng was behaving disgracefully. Was Donghai deceiving him? Had that Suyan robe not been obtained by his son, the mere thought of this filled Xiao Zhanshan with immense fury. He should have realized this sooner. With Nanfeng being such a disgrace, how could he possess the capability to procure such an exotic artifact as the Suyan robe? Only the Donghai had such prowess. But it mattered not. What could the Lan family scheme against him? In the face of absolute strength, all plots become mere jokes. If I, Xiao Zhanshan, were to act, your granddaughter from the Lan family would have no choice but to marry. I refuse to believe that the Lan family would dare turn against the Xiao family. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng was utterly stunned. He could no longer bear it. Such a scheming woman made him feel nauseated just by looking at her. System, can I select my target for consumption? Yes, the host may freely choose a target for consumption that meets the system's standards, or opt not to consume. However, the opportunity for consumption rebate, which occurs every 5 days, will be forfeited if not utilized in time. Nice, a wave of joy washed over Xiao Nanfeng. The system was surprisingly considerate. Was it not merely an opportunity for a consumption rebate? I, the young master, am indifferent. It was simply that Lan Ziyan was utterly revolting. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly pointed at the man beside Lan Ziyan. Ziyan, are you not aware that we are to be wed soon? Why then are you so intimately engaged with another man? What farce of feigned weakness, what mockery of being a sycophant to provoke the antagonist, and why worry about a so-called rapid change in character that might raise suspicions? Is this not simply seeking out misery? Without waiting for Lan Ziyan to respond, Xiao Nanfeng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Immediately following, he unleashed a palm strike towards the man beside her, catching him off guard. Lan Ziyan's cousin was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement, spitting out blood as his complexion turned pale. Lan Ziyan covered her cheek, her face etched with disbelief. Xiao Nanfeng, how dare you strike me? What of it, you, a woman devoid of virtue and fickle in nature? After all these years, if you held no affection for me, why then do you accept the gifts I have given you? You wanted spirit stones, I offered my own. You desired elixirs, I delivered them to you, begging you to accept them. You wished for the Suyan robe, without hesitation, I purchased it for you. I cherished and adored you because I had feelings for you, yet, not only do you lack gratitude, but you also flirt with another man, all while refusing to marry me. What do you amount to? My affection grants you the right to be proud. Without it, you are nothing. Lan Ziyan was thrown into a panic, her eyes wide with disbelief. You dare strike me? Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Strike you? What of it? Are you a saint? You are merely a side descendant of the Lan family. By mere fortune, you possess a spiritual root and think yourself above others. If it were not for my indulgence, do you believe you would be recognized as the so-called young lady of the Lan family? You have truly lost sight of your own identity. I shall see how the Lan family continues to elevate you without my resources. This scene brought immense satisfaction to Xiao Jinshan. His grandson Nanfeng was indeed worthy of being the young master of the Xiao family. Though he had previously made some foolish decisions, his true principles and boundaries were now clear. Ha, laughed Xiao Jinshan lightly, Brother Lan, let us refrain from interfering in the matters of the younger generation. It is only natural for youngsters to have their conflicts. What say you, Brother Lan? Chen Xingyao, also wearing a broad smile, concurred. Indeed, Brother Xiao is quite right. Did not Brother Lan just mention that we elders should not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation? Lan Tianqi's expression turned ashen. What an incompetent fool Lan Ziyan was. Was she not supposed to have Xiao Nanfeng completely under her control? How could this happen? This imbecile, in such a grand setting, remained entangled with her cousin. Was this not the consequence of her own actions? Had it been him, that scoundrel would have long since met his demise. At this moment, Lan Ziyan was engulfed in panic. Xiao Nanfeng's merciless words filled her with dread. As she gazed at him, she was consumed with regret. Had she known, she would have offered this detestable sycophant some kindness, and now, the sycophant was undoubtedly jealous and furious. Attempting to feign weakness now would surely not earn his forgiveness. Did she think to use such despicable tactics to coerce him? Xiao Nanfeng, had I not been in a relationship with you for so many years, I might have been deceived by your behavior today. In a flurry of thoughts, Lan Ziyan rapidly replayed the events of the day in her mind. Conventional methods would no longer suffice. She refused to believe that this sycophant would truly abandon her. With that thought, Lan Ziyan angrily exclaimed, Xiao Nanfeng, what are you doing? How can you strike me? And to your cousin, no less. Is it not your reliance on the Xiao family that allows you to act so recklessly? Today, you must apologize to me and to my cousin. Offer me the insights of the Sword Saint as compensation, and present him with 2 bottles of qi condensation pills as a gift, otherwise, you shall never receive my forgiveness. Indeed, if you do not apologize, Ziyan shall forever ignore you. Xiao Nanfeng stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Was this a display of sheer foolishness? No wonder he was deemed the foremost sycophant of Qingjiang town. With that thought, Xiao Nanfeng turned his hand, and the jade slip containing the Sword Saint's insights materialized in his grasp. A swift motion later, 2 bottles of qi condensation pills and a bottle of nourishing essence pills appeared in his hands. Chapter 7 At the appearance of the tenfold return target. Lan Tianqi watched the scene unfold with a smug expression, casting a provocative glance at Chen Xingyao. Brother Chen is right. Let the younger generation resolve their own matters. The sense of frustration that had plagued Lan Tianqi moments ago had now transformed into unbridled satisfaction. Truly, my family's eldest lady is remarkable. Although Ziyan has exhibited some arrogance in recent years, when it comes to manipulating that young scoundrel, Xiao Nanfeng, she is second to none. Just look, observe how beautifully she plays her cards now, deliberately provoking him, employing a strategy of feigned retreat followed by a decisive strike. Her grasp of human emotions is nothing short of masterful. Under ordinary circumstances, even if Xiao Nanfeng dotes on Ziyan, he would never part with such invaluable insights into the swordsmanship of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint. This is the enlightenment of a legendary master. It can be said that for someone who has never studied swordsmanship, acquiring this insight is equivalent to 5 years of cultivation. In terms of progress in swordsmanship, it would propel one forward at an astonishing rate. And now, after Xiao Nanfeng has scolded Ziyan, he will undoubtedly comply and hand over that precious insight. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng spoke of this as the swordsmanship insight of the Sword Saint, along with 2 bottles of qi condensation pills and a superior essence cultivation pill. Do you wish for them? A smile spread across Lan Ziyan's face as she stepped forward. Xiao Nanfeng, do not presume. Do you wish for them? If you desire the swordsmanship insights and the pills, you shall kneel and beg me. Considering our years of acquaintance, I might grant you the position of a concubine. Xiao Nanfeng abruptly interrupted Lan Ziyan, unwilling to hear her boastful demeanor. I have traversed realms. I won't allow a green tea bimbo like you to disgust me. That would be an affront to the novels and dramas I have read. A suitable match was detected. Current consumable target, Chen Yujie qualification a delicate beauty, consumption rebate, tenfold. Xiao Nanfeng was suddenly taken aback, the unexpected notification nearly causing him to leap in surprise. This tenfold return is far more enticing than the insipid Lan Ziyan. He glanced sideways, his gaze landing on a figure approaching from the square, a woman clad in flowing garments, with exquisitely beautiful features and a perfectly sculpted figure, complemented by an air of cold elegance. Is this the delicate beauty as assessed by the system? Yujia has arrived. Chen Xingyao, the head of the Chen family, stood up, his face brimming with pride and joy. Turning to Xiao Nanfeng and Lan Tianqi, he declared, "This is my granddaughter, Yujie. Xiao Zhinshan was astonished. Brother Chen, is this the granddaughter who has been managing the family affairs in the county? Lan Tianqi was equally astonished. The Chen family has been able to establish a firm foothold in the county thanks to her efforts. Brother Chen, you have truly sired a remarkable granddaughter. Ha, you flatter me, Chen Xingyao replied with great pride. It is all thanks to Yujie's diligence. Without her, my family would have fallen into decline long ago. Now that the celestial gates are about to open, it is time for Yujie to return and prepare for the disciple recruitment ceremony. While the old men conversed, Xiao Nanfeng had already approached. Fairy Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. And you are? Xiao Nanfeng smiled. I am Xiao Nanfeng, the young master of the Xiao family. Chen Yujie raised an eyebrow. Oh? You are the infamous licking dog of Qinjiang town, the young master of the Xiao family? Those are mere rumors. You, Fairy Chen, are the true paragon, managing the Chen family's talisman shop in the county all on your own. Fairy Chen, I possess an insight into the swordsmanship of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, learned in their youth. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. Xiao Nanfeng presented the jade slip containing the insight before Chen Yujie. Originally, he intended to humiliate Lan Ziyan, confident that even if his actions were excessive, she would accept the insight, regardless of the excuses she might conjure. However, having done so, he would inevitably earn the reputation of a licking dog. He had even resigned himself to wasting this opportunity for a consumption rebate, but to his surprise, a superior target had emerged, leaving no room for hesitation. After all, this opportunity arises only once every 5 days. Why opt for 5 times when 10 times is available? That would be sheer folly. Thank you, young Master Xiao, but I must decline your kind offer. The gift is unnecessary, Chen Yujie responded, a hint of astonishment in her heart. Wasn't it said that Xiao Nanfeng was a licking dog? It certainly did not appear so now. The Xiao family's indulgence of him indicated that if he were indeed a fool, he would not have earned their recognition and support. Observing Xiao Nanfeng's demeanor and expressions, it was evident that he did not harbor the kind of infatuation or fear toward Lan Ziyan. This man was indeed remarkable. It was no wonder the Xiao family had maintained its status at the pinnacle of the 3 great families in Qinjiang town for so many years. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Rejected? This insight was worth thousands of spirit stones. Did Chen Yujie truly not want it? Yujie, please accept it. You cannot fathom the shock and admiration I felt upon first seeing your beauty. I have confirmed it in my heart. You are the one I have long sought. This mere swordsmanship insight is nothing. If you wish, I would pluck the sun and moon from the heavens for you. No. Lan Ziyan interjected, stepping between Xiao Nanfeng and Chen Yujie. A crowd had begun to gather, murmuring among themselves. Wasn't the young master of the Xiao family said to be the licking dog of Fairy Lan? Why is he now trying to curry favor with Fairy Chen? Could it be that Lan Ziyan is attempting to embellish her own image? Indeed, what status does young Master Xiao hold? He is the esteemed young master of the Xiao family. It seems he is merely toying with her. How now VE of Lan Ziyan to take it seriously, and now that Fairy Yujie has returned, has she not laid bare the truth? Lan Ziyan's complexion darkened. Chen Yujie, what are you doing? This is a gift specially prepared for my brother Nanfeng. By what right do you claim it? Chen Yujie regarded Lan Ziyan with a raised eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Then I must accept this gift. With that, she took the jade slip from Xiao Nanfeng's hand and pressed it to her forehead, a flash of white light illuminating the space. The jade slip was consumed. Such transmission jade slips are one-time use only. Once utilized, they become mere ordinary slips, devoid of any efficacy. Xiao Nanfeng's expression shifted to one of amusement. This Chen Yujie was quite intriguing. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Consumption successful. This consumption pertains to the swordsmanship insight of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, valued at 300 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is tenfold. Settlement of consumption in progress. This rebate includes the profound experiences of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint's mastery. Chapter 8: The Essence of the Peach Blossom Sword. The experiences and insights of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, who achieved mastery in the sword path. In Xiao Nanfeng's mind, all thoughts had dissipated, leaving only one word of fragrant. The tenfold reward was simply irresistible. The Peach Blossom Sword Saint was a legendary figure from 2 millennia ago. It is said that throughout his life, battling those beyond his level was a common occurrence. The insights gained from his mastery of the sword path made Xiao Nanfeng recall a name. Dugucho. By point one could not help but wonder if this legendary Peach Blossom Sword Saint was as formidable as the Sword Demon. With this newfound insight, one could assert that even with merely the cultivation of the second layer of Qi refinement, his practical combat abilities would not be lacking. This scene did not go unnoticed by the elders of the 3 families. Lan Tianqi's expression was exceedingly grim, inwardly cursing. Lan Ziyan is truly useless. She cannot even grasp such a precious sword saint's insight. Xiao Zhinshan rubbed his forehead, unable to bear to watch. What was this brat attempting to do? Was it not enough to fawn over Lan Ziyan, now he was also lavishing attention on Chen Yujie? It seemed advisable to suggest a marriage alliance with the cunning old fox, Chen Xingyao. At that moment, the head of the Chen family, Chen Xingyao, felt entirely at ease. Let us not interfere with the matters of the younger generation, Brother Xiao, Brother Lan, the auspicious time has arrived. I propose we officially commence the competition among the three families. Following Chen Xingyao's announcement, Xiao Nanfeng lost interest in continuing to observe. He rose and said, "Grandfather, I shall take my leave." Xiao Jinshan nodded, eager for Xiao Nanfeng to depart. If this troublesome lad caused any further disturbances, the Xiao family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. At this juncture, Chen Yujie unexpectedly stood up and approached Xiao Nanfeng. "Young Master Xiao, please hold on. Is there something you need, Miss Yujie?" "Nothing much, merely to express my gratitude for the precious gift you bestowed upon me. I wonder if you will attend the final competition tomorrow to observe it in person." Xiao Nanfeng felt a flicker of intrigue as he regarded Chen Yujie's icy demeanor and her serene, composed expression. He could not help but speculate if Chen Yujie was, in fact, a high-class seductress. She appeared to be untouched by worldly affairs, yet perhaps she was merely waiting for the right moment to ensnare her prey? If she truly was an ice-cold beauty, could she lend her family's business in the county town a helping hand? With this thought, Xiao Nanfeng nodded. "Is this an invitation from the esteemed Miss Yujie?" Chen Yujie was momentarily taken aback, her heart flaring with irritation. Indeed, this young Master Xiao was not so easily deceived, yet a smile emerged on her face. "Of course, Brother Nanfeng, you must come." Suddenly, Lan Ziyan's voice erupted. She stormed over, glaring at Chen Yujie in indignation before linking her arm with Xiao Nanfeng's. "Chen Yujie, what do you mean by this? Are you not aware that my brother Nanfeng and I have known each other since childhood, as childhood sweethearts? How dare you?" Chen Yujie cast a disdainful glance. "Miss Lan, your words hold no merit. I was merely thanking young Master Xiao for the invaluable sword saint's insight he gifted me. I have no interest in your matters." This scene left the entire audience in shock. Many of the young talents from Qingjian town stared agape at the unfolding drama. Was this the same devoted admirer from before? It seemed rather that two enchanting maidens were vying for his attention. "Brother Nanfeng, look at her, she even dares to threaten me. Such a person has ulterior motives." "You must not trust her," Lan Ziyan implored, clutching Xiao Nanfeng's hand and adopting a playful tone. Xiao Nanfeng withdrew his hand, his expression turning serious. "Ziyan, how can you be so unreasonable? My encounter with Miss Chen was merely a fleeting moment. You cannot speak of her in such a manner." "Is this not what you frequently say?" He recalled how she had admonished him when he asked her not to grow too close to her cousin. Observing Lan Ziyan's flustered response, Xiao Nanfeng turned and departed. Delight surged within him. This retort had surely struck her hard. Upon returning home, Xiao Nanfeng retreated to his chamber, activating both the defensive array and the spiritual gathering array. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the room intensified significantly. He settled into a meditative position, arranging numerous medicinal pills before him, such as healing pills and meridian cleansing pills. Having prepared thoroughly, Xiao Nanfeng's mind quieted as he murmured, "Claim the sword path insight." With this utterance, a stream of information suddenly filled his mind. He felt as though he had transformed into a child, guided by a magnificent yet indistinct figure. In practicing the sword path each day, the figure would repeat several fundamental sword movements. As time passed, the child gradually matured, his swordsmanship reaching a minor level of mastery, imparting an ethereal and agile aura. Years later, the child had grown into adulthood, his sword skills unmatched among his peers. After a few more years, a breathtaking peach blossom grove materialized in his mind. As the petals danced in the air, the figure wielded his sword amidst the falling blossoms. In an instant, all the peach blossoms drifted from their branches, suspended in midair. This was the essence of the sword, the unique peach blossom sword intent of the peach blossom sword saint, from which his name was derived. Under this sword intent, every blade of grass and tree could engage in battle. Xiao Nanfeng felt as though he were immersed in this experience, reliving it all. Was this truly the insight of the sword path? "Though I have read little, do not deceive me." He recalled how Chen Yujie absorbed that sword path insight. It was not in a state like his. Moreover, that insight was nothing more than a series of written words, certainly not something as miraculous as this. This was not mere insight, it was a profound awakening, a transmission of knowledge across generations. When he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. His gaze became extraordinarily sharp, akin to an unsheathed divine sword. The true energy within him surged, causing his garments to flutter without wind. Astonished by the overwhelming true energy coursing through him, Xiao Nanfeng realized he had broken through. Unbeknownst to him, he had advanced from the second to the third layer of qi refinement. By conventional standards, for one with 5 spiritual roots such as himself, to reach the third layer of qi refinement would typically require over a year of effort, with increasing difficulty as one progressed. With his meager talents, he might never achieve the fourth layer, even until death. Previously, aided by the Suyan robe, Sha Nanfeng anticipated a 5-month timeframe to reach the third layer. Yet now, he had attained this level in a single night. Such was the benefit bestowed by the sword intent. At that moment, Sha Nanfeng raised his fingers, and the swords arranged within the room began to hum in response. The previously ornamental low-grade magical sword also soared into the air. "Rise," he commanded softly, and the room became suffused with sword intent. Under the sword intent, the furnishings and walls bore countless fine sword marks. In the span of a single night, Sha Nanfeng comprehended the essence of the sword. Chapter 9. A change in the Shao family. Not long after Sha Nanfeng had risen, footsteps echoed from outside. Upon seeing Sha Nanfeng awake, Shaoan immediately dashed off to make preparations. "Young master, are we attending the grand tournament of the 3 clans today? I heard that young master Nanli will be participating," Shaoan inquired. A figure suddenly flashed through Shao Nanfeng's mind. Shao Nanli, the cherished grandson of the second elder of the Shao family, had always been training away from home, and their encounters had been scarce. This individual did not leave a profound impression on Shao Nanfeng. "Very well, let us go and take a look." Shaoan nodded, hesitating momentarily. "Young master, do be careful today." Sha Nanfeng nodded, patting Shaoan on the shoulder. "What are you implying, Shaoan? Do you truly believe that I, your young master, am a sycophant? What nonsense!" As Shaoan watched Shao Nanfeng's departing figure, he muttered to himself, it would indeed be strange if that were the case. Outside Qingjiang town, at the Lan Ziyan was the first to greet him. "Brother Nanfeng, you've come." Today, Lan Ziyan was exceptionally demure, resembling a docile kitten, exuding an overwhelming charm. "Brother Nanfeng, this is a spirit condensing pill I have prepared for you." She promptly presented a vial of the pills. Sha Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. This seemed familiar. Wasn't this the very same gift he had given to Lan Ziyan previously? Just then, Chen Yujie approached. "I hear that young Master Shao has bestowed many spirit condensing pills upon Miss Lan. Could this be another gift from you?" Her sharp tongue immediately ignited Lan Ziyan's ire. Chen Yujie then turned to face Shao Nanfeng, producing a jade pendant. "Young Master Shao, this is for you." "What is this?" Shao Nanfeng inquired, gazing at the pendant. It was flawless white jade, translucent and resplendent. Its material alone was far from ordinary. Intricate patterns were engraved upon it, shimmering with an ethereal glow, imbued with a certain spirit. Chen Yujie smiled gently. "It is merely a spirit-gathering pendant. I hope it aids your cultivation, young Master Shao." As her words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, many exhibiting expressions of shock. The spirit-gathering pendant was a rare artifact for enhancing cultivation, hailing from the Qi Kingdom. It was well known that in the path of immortal cultivation, wealth, methods, companions, and land were all indispensable. Even a small family like those in Qingjiang town relied on spiritual springs for their existence. The grand sects were built upon spiritual veins. The spirit-gathering array and similar items accelerated the accumulation of spiritual energy, and this pendant was no exception. With it, one essentially carried a spirit-gathering array wherever they went. Such artifacts had yet to appear in Qingjiang town. One was exceedingly valuable. The spirit-gathering pendant alone cost 2,000 spiritual stones. More importantly, its effects were not overwhelmingly potent, leaving one with a sense of bittersweet regret. Was Chen Yujie truly willing to part with such a precious item? Had she lost her senses? Lan Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her frustration boiling over. Previously, it had only been her receiving gifts from Shao Nanfeng. When had a mere sycophant earned such treatment? On the high platform, Lan Tianqi wore a sour expression, speaking with a sardonic tone. "Brother Chen, your granddaughter is quite generous, is she not?" Chen Xingyao chuckled heartily. "Such matters are trivial among the younger generation. Brother Lan need not concern himself." At this moment, Xiao Xinshan felt as though he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. His entire being relaxed. After Shao Nanfeng's earlier display of sword insights, he had been utterly mortified, but today, joy radiated from him. It was indeed a rare occurrence for his beloved sycophant to find a worthy companion and see a return on his investment. Shao Nanfeng accepted the spirit-gathering pendant, caressing it lightly, and cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yujie with a bemused expression. "In that case, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you." This biannual event featured a modest number of participants this year, comprising the finest from the 3 clans along with a few scattered cultivators, totaling a competitive lineup of 32 contestants. They would face off in pairs until a victor emerged, ultimately determining the champions. The previous day had already seen the completion of 2 rounds, successfully narrowing the field to the top 8. From the Chen family, Chen Yufeng, Chen Yugong, and Chen Yuming had all advanced, while from the Lan family, both Lan Renjie and Lan Rensheng had secured their spots in the top 8. In contrast, only Xiao Nanli from the Xiao family had progressed, with the other two being scattered cultivators from Qingjiang town. By the afternoon, the battle for the championship title commenced, pitting Xiao Nanli against Chen Yufeng. After an intense clash, Xiao Nanli achieved a breakthrough amidst the contest, overpowering Chen Yufeng with his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, ultimately securing victory. As the tournament concluded, a smile broke across Xiao Zhinshan's face. The Chen family's youthful generation might be formidable, but despite having only one representative, the Xiao family had triumphed over countless adversaries. Lan Tianqi's expression soured. Although the Chen family produced talents in abundance, the Xiao family, despite the shortcomings of their sycophantic young master, boasted remarkable figures like Xiao Nanli and Xiao Nanquan. In contrast, the Lan family's prospects appeared dimmer with each passing generation. Chen Xingyao's demeanor remained neutral as he slowly addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, the grand tournament of the 3 clans has drawn to a close. The ultimate victor of this tournament is none other than Xiao Nanli of the Xiao family. I invite Xiao Nanli to the stage to receive his award. As Chen Xingyao's words resonated, capable martial artists promptly approached with a platter in hand. Xiao Nanli steadily ascended to the position symbolizing victory, offering a slight bow to the 3 clan leaders. Wait, I have something to say. Chen Xingyao glanced at Xiao Zhinshan, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement, prompting him to reply, "Speak your mind." Standing tall, Xiao Nanli turned to address the assembly. Esteemed friends and respected elders, it is common knowledge that the Xiao family's young clan leader, Xiao Nanfeng, is utterly unlearned and a notorious wastrel. He spends his days indulging in trivial pursuits, distracted by frivolities and unable to extricate himself from superficial pleasures, while his own cultivation falters. Xiao Zhinshan's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. You insolent wretch! What do you intend to achieve in such a setting? Xiao Nanli raised his gaze defiantly. Clan leader, I wish to inquire by what merit does Xiao Nanfeng qualify to serve as the young clan leader of our Xiao family? All eyes turned toward Xiao Zhinshan, with members of the Chen and Lan families revealing expressions of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Lan Tianqi's gaze shifted toward Xiao Zhinshan's younger brother, the second elder, Xiao Zhinshuan. This old fellow had indeed chosen an opportune moment to strike. If his memory served him correctly, this Xiao Nanli was indeed his own grandson. Xiao Zhinshan's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Xiao Nanli would seize such an occasion to publicly broach this matter. He then spoke in a low voice, Nanli, whatever you wish to say can be discussed within the clan. Why must you bring it up here? At that moment, however, the second elder of the Xiao family shifted slightly, interjecting, Elder brother, the 3 clans of Qingjiang town have shared a bond for hundreds of years. What is there that cannot be spoken of? If Nanfeng can engage in such shameless antics, why should it not be brought to light? The second elder's unequivocal statement sent ripples of shock through the crowd. It appeared that the Xiao family was on the verge of upheaval. Chapter 10. Does the young patriarch dare to fight? Xiao Zhinshan's expression grew grave. Second elder, what do you mean by that? The second elder rose abruptly, surveying the crowd before declaring, what do I mean? Naturally, I believe that Xiao Nanfeng is unworthy of being the young patriarch of the Xiao clan. I challenge anyone who dares to disagree. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Xiao Donghai strode forward with purpose. He leapt into the center of the plaza and spoke in a deep tone. I, Xiao Donghai, have devoted myself to this family for many years, pouring my heart and soul into its welfare. I have bled and fought for our clan. My son, Nanfeng, possesses the potential of an emperor. By what right is he deemed unworthy? Xiao Nanfeng possesses the potential of an emperor? The word sent a shudder through the crowd. Chen Yujie looked at the Xiao family members, astonished, and whispered, Brother, I haven't been back to the town for long. Has the Xiao family always been like this? Chen Dazhong nodded. I have heard that the Xiao family dotes on Xiao Nanfeng excessively, but I never expected that to claim he has the potential of an emperor. How could anyone utter such words? Among the Lan family, many erupted into laughter. Lan Zian displayed a scornful expression. As the saying goes, a doting mother spoils her child. Who would have thought that Xiao Donghai is so oblivious to reason? If Xiao Nanfeng truly possesses the potential of an emperor, then I must be of celestial stature. Everyone in Qingjiang town knows that Xiao Nanfeng is a waste with 5 spiritual roots, currently at the 2nd level of qi refinement. How can such a person be deemed worthy of the title of emperor? Lan Tianqi chuckled awkwardly. Elder Donghai, might you be exaggerating somewhat? The second elder laughed heartily and turned to Xiao Zhinshan, saying, Elder brother, do you still believe Xiao Nanfeng is suitable? With someone like Xiao Donghai, can the Xiao family hope for a bright future? I acknowledge that Xiao Donghai is formidable. Over the years, he has opened spiritual fields for our clan and established trade routes. 5 years ago, when we discovered traces of spiritual springs deep within the Qingjiang Mountains, it was Xiao Donghai who led the family to drive away the beasts and establish formations, adding 10 acres of spiritual fields to our clan. If the leadership were bestowed upon Xiao Donghai, I would have no objections, but for Xiao Nanfeng, a waste with 5 spiritual roots, who is uneducated and has recklessly given our clan's treasures to outsiders for the sake of a woman, if we allow such a sycophant to continue as the young patriarch, our clan will surely become the laughingstock of Qingjiang town, and even the entire Nanhuang county. More importantly, allowing such a person to lead the Xiao clan will inevitably lead to the destruction of our family's legacy built over hundreds of years, resulting in our complete downfall. The second elder spoke with righteous indignation, his voice resonating throughout the plaza, rendering the crowd silent. Even the members of the Chen and Lan families held their tongues, contemplating whether they would permit such a person to lead their own clans if the roles were reversed. Xiao Nanli stepped forward. Esteemed elders, grandfather patriarch, and revered elders, I, Xiao Nanli, possess 3 spiritual roots with a spiritual root aptitude of 7 inches. Over the years, I have diligently guarded the family's spiritual fields without fail. 3 years ago, when beasts invaded the mountains, I fought them single-handedly at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, sustaining injuries to protect our spiritual fields. A year ago, I brought back the spiritual seed of the Qingling berry, which alone can yield an annual income of 300 spiritual stones for our clan. Currently, I am the only one from the Xiao family to reach the top 8 in the 3 clans grand competition and have independently secured the championship. I am wholly qualified to assume the position of young patriarch. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Nanchuan observed the scene with a mix of amazement and concern. The second elder and Nanli have truly lost their minds. Xiaoming could not help but interject, "Young master, why do you hide your talents?" With Nanli's capabilities, he could defeat him in less than 10 moves. Xiao Nanchuan shot Xiaoming a glance. "What do you understand? This is an instinct. Do you comprehend? Do you truly believe Nanfeng is weak? I tell you, when I saw him, I felt a hint of unease. This lad is not simple. Besides, you're not unaware that the patriarch's line, including Uncle Donghai, are all cunning individuals. Take a lesson from them." Xiao Zhinshan's expression turned melancholic as he sighed. "Zhinshuan, do you truly wish to take this matter to extremes? I am still the patriarch, and the affairs of the Xiao family do not require your input." Without even glancing at Xiao Zhinshan commanded, "Nanli." Xiao Nanli stepped forward immediately, standing tall with an air of arrogance, though the sinister aura surrounding him left an unsettling impression. He scanned the crowd and clasped his hands in salute. The position of young patriarch belongs to the capable I, Xiao Nanli, have contributed greatly to the family. By what right should I not be the young patriarch? With me, the Xiao clan can stride into an even more glorious era. Xiao Donghai retorted coldly, 3 years ago, when the quieting fruit in the spiritual fields matured, it attracted the mountain beasts. I battled them for 7 days on the periphery. Do you truly believe you single-handedly vanquished that beast? A year ago, when you brought back the Qingling berry seeds, did no one notice where the second elder Should I investigate that matter? It is merely because your grandfather overlooked the misappropriation of funds for the sake of family unity that you have not been questioned, and now, you have the audacity to claim this as your achievement? Xiao Donghai scoffed. If that is the case, then let all my accomplishments be credited to Nanfeng. Do any of you have objections? Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Wasn't it said that his father, Xiao Donghai, was merely a brash warrior focused solely on cultivation, which is why he had been chosen as the young patriarch? This behavior did not seem to align with that characterization. The members of other families remained seated, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Lan Tianqi's eyes sparkled with delight. This would surely lead to the Xiao family's downfall. Xiao Zhinshuan exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Nanli. Xiao Nanli understood and nodded, stepping in front of Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng, with the conclusion of the three clans' grand competition, I, as the champion, invoke a challenge in accordance with the Xiao family's rules, initiating a contest for the position of patriarch. This will be a fight to the death. Young patriarch, do you dare to take the stage? A challenge for the position of patriarch, fight to the death. As these words echoed, not only did the expressions of the Xiao family members shift, but the Chen and Lan families also wore astonished faces, soon replaced by expressions of joy. The Xiao family rules were well understood. Among peers, should anyone dispute the young patriarch, they could invoke a challenge for the patriarch's position, provided they had notable achievements. They had previously regarded this as a classic tradition, ensuring that the strongest individual would lead the clan. The Lan family had even attempted to emulate this by modifying their own rules, but now, they began to doubt the soundness of this tradition. The Xiao family was likely to suffer severe repercussions. With Xiao Nanfeng being such a waste, he would stand no chance against Xiao Nanli. Should Xiao Nanfeng perish, the clan's foremost expert, Xiao Donghai, would undoubtedly turn against the Xiao family. At that point, the Shao family's influence would be greatly diminished, and their demise would be inevitable. Chapter 11. Ascending the stage to meet death. Xiao Jinshan's countenance was exceedingly grim. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Jinshan, must you truly be so ruthless? A contest for the clan leader is acceptable, but why must it escalate to a life-and-death battle? Regardless of the outcome, it constitutes a loss for the Shao family." Xiao Jinshan smiled faintly and replied, "Elder brother, since Nanli has this resolve, I cannot in good conscience impede him. As cultivators, we are, after all, defying the heavens, so if we lack even this modicum of courage, how can we lead the Shao family or forge ahead on the path of cultivation? Should you find this unacceptable, as the clan leader, perhaps you might consider amending the clan rules before Chan and Lan families." Xiao Jinshan was instantly filled with rage, trembling all over, his face ashen. It was evident that the second elder and Shao Nanli had conspired to provoke him, and in such a public setting, their purpose was to lay everything bare and to force the issue. Xiao Donghai was about to speak but was halted by Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head at Xiao Donghai. The clan rules were an ancient tradition and could not be altered lightly. If he did not step forward now, it would undoubtedly leave the clan leader in a precarious position. Xiao Nanfeng approached Xiao Nanli and declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge. It is merely a contest for the clan leader, after all." Lan Ziyan's expression immediately shifted to one of disdain and delight. A mere sycophant dares to accept the challenge? Await your demise. Such a person even has the audacity to look down upon me. This shall be his fate. Chen Yujie felt a stir in her heart as she observed Xiao Nanfeng, her eyes filled with curiosity. This Xiao Nanfeng did not resemble the useless person the outside world claimed him to be, nor could he possibly be a mere sycophant. Did he perhaps have some hidden strength? Xiao Nanli was already a master at the 4th level of qi refinement, not only among the younger generation, but even within the previous generation. He was considered formidable. With such strength, he would likely gain entry into the inner sect of the Qingling sect when it opened its doors 3 years hence. Xiao Nanfeng clasped his hands together and stated, "You wish to initiate the contest for the clan leader. I agree. 3 days from now, at the Shao family estate, I shall face you." Unacceptable. At that moment, both the second elder and Xiao Nanli spoke in unison. Xiao Nanli gazed at Xiao Nanfeng, his mind racing. This waste sought to buy time with such tricks. 3 days, that would afford him ample opportunity for preparations. His father was Xiao Donghai, and his grandfather, the clan leader, would support him. Who could say what unforeseen developments might arise? In 3 days, countless possibilities could unfold, and with the competition relocated to the Shao family estate, devoid of outsiders, what might transpire was anyone's guess. Xiao Donghai was the foremost master at the 7th level of qi refinement in Qingjiang town, capable of suppressing the Shao family. No one dared oppose Xiao Nanfeng alone. He would be powerless, left to be at the mercy of others. Xiao Nanli scoffed, "Clever calculations, cousin, too bad. I am not a waste like you. If you wish to fight, it must be now, otherwise, you shall kneel before me, bow thrice, cripple your own meridians, acknowledge my superiority, and relinquish your claim to the position of junior clan leader. Perhaps I might spare you." Xiao Jinshan approached, patting Xiao Nanli's shoulder with approval. "Leer, well done. Once today is over, you shall be the junior clan leader of the Shao family. I thought you might fall for the trick, but it appears you have matured. Such ghostly tactics are not worthy of being displayed. Remember, those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Any leniency towards others is a sign of disrespect to oneself. Do you understand?" Xiao Jinshan could no longer contain his fury, slamming his hand on the table. Instantly, the ironwood table splintered under his wrath. Lan Tianqi waved his hand, and a surge of energy enveloped the area, containing all the fragments within a narrow space. "Brother Xiao, why the anger? It seems the second elder and Nanli have valid points, although this is a matter of your Shao family, since it has been raised in such a setting, Chen, and I might as well bear witness. You have no objections, do you?" Xiao Jinshan glanced at him indifferently. "Elder brother, I have already stated that cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens. In the past, I could not surpass you due to your superior skills. Yet now, why should my grandson not contend for the position of clan leader? Or is it that from your tenure as Xiao Jinshan, the position of clan leader is exclusively reserved for your branch?" With these words, the other members of the Shao family fell silent. The Shao family, having settled in Qingjiang town several centuries ago and continued through several generations, had always operated on the principle that the capable should lead. Xiao Nanfeng's reputation had become notorious throughout Qingjiang town, and many in the clan harbored grievances. With Xiao Jinshan's declaration, they began to entertain thoughts of watching the spectacle unfold. Xiao Jinshan stood there, stunned, unable to respond. A misstep could fracture the Shao family's unity. Xiao Nanfeng perceived the shifting sentiments and spoke up, "Grandfather, esteemed elders, if that is the case, let us proceed now." With that, Xiao Nanfeng ascended to the central arena of the competition. The high platform towered 1.5 meters above the ground, constructed from massive blocks of blue stone, meticulously melded together with spiritual fire techniques, while runes were inscribed upon it by the talisman masters of the Chun family. It was robust enough to withstand the impact of their duel. Xiao Nanfeng strolled to the center of the arena, turned, and beckoned to Xiao Nanli with his finger. Xiao Nanli, come forth. Step up to the stage and meet your end. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenchuan's face turned ashen as he addressed Xiao Nanli. Leader, in this contest for the clan leader, a life and death struggle will determine both victor and vanquished. Do not hold back, eliminate this waste. Should any issues arise, your grandfather shall bear the consequences. Xiao Nanli nodded emphatically, took a step forward, and with a light touch on the ground, his body soared into the air, executing a flawless somersault as he landed firmly on the stage. Without uttering a word, Xiao Nanli produced a flying sword in his hand, launching it directly at Xiao Nanfeng. With his mastery at the 4th level of Qi refinement, Xiao Nanli was already a formidable opponent, his speed blindingly swift. In an instant, the flying sword hurtled toward Xiao Nanfeng's face. Simultaneously, flames ignited at his fingertips. Heavenly Finger, coupled with spiritual fire techniques, Xiao Nanli was indeed impressive. Having just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, he could multitask with precision. This was a lethal move. No matter how Xiao Nanfeng attempted to evade, under the dual assault, there was no escaping Xiao Nanli's onslaught. Witnessing this, Lan Tianqi could not suppress his voice. Brother Xiao, it appears the victor has already been determined with this single strike. What a pity. Young friend Nanfeng is deeply infatuated with my Xian. Brother Xiao, you still wish to discuss marriage? Given the current situation, that seems quite improbable. From the Chen family, Chen Yufeng's side, Xiao Nanli is indeed formidable. When we dueled, he had even held back. With Xiao Nanfeng's mere 2nd level of Qi refinement, he stands no chance of countering. Just moments ago, he seemed so confident in his ability to have Xiao Nanli meet his demise on stage. I thought he had some hidden trump card, and now it appears he was merely boasting. His fate is sealed. Chapter 12. My grandson possesses the aura of an immortal. As the conversation unfolded, the situation on the arena underwent a significant transformation. The flames at the fingertips of Xiao Nanli had morphed into a magnificent fire dragon, swirling majestically in the air, and charging directly towards Xiao Nanfeng. This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Chen Xingyou and Lan Tianqi wore expressions of grave concern. To think that Xiao Nanli could be so formidable. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the 4th level of Qi refinement, he had mastered the art of spiritual fire to such an extent that it seemed he had achieved a level of transcendence. The transformation of spiritual fire into a dragon released searing heat, aimed directly at his adversary. Such a technique could easily surpass even the capabilities of the elite members of the 3 clans. This young man was indeed remarkable. Xiao Zhenchuan's face radiated pride as he turned to Xiao Zhenshan, exclaiming, Elder brother, how do you find Li's abilities? This humble spiritual fire technique has been refined to a level of unparalleled mastery. I dare say, in all of Qingjiang town, there is no one who can rival his insight, and perhaps even throughout the entire southern wilderness county, none could compare. My grandson Nanli possesses the demeanor of an immortal. Ha ha! Xiao Zhenchuan laughed heartily. Lear, do not show mercy. In a battle of life and death, do not blame yourself for being outmatched. Let the young clan leader meet his end. Xiao Donghai's eyes widened in fury. You old scoundrel, how dare you! At that moment, under the astounded gazes of everyone present, Xiao Nanfeng made his move. Calmly, he drew forth a flying sword, its blade dancing gracefully, producing a symphony of sword cries. Without any visible effort, the flying sword aimed at Xiao Nanli's face halted merely an inch from Xiao Nanfeng's eyes, the tip dangerously close. Xiao Nanfeng's expression betrayed no fear. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to kill me? Go ahead and make your move. A simple push forward, and this sword would pierce through my eyes and into my brain. Roaring. The fire dragon surged through the air, lunging towards Xiao Nanfeng, yet, just a foot away, it dissipated into nothingness, turning into scattered embers that fell gently onto the arena. Crack, a crisp sound echoed as the sword in Xiao Nanli's hand shattered into tiny fragments. Impossible! Xiao Zhenshan, Chen Xingyao, Lan Tianqi, and Xiao Donghai all sprang to their feet in shock. This is the essence of sword intent! Lan Tianqi exclaimed, his face a mask of sword intent can form a defensive barrier around oneself. How can this be? Chen Xingyou's expression mirrored his astonishment. Was this truly the same Xiao Nanfeng, the once derided lickspittle of Qingjiang town? How could he have comprehended sword intent? If the Qingling sect were to hear of such a genius, they would undoubtedly dispatch an elder to take him as a disciple before the 3-year period for opening their gates even arrived. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng smiled gently. Since you have made your move first, it is now my turn. He stepped forward, lifting his sword, and suddenly, the air was filled with fluttering peach blossoms, swirling around him as if stirred by an unseen wind. Leaves from distant trees danced into the air, encircling Xiao Nanfeng. That he thrust his sword forward, sending the blossoms hurtling towards Xiao Nanli. Boom! Xiao Nanli was sent flying through the air, crashing harshly onto the arena floor, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Nanfeng stood before him, placing a foot firmly on Xiao Nanli's chest. At that moment, Xiao Nanli's complexion turned ashen, blood trickling from his mouth, his body riddled with wounds, as if pierced by 1,000 swords. Ugh! Xiao Nanli spat blood, collapsing to the ground, his breath faint as he lay there. In that instant, all present were rendered speechless. Was this truly Xiao Nanfeng, the same lickspittle of Qingjiang town, who was once deemed inept? How could he be so powerful? Ha ha! Xiao Donghai erupted in laughter. This is the sword intent of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint. Nanfeng has actually comprehended sword intent at the tender age of 17. Xiao Jinshan interjected, Donghai, if I am not mistaken, it appears that Fenger is currently at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Chen Xingyao felt a pang of bitterness. He had thought the younger generation of the Xiao family had fallen into disarray, with only Xiao Nanli standing out, yet now, it was clear that Xiao Nanfeng was the true prodigy of the Xiao clan. However, given his close relationship with Yu Jia, perhaps such a son-in-law was not to be dismissed. On the outskirts, Xiao Nanchuan wore a knowing expression, glancing at Xiao Ming. Did you see that? I told you Xiao Nanfeng was a dark horse. His entire family is full of surprises. Do you still think it was wrong for me to conceal my talents? The second elder, Xiao Zhinshuan, regained his senses and urgently shouted, Xiao Nanfeng. Instead, he knelt, young clan leader, Lear was reckless and dared to challenge your authority. He recognizes his error. I implore you to show mercy. Xiao Nanfeng smiled lightly. The contest for clan leadership is a battle of life and death. It distinguishes between life and death as well as victory and defeat. There should be no mercy. Eliminate this waste, as you yourself suggested, idle. With that, Xiao Nanfeng raised his left foot. On the ground, Xiao Nanli's eyes flashed with resentment, his heart vowing to remember this grudge, promising to repay this humiliation 100-fold. But in the next instant, Xiao Nanfeng's foot came crashing down, mercilessly pressing onto Xiao Nanli's neck. A sharp crack resounded, and Xiao Nanli's wide eyes reflected disbelief. How could he dare to kill him? In the next moment, his neck was utterly crushed, barely avoiding decapitation. Xiao Nanli felt as if his very soul was being ripped from his body. Xiao Nanfeng sensed a chilling aura surrounding him. He gathered his fingers, forming a sword gesture, a surge of sword energy enveloping the area. That cold sensation vanished in an instant. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but ponder, since this was a world of cultivation, there must be souls as well. Surely, the blow he dealt would have sent Xiao Nanli's soul scattering, right? It was wise to be cautious. Who knows what kinds of ghostly techniques or soul-seizing methods might exist in this realm of cultivation? What if he were to resurrect and return to seek vengeance? That would truly be a loss greater than the gain. To eliminate the roots, one must eradicate the weeds completely. Villains often meet their demise due to their own verbosity. This was a lesson Xiao Nanfeng kept firmly in mind. This scene left the members of the 3 great clans astounded. Xiao Nanli was dead. The champion of the clan competition had been slain just like that. And it was by Xiao Nanfeng, the once derided lickspittle. How could he dare? Did he not fear inciting internal strife within the Xiao family? Did he not fear retaliation from the second elder, Xiao Jinshuan? Chapter 13 South Wilderness City Beast, you seek death. Xiao Jinshuan's expression twisted in fury as he bellowed and charged directly at Xiao Nanfeng. However, before he could reach him, Xiao Donghai had already positioned himself in front of Xiao Nanfeng, raising his sword to intercept Xiao Jinshuan's assault. Clang! The swords clashed, producing a sharp sound. The energy from the confrontation reverberated throughout the arena, sending Xiao Jinshuan hurtling backwards several meters until he landed on the ground, sliding back an additional 4 or 5 steps. Xiao Donghai's demeanor remained calm as he regarded Xiao Jinshuan. Elder Second, do you believe I, Xiao Donghai, am dead, or do you doubt the sharpness of my blade? Xiao Jinshuan's expression turned grave, his face a mask of displeasure as he defiantly addressed the assembled members of the Xiao family. I refuse to accept this. We are all kin. Why must we slay Nanli? He is a prodigy with 3 spiritual roots, the very hope of our Xiao clan. Xiao Nanfeng absent-mindedly touched his nose. A prodigy, those who are dead do not count. With that, he lifted his sword, and an aura of sword intent surged skyward. Around Xiao Nanfeng, the sword intent solidified into ethereal peach blossoms, encircling the retreating Xiao Jinshuan. Xiao Jinshuan erupted in wild laughter. With your mere waste of a self, you dare to challenge me? I am a master of the 6th level of qi refinement. No sooner had he spoken than the blossoming petals coalesced into a blade, hurtling toward his chest. With a swift motion, Xiao Jinshuan conjured a spectral shield before him. This was a defensive artifact, the Feather Spirit Shield, crafted from the feathers of the white feather eagle, inscribed with protective runes. It was considered a relatively precious item among low-grade artifacts. Crack, before Xiao Zhenxuan could revel in his arrogance, the sword intent materialized into a razor-sharp sword energy, imbued with an unstoppable momentum of the artifact shattered instantly, and the sword energy pierced through his chest, obliterating his very soul and leaving him utterly shattered. Xiao Zhenxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity as he fell backward, lifeless. At that moment, the other families in Qingjiang town stood in stunned silence, as did the members of the Xiao clan. This was a master of the 6th level of qi refinement. Vanquished by this so-called waste, Chen Yujie gazed coldly at the scene, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had not misjudged. This Xiao Nanfeng was indeed extraordinary. Sword intent. To comprehend such formidable sword intent at such a young age marked him as a genius in the path of the sword, a rarity among thousands. The people of Qingjiang town were but frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of the true prowess of one who could grasp the essence of advanced sword intent. Not far away, Xiao Ming followed closely behind Xiao Nanfeng, whispering, "I can't be mistaken, can I? Did Elder Second truly perish just like that?" Xiao Nanfeng's expression mirrored profound shock as he patted Xiao Ming's shoulder. "Now you understand why I have no interest in the position of the young clan leader." Master is wise. Xiao Nanfeng observed the expressions of astonishment and trepidation on the faces of many within the Xiao family. Given the rarity of spiritual roots, the Xiao clan consisted of only a few hundred to 1,000 members, and among them, fewer than 3 were cultivators, yet now, 2 had been slain by the young clan leader. A sense of shared dread washed over everyone. Many felt a chill creeping up their necks, fearful that if the young clan leader were displeased, they too could meet a similar fate. Xiao Nanfeng then declared, Xiao Nanli disrespected the clan leader, exploiting his position for personal gain, disregarding the safety and fate of the Xiao family, and neglecting the bonds of kinship. He initiated a life-and-death battle, and thus, his demise is justly deserved. Elder Second harbors resentment. I could see the venom in his gaze. If I were to spare him today, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against me and the Xiao clan. Such a person threatens the unity of our family. Xiao Zhenxuan, still reeling from shock, stepped forward. What Winder says is reasonable. Elder Second has overstepped his bounds and disrupted the harmony of the Xiao. He deserves death. Bring back the bodies of those 2. With Xiao Zhenxuan's command, the assembly fell silent. He then turned to Chen Xingyao and Lan Tianqi, clasping his hands. Brothers Chen and Lan, I propose we conclude this competition. The Xiao clan has matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Upon returning to the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhenxuan promptly summoned all the cultivators available for a council. After issuing a series of commands, results soon emerged. Report. Elder Second, while overseeing the Xiao family's general store in South Wilderness City, embezzled spiritual stones, with the amount exceeding 3,000. Report, during Xiao Nanli's stewardship of the spirit fields, he pocketed at least 200 spiritual stones worth of produce. These 2 leeches. The 3rd elder rose in indignation. I wondered why their strength had progressed so swiftly. Turns out they were siphoning the clan's resources. They deserve to die. The 4th elder echoed vehemently, while the 5th elder's expression darkened. I have pondered why the Xiao clan has struggled to establish a foothold in South Wilderness City. Even the Qin clan has managed to make headway. Our earnings have dwindled compared to theirs. The root of our troubles lies here. Clan leader, who do you think should be responsible for the store in South Wilderness City? I shall. Xiao Nanfeng rose with determination. At this declaration, Xiao Zhenxuan immediately interjected, Winder, do not speak recklessly. Xiao Donghai's expression turned grave as well. South Wilderness City is not like Qingjiang town. In Qingjiang town, your actions may have few consequences, but South Wilderness City is different. There are foundational families present. What are we, mere local tycoons from Qingjiang town, in comparison? Winder, what nonsense are you uttering? You lack understanding of business. Xiao Donghai chastised. The Xiao family store has a wide array of goods, from spiritual rice and fruits to the meat and pelts of magical beasts, as well as various spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and talismans. You cannot grasp the complexities. Do not cause chaos. Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. I am not jesting. I can pledge an oath, if the Xiao family general store is entrusted to me, I guarantee a minimum annual profit of 3,000 spiritual stones. Should I fail, I will accept punishment. What folly! I must go to South Wilderness City. Remaining in Qingjiang town offers me no prospects. Am I to return and squander my resources on that weakling, Lan Zian? To overlook Chen Yujie, who offers tenfold returns, would be sheer madness. Furthermore, the larger the territory, the more opportunities arise. Qingjiang town holds little potential. Only Lan Zian and Chen Yujie fit the system's criteria. What if, upon arriving in South Wilderness City, I discover even greater opportunities for returns? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Relying solely on diligent cultivation in this lifetime seemed impractical. If he were to encounter an opportunity for a 100-fold return, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights, thus, venturing to South Wilderness City was imperative. Chapter 14 The Shao family's general store. The resolute words of Shao Nanfeng left all the elders astounded. 3,000 spirit stones each year. The second elder, who had presided over the Shao family's shop in the southern wasteland city for many years, had only embezzled a total of 3,000 spirit stones. The annual revenue of the Shao family was approximately around 1,700 spirit stones, yet the income from the Shao family's store in southern wasteland city alone amounted to a mere 500 spirit stones annually. Wind, Shao Nanfeng nodded. The third elder was the grandfather of Shao Nanchuan, and he held a favorable impression of him. Thus, he responded courteously, "Of course, if third grandfather does not believe me, he may have Nanchuan accompany me to southern wasteland city." At this, everyone grew excited. If Shao Nanfeng could indeed accomplish this, it would mean that the Shao family's annual revenue would exceed 4,200 spirit stones, more than doubling their previous earnings. Consequently, the resources for cultivation would also see a significant increase. As their own cultivation was at stake, the elders felt a surge of joy. The fourth elder stood up directly, declaring, "Elder brother, I believe this is feasible. Since Nanfeng possesses such ambition, why not allow him to give it a try?" With the matter brought to this point, it would be meaningless for Xiao Zhinshan to oppose it, as doing so would only incite dissatisfaction among the others. Observing the earnest Xiao Nanfeng, Xiao Zhinshan felt somewhat apprehensive, secretly hoping that Wind was not merely boasting. He nodded and said, "Very well, if that is the case, let Wind take charge of southern wasteland city." Meanwhile, within the other two prominent families of Qingjiang town, discussions about Xiao Nanfeng were also underway. In the Chen family, Chen Xingyao, along with several elders, sat together, and Chen Yujie was also present. Chen Xingyao expressed his sentiments. "Yujie, the insights on swordsmanship that young Master Xiao sent you, are they satisfactory?" Chen Yujie nodded. "Indeed, they are. With this comprehension, my understanding of swordsmanship has deepened, and I believe that within 3 years, when the Qingling sect opens its gates, I will certainly grasp the essence of sword intent." A look of contentment spread across Chen Xingyao's face. "Excellent. Yujie, you are indeed the pride of our Chen family. I perceive that Xiao Nanfeng holds a unique regard for you. It would be prudent to maintain communication with him." Chen Yujie's brother, Chen Yujie, immediately voiced his discontent. "Grandfather, Xiao Nanfeng is merely a wastrel. This is absurd." Chen Xingyao's expression darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. "Can your wasteful peer eliminate a 6th-layer qi refining expert in a single strike? Besides, you are merely at the 3rd layer of qi refining, are you not? If Xiao Nanfeng is a wastrel, then what are you? In my view, this young man is likely unfathomable, particularly regarding his swordsmanship talent, which is probably formidable." Chen Yujie also concurred. "Grandfather, I share the same sentiment. In the past few centuries, no cultivator in Qingjiang town has comprehended sword intent. Xiao Nanfeng is the first. He likely possesses more depth than he appears, and I shall keep in touch with him." In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the Chun family, the Lan family was far less optimistic. Lan Ziyan knelt in the assembly hall, gazing pitifully at Lan Tanchi. "Patriarch, I truly do not know the reason." "Humph, is it not because you overestimate yourself, believing you can control Xiao Nanfeng? You even demanded an apology from him. Take a good look at yourself. Do you truly deserve it?" Just then, someone entered from outside. "Patriarch, news from the Xiao family has just arrived. Xiao Nanfeng, he is already preparing to head to southern wasteland city. That plain robe you possess, I believe it is of no further use to you. Hand it over to the family, so that it may be used by someone more deserving." Lan Ziyan's complexion turned ashen, and she pleaded, "Patriarch, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Give me a little time, and I will certainly ensnare Xiao Nanfeng." Lan Tanchi, observing Lan Ziyan's demeanor, felt a flicker of uncertainty at if he were to dismiss her. It was true that Xiao Nanfeng had previously been quite obedient to Ziyan. How had such a transformation occurred? "Very well, I shall grant you a month. If you cannot make Xiao Nanfeng change his mind, then there will be no need for you to continue as the young lady." A few days passed swiftly. The fervor of the three families' competition in Qingjiang town gradually dissipated, returning to its former tranquility. During these days, the Xiao family was in turmoil as well. The factions and minions within the Xiao family's second branch were swiftly eradicated. Given the circumstances, there was no need for excessive mercy. Whether for the sake of family unity or other reasons, it was essential to eliminate the root causes. Unbeknownst to them, the day of Xiao Nanfeng's departure had arrived. A spacious four-wheeled carriage came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Xiao family compound. Xiao Nanfeng boarded the carriage. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was crafted by a skilled artificer, and while it did not reach the level of a magical artifact, its stability, comfort, and speed far surpassed that of a typical carriage. The horses pulling the carriage were also exceptional, bred from a combination of ordinary horses and beasts, capable of covering 1,000 miles with ease. The journey from Qingjiang town to southern wasteland city spanned 1,000 li, a perfect day's travel. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Nanfeng finally arrived at southern Wasteland City. The towering city walls loomed impressively, standing at a height of 40 to 50 meters, with an expansive area. The walls shimmered with a lustrous glow, adorned with exquisitely drawn runes, indicating that formations had been melded into them. Upon reaching the city gate, the guards were all qi refining second-layer cultivators. After paying an entry fee of 1 spirit fragment, Xiao Nanfeng drove his carriage into the city. The entirety of southern Wasteland City stretched 20 li in length and 15 li in width, divided into 8 marketplaces, with the Xiao family's shop located in the western city's South Ruyan Square. As he journeyed through the bustling streets, he observed a throng of hurried passers-by, many of whom were common folk, with cultivators making up less than 1 in 10, predominantly low-tier qi refining practitioners. Xiao Nanfeng's initial anticipation gradually turned into disappointment. He had expected to encounter numerous individuals meeting the system's criteria for rebates upon arriving at southern Wasteland City. However, reality proved that he might have been overly optimistic. Throughout his journey, he encountered only 1 or 2 individuals with a 5-fold rebate, yet not a single one with a 10-fold or higher. More importantly, he had assumed that the spiritual energy concentration in southern Wasteland City would surpass that of Qingjiang Town. Yet, upon entering the city, he discovered that it was not only lacking but even weaker. Lost in thought, the carriage came to a halt, and Xiaowen's voice rang out, "Young master, we have arrived." On the broad street, various shops lined the way, appearing to cater to the mundane needs of common folk. Above a storefront comprising 3 adjoining shops hung a sign that read Xiao Family General Store. As Xiao Nanfeng disembarked from the carriage, he furrowed his brow. Inside the shop, not only was there no one to greet him, but many of the attendants seemed lethargic, dozing off. Before Xiao Nanfeng could utter a word, a young attendant emerged with an impatient expression. "Get lost, you're blocking our business." Chapter 15 Thunderous Measures. Xiao Nanfeng maintained a calm demeanor as he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaowen, who promptly advanced. A sharp and resounding slap echoed through the air. "Have you lost your wits? The young master is here, and you dare speak to him in such a manner, you wretched lot. Summon the shopkeeper." Xiaowen bellowed. His voice instantly drew a crowd of onlookers. Before long, several men emerged from the Xiao family's general store. The foremost among them, upon catching sight of Xiao Nanfeng, immediately donned a facsimile of a smile, saying, "The young master's presence is an honor. I apologize for my failure to greet you properly." Xiaowen cast a sidelong glance, noting that Xiao Nanfeng showed no intention of speaking. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "Xiao Tieguan, what stature do you possess to address the young master in such a manner? By bloodline, you are but a distant branch of the Xiao family. By position, merely the shopkeeper. Do you truly believe you have the right?" Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. The duo of Xiao Zhenchuan and Xiao Nanli had dominated the South Wilderness City for many years, managing it with precision. The individuals associated with the general store had likely become their loyal confidants. This was also the reason why the family head and his father were reluctant to allow him to venture into South Wilderness City. It was simply too troublesome, a task far beyond the capabilities of a fledgling like Xiao Nanfeng. However, that was the former Xiao Nanfeng. He was well versed in such trivial schemes. With millennia of historical knowledge coupled with the modern explosion of information, what was a mere subsidiary being undermined? As long as the reins of power rested in his hands, what was there to fear? Xiao Tieguan's complexion paled momentarily as he replied, "Young master, I have devoted myself tirelessly to the Xiao family for many years. Is this treatment not somewhat excessive?" He continued, "Allow me to introduce my associates. This is Elder Song, responsible for talismans. This is Elder Yao, in charge of elixirs. And this is Elder Zhang, who oversees the procurement of spirit rice and spirit beast meat." Each of these elders is a proficient practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement, having immersed themselves in this field for many years. Without them, our Xiao family's general store would have to close its doors today. Henceforth, the store shall receive not a single item of elixirs, talismans, magical instruments, or even ordinary medicinal herbs. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken. As he journeyed through South Wilderness City, he had observed its vast expanse. Numerous marketplaces housed establishments akin to the Xiao family's general store. The towering Wanbao Tower loomed over the heart of the city, a significant distance from the Ruyan Square where the Xiao family's store resided. Certainly not a mere 10,000 miles, but at least the distance between the city center and the outskirts. It was evident that these factors provided no competitive edge. To rely on this for an annual profit of 3,000 spirit stones was utterly implausible. Finally, Xiao Nanfeng stood upright. In that case, it seems that Elders Song and Yao are indeed invaluable talents? Xiao Tieguan's expression swelled with pride. Naturally. Many have sought to employ them, but their loyalty to the Xiao family has kept them here. With Xiao Tieguang's words, the other men wore expressions of smug satisfaction, gazing at Xiao Nanfeng with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a mere child, unworthy of their regard. Should they fail to subdue him today, their futures would be bleak. Very well, Xiao Nanfeng declared, since it is so, let us dismiss them all at Xiao Tieguang. I am here to inform you that the second elder, Xiao Zhinshuan, and Xiao Nanli have betrayed the family and have been executed. You are to return to the family to face punishment. If anyone among you wishes to leave the Xiao family's general store, you are free to do so. For those who choose to stay, your monthly salary shall be increased by 10%. Upon making this announcement, a smile graced Xiao Nanfeng's face. Though this is my first visit to South Wilderness City, with so many people around, surely I can find suitable partners, can I not? Xiaoan, convey my orders. The Xiao family's general store shall commence recruitment immediately, offering a monthly salary of 3 spirit stones. In South Wilderness City, the prevailing currency was spirit shards, with 1,000 spirit shards equating to 1 spirit stone. In Xiao Nanfeng's estimation, 3 spirit stones equated to 3,000 shards, a perfectly reasonable wage. The salary range in South Wilderness City varied between 2 and 25 spirit stones. By proposing a salary of 3 spirit stones, he had no doubt he would attract candidates. Simultaneously, he sought to recruit managers for talisman crafting, alchemy, and artifact forging, insisting that candidates must possess apprentice-level qualifications, with a monthly salary of 7 spirit stones. Furthermore, the store would provide training resources worth 20 spirit stones each month, conditional upon signing a service contract. As these words left his lips, Elders Song and Yao promptly knelt before him. Life in the South Wilderness was no easy feat. Although the spiritual energy in South Wilderness City was sparse, each residence was connected to a spiritual energy. The monthly rent in South Wilderness City demanded 2 spirit stones, and coupled with the consumption of spirit rice and spirit beast meat, they were left with barely anything. As apprentices, what they lacked most were resources to practice their crafts. Should they advance to become true alchemists or talisman masters, their income would multiply exponentially. Young master, spare us, we were misled by Xiao Tieguang. Our loyalty to the Xiao family is unwavering, and we hold you in the highest esteem. Elders Song and Yao pleaded, their faces awash with tears. What folly! How had they fallen for Xiao Tieguang's deceit? Was it not said that the young master was unskilled and merely a sycophant? How had he proven to be so formidable? In the next moment, Elder Song's expression shifted. He understood, the young master, lavishly spending on women without a second thought, would certainly not be bothered by their trivial expenses. What a miscalculation! Had he known, he would not have followed Xiao Tieguang's lead so blindly. Not far from the Xiao family's general store, on the second floor of a nearby tavern, Chen Yujie observed this scene with several companions before rising to her feet. No need to watch further. Let us depart. Miss, why not continue watching? Is not the young master Xiao acting recklessly, boasting of earning 3,000 spirit stones? I wager that within 2 months, his store will collapse, a maid remarked. Chen Yujie cast a stern glance at the maid, her expression darkening. Qingmei, should you speak so freely again, I shall send you back to the town. How dare you presume to comment on the young master Xiao? Chen Yufeng, standing beside Chen Yujie, added, it seems I underestimated Xiao Nanfeng. I had thought he would take months merely to organize the store. I never imagined he would display such audacity and employ such thunderous measures. Sister, what do you believe his next move will be? Chapter 16. The young patriarch is arrogant. Chen Yujie pondered for a moment before shaking her head, saying, I cannot fathom what he intends to do. We shall observe for a few more days and perhaps venture to test the waters. Meanwhile, in the general store, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, thinking that such trifling tactics could intimidate him. He mused upon the importance of authority and financial power across all places and epochs. In these respects, he found himself abundantly equipped. With the formidable backing of the Xiao clan, those individuals lacked the strength to confront him. Moreover, his sword intent was not to be underestimated. Even Xiao Zhinshuan, at the 6th level of qi refinement, could be dispatched with a single strike. What then of these others, armed with immense power and wielding both personnel and financial authority? If he were to engage in subterfuge with these individuals, he might as well relinquish his position as the young patriarch. Xiao Taigong, bring forth the store's ledger and confer with Xiaoan to tally the inventory and finalize the accounts. You may take your leave, he commanded, turning to the others. As for you all, be gone. The Xiao family has no need for traitorous souls. Exhausted, Xiao Nanfeng declared, I shall retire for now. He proceeded to the rear of the shop, where a servant promptly arranged his quarter. The layout comprised a front shop and a back courtyard, featuring a central yard of approximately 1 mu. Naturally, Xiao Nanfeng resided in the main house at its heart. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Why is the spiritual energy so dense here? The servant chuckled, explaining, young patriarch, this is a characteristic of South Wilderness City. It is a territory of the Qingling sect, built atop a primary spiritual vein. Spiritual energy is exceedingly precious. The Sect's exalted beings devised a method to connect the spiritual energy supply to every house through pipelines. Homeowners or tenants can regulate the flow of spiritual energy according to the size of their dwelling, with a fixed monthly quota. Exceeding this limit incurs additional charges. The residence is safeguarded by a spirit locking formation set by an array master, ensuring that the energy does not dissipate. Is this not akin to utilities such as water, gas, or broadband? Xiao Nanfeng mused. Once connected, you pay for what you use. Nevertheless, the Qingling sect is quite considerate, providing a minimum consumption guarantee. Very well, that will suffice. You may leave now, he waved dismissively. Once the servant departed, Xiao Nanfeng reclined in a chair, propping his feet upon the table. Cultivation was futile given his current aptitude. No amount of diligence would yield substantial results. His only recourse lay with the system. He had already devised a plan for the general store, intending to pursue a high-end, boutique approach, eschewing low-end products altogether. With a tenfold rebate in hand, he could reap significant rewards every 5 days. Suppose he were to gift Chen Yujie 1,000 qi condensation pills. At the current market price of 20 spirit stones per bottle, 1,000 pills would equate to 100 bottles, yielding a rebate of at least 10,000 pills. If he could not give them away, they could always be sold, a tenfold profit. What a delightful prospect! Even in the unlikely event that he encountered a situation where quality was enhanced, he would not incur losses. The prices of both superior and extraordinary qi condensation pills far exceeded those of ordinary ones. Xiao Nanfeng eagerly anticipated the emergence of more upscale goods. Such items would be worth far more than 1,000 bottles of ordinary qi condensation pills. Warning to the host. According to the current rebate multiplier, the quantity of equivalent items the host may gift at any one time cannot exceed 100, and the total value must not surpass 5,000 spirit stones. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Nanfeng sprang upright, indignation flaring within him. Is it that Chen Yujie is unworthy? Is it so unreasonable to give freely? Warning to the host. Exceeding the quantity or value will result in the excess not being counted toward consumption rebates. Xiao Nanfeng's expression hardened his system. Are you spying on me? There is no need for agitation, host, this is a benevolent reminder. With that, the system fell silent. Very well, a mere small jewel is indeed unworthy. It is akin to gifting a villa or a luxury sports car to a plump girl of merely 5 feet tall. What proprietor would be so foolish? In the ensuing days, Xiaoan found himself overwhelmed with tasks. All the previous staff managing the Xiao family's general store had been dismissed. The existing inventory was smoothly transferred and accounted for. As of now, the store contained 20,000 pounds of spirit rice, valued at 200 spirit stones, 3,000 pounds of various spirit beast meats, worth 300 spirit stones, along with a number of other medicinal herbs totaling 120 spirit stones. The account still held 278 spirit stones for daily expenses. In the blink of an eye, the opportunity for consumption rebates had arrived, stirring a restlessness within Xiao Nanfeng. Xiaoan entered from outside, reporting, Young master, finding assistance has proven straightforward, yet locating a capable manager may pose a challenge. In recent days, I have entertained several candidates, but they are either too elderly or lack genuine skill. It seems difficult to find a suitable one. Patience, Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand. I recall that the Chen family's talisman shop lies not far from here. Now that several days have passed, I intend to pay a visit to the Jade Fairy. Nanfeng, there is no need to go. I have arrived. Chen Yujie's voice resonated as she entered, accompanied by Chen Yufeng and a girl. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yujie, though lacking the latter's icy, commanding presence, instead exuding the charm of a friendly neighbor. With just a glance, Xiao Nanfeng lost interest. The system remained unresponsive, failing to reach even a 5-fold rebate. She simply did not pique his curiosity. The Jade Fairy truly resonates with my thoughts. I was just contemplating a visit, yet here you are. Could it be that the fairy and I are in perfect harmony? Xiao Nanfeng's words came across as somewhat frivolous. Chen Yufeng's brow furrowed at once, perceiving Xiao Nanfeng's lewd undertones. Was he not teasing his own sister? To do so in his presence, did he think Chen Yufeng was a mere bystander? Xiao Nanfeng regarded Chen Yujie with a semblance of amusement, chuckling inwardly. This petite jewel, Chen Yujie, did not seem so simple after all. Was it mere coincidence? It appeared she had come precisely because he had resolved matters at the Xiao family's general store. However, Xiao Nanfeng harbored no belief that such coincidences existed in this world. If Chen Yujie were not intentional, that would indeed be remarkable. As anticipated, Chen Yujie cast a calm glance at Xiao Nanfeng, replying, if he clever indeed, neither proactive nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility, a scheming woman. Chen Yufeng's face darkened as he could not help but remark, young Master Xiao, that remark seems rather excessive. My sister is pure and virtuous. Must her reputation be cast aside? What would others think if word got out? Xiao Nanfeng disregarded Chen Yufeng's admonition, raising his hand to summon an enormous potion bottle. A jade fairy, it has been too long since we last met. Ever since the last competition among the three clans, I have been concerned for your cultivation. Thus, I have prepared a bottle of qi condensation pills for you. Nothing extravagant, nearly 100 in total. I hope you will graciously accept them. Young patriarch, Chen Yufeng bellowed, but upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's words and witnessing the enormous potion bottle, he was rendered speechless. Goodness, is this how a sycophant presents gifts? 10 bottles of qi condensation pills, this is worth 200 spirit stones, and he offers it so casually. In that moment, he understood why the Lan family members had thrived so well in the past. The young patriarch was indeed extravagant. Chapter 17. Casting a long line to catch big fish. Young master, what does this mean? Chen Yujie asked, her demeanor calm as she glanced at the large vial of qi condensation pills in Xiao Nanfeng's hand, her expression betraying indifference. Chen Yufeng seized her arm and whispered, elder sister, what are you doing? Isn't this offending young Master Xiao? At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled lightly, Fairy Yujie, you fail to comprehend. I believe that a mere bottle containing 10 qi condensation pills does not reflect my status, so I specifically commissioned a batch of custom vials. He continued with pride, these exquisite vials are produced by the Lin family's herbal shop, crafted from over a century-old black clay and infused with spirit gel to preserve the efficacy of the pills to the utmost. Xiao Nanfeng wore his usual haughty expression, embodying the quintessential young lord. He raised his chin slightly, gazing at Chen Yujie. How could a simple 10-pill vial represent my true strength? Fairy Yujie, you are a rare beauty, unmatched by even the likes of Lan Ziyan. The gifts bestowed upon you must be truly one of a kind. Don't you think so? He added, knowing well that women, especially the one before him, relish flattery. Chen Yujie, being the object of Xiao Nanfeng's affections, felt a twinge of discomfort as he belittled others in her presence. Indeed, after his words, a faint smile graced Chen Yujie's lips. Then, I thank you, Nanfeng. However, do not speak ill of my sister Ziyan. Regardless, we hail from the same origins, and her talent and strength are formidable. Xiao Nanfeng smiled, of course. You are right, Fairy Yujie. It seems I have displayed a petty heart. Chen Yujie chuckled softly, then I shall take my leave. Very well, Fairy Yujie, travel safely. Ding, a melodious system notification followed, indicating, transaction successful. You have purchased 100 qi condensation pills valued at 200 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 10 times. As the calculations processed, you have received a rebate of 1,000 qi condensation pills. Xiao Nanfeng could not suppress a smile. Although the quality had not improved, acquiring 1,000 qi condensation pills was still quite satisfactory. At current market prices, that amounted to 2,000 spirit stones. Even if the Xiao family's general store engaged in no other business for a year, this income alone would suffice for his household. Such opportunities arose every 5 days, an endless bounty. At this moment, Xiaowen's expression shifted as he gazed at his young master, feeling a mix of despair and incredulity. The young master was perfect in every regard, except for his inability to move on from beautiful women. Previously, in Xinjiang town, he had earned a reputation as a sycophant to Lan Ziyan, but he had merely gifted from his own share, and now, upon arriving in Nanhua City, he seemed to have transformed entirely, liberating himself completely. To give away pills worth 200 spirit stones so casually was reckless. If the family had learned of this, Xiaowen feared for his young master's safety. Young master, this is inappropriate. Xiaowen lamented with a woeful expression, how will we sell anything after this? Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively, and suddenly, 100 vials of qi condensation pills appeared on the shop counter. Do I lack discernment in my actions? Today, everyone shall receive a vial of qi condensation pills as a bonus. Xiaowen, put away the remaining pills for sale. Thank you, young master. The two new attendants immediately knelt, their faces radiant with joy. Working at the Xiao family's general store was indeed delightful, with high wages, excellent benefits, and an exceedingly generous employer. To give away vials of qi condensation pills worth 20 spirit stones was a fortune they could scarcely dream of obtaining in a year. Xiaowen was left speechless, filled with astonishment. Young master, should we reserve some for Fairy Yujie? Reserve, this is a rebate reward. No further rebates will apply to Chen Yujie. I shall not reserve a single vial for her. Sell them all retail or wholesale, it matters not. With that, Xiao Nanfeng strode toward the back courtyard. Watching him depart, one attendant leaned closer to Xiaoan. "Shopkeeper, weren't we told the young master was a sycophant?" "He certainly doesn't seem like one." Xiaoan shot him a fierce glare. "Sycophant, your entire family embodies that. The young master's actions are beyond your comprehension. What you call sycophancy is merely a lack of understanding of his stature. A mere 10 vials of qi condensation pills are trivial to him. If you were to gift a single fragment to a beggar, would you then consider yourself a sycophant?" At the Chen family's talisman shop, as soon as Chen Yujie and her siblings entered, she called out, "Bring me a newly crafted heavenly fire talisman to present to young Master Xiao. And also," she added, "send over the millennium-old emerald spirit grass I recently acquired as a return gift for the young master." Chen Yufeng immediately raised his hand. "Sister, this is unwise. That millennium-old emerald spirit grass can cleanse marrow and enhance talent, and you spent 500 spirit stones to acquire it, your years of savings. How can you give it away? As for the value of the heavenly fire talisman," he continued, "he just gifted you qi condensation pills worth 200 spirit stones. Why would you reciprocate with something so extravagant?" Chen Yueying also looked perplexed, urging, "Sister, are you truly developing feelings for Xiao Nanfeng?" Chen Yujie chuckled soft. "It barely amounts to 1,000 spirit stones, yet." He swiftly moves on to another. "This indicates he is not without principles. Can a wastrel truly defeat a master at the 6th level of qi condensation? He is one who has comprehended sword intent, as you all witnessed during his confrontation with Xiao Nanli and Xiao Zhangchun. There must be give and take. Do you understand that insight into swordsmanship is worth thousands of spirit stones? My gifts are entirely reasonable. This is the essence of casting a long line to catch big fish. I am confident that young Master Xiao possesses treasures of even greater value." "Impressive, truly impressive, sister," Chen Yufeng exclaimed, raising his thumb. "In this exchange, Xiao Nanfeng is on the 1st level, while you have already reached the 5th. This contrast will surely make him devoted to you." Chapter 18. A play with you. Listening to Chen Yufeng's words and observing Chen Yujie's expression of admiration, Chen Yujie remained largely unfazed, casually waving her hand. "Elder brother, please instruct as you wish. For the next few days, I shall devote myself to comprehending the swordsmanship insights of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint and shall see no one. As for that sycophant, Xiao Nanfeng, I could easily toy with him at my leisure. With such lavish gifts being offered, I cannot believe that this sycophant would willingly part with his treasures. Undoubtedly, he will come to pay a visit. I shall ensure he leaves empty-handed, allowing me to keep this young man in suspense. It is akin to training a hawk, coupled with the return gift I bestowed. I am certain that Xiao Nanfeng will be overwhelmed with gratitude, perhaps even moved to tears. At that opportune moment, I shall appear, and he will be utterly ensnared by me." Meanwhile, at the Xiao family's general store, a knock sounded on Xiao Nanfeng's door. The voice of Xiaoan resonated. "Young master, someone from the Chen family has arrived, bringing gifts for you." Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of gifts. "Let them in," he commanded. As Xiao Nanfeng's words fell, Xiaoan respectfully entered. "Young master, this is a gift from Miss Chen Yujie, a mid-grade heavenly fire talisman. Once activated, it can unleash a surge of heavenly fire to strike everything in its path, with power comparable to that of a skilled practitioner at the 6th level of qi refinement. Such talismans are valued at 50 spirit stones in the market. Additionally, there is a millennium-old Bailing grass, which can enhance one's innate talents, worth 200 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Xiaoan's face displayed shock, and "It truly is impressive. I have been quite ignorant and narrow-minded, never realizing how formidable you are." Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Xiaoan hesitated for a moment but obediently exited. As he gazed at the now-closed door, a sense of reverence welled up within him. How extraordinary, the young master remained so composed, even when receiving such precious gifts from the young lady of the Chen family. Truly, he was exceptional. Xiao Nanfeng approached the table and picked up the talisman laid before him. The exquisite yellow parchment bore a mysterious rune, painted in vivid red cinnabar, with a small seal character for fire at its center. The heavenly fire talisman glimmered with a luminescent aura, tinged with a faint scent of blood. It was evident that it had been crafted using the blood of a demonic beast, as such an effect could not be achieved otherwise. Next to it lay the millennium-old Bailing grass in an elegant jade box. The Bailing grass possesses the ability to consolidate the foundation, enhance vitality, and purify the channels. The millennium-old variety can elevate the spiritual essence of one's roots by half a point. The quantity of spiritual roots determines the lower limits of cultivation, while their quality reflects the upper limits. Both are indispensable. In this world, the span of spiritual roots in essence rarely exceeds 9 feet and 9 inches. It is said that the missing inch symbolizes a glimmer of hope from the heavens. Alas, this Bai Ling grass was a gift from Chen Yujie to him. Were it from another, he might have reciprocated with tenfold returns. Whether acquiring 10 millennium-old Bai Ling grasses or even a single 10,000-year-old specimen, it would be a substantial gain. It seems I must explore the possibility of finding a more lucrative counterpart. If all else fails, I could always present it to Lan Ziyan in Qingjiang town. I wonder what expression Chen Yujie would wear upon learning that I gifted the Bai Ling grass to Lan Ziyan. With this thought, Xiao Nanfeng called out, "Xiaowen, young master, please make a trip to the Chen family's talisman shop, and convey that I wish to visit Miss Yu in the morning." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Xiaowen returned, "Young master, the people from the Chen family informed me that Miss Yu has entered seclusion to contemplate her swordsmanship and will not emerge for 3 days. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Xiao Nanfeng's lips. As expected, my assumptions were correct. Chen Yujie's level of sophistication far exceeds that of the foolish Lan Ziyan. She has carefully cultivated an aura of aloofness akin to that of an ice-cold fairy, simultaneously showcasing her remarkable talents in both cultivation and management. She does not refuse my gifts, embodying a somewhat seeking persona. If my previous thoughts were merely suspicions, Chen Yujie's swift response with such a substantial gift has confirmed my theory. This woman intends to play the long game, employing a Should I truly be a sycophant, this back and forth would surely have me utterly entranced. Yet, alas, I, Xiao Nanfeng, am no sycophant, and I shall never be one. A high-caliber hunter often assumes the guise of prey. Since Chen Yujie wishes to cast her line far, I shall indulge her in this performance, with tenfold returns at stake. Regardless of whether Chen Yujie profits, I, Xiao Nanfeng, will assuredly not suffer losses. In the following 2 days, news of the Xiao family's recruitment for managerial positions spread far and wide. The Xiao family's general store has been bustling with activity, as such a generous offer is not something everyone can. Not to mention, the fact that all materials are provided by the Xiao family is enough to draw in a multitude of applicants. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, countless arts demand the expenditure of spirit stones. While talisman makers, alchemists, formation masters, and weaponsmiths can indeed earn a fortune, the sacrifices they make are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. It is akin to spending money on sports training, acting, or singing. Many may attempt it, but only a select few will achieve fame and success. The same applies to the myriad of cultivation arts. Countless cultivators invest their lives into these pursuits, yet many ultimately fail. For instance, among the 3 prominent families of Qingjiang town, the Chen family was fortunate enough to produce a talisman maker, while the Xiao family has devoted centuries to alchemy and weapon crafting, yet they still rely on spirit rice and spirit herbs for sustenance. Thus, upon announcing such conditions, Xiao Nanfeng caused quite a stir throughout the entirety of Nanhua City. In these few days, the managerial positions for talismans, weaponry, and formations have been successfully filled, yet the alchemy role has yet to yield a satisfactory candidate. "Young master, a new alchemist has arrived, claiming to be a first-level alchemist. Would you like to meet him?" "A first-level alchemist?" Xiao Nanfeng sprang to his feet. "What are we waiting for? Fetch this esteemed alchemist at once." Xiaoan's expression twisted in frustration. "Young master, it is not that I refuse to invite him, but rather that this Master Lu's demands are exceedingly extravagant." "What does he want?" "Fulfill his requirements. Whatever conditions he has, we shall agree to them. He insists on a monthly supply of no less than 500 spirit stones worth of medicinal materials for his consumption. Note that this is not for alchemy, but for his own use, with profits from alchemy split 50-50. Yet that is not the worst part. The key issue is his age. Young master, perhaps you should see for yourself." Chapter 19:200 Spirit Stones. "Whom do you look down upon?" Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he kicked Xiaoan, causing him to stumble. "You fool, hurry up and invite the esteemed guest inside. Do you have any idea how much a first-tier alchemist is worth?" Xiao Nanfeng's heart raced with excitement. A first-tier alchemist, this individual could concoct a gathering spirit pill that surpassed the ordinary condensation pills by an entire grade. Even the most inferior gathering spirit pill would fetch at least 10 spirit stones, and any mainstream gathering spirit pill would be valued at over 20 spirit stones. If he could present Chen Yujie with 100 gathering spirit pills, he would surely prosper. An investment of 500 spirit stones per month would be nothing. The concern was not about excessive demands, but rather the fear of him not coming at all. A first-tier alchemist would undoubtedly be eligible for system rebates. Even if he dared to ask for 50,000, that would be unfeasible of the system. That scoundrel only permits a total value not exceeding 5,000 spirit stones at a time. 50,000 a month would likely not even recoup the costs, resulting in a loss. Xiaoan wore a constipated expression, looking both aggrieved and hesitant as he shuffled outside. This individual must maintain the face of the young clan leader. "Wait." Xiao Nanfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. Xiaoan, thinking that Xiao Nanfeng had changed his mind, swiftly jumped back. "Young clan leader, you've come to a realization?" Xiao Nanfeng slapped Xiaowen's head. Realization, my foot, is a first-tier alchemist something that can be found in South Wilderness City? Have you inquired about their background? South Wilderness City is merely a county, despite having 400,000 to 500,000 residents, it's just a rural backwater in this world, it's only slightly better than Xinjiang town. A first-tier alchemist appearing in the state city would be considered normal. In fact, many shops in the state city may not even have a first-tier alchemist. In a dilapidated place like South Wilderness City, having a half-baked alchemist apprentice around the 5th level of Qi. Just look around, there are only a few shops selling condensation pills, and the Xiao family, being mere middlemen, barely maintains a steady flow. Otherwise, why are there only condensation pills for sale here? Aren't gathering spirit pills more appealing? Just as Xiaowen was about to speak, he received another slap on the head. Is the alchemist male or female? Is he or she attractive? Even if she could only reach the level of Lan Ziyan, that would still be a 5-fold rebate. If that were the case, would the 500 spirit stones per month even be considered an expense? It would be a stable source of wealth. De Conshen Yujia would require a suitable excuse. If it were a beautiful alchemist, wouldn't that be perfectly justified? Xiaowen covered his head, looking pitifully at Xiao Nanfeng, young clan leader. Oh dear, I forgot to check. Get out there and look. Xiao Nanfeng retorted. Forget it. I'll go myself. What makes you worthy to receive such a prominent figure? Xiaowen could only lower his head in silence. However, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of urgency, lifting his robe and hastily stepping outside. The storefront was now bustling with numerous people, as it was not easy for the Xiao family to recruit. In this world, people's professions are quite stable. Once one embarks on a certain path, it typically becomes a lifelong commitment. Even though serving as waitstaff can work in the same establishment until death, yet, the number of shops rarely changes significantly, making it exceedingly difficult for an average person to find such stable employment. Nobody anticipated that the Xiao family would suddenly dismiss a large number of employees, creating numerous vacancies in the process. Clear the way, clear the way. Xiaowen rushed out, barking orders with an air of authority. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disdainful glance. Though there are many people, they are all orderly in line, no one dares to misbehave, nor is anyone blocking the way. It's a time of seeking employment. Who would dare to cause trouble? Xiaowen was utterly embarrassed, akin to those star bodyguards from his past life, making a fool of himself. Without waiting for Xiaowen to introduce him, Xiao Nanfeng noticed someone standing on the other side of the shop, a person of short stature, appearing quite youthful. Seeing that it was a near teen, it was no wonder Xiaowen looked so constipated. In this day and age, youth often equated to inexperience, especially in the field of alchemy. No one would believe that someone so young could be an alchemist, let alone one demanding 500 spirit stones a month. Xiaowen hurried over, interjecting before Xiaowen could speak. A young clan leader, it's him. His name is. Xiao Nanfeng kicked Xiaowen aside, snapping his folding fan shut with a clap, scrutinizing the young alchemist. Upon seeing him, Xiao Nanfeng immediately heard the system notification, suitable match detected, Yi Yiting, a young beauty, eligible for 10-fold consumption rebate. A flicker of interest sparked within Xiao Nanfeng as he inquired, first-tier alchemist? What is your surname? The individual, upon noticing Xiao Nanfeng, responded with pride, Yi Yiting, promoted to first-tier alchemist last year. Xiao Nanfeng blinked. Yi Yiting, I have 3. Yi Yiting replied nonchalantly, I require 500 spirit stones for expenses each month. Earlier, when he discussed terms with Xiaowen, no one overheard, but now his voice was slightly raised, and the crowd around them gasped in astonishment. A managerial-level alchemist typically commanded a monthly fee of 20 spirit stones, which was already considered high. Yet, you demand 500, this did not even account for salary. Even in the state city, a first-tier alchemist would be priced around 200 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng, standing atop a stool, slammed his palm on the table with a resounding bang. Seeing his expression, Xiaowen immediately shouted, block the door, don't let him escape, damn it, how dare he extort us, the Xiao family. Today, I shall flay you alive. Behind him, several individuals remaining in the shop rushed forward to block the entrance, with some seizing door latches as makeshift weapons. Yi Yiting's face instantly changed, panic etched across his features as he gazed at Xiao Nanfeng, retreating a step in alarm. Let us talk this over. A deal is not worth losing one's honor. Sky-high prices can be negotiated, just don't resort to violence. At that moment, Yi Yiting felt a pang of regret. He had heard that Xiao Nanfeng was somewhat notorious in South Wilderness City for being a spoiled brat, yet he had still come. There was no alternative. He was utterly out of funds, not hailing from a wealthy family, and lacking a rich patron to support his expenses. It was a pity that he, a dignified first-tier alchemist, stronger than an ordinary alchemist, was now facing a crisis. Initially, he had intended to head to the state city, but upon seeing a shop recruiting, he had made a hasty decision to enter and demand a high price. Shaoan, with his head held high, charged over, clutching a door prop in his hand. Do you think our Shao family is some kind of place? 500 spirit stones a month, have you lost your mind? Yi Yiting's face paled, shrinking into a corner. Don't resort to violence, we are all children of cultivation, gentlemen settle disputes with words, not fists. 200 a month, I won't take a salary, just the 200 spirit stones for expenses, after all, I'm a first-tier alchemist, a fire elemental alchemist, 200 is the standard rate. Just as Yi Yiting was about to speak further, Xiao Nanfeng seized him by the neck and tossed him aside. Nonsense! 200 spirit stones to hire a first-tier alchemist, whom do you look down upon, is the face of Xiao, the young clan leader, only worth 200 spirit stones, 1,000 spirit stones for expenses each month. Are you in or out? If you dare to refuse, you are disrespecting the young clan leader of the Xiao family, and I'll make sure you regret it. Xiaoan's legs weakened. Oh no, the young clan leader's sycophantic demeanor is back. But damn it, this isn't even a beauty, are you now fawning over men? Inside the shop, having just sent off 100 gathering spirit pills, they were now effectively in debt. To hire an alchemist with a monthly expense of 1,000 spirit stones, this price would not guarantee the recruitment of a second-tier alchemist, but surely would attract fierce competition for even 2 state city alchemists. The air fell silent. Yi Yiting gaped, incredulously staring at Xiao Nanfeng, instinctively nodding. I will do it if that is acceptable. Yi Yiting was nearly brought to tears. The crowd around looked at Xiao Nanfeng with strange expressions. The rumors are indeed true. Chapter 20. Young Master, I was wrong. In the next moment, the eyes of all the applicants ignited with fervor. The allure of the dandy was undeniable. If one were to succeed in their application, wouldn't they also have the opportunity to bask in such glory? How audacious if fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. If others could command such high prices, why should I not be able to? I am applying for the position of a rice seller, with a monthly salary of 1,000 spirit stones. A young man exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table with fervor. He then looked triumphantly at Xiao Nanfeng, saying, Come on, use your spirit stones to crush me, a mere shop assistant commanding 1,000 spirit stones, surely that would flatter you, young Master Xiao, wouldn't it? Xiao Nanfeng abruptly turned to the young man, blinking in disbelief. How did a madman like you get in here? Someone, remove Xiaoan, and throw this fool out. Today, Xiaoan had endured numerous grievances and was finally able to vent his frustrations. Grabbing a door prop, he charged forward with a fierce expression, and with a single blow, the young man was sent howling out the door. Xiao Nanfeng then turned to Yi Yiting, his expression calm. Will you give me face, a monthly expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones? Are you in or out? If you refuse to give me face, did you see that, Xiaoan, break his legs? Outside, the sounds of wailing echoed. The monthly expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones was indisputable. As for the salary, Xiao Nanfeng was indeed quite frugal. He himself had stated that he didn't need a salary. Yi Yiting clutched the contract tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Although he was a first-tier alchemist, he truly was not cut out for brawling. I will do it, I will never go back on my word. Xiao Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to summon, bring me paper and pen, let us draft a contract. In this world, once a contract is signed, it is never broken. The spirit of the contract is absolutely recognized here. With swift strokes, Xiao Nanfeng penned the contract, reaching out to grasp Yi Yiting's hand, ready to seal it with a thumbprint. Yi Yiting desperately tried to retract his hand, but Xiao Nanfeng suddenly shot him a glare. What, you're unwilling, having second thoughts, not giving me face? With 3 rapid-fire questions, Yi Yiting panicked. I don't smack. Yi Yiting's hand was firmly pressed onto the contract. A breath of relief escaped him. Little brat, what kind of cross-dressing big shot haven't I seen in my past life? Don't think just because you're well endowed you can fool me. I don't even need the system as foster father to step in. My eyes have seen through countless deceptions. Yi Yiting felt tears welling up. The youth was simply too unstable. He was on the verge of tears. Xiao Nanfeng triumphantly picked up the contract, blowing on the ink. This isn't important. What matters is whether you are satisfied with the 1,000 spirit stones a month. A month of 1,000 spirit stones, and a second-tier alchemist beckons to you. Xiaoan, please escort our alchemist to the back and arrange the finest accommodations. Yi Yiting snapped back to reality. Indeed, before the allure of 1,000 spirit stones, did the details of the contract truly matter? Though he found Xiao Nanfeng somewhat overbearing, the offer was simply too generous. Xiao Nanfeng, stand right there. Chen Yufeng suddenly emerged at the door, his voice booming. Xiao Nanfeng paused, wondering what this fellow was up to. Trying to poach talent, the Chen family had long coveted the Xiao family's medicinal concoctions. If the Chen family truly snatched away a first-tier alchemist, the Xiao family's business in medicine would surely crumble. Xiaonanfeng, this is coercive buying. Xiaonanfeng disdainfully spat. Coercive buying? Have you ever seen someone coerce at double the price? Brother Yi, tell me, is this coercive buying? I offer you conditions, simply say whether you are pleased or not. Yi Yiting's expression turned ashen, though startled by the situation. The prospect of 1,000 spirit stones was undeniable. He nodded vigorously, pleased. This friend, can you truly offer me 1,000 spirit stones a month? Chen Yufeng was suddenly at a loss for words. How much could the Chen family earn in a year? 1,000 a month, that is 12,000 a year. The Chen family could hardly afford to sustain themselves. Chen Yufeng had merely come to observe the spectacle today. After all, Xiaonanfeng's offer was exorbitant, creating quite the buzz. He had intended to enjoy the show, as everyone knew the worth of a shop assistant was meticulously calculated over the years. Offering too much would surely lead to losses. Don't let him deceive you. The Xiao family barely earns a few thousand spirit stones a year. He can't possibly afford to give you 1,000 a month. Their family wealth doesn't even amount to that. Yi Yiting hesitated, realizing that although Xiaonanfeng was extravagant, he was merely a local petty tyrant. He couldn't help but glance at Xiaonanfeng, his expression conflicted. Xiaonanfeng smirked coldly, suddenly unfurling the contract. See this, are you at ease now? Yi Yiting was taken aback. Chen Yufeng was stunned. Xiaonanfeng was indeed audacious. He had written in the contract that if the payments were not made on time, the Xiao family's assets would be pledged to Yi Yiting. He was gambling with the family's future. No wonder Xiaonanfeng had gained such a notorious reputation as a dandy in Qinghe town. He truly dared to play such games. I look forward to seeing your family go bankrupt. Chen Yufeng huffed, tossing his sleeves and departing. Xiaonanfeng chuckled, striding away with a sense of triumph. Bankruptcy? I'll show you a banana peel. The system had just stated a tenfold rebate. Indeed, Yi Yiting's rebate was tenfold. As long as he gave him 1,000, it would instantly become 10,000 spirit stones in return. Even if the shop did nothing, simply providing her with 1,000 spirit stones each month would yield an effortless profit of over 100,000 spirit stones annually. At this rate, wanting to incur losses would be nothing but a fantasy. Xiaoan, however, followed Xiaonanfeng with a face as though he had just lost his father, shoulders slumped, and with a dejected glance at Yi Yiting remarked, "Aren't we leaving? Today, we common folk are truly delighted." Xiaonanfeng swaggered, and soon Xiaoan went to arrange accommodations for Yi Yiting. With a look of despair, he approached Xiaonanfeng and said, "Young master, we cannot even afford the initial 1,000 spirit stones for the first month." Xiaonanfeng struck Xiaoan on the head with a fan. Who said I was going to give him 1,000 spirit stones all at once? The alchemical expenses, do you understand? We can use the materials in the shop. He can't possibly concoct 1,000 spirit stones worth of elixirs in a single day. Whatever he brews, we will surely yield something useful from the materials in our shop, right? That way, wouldn't we profit? Xiaoan was taken aback, realizing the logic in this. A first-tier alchemist, didn't he just claim to be a fire spirit alchemist? Perhaps he truly could concoct something useful. Bah, Xiaoan quickly slapped himself across the face. A first-tier alchemist could indeed produce something. However, Xiaoan dared not ask further. Any more questions would surely result in punishment. Being beaten would be pointless, as Xiaonanfeng would still carry on as he pleased. Come back. Seeing Xiaoan about to leave, Xiaonanfeng called out. Xiaoan promptly turned around. Yes, sir. After a moment of thought, Xiaonanfeng clapped his fan in his palm. Let us issue an advertisement. 5 days from now, the Xiao family shop will be selling a large quantity of condensation pills. The price is 5 spirit stones for 1, 3 spirit stones for 2, and 10 spirit stones for 7, with bulk discounts. With 1,000 condensation pills at hand, this quantity was not something that Nanwang City. A product priced at 2 spirit stones each was quite expensive here. To sell in bulk, one must devise a strategy. Xiaoan felt a sense of urgency. Young master, please don't boast. We don't even have half a pill in our shop at the moment. Even if the newly arrived alchemist is remarkable, a batch of condensation pills takes at least 7 days to brew. He can't possibly produce 50 pills in one furnace. Not to mention, we currently lack the materials in our store enough. Xiaoan suddenly knelt on the ground, gazing at Xiaonanfeng with adoration. On the table, an entire spread of condensation pills lay before them. Chapter 21. The young master's transformation is for the origin of the elixirs. Is it a question that a mere servant like Xiaoan is entitled to ask? Although he is also of the Xiao family, he is but a distant branch, a mere offshoot, fortunate enough to catch the eye of Xiaonanfeng and be taken on as a personal attendant due to his clever appearance and lack of scruples. As a personal attendant, Xiaoan is acutely aware of what he can and cannot say. Have those who were oblivious not witnessed the fates of Xiaonanfeng's previous attendants? Within the confines of the Xiao family's shop, Xiaonanfeng stands, surveying the establishment that resembles a prison. Towering counters enclosed by stout iron bars, with the staff confined within, customers are compelled to remain outside, with those of shorter stature straining on tiptoe just to peek over the edge. This must change. Is it not absurd to conduct business with such a barrier between us and our patrons? Young Master Shaoan scurries about, but Xiao Nanfeng swiftly kicks him over. Shaoan gazes up at him with a look of indignation. A swift slap strikes his head, and Xiao Nanfeng admonishes, "Address me by my title while working." Shaoan retorts, "What title? Why must I refer to you as a plant while working? What kind of plant are you, a mere weed?" He cautiously lifts his gaze to Xiao Nanfeng, "But, young master, what plant are you, a grass, a weed?" Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widen in outrage, "How dare you insult me?" Shaoan, feeling wronged, replies, "Young master, I would never. I have no sister, only an elder sister with 2 children, but if it pleases you, I could consider remarrying." With a swift motion, Xiao Nanfeng kicks Shaoan out the door. Moments later, limping back, a bruise forming on his face, Shaoan finally comprehends what it means to hold a title. Xiao Nanfeng takes a seat at the entrance, observing the applicants. 2 newly graduated apprentices and 4 seasoned managers. Shaoan scurries forward, "Let me see their resumes." Xiao Nanfeng yawns lazily. Shaoan pauses, "Young clan leader, should they not pay their respects first? Very well, I shall summon them to greet you." Xiao Nanfeng casually remarks that in this world, there is no such thing as resumes. Hiring is done face-to-face, without written tests, merely through interviews. As the 6 candidates approach, 2 appear to be in their 20s, while the other 4 are nearly 70. What in the world? Am I to choose between inexperienced youths and the elderly? Xiao Nanfeng suddenly realizes, in this world, who would dismiss a capable manager unless absolutely necessary? Truly effective managers are often family-raised, employed for a lifetime. In the eyes of ordinary folk, a manager is a high-caliber talent. Once dismissed, it becomes exceedingly difficult for anyone to rehire them, especially in a small place like Nanhua City. Candidates are either fresh apprentices or the elderly, or those dismissed for various reasons. In short, there is a scarcity of quality candidates, yet, one must still hire. Xiao Nanfeng rises, eyeing the 6 candidates lined up, the fan in his hand snapping rhythmically. He circles around and points at the oldest man on the left. "You speak, if you were the manager, what would you do?" The man, presumably experienced, promptly replies, "To be a good manager, one must prioritize stability. Only with stability can the staff have confidence." "You re well past 70, you must be quite stable indeed, scram." Xiao Nanfeng dismisses him with a single word. The man stands bewildered, still processing, as Shaoan ushers him out. "You speak." Shaoan gestures to the 2nd candidate. The 3rd one asks, "What did you say, sir? Speak up." Xiao Nanfeng retorts, "Deaf as a post, get lost." The 2nd candidate, still standing, is clearly dozing off. "You are quite the talent." Out. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkens further. The 4 elder candidates are swiftly dismissed. "You speak." Xiao Nanfeng sizes up the remaining candidate. This young apprentice, one of only 2, possesses a rotund appearance, adorned with a round cap, and smiles like a benevolent Buddha. Upon hearing Shaoan's command, he immediately bows. "To be a manager, there are just 2 words: obedience. Whatever the young master commands, I shall do. I am but the young master's loyal servant." Xiao Nanfeng's eyes gleam with approval. "Excellent. A true talent." Shaoan bristles with indignation. "How dare you? The young master's loyal servant is solely my role. You dare to usurp my position." With a swift kick, Xiao Nanfeng sends Shaoan aside. "You're the one. From now on, you are the manager. Recruit staff and have them assembled within an hour." Onlookers react with a mix of admiration, sighs, and disdain. Young master, you haven't asked me. I am also applying for the manager position." The last skinny candidate grows agitated. Xiao Nanfeng shoots him a glance. "Scram, I detest those taller than me." "You're taller than me by a head." Looking at the round-capped candidate, who stands at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, Xiao Nanfeng finds him quite agreeable. For ordinary staff, height must exceed 6 feet. Those below that should leave. The round-capped candidate's initial words make Xiao Nanfeng feel this person is extraordinary. Whispers circulate among the crowd. Isn't agility and cunning more important for staff? Why focus solely on height? Yet this method proves effective. Within 10 minutes, the hiring of 6 staff members is complete. Xiao Nanfeng blinks and beckons to the round-capped candidate. "Why such a method for hiring?" The candidate replies succinctly, "Our shop deals in cultivation materials, precious goods. We require robust individuals capable of handling heavy tasks. They need only lift the cumbersome items. As for receiving customers with finesse, that task belongs to the capable managers and assistants. Why should the staff need to be clever?" Should I train them to compete with me for my livelihood? Sha Nanfeng beams with delight, intelligent and straightforward. I like it, perfect, that settles it. Where is my alchemy room? Before he finishes speaking, Yi Yiting steps forward. Sha Nanfeng immediately pats the round-capped candidate on the shoulder. From this moment forth, you are the manager, you will take charge. The candidate quickly replies, young clan leader, my name is Qian Duo Duo, at your service. Sha Nanfeng nods, Qian Duo Duo is indeed a talent. Shaoan stands nearby, his gaze filled with hatred. This Qian Duo Duo is my rival. Without hesitation, Qian Duo Duo leads Yi Yiting to the back. Observing Yi Yiting, Sha Nanfeng grins, a fire spirit alchemist with tenfold returns. Suddenly, fear flickers in Shaoan's eyes as he senses a grave threat. This alchemist, with delicate features, does he desire such attention from the young master? Has the young master truly changed, becoming something else entirely? Young clan leader, Shaoan summons courage. Sha Nanfeng, in a good mood, responds affirmatively. Shaoan, noticing Sha Nanfeng's lack of anger, grits his teeth and says, my skin is quite delicate too. If the young clan leader desires, Sha Nanfeng interrupts, get lost. Chapter 22. How dare he? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Shaoan stood at the entrance of the shop with a mournful expression, gazing at the desolate interior that had been laid waste. Meanwhile, Shen Guopi trailed behind Sha Nanfeng with a beaming smile. Indeed, the shop had been destroyed by none other than Sha Nanfeng himself, or rather, he had employed others to do the deed. Yet, who in their right mind would hire someone to demolish their own establishment, clear everything out, and ensure that the custom wooden racks I ordered are placed right in the center, arranged precisely as I have designed, he commanded, hands on his hips and fan in hand, gesturing with authority. Shen Guopi's face twitched, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. I have noted everything down, young master, you are truly a prodigy, installing defensive formations on the shelves to thwart any unscrupulous individuals while allowing guests to view the various elixirs and materials up close. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Sha Nanfeng was thoroughly pleased with Qian Guopi's flattery. His words always had a way of making one feel at ease, even when offering suggestions that in professional settings, refer to me by my title, he instructed. Qian Guopi immediately raised his hand to lightly slap his own face. Young master, look at this wretched mouth of mine. At home, I shall call you young master, and in the workplace, I shall use your title. I shall not err again. This pleased Sha Nanfeng immensely. Seeing that the cleanup was nearly complete, he noticed a cart approaching, bearing the wooden racks he had requested. Qian Guopi had even arranged for yet beneath the facade of antiquity lay intricate patterns of formations that, when activated, would instantly provide defense. Naturally, such craftsmanship did not come cheaply. But was Sha Nanfeng, the young master, someone who lacked funds? At this moment, Shaoan felt utterly despondent, sensing he was on the verge of being forsaken by the young master. When will I commence the alchemical process, master? According to the rules, I am to refine elixirs twice in the first month, starting with concocting potions for you. Yi Yiting emerged, clad in a flowing azure robe that imparted an air of elegance. She remained quite professional. Sha Nanfeng cast a glance at her chest, noting its lack of prominence. Yi Yiting, feeling his gaze, flushed slightly and instinctively adjusted her posture, lowering her head. Oh, Yi brother, there is no need for such formality. When we meet casually, there is no need for such grand gestures, Sha Nanfeng said with a mischievous smile. Yi Yiting's face reddened as she quickly cleared her throat. Etiquette cannot be neglected. You are the master, and I am your hired alchemist. How could I dare to stand unbowed before you? Shaoan's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of apprehension flooding his being. Good heavens, how can a first-tier alchemist be so shameless? What has become of your pride? Was it not said that alchemists are haughty by nature? Just as Sha Nanfeng was about to respond, Chen Yujie's figure appeared from across the way. Upon seeing her, and then glancing at the system's prompt, Sha Nanfeng mused, Chen Yujie, a jade beauty, tenfold rebate. Yi Yiting, fire spirit alchemist, tenfold rebate. Chen Yujie had reached the level of jade beauty, thus qualifying for the tenfold rebate. However, in terms of appearance, Yi Yiting did not quite measure up to Chen Yujie, who was slightly inferior even to Lan Ziyan. Even in her female guise, she barely scored an 89, such flatness could only diminish her allure. Yet, Yi Yiting still received a tenfold rebate. System, dear guardian, what is the meaning of this? Sha Nanfeng inquired. The rebate multiplier for consumers is determined by various factors, with beauty being the least significant. Talent holds greater importance, while other criteria await your exploration, the system promptly replied. Sha Nanfeng stroked his chin, pondering. Fire spirit alchemists possess the innate fire spirit root and alchemical talent to achieve their status. To it seemed this talent outweighed the superficial beauty of jade beauties. At that moment, Chen Yujie noticed Xiao Nanfeng's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, and a sense of pride welled within her. Merely walking over caused this infatuated fool to be unable to look away. She had anticipated that after dangling before him for days, he would come seeking her, yet he had not returned following a single rejection. It seemed she needed to up the ante. What was Lan Ziyan, after all? She had managed to captivate him until her arrival, and now it would be simple to ensnare him. 1,000 spirit-gathering pills. The spoiled young master truly had wealth. Yet had the Xiao family lost their wits, allowing Xiao Nanfeng to squander his resources so? Over the years, the price of ordinary spirit-gathering pills had nearly reached its limit, yielding but minimal profit. Even if they were still considered lucrative, lowering the price by a third would render them unprofitable. This was common knowledge, but what did it matter? If he was so reckless, let him squander his fortune on her rather than others. Chen Yufeng followed closely behind Chen Yujie, feeling anxious. After Xiao Nanfeng had turned her away once, Chen Yujie had indeed retreated into seclusion. The peach blossom sword intent, requiring 100 spirit-gathering pills, had ignited her desire to cultivate. Upon emerging from her retreat that morning and hearing of Xiao Nanfeng's tearful clearance sale, she rushed down immediately. Sister, shall we pool our resources to purchase their spirit-gathering pills? Chen Yujie replied with a haughty smile. Purchase? I want Xiao Nanfeng, this infatuated fool, to willingly offer them to me. If someone like Lan Ziyan could manipulate him, why could she not? Just wait and see my performance. Dealing with such an infatuated fool posed no challenge for Chen Yujie. In fact, she needed only to remain passive, neither initiating nor rejecting, to keep him utterly entranced. Isn't the Jade Fairy in seclusion? Xiao Nanfeng sneered inwardly, realizing she must have been unable to contain herself upon learning of his intent to sell over 1,000 spirit-gathering pills. But alas, the young master now had Yi Yiting, a tenfold rebate. Was she truly his match? Indeed, there was a slight disparity. Yi Yiting was rather flat, but did the young master truly care about? As Xiao Nanfeng's gaze threatened to settle upon her chest, Chen Yujie chuckled to herself. Foolish infatuated fool, yet she feigned indifference, maintaining an air of composure. During these days of seclusion, the peach blossom sword intent and spirit-gathering pills you provided have been immensely beneficial. I have come to express my gratitude. Alas, the path of cultivation is long and demanding, consuming resources like water. I intend to purchase some spirit-gathering pills. Xiao fumed, another vixen seeking to exploit the young master. The price was clearly displayed on a large sign at the entrance, towering 3 zhang high. How blind must one be to overlook it? She was clearly attempting to obtain elixirs from the young master for free. His heart twisted in despair as he glanced at Xiao Nanfeng. According to Xiao Nanfeng's character, now that she had made such a request, he would undoubtedly wave his hand and offer her whatever she desired, showering her with gifts. Chen Yujie neither advanced into the shop nor retreated. She stood there, exuding the poise of a regal queen, not initiating, not rejecting, not responsible, yet her words were unmistakable. Come, indulge me. With so many spirit-gathering pills at his disposal, she would certainly welcome a few hundred without hesitation. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Purchase? You stand at the threshold with your hands clasped behind your back, yet you intend to buy elixirs? He spat disdainfully. Ye brother, you have been here several days. I previously promised you a monthly allocation of 1,000 spirit stones for expenses. Today, I shall provide the first installment. Though it may not be of great quality, it is sufficient for use. As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng produced a millennium-old green spirit grass in his palm and tossed it toward Yi Yiting. Startled, she fumbled to catch it, cradling it with great care. Yet something felt amiss. She had come to inquire when she would begin crafting elixirs for the shop, not to beg for materials. How could one request resources without having contributed anything to the establishment? Moreover, a single millennium-old green spirit grass was worth at least 200 spirit stones. How could he treat it like mere refuse? Chen Yujie's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The millennium-old green spirit grass. He is giving away something I bestowed upon him, right before my eyes, to that little enchantress in his shop. Chapter 23. He no longer licks me. Yi Yiting believed she had disguised herself quite effectively. However, in the eyes of a true connoisseur, her fade was riddled with flaws. What man could possess such translucent, tender little hands as hers, not to mention the lingering fragrance of youth that enveloped her? It was evident to anyone not as blind as Xiaowen, but why did she think she could carry on like this? Chen Yujie raised her chin with a sense of pride, her chest puffed out. Xiao Nanfeng gasped in astonishment. How fierce! At least in this regard, Lan Ziyan could hardly hold her head up in her presence. As for Yi Yiting, she should not insult fierceness. Upon noticing Xiao Nanfeng's gaze, Chen Yujie clenched her teeth in frustration. She had already taken the initiative to entice him, yet, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly remarked, Fairy Yu is looking to buy elixirs. Excellent, a discount it shall be. Fairy Yu is an old friend of mine. Let us give her a 90% discount, please, Fairy Yu. Chen Yujie was taken aback. Was this man not going to flatter her? This was not the script she expected. Did she pick up the wrong one? She had been quite fierce, after all. Oh no, she had been too proactive, she had been too impatient for those 1000 chi gathering pills. Women, once they take the initiative, men cease to cherish them. Look at me, I was just fiercely proactive, and immediately, Sha Nanfeng seemed to lose interest. My aloof persona is on the verge of collapse. No, I must maintain my cool, there is plenty of time ahead. I shall play the long game to catch the big fish this time. I must not rush. Chen Yujie spoke with an air of indifference. We are all from Qinghe Town, naturally, I support your shop. Yi Yiting looked at Xiao Nanfeng, cradling the Millennium Green Spirit Grass, yet dared not accept it. This Millennium Green Spirit Grass was a treasure that could enhance one's spirit root. Although it was said to be worth 200 spirit stones, in reality, its value was significant but its availability non-existent. Such a thing could not be used for alchemy. 200 spirit stones were no small sum. Shopkeeper, this is far too valuable, I cannot accept it. Despite her desire, as a first-tier alchemist, Yi Yiting had her principles. Xiao Nanfeng put away his fan and suddenly wrapped his left arm around Yi Yiting's shoulders, pulling her close. Brother Yi, we hit it off at first sight, good brothers ought to share wealth. A mere Millennium Green Spirit Grass is nothing, take it and enjoy. Yi Yiting was utterly horrified, desperately attempting to break free. She had never been so close to a man in her life. Struggling fiercely, she managed to escape, her face flushed with anger. Brother Yi, don't you wish to be my brother? Xiao Nanfeng looked at Yi Yiting with feigned astonishment. Yi Yiting paused for a moment, realizing, yes, she was a man. Ah, ha 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 ha. Yi Yiting laughed heartily. Consider you, Brother Xiao, to be like a long-lost brother. Your generosity moves me deeply. No one has ever treated me so well before. Thank you for valuing me, Brother Xiao. Xiao Nanfeng laughed heartily. That's nothing at all. Come, let us go inside and have a few drinks. Saying this, Xiao Nanfeng stepped closer, once more wrapping his arm around Yi Yiting's shoulder. She involuntarily shivered. However, if she broke free again, it would be hard to explain. And the next moment, Yi Yiting suddenly broke free. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Yi Yiting feigned a carefree laugh and said, Brother Xiao, I am a true gentleman. While we are brothers, such intimacy is still a bit much for me. I prefer women, like that fierce one, she is my favorite. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled mischievously to himself. Very well, another day, I shall invite Brother Yi to the neighboring Huichen Tower for 3 days of fun. I guarantee you the best ladies will take care of you. Huichen Tower. Yi Yiting was suddenly filled with dread. This scoundrel actually intended to take her to a brothel. Panicking, Yi Yiting faltered. However, with her shop reopening soon, she needed to focus on business matters. You mentioned alchemy earlier. Well, Brother Yi is a first-tier alchemist. You can certainly concoct chi-gathering pills, right? Xiao Nanfeng had already lost interest in chi-gathering pills. The 2 Spirit Stone chi-gathering pill could not compare to the 20 Spirit Stone gathering pills. If he could produce 100 of the latter, he would reap tenfold profits in one go. Yes, if Yi Yiting concocted the pills, then he could gift them back to her. She would use them to enhance her strength and produce even higher tier pills, a perfect cycle. Yi Yiting quickly replied, though my method for crafting chi-gathering pills is not flawless, the quality is decent. However, can we sell chi-gathering pills in Nanhua City? Perhaps I should stick to making chi-gathering pills instead? Xiao Nanfeng immediately countered, we must focus on chi-gathering pills. The Xiao family entrusted me, Xiao Nanfeng, with managing the shop, so naturally, we aim to grow and strengthen. Chi-gathering pills are far too low-end, we must produce chi-gathering pills. Don't worry about not selling them, with me around, there is no pill that cannot be sold or profit that cannot be earned. Chen Yujie, not far away, listened with disdain. Indeed, it's not your money that can't be spent. However, since this lickspittle was wasteful, she could not let others benefit. He had to stick with her. Yi Yiting, full of responsibility, immediately rushed off to begin her alchemy. Of course, more importantly, she was terrified at the thought of Xiao Nanfeng attempting to embrace her again. Watching Yi Yiting scurry to the back, Xiao Nanfeng sniffed his fingers. The scent of youth. A sudden wave of intense anxiety surged within Chen Yujie. Oh no, this lickspittle doesn't fancy fierce women, does he? A moment of reflection on Lan Zian confirmed this. Although Lan Zian was fierce, she didn't possess much allure, but Yi Yiting was truly delicate. Oh no, this lickspittle must definitely prefer the delicate. Chen Yujie frowned, realizing, unexpectedly, that her proud assets were causing her downfall. No, she must return to find some binding cloth to wrap herself up with. This lickspittle must be mine. Casting a glance at Chen Yujie, Xiao Nanfeng purposefully strolled by her side, casually greeting her before hastily heading to the back courtyard. Chen Yujie felt alarm bells ringing. Oh no, this Lickspill indeed prefers the delicate. I must think of a way quickly. Upon returning to his room in the back courtyard, Xiao Nanfeng immediately called out, Xiaowen, stand guard. Xiaowen was overjoyed. After a whole day, the young master finally remembered him. He quickly rushed over, secured the door, and stood proudly with his hands behind his back, standing guard. Only I am the closest lackey of the young master. Xiao Nanfeng beamed as he checked the system, settled the expenses. In his mind, the system's voice promptly echoed. Current selected consumer. Yi Yiding. Qualifications of Fire Spirit Alchemist, consumption rebate, 10 times. Consumption successful, this transaction valued at 200 spirit stones for the Millennium Green Spirit Grass, the rebate multiplier for this transaction is 10 times, consumption settlement in progress. The rebate for the Millennium Green Spirit Grass has been issued to the host's storage bag. Damn! Xiao Nanfeng suddenly swung his fist. The Millennium Green Spirit Grass could enhance 1's spirit root by 1 inch. Just 1 inch, with 5 spirit roots fully developed, he had only 1 inch, this time, using it directly would double it to 2 inches, how delightful! Foolish people have more money, right? Foster father. Cultivation, hard work, this young master shall not toil away like a beast. Cultivation is impossible, with the system in hand, it's all about the cheat. He swallowed the Millennium Green Spirit Grass whole, only defined 1 inch? Foster father, it only increases by 1 inch? Xiao Nanfeng was dumbfounded. The system responded to this does not fall within the system's service range. However, I can offer you 1x. The difficulty of cultivating 5 spirit roots is extremely high, far beyond that of fewer spirit roots. Xiao Nanfeng, no worries, with a foster father, what is there to fear? Wait a moment, didn't you previously mention that gifted items don't count as consumption? But this time, I gifted the Millennium Green Spirit Grass and it counts as consumption. Isn't it supposed to be considered a gift? Chapter 24. Observing the system of those who can only rely on beauty to obtain rebate qualifications are the lowest of the low, deserving only of consumption rebates. Those who acquire rebate qualifications through talent or other conditions may consider any gift as a form of consumption. Xiao Nanfeng, is this your double standard, the lowest of the low? On what grounds do you discriminate against the formidable? Very well, you are my adoptive father, so your word is law, but this is indeed discrimination. Nevertheless, the 10,000 year by Linggrass is truly a treasure among treasures. Although it has only increased my spiritual root by a fraction, I can distinctly feel my aura becoming significantly more profound. My comprehension of the peach blossom sword intent has deepened noticeably, and my sensitivity to the essence of heaven and earth has also intensified. If I were to cultivate now, how could I possibly cultivate? With an adoptive father like you, why should I endure hardships? Confirming the receipt, Xiao Nanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he stretched languidly. After taking the medicine and meditating for 10 minutes, he felt utterly fatigued. Such arduous labor of cultivation is not suited for me. Rising to stretch his limbs, Xiao Nanfeng sauntered outside with an air of triumph. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's departure, Xiaowen immediately turned around, his straight posture bending slightly. Young master, you have emerged. After a few days in Nanhuang City, I am utterly exhausted. As they approached the nearby shops, Zhen Guopi rolled over with a beaming smile. Young clan leader, your wisdom is unparalleled. In just under an hour today, we have sold over 500 qi condensing pills, along with a substantial amount of other goods. The profits are tremendous. Young clan leader, should we consider replenishing our stock early? Under your brilliant leadership, our shop is bound to thrive, and tomorrow we shall undoubtedly sell out. The way Qian Guopi spoke was undeniably pleasing. Xiaowen gritted his teeth, committing Qian Guopi's words to memory. Xiao Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Leave 100 spiritual stones for purchasing stock, the rest of the stones, pack them all up. This young master is going out to shop. This caused Qian Guopi to lose his composure. All of it? Shopping? What kind of shopping requires such a sum? We currently have over 1,000 spiritual stones in the store. Besides the money from the qi condensing pills, we have sold a significant amount of other items as well. However, being the shopkeeper, the 2 words were obey. Without hesitation, Qian Guopi dashed to the counter, quickly returning with a large bag of spiritual stones for Xiao Nanfeng. Young clan leader, this cannot be. We must retain some of the sales revenue for restocking and to allocate for the family's share. We cannot spend it all. Xiaowen urged, aware of the consequences should Xiao Nanfeng take money out. Xiao Nanfeng, in a fit of anger, kicked Xiaowen away. Qian Guopi immediately furrowed his brow. What are you saying? The young clan leader is wise and mighty. Can he possibly be shortchanged by such a trivial amount? Young clan leader, do not worry about keeping the spiritual stones. Today's business is booming, and we shall soon see a significant influx of funds. You should take all of it. You must enjoy yourself to the fullest. Xiaoan was greatly satisfied, patting Qianguopi on the shoulder. Well done, you no longer need a probationary period. You are officially promoted today, with a 50% salary increase. Qianguopi beamed with pride. Xiaoan gritted his teeth, yet, Xiao Nanfeng noticed that Qianguopi had recorded his withdrawal of 1,000 spiritual stones in the ledger at the counter, quietly setting aside 200 spiritual stones for restocking. Such a small maneuver could hardly escape the notice of Xiao Nanfeng, who was at the third level of qi training. Qianguopi was quite capable, able to please his master while managing affairs effectively. Standing at the window of the tallest building in Nanhuang City, Xiao Nanfeng wore a look of desolation. In this vast city, home to countless souls, not a single eligible beauty was found worthy of receiving a gift from him. How lonely it was, beside him. Xiaoan's face twitched thankfully. If there were any, today's money would have likely gone to waste. Xiaoan suddenly felt grateful for this world. Though the women were not entirely confined to their homes, they generally ventured out infrequently, especially unmarried women. It was unlikely they would frequent establishments such as this bustling tavern, who among good women would stride confidently down the street every day. That is the behavior of streetwalkers aboard. Xiao Nanfeng decided to return home. Having just arrived, he had yet to make any friends. The only acquaintances he had were from the Chun family and his own. The Xiao family had not followed tradition by sending an elder to introduce him to the prominent figures of Nanhuang City, which left Xiao Nanfeng quite speechless. The Xiao family must indeed have their own agendas, however, while others in the family might relish in his misfortune. What if his father, who cared for him so dearly, had not come? Returning to his shop, the sun was on the verge of setting, and the store was preparing to close. Qianguopi rushed over, exclaiming, "Young clan leader, rejoice, today has been exceptionally fortunate. We have sold out 90% of the qi condensing pills, there are less than 100 left, and I assure you they will be gone by tomorrow. Other goods have also sold nearly 5 times the usual amount. I have already sent word to the family to prepare more stock." Xiao Nanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Well done, keep it up. However, Qianguopi followed Xiao Nanfeng, looking. The bustling scene today was entirely reliant on the popularity of the qi condensing pills. If they were to run out, what would attract customers? Young clan leader, will the alchemists in the shop be able to produce more qi condensing pills tomorrow? Qianguopi asked cautiously. Xiao Nanfeng was unconcerned. Once the qi condensing pills are sold out, we will shift to other products. Whatever I provide, you sell. Qianguopi nodded immediately. Understood, I will follow the young clan leader's directives. Although he had not encountered any better rebate candidates today, his spirits remained high. By tomorrow, with all the qi condensing pills sold, albeit at a discount, he would still see a substantial profit from additional merchandise. As for what would happen after tomorrow, no, would there even be anything left to sell by then? What of it? As long as Yi Yiting's gathering qi pills were ready, he could leverage her to offer tenfold rebates. Selling them, even if it were just 5 times the profit, it would far surpass the earnings from the qi condensing pills. Gathering qi pills were priced at 20 spiritual stones each. If he sold them for 10 spiritual stones each, even if some were not needed, people would still rush to grab a few. Sure enough, the next day, the qi condensing pills were snatched up entirely, leaving Xiao Nanfeng somewhat speechless. In this vast Nanhuang city, it took 2 whole days to sell merely 1,000 qi condensing pills. The purchasing power was lacking. However, there was little to be done. The number of cultivators was indeed scarce. This also explained why Xiao Nanfeng had prohibited Yi Yiting from producing qi condensing pills. The market was saturated in the short term, and even if they were made, there would be no buyers. Yet, there was no sign of gathering qi pills in the coming days. Xiao Nanfeng was not anxious. Rushing to sell might not necessarily be beneficial. Just as he pondered how to achieve more efficient rebates, somewhere, a bottle of the Xiao family's qi condensing pills was placed on a table. An exquisite item. Even a second-tier alchemist might not be able to concoct such a superior qi condensing pill. Yet, it was curious, if one possessed such skill, being at least a second-tier alchemist, why not produce higher-grade pills? A second-tier alchemist's creations could fetch hundreds or thousands of spiritual stones. It would be far more lucrative than laboring over qi condensing pills. Let us not rush, let us observe. Chapter 25. Determined to succeed as Yi Yiting busily concocted the qi gathering pills, time swiftly slipped away in the blink of an eye. For days had passed. It would take at least another 5 days to complete this batch of qi gathering pills. Yi Yiting brimmed with confidence. Although she had yet to earn any profits for her employer through her alchemical endeavors, he had generously gifted her a millennium-old green spirit herb, which she then used, resulting in a direct enhancement of her spiritual root. This left Yi Yiting feeling immensely guilty, prompting her to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the creation of the qi gathering pills. Intending to repay Xiao Nanfeng's kindness, Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Theoretically, a single batch of chi-gathering pills could yield up to 100 pills. However, even for some second-tier alchemists, producing 30 pills in a single batch was a formidable challenge due to the considerable loss of alchemical essence. To successfully produce 50 pills in one batch would be nothing short of genius. Initially, Xiaonanfeng had thought that producing 10 or so would be deemed a success. However, if she could indeed produce 50, the cost would be nearly equivalent to that of 3 condensing chi pills. Yet, when sold, each would fetch a price 10 times that of the condensing chi pill. The profit would be astronomical. Keep it up. As long as you succeed, you shall not lack for rewards from this young master. Xiaonanfeng resolved to maintain. Surely, he could not be swayed by mere thousands of spirit stones. Approaching the storefront, he found Xianguopi and others standing at the entrance, engaged in animated discussion. Slap! Xiaonanfeng's fan struck Xianguopi on the shoulder. What are you discussing? Xianguopi quickly turned, clasping his hands in respect. Young clan leader, we just heard that the Wanbao Tower is holding an auction today. Look, the Chen family across the street has even closed their shop and rushed to the auction. Xiaonanfeng was astonished. They closed their shop for an auction. Could it be that something of great value has caught the Chen family's interest? Xianguopi immediately whispered, I heard that this auction features insights on talisman crafting. Xiaonanfeng understood at once. The Chen family specialized in talismans, and the prospect of talisman crafting insights was undoubtedly tempting. Xiaoan, clear the way, let us visit the Wanbao Tower. Xiaoan dashed ahead. The Wanbao Tower was reputed to be a vast chain institution, or rather, an entity that none dared to provoke. Its claim to the title of Wanbao was indeed well-deserved. Anything that one could name could be procured from the Wanbao Tower, yet no one knew the true identity of its owner. Transactions at the Wanbao Tower were assuredly fair, with a reputation spanning millennia for integrity. Even the mightiest sects in the realm would not dare to cross the Wanbao Tower. It was said that those who once coveted the tower mysteriously vanished thereafter. Though Nanhua City was merely a small town with few cultivators, it still housed a branch of the Wanbao Tower, illustrating the extent of the tower's influence across the world. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wanbao Tower, the guards did not even glance at Xiaonanfeng. This was not due to negligence, but rather, confidence. Come in if you dare. Let's see if you can stir up trouble. However, ordinary folks would not idly wander into the Wanbao Tower. Excuse me, where is today's auction being held? Xiaonanfeng casually inquired. A staff member of the Wanbao Tower promptly replied, on the 5th floor. Xiaonanfeng ascended the steps and soon reached the 5th floor, where the auction had already commenced. 150 spirit stones, third call. Very well, this volume on sword intent goes to guest number 33. Sword intent, 150 spirit stones, is it truly so inexpensive? Xiaonanfeng sought a place to sit and noticed a seemingly affluent individual beside him. Why is it so cheap? The slightly plump man glanced at Xiaonanfeng and casually remarked, it's merely a common entry-level sword intent. To put it bluntly, it's worthless, yet even such trash can fetch 150 spirit stones here in Nanhua City. Xiaonanfeng fell silent. The path of cultivation was arduous, and the resources required were even more challenging to procure. Otherwise, how could it be that the strongest cultivator in Nanhua City was merely at the foundation establishment stage? With a population of nearly 1 million, including the county and its surrounding villages, there was but a single foundation establishment cultivator. This scarcity led to the paradox where even items of little value found buyers, as individuals always sought any advantage to enhance their cultivation. As the auction continued, Xiaonanfeng's eyes were open to various items. A single chi-gathering pill was surprisingly sold for 50 spirit stones? Good sir, a mere 10 chi-gathering pills sold. Wasn't it stated that each chi-gathering pill costs 20 spirit stones? Xiaonanfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't it said that chi-gathering pills cost 20 spirit stones each? The man, noticing Xiaonanfeng's confusion, felt, although a first-tier alchemist can concoct chi-gathering pills, the success rate is dismally low. Even a second-tier alchemist can barely manage to keep the production cost around 15 spirit stones. The 20 spirit stone price you hear is only prevalent in larger cities where competition thrives. Often, they run around 30 spirit stones. In a remote place like Nanhua City, where not even a first-tier alchemist can be found, let alone a second-tier one, no one can produce these pills. Even if they were transported from larger cities, their price would exceed 30 spirit stones. However, chi-gathering pills are in high demand. The supply in larger cities often falls short, leaving no chance to procure them in peripheral. Moreover, no merchant would foolishly sell them for 20 spirit stones in Nanhua City. They would dare to charge 100 spirit stones each if they brought them here. Xiaonanfeng's heart raced with excitement. Was fortune finally within reach? Yi Yiting had confidently asserted not only her ability to concoct the pills but also to produce dozens in a single batch, using materials that were not particularly precious. The key was the rebate system. Even if Yi Yiting earned a substantial profit from her concoctions, coupled with the rebate system, Xiaonanfeng felt dizzy with possibilities. The next item up for auction was an extremely rare compilation of talisman crafting insights. This document represented the complete knowledge of a first-tier alchemist. Possessing this compilation, even someone with no prior experience in talisman crafting could quickly become a competent talisman apprentice, and potentially cultivate into a first-tier talisman master. The starting bid was set at 300 spirit stones. Xiaonanfeng abruptly lifted his gaze towards the stage. If he were to acquire this item and gift it to Chen Yujie, surely he would not receive 10 copies of the talisman crafting insights as a rebate? It was far more likely that the quality would be enhanced. Items won at auction counted towards consumption rebates. Even if he received 10 of the same insights as a rebate, it would still be a tremendous profit. This would mean he could cultivate 10 competent talisman apprentices. The Chen family possessed only 3 such apprentices and had yet to produce a first-tier talisman master. At that time, I shall claim the benefits from the Chen family. In Qinghe town, there was no room for a family as formidable as the Xiao family to coexist. 500 spirit stones. Xiaonanfeng glanced over, and indeed, it was Chen Yujie placing the bid. As expected, the Chen family was resolute in their pursuit of these talisman crafting insights, determined to succeed. Xiaonanfeng chuckled with pride. Chapter 26 Insights on Talisman. She placed a bid of 500 spirit stones, and the surrounding voices of competition dwindled instantly. Becoming a talisman master is far more arduous than that of an alchemist, as it heavily relies on innate talent. Crafting talismans requires not only a powerful spiritual root but also a dedication to skills such as painting, swordsmanship, and various other talents, skills that the average person simply cannot master. Although it is challenging, talisman masters are undeniably formidable. When wielded adeptly, a talisman master can easily overpower ordinary cultivators, even engaging in battles beyond their rank, which is quite a fearsome prospect. A first-tier talisman master, equivalent to the Qi refinement stage, would find defeating a foundation establishment practitioner akin to child's play. However, Chen Yujie, the prodigy of the Chen family, despite having reached the Qi refinement stage with her sword intent, still remains merely an apprentice in talisman crafting. In South Wilderness City, talisman masters are exceedingly rare, and the Chen family stands out among them. Otherwise, how could the Chen family maintain their foothold in South Wilderness City? Aside from the Chen family, there are 2 other talisman clans, yet they are even weaker, each boasting only a single talisman apprentice, and both have fallen into decline. One of these so-called families has their sole talisman apprentice working in the Xiao family's shop, who has even been dismissed by Xiaonanfeng. The only talisman master in that family being forced to take up a job is indicative of their dire straits. Chen Yujie was determined to acquire this talisman insight today. After all, there were hardly any competitors. Other families dared not gamble on this venture. Cultivating a talisman master is exceedingly difficult. 55 10 spirit stones. The last remaining talisman family in South Wilderness City gritted their teeth and placed their bid. This was their final attempt. 550 spirit stones. Chen Yujie declared proudly this price was likely one that only the Chen family in South Wilderness City would dare to offer. 800 spirit stones. Just as Xiaonanfeng was about to place a bid, he abruptly turned in astonishment. Not far away, a young man clad in black, reclining casually in his seat, raised the fan in his hand, and just like that, he bid 800 spirit stones. Xiaonanfeng looked down at the fan. It was rumored that he had been pursuing Chen Yujie, and today, he had likely come with ulterior motives. Xiaonanfeng's older brother whispered beside him. Chen Yujie immediately furrowed her brow. She knew who it was without needing to look. She greatly despised Li Xiuliang, yet felt utterly powerless against him. Despite his dandyish demeanor, he never acted recklessly around cultivators, for he dared not. Who could predict when a cultivator might catch the eye of a major sect? Her father, a foundation establishment cultivator, could still hold a position of power in South Wilderness City, but if he were to incur the wrath of a major sect, any random sect could easily have a few foundation establishment or even golden core cultivators in their ranks. Some major sects were even rumored to have ancient beings in the nascent soul stage. Thus, Li Xiuliang did not dare to provoke Chen Yujie. However, securing this talisman insight was another matter entirely. The Chen family was indeed a talisman clan, and they were resolute in obtaining this insight. Li Xiuliang arrogantly shook his head. 800 spirit stones, who dares to compete with me? Chen Yujie sighed. Chen Yufeng, helplessly smiling, remarked, Sister, perhaps it is best to let it go. However, I am more concerned that if Li Xiuliang acquires this talisman insight, he will likely gift it to you. Once received, it would be entirely different. After all, the Li family is the ruling family of the city. Accepting their gift would carry far more weight than accepting something from a sycophant like Xiaonanfeng. Accepting a gift from Xiaonanfeng entails no burden, but receiving something from the Li family would certainly come with repercussions, yet, it is simply too rare to forego this talisman insight. With it, Chen Yujie would possess absolute confidence in becoming a first-tier talisman master. Once she achieves that status, Qingling's sect might even make an exception to accept her. If he offers it, we shall accept. We can endure for at most 3 years, it is merely enduring the annoyance of a fly for 3 years. Chen Yujie resolved firmly. The host on stage remained oblivious to who was bidding in the audience. Wanbao Tower would not regard the mere city lord of South Wilderness City with any significance. 1,000 spirit stones. Just as Li Shouliang was reveling in his triumph, he suddenly turned to look in the direction of Xiao Nanfeng. 1,000 spirit stones? The participants in the auction all turned in unison to glance at Xiao Nanfeng. Standing proudly, Xiao Nanfeng raised his hands in greeting. I am Xiao Nanfeng, here to support Wanbao Tower. Li Shouliang leapt to his feet, glaring fiercely at Xiao Nanfeng. How dare he ruin his plans? Young master, this Xiao Nanfeng is the young clan leader of the Xiao family, also hailing from Qinghe town, like the Chun family. Though he possesses a spiritual root, he is merely a 5-root waste, and it is said that he is a pathetic sycophant, one of Li Shouliang's companions whispered. Upon hearing this description, Li Shouliang was instantly filled with rage but felt powerless. It was not only that he dared not create a disturbance at Wanbao Tower, it was also that Xiao Nanfeng indeed possessed a spiritual root. Having a spiritual root meant the ability to cultivate. No matter how flawed his spiritual root might be, he was still a qi refinement cultivator. Unlike Li Shouliang, who was a 5-root failure. Though his father cared for him, he would never risk offending a family of cultivators for his sake. Damn it! I will definitely awaken my spiritual root. With that, Li Shouliang angrily turned and left. At this moment, Chen Yujie was filled with immense joy that sycophant Xiao Nanfeng actually made a move. If Xiao Nanfeng were to succeed, would it not be the same as her obtaining it? No, the difference was monumental. If she were to purchase it, she would need to spend her own money, whereas this sycophant would undoubtedly gift it to her. The Xiao family was not a talisman cultivation family. What would they want with this? It must surely be a gift for her. After being cold-shouldered by him that day, she promptly adjusted her mindset, restored her aloof demeanor, and smoothed over any tension, intentionally avoiding him for several days. He must be anxious, seeking this opportunity to curry favor with her. 1,000 spirit stones, going once. This talisman insight from the auction now belongs to Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng, grinning, walked over to claim the talisman insight and casually paid the 1,000 spirit stones. Xiao Wangxi stood frozen in place, thinking, it's over, the young master has gone mad again. This 1,000 spirit stones purchase of the talisman insight would undoubtedly be used to curry favor with Chen Yujie. That was a significant sum of 1,000 spirit stones. Though the shop had profited considerably in recent days, it was unlikely they could afford 1,000 spirit stones. Little did he know that Xiao Nanfeng's qi condensation dam was nearly costless. He could only sigh helplessly. Chen Yujie was immensely excited but gritted her teeth, remaining seated, not daring to glance in that direction, maintaining her aloof persona. Xiao Nanfeng had taken the talisman insight jade slip and turned to leave? Chen Yufeng could not contain himself, anxiously tugging at his hair. Sister, Chen Yujie whispered through gritted teeth, do not rush, there are so many people here. He must be intending to secretly give it to me. After all, he is also a young clan leader and values his face. They prepared to depart. However, upon returning to the shop, she waited until nightfall, yet saw no sign of Xiao Nanfeng. This left Chen Yujie feeling somewhat restless. This will not do, he is doing this on purpose. I must remain composed. The more I ignore him, the more he will seek to win me over. I will endure. Tomorrow, at the latest, he will surely come. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng returned to the shop, glancing at the direction of the Chen family's store. Damn it, today was so close. I can only deliver my favor tomorrow, otherwise, I could have presented it to her in front of so many people, keeping her on edge. Tomorrow, should I present it to her publicly on the street? Or create some spectacle to make her think she has me dangling? After all, Chen Yujie represented a tenfold return on investment. Chapter 27. A good plane with rebates. Bah, I am a person with a system and a surrogate father at my disposal. Why should I deign to be a sycophant eagerly consuming? If I am to spend, it must be on my terms, with you begging me first. A sycophant, I shall turn Chen Yujie, no, everyone, into my sycophants. Who truly holds the power here? Xiao Nanfeng chuckled triumphantly. Indeed, Chen Yujie had bestowed quite a few gifts, and although she had received the Peach Blossom Sword intent in return, she was essentially at a loss. Just a single spirit-gathering jade pendant was worth 2,000 spirit stones. Would Chen Yujie willingly incur losses? A sycophant, a female sycophant, she shall be the first. With his plan set, Xiao Nanfeng drifted into a satisfied slumber. The next morning, Xiaoan approached Xiao Nanfeng's bedside, carrying his toiletries. Young master, it is time to rise. Xiao Nanfeng yawned, stretched lazily, and after a few moments of dazed contemplation, sat up. Smack, he grabbed a fan from the bedside and playfully struck Xiaoan on the head. Xiaoan recoiled, looking foolishly bewildered. Young master, are you hitting me again? Xiao Nanfeng yawned again. When I am not working, you may call me young master. Xiaoan replied, young master, you could simply say you wish to hit me. I won't resist. Xiao Nanfeng regarded Xiaoan, you've made progress. After a quick wash, just as he was about to step out, he suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma of alchemy. Following his nose to the alchemy room, he leaned in to peek, only to be met with a sharp smack to his head. Who dares to strike me? Xiao Nanfeng fumed. I in his own courtyard, being struck like this? The audacity! Xiaoan swiftly drew out the staff he had been carrying on his back, ready to retaliate. However, he was promptly sent rolling by a kick from Yi Yiting. No one is permitted to enter the alchemy room. Yi Yiting emerged coldly. Her expression was different this time, and somehow, it struck Xiao Nanfeng as somewhat appealing. The prohibition against entering the alchemy room was a rule acknowledged by all in this world, even if the alchemist was your family's servant. Xiao Nanfeng rubbed his head, glancing at Xiaoan, who was picking himself up from the ground with a bleeding nose. Next time, be gentler. A first-tier alchemist could easily handle an ordinary person. With a clang, the door closed. Xiao Nanfeng pondered. Earlier, the system referred to Yi Yiting as a demure young lady, yet the rewards were based on the aptitude of a fire spirit alchemist. Is she truly a demure young lady, or is it merely the multiplier from her alchemist status? Furthermore, where did this modest demeanor come from in the vast plains? Never mind that. As long as I can receive benefits, it's a good plan. As he stepped halfway into the shop, Shen Guopi rushed over, exuding cheerfulness, resembling a harbinger of fortune. Young master, you are inspecting the shop so early. You are truly hardworking. Xiaoan looked up, puzzled. The sun was already high in the sky. Was it still early? Xiao Nanfeng patted Xian Guopi's shoulder with satisfaction. Such understanding! I am indeed a man fated to labor, rising even before noon. As they arrived at the front, Xiao Nanfeng sat in the shop, surveying the shelves that resembled a supermarket from his past life, shaking his head in resignation. This was not his previous life. If someone dared to open such a supermarket here, within an hour, the tables and chairs would likely be carted away. The lack of decorum was appalling. However, arranging the shelves and protecting the goods with a protective formation allowing customers to inspect the merchandise up close was already a significant step forward. Casting a glance at the entrance, he noted, surprisingly, Chen Yujia has not arrived. Xiao Nanfeng began to scheme. If she did not show, he would need to prepare something else for Yi Yiting to ensure he did not waste this opportunity for a rebate. Yet, it was still early. Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Xiao Nanfeng's face. Xiaoan, fetch a chair for me at the entrance. Xiaoan immediately turned around, at once. Seated at the entrance, Xiao Nanfeng took out the talisman comprehension jade slip, squinting at the sunlight as if it were a delightful treasure. In reality, he could see nothing. Nonetheless, under the sunlight, the jade slip shimmered, its brilliance refracting beautifully. Across from him, Chen Yufeng stood behind the counter of the Chen family shop, covertly glancing in, waiting for Xiao Nanfeng to approach. His sister had said that this sycophant would not be able to resist. However, damn. Chen Yufeng's eyes nearly popped out. This scoundrel was using the talisman comprehension jade slip, which he purchased for 1,000 spirit stones, as a mere toy at the entrance? How dare he treat such a treasure with such irreverence? Without delay, he scrambled upstairs, frantically knocking on Chen Yujia's door. Sister, it's bad, it's bad. Chen Yujia swung open the door, teeth gritted. She had been secretly watching from above and had seen Xiao Nanfeng with the talisman comprehension slip she coveted. What is going on, sister? Chen Yufeng, in a state of urgency, implored. This foolish sycophant is. Chen Yujia abruptly interrupted, her frustration palpable. She had been keeping an eye on Xiao Nanfeng from above and had witnessed him holding the talisman comprehension slip she longed for. What should we do, sister? Should you go over and lower your stance a bit? This is a first-tier talisman master's comprehension slip. If you acquire it, you will surely break through to become a first-tier talisman master in less than 2 years. In 3 years, or perhaps even sooner, the Qingling sect will come to recruit you. Chen Yufeng was in a frenzy. This was a matter of great importance concerning the rise and fall of the Chen family. Once she entered the Qingling sect and became an inner disciple, the Chen family would no longer be a mere rural clan in Qinghe town. They would be a prestigious family in South Wilderness City, and perhaps even hold a place in the state capital. The adage, one person ascends, and the whole family rises, was a common tale in the cultivation world, where countless individuals yearned for such opportunities. Chen Yujie was torn. If she actively lowered her stance, would he look down on her in return? After all, her persona was that of an aloof goddess. Once that facade crumbled, never mind, I must obtain the talisman comprehension slip. Chen Yujie clenched her jaw at Chen Yufeng. Go fetch that fragment. Chen Yufeng was taken aback. Sister? Chen Yujie persisted, I cannot allow him to underestimate me. This insufferable sycophant is far too wealthy. He is no ordinary person. I must keep him intrigued. However, he is no commoner, so ordinary methods will not suffice. I shall emphasize the principle of reciprocity. By not accepting his gifts, he will be more inclined to think of me. That fragment was something our Chen family could not cultivate with anyway. Its value is ambiguous at best. Offering it in exchange for the talisman comprehension slip is hardly a bad deal. His sister had a brilliant plan. He promptly went to retrieve the fragment. This fragment was merely a remnant, used for body refinement, and held little value. Chen Yujie soon arrived before Xiao Nanfeng, holding the fragment. Though she maintained her aloof demeanor, she deliberately softened her stance. Upon seeing her, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of delight. If you can lower your stance today, by the day after tomorrow, you might just be my sycophant, and tomorrow, you may even find yourself in my bed. Once a person takes the first step, the subsequent journey becomes unpredictable. I possess many treasures. I will not let you off so easily. Even today, I shall not readily allow you to take the talisman comprehension slip. Chapter 28 Affection between lovers. Today, the enchanting Yu Xianzi is simply breathtaking, capturing my gaze in a manner that renders me utterly spellbound. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Chen Yujie with a foolish expression, as if he were entranced by her beauty. Chen Yujie broke into a radiant smile. She smiled, the renowned ice-cold beauty of Nanhua City smiled. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily stunned. Thankfully, I possess a system and a foster father who have exposed me to countless degrees of allure. Otherwise, such a smile would have left my former self prostrating in submission. Chen Yujie's smile was indeed captivating. Ahem, brother Xiao, I have heard that you acquired a treasure yesterday. Might I be allowed a glimpse? Chen Yujie's demeanor had lost its previous aloofness, replaced by a hint of charming coquetry. Xiaoan's eyes widened, staring blankly at Chen Yujie, while the onlookers could hardly suppress their salivation. Xiao Nanfeng's heart raced violently, and he discreetly pinched his thigh. Damn, what a seductress! When an aloof beauty adopts such a demeanor, the impact is formidable. But what of it? If you can lower your standards today, you might very well shed your garments tomorrow. The true challenge lies in whether you can resist taking that first step. Feigning difficulty, Xiao Nanfeng replied, Sister Yu, this treasure is intended for my family. Upon hearing him refer to her as Sister Yu, Chen Yujie felt a wave of nausea. How dare this pathetic sycophant address me so intimately? Yet, with a request on the horizon, Chen Yujie gritted her teeth and suppressed her emotions. Nanfeng, dear brother, came the chorus of pained gasps from the crowd. She had indeed adopted a flirtatious tone. Unbelievably, it was for Xiao Nanfeng. Chen Yujie's brother, Chen Yufeng, looked on in horror. Is my sister losing her mind, with a sycophant like Xiao Nanfeng, no less? Inside, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled with glee. Look at that, the aloof persona has crumbled, hasn't it? Today, you can smile. Tomorrow, you may call me brother. Aha, a sycophant. Who is the real sycophant here? I've got this nailed down. Actually, I don't necessarily wish to see it. I merely stumbled upon a fragment of a scroll while organizing my family's treasures and thought it might be suitable for your cultivation, dear brother. Thus, I specifically brought it to you. Chen Yujie, having relinquished her dignity with the first step, was now prepared to abandon her second. Chen Yujie, you shameless hussy, how dare you entice my Nanfeng? Suddenly, Lan Yanyan came rushing from afar, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she wished to devour Chen Yujie whole. Chen Yujie felt her cheeks flush. Perhaps she had overstepped. Xiao Nanfeng grinned. Perfection. Having recently come into a fortune, he wished for the people of Qinghe town to be aware of it. What good is a grand fortune if no one knows about it? He had even instructed those returning home to boast about it. Originally, he intended to lure the Xiao family over, as they had yet to fully stabilize after the recent purges. Little did he know, before the Xiao family could arrive, Lan Ziyan would come first. Nanfeng, dear brother, how I long for you. You promised to return and bring me a 10-mile bridal procession. Lan Ziyan, eyes brimming with tears, rushed over and clung to Xiao Nanfeng's arm. Xiao Nanfeng mused, quite the catch, although she pales in comparison to Chen Yujie. I spent years in my former life yearning for a mere handholding, and now she is the one making the move. Yet, can a willow tree truly be worthy of my attention? No, it's an investment, Ziyan. How can you speak such nonsense? The 10-mile bridal procession is, of course, meant for Sister Yu. I regard you as a sister, thus, you must not be so disrespectful to her. Xiao Nanfeng was well acquainted with the tactics of those scoundrels from his past life. He wielded them with ease, knowing full well how to manipulate the situation. Treating her as a sister, this tactic has left countless young girls heartbroken, yet he had no intention of letting her off the hook. Green tea, you are far beneath the green tea of my past life. Only Chen Yujie stands a chance against me. Sister Yu, what did you just say about a fragment? Our affection is mutual. If there is anything you desire, simply tell your brother, and he will procure it for you, even if it means reaching for the stars. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed with feigned excitement, yet he had no intention of parting with the talisman jade slip. Chen Yujie gritted her teeth. This insufferable sycophant Wu Ti let up until he got what he wanted. Lan Ziyan was on the verge of losing her mind. What does he mean by treating her as a sister? What mutual affection? Why has he stopped fawning over me? Chen Yujie smiled serenely. Brother Nanfeng, I am simply concerned for you. Unlike some who only know how to extract endlessly from you, she then continued, this fragment of a cultivation scroll is invaluable. Upon discovering it, my first thought was to present it to you. Brother, look. Chen Yujie produced the scroll, and Xiao Nanfeng seized it without hesitation. Tucking it away, Lan Ziyan, furious, shouted, Chen Yujie, who are you referring to as some? Have the courage to clarify your words. Chen Yujie pretended not to hear Lan Ziyan's outburst and instead drew closer to Xiao Nanfeng. Gazing at Lan Ziyan with calm indifference, Chen Yujie realized that this insufferable sycophant was merely resentful of his previous unrequited affection for Lan Ziyan. He had groveled at her feet for years, yet she hadn't even allowed him to hold her hand the moment she appeared. Xiao Nanfeng was quick to turn his attention to her. Fishing is one thing, but you must at least bait the hook. Lan Ziyan's failure stemmed from her stinginess. She expected rewards without offering any bait. One must take the initiative to give a little to receive a great deal in return. Indeed, Sister Yu, we truly share a remarkable connection. Yesterday, I spent a full 1,000 spirit stones at the auction just to acquire this talisman's insights, intending to present it to you personally. Chen Yujie gasped, a treasure worth 1,000 spirit stones. Sister Lan, I hear that Brother Nanfeng has nearly offered you something of equal value for several years now. She cast a pointed glance at Lan Ziyan, her expression laced with mockery. Lan Ziyan felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from the outrage. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chen Yujie. In my heart, Sister Yu is the world's true treasure. Nothing compares to your sentiment. What are fragments or rare materials to your affections? Without hesitation, Chen Yujie took the jade slip and pressed it to her forehead, absorbing its essence. Lan Ziyan's vision blurred with rage. That is mine, all mine, you wretched couple. Xiao Nanfeng rebelled in his triumph. She is panicking, she is losing her composure. Wait for me. Lan Ziyan stomped her foot, tears streaming down her face as she turned to leave. This is too hurtful, Chen Yujie called after her. Sister Lan, do drop by for a visit. My brother Nanfeng has a shop right across from mine, making it quite convenient. Lan Ziyan stumbled, nearly falling. Wretched couple. Xiao Nanfeng didn't even spare a glance toward Lan Ziyan. How pathetic, you still cling to that meager fivefold return while shamelessly approaching. I shall take my leave. Xiao Nanfeng smiled disingenuously. Sister Yu, do take care. Before Chen Yujie could walk far, Xiao Nanfeng dashed back to his room to check his rewards. Chapter 29. Is this worthy of being called a heavenly fire talisman? The transaction was successful, with a consumption of 1,000 spirit stones for the purchase of insights into the first-tier talisman master. The rebate multiplier for this transaction was tenfold. As the consumption was being settled, the rebate was for insights into the second-tier talisman master, and the reward has been issued to the host's storage pouch. Xiao Nanfeng burst into boisterous laughter, cackling with delight. Chen Yujie, oh Chen Yujie, no matter how cunning you are, you still ended up drinking my bathwater. A mere first-tier talisman master's insights traded for perfect second-tier insights. What a windfall. The Chen family established their reputation through talismans, but look at me now. Wait. Gazing at the insights in his hand, Xiao Nanfeng found himself conflicted. Becoming a second-tier talisman master was no easy feat. Even if he absorbed this knowledge, he would still have to toil to draw talismans. Hadn't he seen that little girl Yi Yiting locked in the alchemy room for 6 days straight, barely emerging for her basic needs? The work of a talisman master was tenfold harder, with some advanced talismans requiring one's own blood as a catalyst. This was sheer madness. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at his own fingers and bit down lightly. Ouch, he exclaimed, hopping around in pain before he even broke the skin. And damn it, those novels always depict characters casually biting their fingers to write blood letters. Doesn't that hurt? But looking at the insights in his hand, he felt a pang of reluctance. Becoming a second-tier talisman master, in the state capital, even a second-tier master is revered like a lord. The insights produced by the system were not ordinary. Once absorbed, Xiao Nanfeng would gain the complete abilities of a second-tier talisman master. However, the toil of a talisman master stemmed from the need for cultivation. But why should he cultivate? It was utterly impossible. If he could obtain the insights without the need for cultivation, why should he labor over drawing talismans every day? He was the young clan leader. Who would dare force him to draw talismans? As long as he refused, who would have the audacity to compel him? Pressing the jade slip to his forehead, an avalanche of knowledge flooded into Xiao Nanfeng's mind. Time passed, and eventually, he dozed off after an unknown period. Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened his eyes, stifling a yawn and stretching his body. How is it that others toil for decades to become second-tier talisman masters, yet I only had to sleep to achieve it? The insights of a second-tier talisman master were vast, akin to a colossal library. The Peach Blossom sword intent, though powerful, was merely one form of swordplay. In contrast, the insights of a second-tier talisman master were boundless, even containing techniques for sword intent and martial arts. No wonder the path of a talisman master was so arduous. There was so much to learn. Ha! Xiao Nanfeng suddenly erupted into raucous laughter. By the heavens, system, I bow to you. Initially, his writing was akin to that of a dog, but after absorbing the talisman insights, his calligraphy transformed. He was no longer just competent, but rather an absolute expert. To his astonishment, his comprehension of sword intent had also deepened, allowing him to wield the Peach Blossom sword intent with newfound fluidity. He even found he could draw. Xiao Nanfeng leapt up, kicked the door open, and rushed to the talisman counter ahead. The Xiao family also engaged in the talisman business, albeit relying on hired talisman apprentices. Naturally, they had all the necessary materials for crafting talismans. Young master, what brings you here? The new talisman steward looked somewhat perplexed. Does the young master need your commentary? Qian Guopi immediately. Who would allow a mere novice talisman apprentice to act as steward, especially for a meager 20 spirit stones a month? Even for the sake of 20 spirit stones, he had to bear it. Besides, the shop belonged to them, they could do as they pleased without concern for others. With the vast repository of talisman knowledge swirling in his mind, Xiao Nanfeng quickly gathered some materials and handed them to Xiaowen, returning to his room. Spreading out a table, he pondered what talisman to draw. Suddenly, he recalled the heavenly fire talisman that Chen Yujie had given him. Taking out the heavenly fire talisman, his face twisted in disdain. Is this truly worthy of being called a heavenly fire talisman? The heavenly fire talisman was supposed to invoke the power of true fire, capable of unleashing the full strength of a 6th-layer qi refining expert. However, using the blood of a qi refining level beast to draw such a simple talisman was nothing short of absurd. Did this rudimentary heavenly fire talisman truly require the precious blood of a magical beast? Xiao Nanfeng casually retrieved a piece of ordinary talisman paper, using the most mundane dog-s blood, not even black dog-s blood, and began to work with deft strokes. He completed it in one fluid motion. The heavenly fire talisman surged with vitality. This talisman was undoubtedly equivalent to the full power of a 7th-layer qi refining expert. This was only the beginning. The key was its affordability. The heavenly fire talisman given by Chen Yujie had a cost of it. If it took 2 or 3 tries, the cost would exceed 30 spirit stones, not to mention the 3 to 5 days spent. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng's heavenly fire talisman was more potent and took merely 30 seconds to create. The materials used were worth only a few dozen spirit fragments. It was simply a no-lose endeavor. The market price for a 6th-layer qi refining heavenly fire talisman was 50 spirit stones, while his 7th-layer version could fetch 120 spirit stones. Damn, if I work 8 hours a day, I could draw weight. Why should I toil like a beast? Xiao Nanfeng blinked and decided to draw a few more. The shop was truly lacking in inventory. An hour later, over 100 various talismans lay before him, all at the qi refining stage, the strongest being at the 9th layer. This was more than enough to crush the Chen family's shop. As for the first-tier talismans, Xiao Nanfeng's face darkened. Damn it, I can't draw them. At the 3rd-layer qi refining stage, he was utterly incapable of wielding the power of first-tier talismans. Without the skills of a 2nd-tier talisman master, he could only manage to draw talismans equivalent to the 5th tier at most. Damn it, he exclaimed, throwing the brush onto the table. Xiaowen. Xiaowen rushed in immediately. Young master, what are all these talismans? With a scoff, Xiao Nanfeng replied, I am a prodigy. What is drawing a few talismans to me? Take these to the front and sell them. As for the rest, I won't concern myself. Such high-quality talismans will surely find buyers. Oh, and set the prices according to this, he added with a smirk. Isn't the Chen family renowned for their talismans? Let us see how they fare. If one cannot sweep a room, how can they sweep the world? 3 families standing tall in Qinghe Town. A mere Qinghe Town doesn't require so many formidable figures. One Xiao family is sufficient. The Lan family is no longer worthy of being called rivals. The Chen family can simply await their doom. Xiaowen knelt to the ground, wailing and howling to the heavens. Our ancestors have opened their eyes. The young master has prospered. The Shao family's ancestors bless us, we are finally on the path to greatness, we shall dominate Qinghe Town. The ability to draw talismans is no ordinary skill. Despite the Shao family's superior wealth and strength compared to the Chun family, the latter could level the playing field through talismans. Xiao Nanfeng was in high spirits, lightly tapping Xiaoan on the head with his fan. What a useless fellow! What is Qinghe Town to me? Set up the goods, and take a few talismans home to gift to my father for protection. This unreliable father, how long must I worry about him? The next day, chaos ensued. Chapter 30. Who thinks of me like this? What? The Shao family's shop is selling a plethora of high-grade talismans, a heavenly fire talisman of the 7th level of Qi refining for merely 50 spirit stones? A lightning strike talisman of the 9th level of Qi refining for just 80 spirit stones. Chen Yujie and Chen Yufeng were nearly petrified with shock. Sister, this cannot be true, can it? In South Wilderness City, aside from you, who else possesses the ability to craft talismans of the 6th level of Qi refining, let alone the 7th level? Xiao Nanfeng must be lying, right? Chen Yujie fell into silence. One could criticize Xiao Nanfeng for being a wastrel, but one could never claim he was inept. Is being at the 3rd level of Qi refining truly so poor? It seems rather unimpressive, yet, he is merely a waste with a 5-element root. A paltry 5-element root, and only a mere inch of a flawed root. At just 15 years of age, he has already reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. Furthermore, he has comprehended the sword intent, effortlessly defeating masters of the 6th level of Qi refining. Who dares to call him useless? Even a genius with a single element root and a root of 1 foot would only achieve this level. Such matters are not subject to falsehood. Although Xiao Nanfeng is a wastrel, would he dare to lie about such things? Chen Yufeng remained silent. Indeed, no matter how much of a wastrel Xiao Nanfeng may be, he is certainly not inept. Moreover, no one would dare to fabricate such claims. Once caught in a lie, one would undoubtedly face the scorn of thousands and find it impossible to survive in this world. Let us go take a look. Chen Yujie stood up, her legs trembling slightly. She was afraid, if the Shao family could truly produce such a vast quantity of high-grade talismans, the Chen family would be doomed. It was imperative to ascertain whether the Shao family's talismans were purchased or self-manufactured. The shop was not crowded, yet a throng of people had gathered at the entrance. However, they still left a path for entering and exiting the store. Most were merely onlookers. After all, talismans priced at a minimum of 50. Inside the shop, there were only about 7 or 8 individuals examining the wares. Chen Yujie approached, and even the onlookers failed to notice her presence. This only heightened her sense of unease. Typically, whenever she ventured out, passers-by would certainly steal glances at her. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng was seated opposite a middle-aged man with a prosperous demeanor, engaged in lively conversation. In that case, I will purchase all talismans of the 8th level of Qi refining and above, at 75 spirit stones each. If there are any more in the future, regardless of quantity, just send them to Wanbao Tower or let me know, and I will arrange for someone to collect them. Chen Yujie overheard this statement and was instantly engulfed in terror. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Dafu, the one responsible for Wanbao Tower in South Wilderness City. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled heartily. Good, Xiaoan, prepare the bundles and collect the payment. Chen Yujie watched in disbelief as Zhou Dafu handed over more than 6,000 spirit stones to Xiao Nanfeng right before her eyes. Over 6,000 spirit stones, the Chen family's shop didn't even earn that much in a year. The profit margin for talismans typically ranges from 20 to 30%, meaning there was at least a profit of 1,200 spirit stones. Wait, this insufferable wastrel's pricing for talismans is absurdly low. It's not normal. If he sells them at such prices, he is basically not making any profit. However, Chen Yujie suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. While he may not be profiting, he could still obliterate the Chen family's shop. 2 heavenly fire talismans of the 7th grade for 100 spirit stones. Today, in light of the young master's good mood, I'll only charge 95 spirit stones. Please take good care of them. The customer, with an exuberant expression, quickly purchased them. In a matter of moments, the stock was sold out. Zhou Dafu departed, waving his sleeve, taking with him a stack of paper, leaving behind 750 spirit stones. To Xiao Nanfeng, this was mere paper, a cost of less than 30 spirit stones. Could that even be called a cost? Other talismans were swiftly snatched up as well, they were simply too cheap. Humph, the Chen family's shop is downright malicious. Indeed, you see, they dared to sell their heavenly fire talismans of the 6th level for 50 spirit stones. Yes, the 7th level from the Shao family's shop is only 50 spirit stones, and there are discounts for bulk purchases. Listening to the discussions around her, Chen Yujie felt a chilling sensation in her heart. In such a small place, one does not possess the high-risk resistance of those established shops in larger cities. Once such a situation arises, it typically signifies the imminent demise of the shop. But the Chen family's talisman shop is the most crucial source of spirit stones for the Chen family. If it were to collapse, would the Chen family still be the Chen family? Chen Yujie turned and left. Though Xiao Nanfeng had already noticed her approach, he paid her no mind. Today was not a day for rebates. Upon returning to the shop, Chen Yujie sat in a daze at the counter, gazing at this establishment, which embodied a century of the Chen family's dedication, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Yufeng, alarmed, exclaimed, "Sister, what has happened?" Chen Yujie sighed heavily, "Brother, our Chen family is finished." Chen Yufeng quickly grasped the situation, his face turning ashen. Regardless of whether the Xiao family's talismans were purchased or crafted, the outcome remained unchanged. Even if they were bought at a loss, just 2 more waves of sales would spell the absolute end for the Chen family's shop. Previously, the Xiao family lacked the strength to suppress the Chen family, but now that Xiao Nanfeng has arrived, they have profited considerably. They possess the capability to bleed the Chen family's shop dry. He looked at Chen Yujie. "Sister, what shall we do?" Chen Yujie appeared bewildered, but suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. "No, we still have hope. That insufferable sycophant, Xiao Nanfeng, as long as I can win him over, the Chen family will have no issues. If even Lan Ziyan can manipulate him at will, why can't I?" He has wealth and talismans, I shall claim them all. In that way, we can earn even more. At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng stood at the entrance of the Xiao family's shop, helplessly fanning himself. Being invincible is such a lonely endeavor. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within him. He felt a murderous intent. Fortunately, he had prepared a set of talismans for self-defense yesterday. The detection talisman for murderous intent was. Xiao Nanfeng glanced to the side, and that aura of hostility momentarily stilled before vanishing without a trace. Not far away, a shadow clad in black retreated into the darkness, frowning in disbelief. How could the likes of a mere third-level qi refining practitioner sense his presence from nearly 100 meters away? This was simply inconceivable. The shadow hastily departed, returning to a residence. Upon entering, he rushed into the living room, confronting the stunning Lan Ziyan seated there. "Ah!" Lan Ziyan gasped, only to be seized by the throat and lifted into the air. "Do you dare to deceive me? Damn it, Xiao Nanfeng actually sensed me from 100 meters away. Is this something a third-level qi refining cultivator can achieve? He is even selling high-grade talismans, including lightning strike talismans of the 9th level of qi refining. Do you think someone capable of selling lightning strike talismans would lack the means to eliminate me? Speak, what is Xiao Nanfeng's true power?" The shadow seethed with rage. This wretched person dares to claim that Xiao Nanfeng is a 5-element root waste, merely a third-level qi refining fool. Can your family's waste truly sense the presence of an 8th-level qi refining expert from 100 meters away? Can your family's waste manage to earn nearly 10,000 spirit stones in just over half a month from a nearly defunct shop? Not to mention colluding with Wanbao Tower, selling over 1,000 qi condensation pills in just a few days. Such a capable establishment is rarely seen, even in the state capital. Xiao Nanfeng, yawning at the shop, muttered, "Who the hell is thinking of me?" Chapter 31. My sister still exudes charm. With a pen in hand, gazing at the over 100 newly drawn talismans, Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. "I did not sign up to be a beast of burden. I cannot believe I've been laboring for nearly an hour. If this continues daily, what distinguishes me from a mere beast of labor?" "Xiaoan, come in here." Xiao Nanfeng thrust the pen onto the table, brimming with indignation. Xiaoan immediately dashed in. "Young master," slap. Xiao Nanfeng struck the back of his head. "Address me by my title while working." Xiaoan, feeling utterly wronged, replied, "Young clan leader, you mentioned yesterday that being present in the shop constitutes work. When in the room, it does not." Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare. "Are you arguing back? Am I mistaken?" Xiaoan promptly lowered his head. "Young clan leader, I stand corrected." Xiao Nanfeng was quite satisfied with Xiaoan's response, irritably fanning himself as he sat in the chair. "Come here, I shall teach you how to draw talismans." Xiaoan was taken aback, staring fixedly at Xiao Nanfeng. "Learn to draw talismans? Is this something only a servant like me could learn? Moreover, I lack spiritual roots. Without them, it is impossible to draw talismans." "Master," Xiaoan suddenly knelt, weeping bitterly. "Since I have followed you, I have devoted myself to serving you. Please do not treat me this way. I do not wish to perish." Xiao Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Is there truly someone unwilling to learn a skill? In this world, the value of knowledge is exorbitant. Ordinary people scarcely have the chance to learn to read, let alone cultivate. If you bestow such an opportunity upon any commoner's offspring, they would become your devoted servant without the need for a contract. They would never betray you. For such individuals, betrayal would render them unwelcome in any corner of the world. Furthermore, if a family servant were to secretly learn to read, let alone cultivate, it would mean certain death. Oh, now that makes sense. Sha Nanfeng was at a loss for words. In this damned world, it seems they do not understand that knowledge only holds its greatest value when imparted. Why would I harbor aspirations for the greater world when I am merely concerned with my own household? However, regarding my own servant, I can do as I please without fear of others' judgment. If I command you to learn, who would dare to oppose me? Nevertheless, your lack of spiritual roots is indeed a substantial issue. Sha Nanfeng furrowed his brow, yet he had reservations about others. Having traversed here, the only person he could genuinely trust was Shaoan, the sycophant. Even his own father did not inspire complete trust. Shaoan relied on Sha Nanfeng for his good fortune, and the means to survive his loyalty was beyond question. Sha Nanfeng, vexed, waved his fan. Forget it, let us not dwell on this. Qian Guapi, Money Guapi, who was loitering in the shop ahead, immediately perked up and hurried over. What are your orders, young master? Sha Nanfeng pointed at the talismans on the table. Take these and sell them slowly. Bring back fewer each time. It seems South Wilderness City has reached saturation these past few days. I shall ponder over the other goods. Money Guapi nodded eagerly. Understood. As time passed, Sha Nanfeng felt that he could trust Qian Guapi, recognizing that it was his own opportunity that had afforded him this position. Otherwise, as an apprentice, it would take him at least 20 years to become a capable shopkeeper. Sha Nanfeng had shown him grace, and Guapi had performed admirably. Though he appeared lacking in boundaries, he possessed an excellent grasp of propriety, marking him as a talent. In this world, many shopkeepers were hereditary, reliable due to family legacy, yet Guapi was the first generation, still under evaluation. As Sha Nanfeng strolled down the street, Shaoan paid no heed to their earlier conflict and obediently followed behind him. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing of Sha Nanfeng's arrival, Zhou Dafu promptly descended from upstairs. In a small place like South Wilderness City, one capable of crafting, or rather, procuring 9th-grade chi refining talismans was undoubtedly a crucial insider to maintain good relations with. What was more alarming was that this was certainly not something Sha Nanfeng could achieve on his own. At least, Zhou Dafu did not believe so, yet he managed to present such a quantity. Clearly, there must be a significant force backing him. To produce 9th-grade chi refining talismans for sale at such a low price could only be accomplished by a talisman craftsman of at least 5th grade or higher. Otherwise, it would not even cover the losses. This indicated that the Shao family was deeply entrenched, hiding at least one formidable talisman maker behind the scenes. Maintaining a good relationship was imperative. Brother Shao, your arrival graces Wanbao Tower. Zhou Dafu's demeanor was affable, his words as refreshing as a spring breeze. Sha Nanfeng's eyes widened. What a talent! You're over 40 and dare to call me Brother Shao? How audacious! Your audacity is remarkable. Sha Nanfeng chuckled. Zhou Dafu, taken aback, thought, what a fade, I was merely being polite. For someone my age to call you Brother Shao, you dare to accept? The city lord of South Wilderness would not even dare. I, as the distinguished Wanbao Tower, you, a mere country bumpkin. How shameless. However, Zhou Dafu, being a businessman, chose not to hold grudges against those who could fill his coffers. As long as he could procure a few more batches of such high-level talismans, he would surely excel in this year's assessment, and Wanbao Tower would no longer languish at the bottom of the South Wilderness City branches. Is there something I can assist you with today, Brother Shao? Zhou Dafu inquired with a beaming smile. Sha Nanfeng nonchalantly replied, nothing much, merely that earning money is too easy. My pockets are heavy, and I find myself bored, wandering to see where I might indulge in expenditure. Without spending a few thousand spirit stones daily, I feel unwell, as if I might cough. Zhou Dafu thought to himself, damn it, can't you refrain from pretending? Your wealth stems from my generosity. Oh, by the way, is there anything that can grant someone spiritual roots? Sha Nanfeng casually asked. Zhou Dafu was momentarily stunned. Granting spiritual roots, that must surely exist, even if South Wilderness City lacks it, other places do. Wanbao Tower can procure it, depending on how much you are willing to pay. Indeed, the 1,000-year-old Bailing grass, priced at 180 spirit stones. Brother Shao, I must offer a discounted rate for you. Sha Nanfeng shook his head. I meant something that could grant spiritual roots to those who lack them. Zhou Dafu's eyes widened. Are you speaking human language? Such treasures must exist, but do you, a mere country bumpkin, dare to wish for such things? If such items existed, they would have long since been seized by the powerful clans, with prices soaring beyond imagination, not to mention the scarcity. Of course, business does not deal with those who wear smiles. Zhou Dafu pondered for a moment and said, yes, however, the price may be rather steep. Sha Nanfeng scoffed. Do you think this young master lacks money? Observing this spoiled rich kid who feels ill without spending, Zhou Dafu suddenly had an idea. He actually had something to placate this fool. He looked at Sha Nanfeng. There are indeed treasures that can grant spiritual roots, not a few. The least valuable is a 5-source spirit stone, which I happen to possess. Yet, the price. He deliberately cleared his throat, looking at Sha Nanfeng's eyes lit up. as long as there was something available, price was not a concern. I can guarantee a tenfold return, and a hundredfold return is inevitable in the future. Do I need to fear a lack of funds, old Joe? We are old friends, are we not? Naturally, since you serve as a steward, as long as you have goods, how could I let you be in a bind over price? Joe Dafu gritted his teeth. Well, considering my relationship with Brother Xiao, I'll let it go for 2,000 spirit stones. He had initially intended to ask for 5,000 spirit stones, hoping to swindle this fool. However, he still relied on Xiao Nanfeng to sell talismans, so being too ruthless was not ideal. Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Could something that grants spiritual roots be so inexpensive? If it were this cheap, wouldn't every wealthy clan possess spiritual roots? There must be a catch. Chapter 32. Raising his head and opening his mouth. Old Joe, these 5 source spirit stones are probably not something good, are they? Xiao Nanfeng remarked. Previously, he had acted like a sycophant, but he was no fool. He had heard of treasures capable of granting one a spiritual root. Any of those would typically cost at least several 100,000. 2,000 spirit stones? Who do you think you're fooling? Ojo Dafu awkwardly chuckled. Ahem, these 5 source spirit stones are indeed effective, albeit the probability of producing a spiritual root is rather low. He glanced helplessly at the wide-eyed Xiao Nanfeng, forcing a bitter smile. There was no alternative. The reason this item remained in the South Wilderness City branch was precisely because it was deemed useless, yet they were reluctant to discard it. Who among the foolish would purchase such a thing? Nevertheless, it was exceedingly rare, classified as a peculiar item. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. He recalled the 5 source spirit stones. Indeed, they could foster the emergence of spiritual roots, but to utilize them? The chances were somewhat low. That was an understatement. The odds were dismally bleak. Even if an extremely rare success occurred, it would invariably yield at least 4 spiritual roots, most of which would be considered worthless. Curious, Xiao Nanfeng inquired of the system and then turned to Joe Dafu. How many do you have? Joe Dafu gazed at Xiao Nanfeng, as if he were staring at a simpleton. Did he truly want them? Even if the item was worthless, could a mere country bumpkin like him afford several thousand spirit stones? However, customers who were foolish and wealthy were the best kind. I have 1 in the shop, and I possess 2 more myself, totaling 3. If Brother Xiao is interested, I can let them go for 5,000 spirit stones, just to make a friend. Xiao Nanfeng clapped his fan against his palm, seemingly lost in contemplation. He was consulting the system. System, what are the actual odds? System, I am the foolish and wealthy system, not responsible for explanations. Xiao Nanfeng, is there any in the system shop? System or the system shop has yet to be activated. Viewing is not possible. Xiao Nanfeng, what kind of shop doesn't allow browsing without a purchase? I've wandered around Wanbao Tower and Haven T, seen anyone charging for a look. I just want to take a glance, father. System, even calling me father puts the system in a difficult position. Ding. The system shop is now accessible for viewing. Transaction conditions are insufficient. Browsing only is permitted. Trading is not allowed. Xiao Nanfeng was overjoyed and immediately checked. The shop had only just opened, and it appeared to be at the most basic level, with no clear criteria for categorization. However, the 5 source spirit stones were indeed visible. The probability is exceedingly minuscule. Capable of activating a spiritual root. Repeated use is ineffective. Would using all 3 at once count as repeated use? The system fell into silence. Seeing Xiao Nanfeng lost in thought, Joe Dafu refrained from interrupting. After all, 5,000 spirit stones was no trivial sum, and they were purchasing trash. Xiao Nanfeng snapped back to reality and slammed the table. Let us make the deal. Xiaoan, bring the money. Xiaoan's face twitched. Young master, you mustn't. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a fierce glare. Who is the young master here, you or I? Xiaoan. Joe Dafu's face was practically splitting with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The spirit stones he had just acquired yesterday were now being exchanged for worthless items that had remained unsold for over a decade. With this transaction alone, he should surely receive accolades from the various branches this year. Anyone who failed to recognize his merit must be blind. 3 stones, radiating a vibrant aura and about the size of a fingertip, appeared on the table in the blink of an eye. Joe Dafu dared not delay. What chance might he have to encounter such a foolish young master again? Xiaoan gazed mournfully at the 3 small stones. 5,000 spirit stones, just earned yesterday, still warm to the touch. Old Joe, are you certain these are of little use? Xiao Nanfeng inquired, studying Joe Dafu. Joe Dafu felt somewhat awkward. It was inappropriate to declare the item useless when he was the one selling it, yet, to claim it was useful was tantamount to lying through his teeth regarding the 5 source spirit stones. As a merchant in a world reliant on reputation, he still had to maintain some dignity. Xiao Nanfeng slammed the table again, startling Joe Dafu. Was this fellow about to have a change of heart? Damn it, 5,000 spirit stones wasted. Xiaoan, come here and kneel. Why didn't you stop me earlier? Shaoan was taken aback. I tried to, but you didn't listen. However, he truly felt guilty for not preventing him. As a servant, that was a grave sin. Without hesitation, he knelt before Xiao Nanfeng. Such was the fate of a servant. Look up. Xiao Nanfeng approached, grabbing Shaoan by the hair, forcing his head back. Open your mouth, he commanded. Shaoan offered no resistance. Upon hearing "open your mouth," he immediately raised his hand and struck his own face with a resounding slap Zhou Dafu could hardly bear to watch. Brother Xiao, your servant is quite loyal. It was an unusual concession for Zhou Dafu to speak in favor of a servant, but given the circumstances, he felt compelled to defend him. After all, this was someone else's servant. Even if Xiao Nanfeng were to strike him dead on the spot, it was not his place to intervene, yet Xiao Nanfeng was too. He hurriedly interjected, "Damn it, I told you to open your mouth, not to slap yourself." Zhou Dafu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Shaoan knelt upright, head tilted back, mouth agape, a look of utter despair on his face. Xiao Nanfeng seized the 3 5-source spirit stones and stuffed them into Shaoan's mouth. Hold them in your mouth, no, swallow. Zhou Dafu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he jumped up in alarm. Brother Xiao. He could die. Shaoan, resolute in his loyalty, swallowed the stones with a single gulp. For the young master, I willingly face death. Young master, if I perish, please take care of yourself. Young master, Shaoan has departed. Xiao Nanfeng murmured, what the hell, have I got sand in my eyes? Zhou Dafu sighed silently, such a loyal servant, what a pity. However, a certain general from an island district once said, with a missile's hit rate of 70%, 3 shots yield 121%. Surely, with 3 stones, they might achieve at least a minimal level of effectiveness? As the 3-source spirit stone settled in Shaoan's stomach, a violent surge of energy coursed through him, causing him to convulse and collapse to the ground. For an ordinary person, forcibly activating a spiritual root was an excruciating ordeal. Everyone possesses a spiritual root, but not everyone can activate it. The vast majority of people in this world will never activate their roots in their lifetime. Only an exceedingly small number of fortunate individuals may, by sheer coincidence, activate their spiritual roots in their youth. As one ages, impurities accumulate, meridians become blocked, and it becomes increasingly difficult for spiritual energy to enter the body, rendering activation improbable. The people of this world misunderstand, believing that some are born with spiritual roots, and that those who possess them are exceedingly rare. This explanation was provided only after Xiao Nanfeng had called for his father 8 times. With a loud cough, Shaoan convulsed violently, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. The surrounding onlookers regarded him with pity. Only Xiao Nanfeng leisurely sipped from his teacup. Zhou Dafu furrowed his brow slightly, but what could be done? Such occurrences were far too common in this world, one becomes accustomed to them. See that? This is the fate of us servants. Not far away, another servant observed Shaoan's plight, his face filled with despondency, mourning as if for a fallen comrade. Chapter 33 of the 3 Best. At this very moment, Zhou Dafu sprang to his feet, staring incredulously at Shaoan. As the proprietor of Wanbao Tower and a master of the 8th layer of Qi training, he naturally recognized this as the aura of a newly born spiritual root. It was as if the heavens and earth were responding, although the area affected was minuscule, barely spanning 3 meters in diameter, yet, this aura was undeniably that of a spiritual root. Shaoan collapsed to the ground, slowly opening his eyes, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. Young master, please strike me dead once more. I did not perish. I am sorry for the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng promptly turned away. Get up. Since you haven't died, you must continue to serve me like a beast of burden. You won't die from it, you wretched creature. With all his strength, Shaoan trembled as he struggled to rise, only to fall again. He got up, fell again. After several attempts, he finally stood upright, bowing his head to stand beside Xiao Nanfeng. Zhou Dafu suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, it's done, there is a spiritual root. Quick, bring the testing tools. The Wanbao Tower descended into chaos. How could someone give birth to a spiritual root merely by consuming 5-source spirit stones? A few attendants rushed upstairs and quickly returned with the instruments. Gazing into a mirror-like device, they saw within Shaoan's body a mere half-inch of 5 spiritual roots. Although it was only half an inch and considered a waste spiritual root, it was still a spiritual root. Even a fraction of an inch, as long as it was a spiritual root, signified a leap across the chasm separating ordinary individuals from cultivators, heralding a profound change in one's destiny. Zhou Dafu's hands trembled with excitement. Xiao brother, would you sell this servant of yours for 10,000 spirit stones? Shaoan looked at Xiao Nanfeng in terror. What did it matter if he had gained a spiritual root? He would forever remain the servant of the young clan leader, but 10,000 spirit stones, could he truly be worth that? If sold, Xiao Nanfeng could very well do it. Xiao Nanfeng glared at Zhou Dafu in fury. What do you mean? You want to buy my Shaoan for 10,000 spirit stones? Shaoan has been with me since childhood, sharing every moment of growing up together. Shaoan weakly raised his hand. Young master, I have only been with you for a few years. It was your first servant who wore open-crotch pants and accompanied you. Silence. Xiao Nanfeng angrily kicked him aside. Zhou Dafu abandoned that line of thought. A servant with a waste spiritual root held little value. Let's increase the offer. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly declared. Zhou Dafu exclaimed, What do you mean, my dear friend? Are you truly selling your loved ones? Isn't this merely a ploy for more money? Shaoan knelt before Xiao Nanfeng. Young clan leader, please do not sell me. I will eat less, I promise I won't dare again. Xiao Nanfeng kicked Shaoan away. You wretched creature, do you think it is your place to interject? Zhou Dafu's eyes lit up. While this servant might be a waste spiritual root, he could still be used for research, though not necessarily of great value. 10,000 spirit stones for a research specimen was certainly not a loss. How much more? Zhou Dafu inquired eagerly. Xiao Nanfeng looked up at the sky, swiftly opening his fan and waving it a few times. For such a cherished companion, he at least had to raise the offer. He held up one finger. Zhou Dafu's eyes widened. An additional 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 spirit stones is acceptable. Xiao Nanfeng shot Zhou Dafu a disdainful glance. Who do you look down upon? My servant, my cherished companion, is worth more than 20,000. It's 100 billion spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng shook his head as Zhou Dafu exclaimed, Are you mocking me? 100 billion spirit stones? With that, I could buy 2 ancient nascent soul beings. Zhou Dafu's smile turned awkward. Shaoan suddenly felt elated. He was worth 100 billion spirit stones in the eyes of his young master. Old Zhou, in business, one must ask for an exorbitant price to negotiate down. If you're unsatisfied, we can always discuss. Zhou Dafu retorted, 100 billion, how could I even begin to negotiate? I'd be too afraid to even ask. Xiao Nanfeng snapped the fan shut. Shaoan, return home. All right. Having birthed a spiritual root, Shaoan felt significantly better. He quickly rose to follow Xiao Nanfeng. Zhou Dafu was left utterly speechless. He had no intention of allowing any negotiation. It was fine. Today would still yield substantial profit. It turned out that consuming 3 or more source spirit stones could increase the success rate. This news would surely be a remarkable achievement. He hurried back to write a letter. As Xiao Nanfeng walked the streets with Shaoan, he trembled with concern. It wasn't merely for the 5,000 spirit stones. Rather, it was the system's cruel demand for 10 opportunities for a rebate before granting him a mysterious pill, which had saved Shaoan's life. Without that, Xiao Nanfeng could never bear to harm Shaoan, his beloved servant. For the next 50 days, he would have no opportunity for a rebate, causing him great distress. What a sum he would lose, curse it. If he returned and didn't manage to kill Shaoan, it would be a testament to his luck. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly recalled that scrap of scripture about body refinement. What did it matter what he practiced? He would toss it to Shaoan. In 5 days, if you do not reach the first layer of Qi training, I shall strike you. Even a genius with a natural spiritual root of 1 foot cannot achieve that. What counts as seeing you? If the young master merely turns his head, does that count as seeing me? If so, if I follow Xiao Nanfeng daily, I would be beaten hundreds of times. Then, Xiao Nanfeng sat down. Listen, I will now impart to you the insights of a talisman master. If you cannot learn it in 5 days, I shall end your life. I have already invested 5,000 spirit stones into you, you wretched creature. Shaoan felt despair. Days later, at the headquarters of Wanbao Tower, a foolish and clear-eyed youth stood within a training room. Minutes later, a corpse was carried out of the training room. Zhou Dafu, you fool, consuming multiple at once, 3 is the best, what nonsense is this? The person in charge cursed vehemently. This was the 199th experimental subject. No matter how many were consumed, 3, 5, 10, or 8, they all met the same swift demise, with no possibility of resistance. It was utterly useless. Perhaps that little bumpkin nearly had a stroke of luck? After all, 5 source spirit stones did have an extremely minuscule probability of birthing a spiritual root, another person helplessly remarked. Fine, let's consider it a cheerful experiment. Issue the order. Zhou Dafu was disqualified from this year's evaluation, his salary halved, and he is to be removed from his position as the store manager of the Wanbao Tower branch in South Wilderness City, demoted to an apprentice. Meanwhile, Zhou Dafu, thousands of miles away, was basking in triumph. With this news, not to mention a promotion, rewards, and recognition as exemplary were all but guaranteed. At that moment, in the Xiao family, Xiao Donghai held a teacup, his trembling hands causing the cup to rattle. The clan leader, Xiao Zhinshan, was drenched in sweat, staring in horror at the letter in his hands. Madness, utter madness. Chapter 34. Wake him up quickly. This is a letter sent back by Shaoan at the behest of Xiao Nanfeng. The letter is quite straightforward. directly addressing the recent business dealings. It also includes a generous sum of 1,500 spirit stones. However, upon entering the southern wilderness city and selling 1,000 chi condensing pills for a significant profit, the news nearly sent Xiao Zhanshan into a frenzy of excitement. Xiao Nanfeng is indeed a prodigy in commerce. He even forgot to contemplate the source of those 1,000 chi condensing pills, yet, shortly thereafter, his elation plummeted like a roller coaster, as he realized he had unwittingly hired an alchemist who would cost him 1,000 spirit stones a month. Thankfully, he is merely a first-tier alchemist. Surely, it won't lead to a loss, right? Acceptable, quite acceptable. But then, he shockingly acquired a talisman insights and gifted it to the Chen family. Does he not know that the Chen family and the Xiao family have always been rivals? He is aiding the enemy, aiding the enemy. This thought made Xiao Zhanshan's heart ache to the point of gasping for breath. With those talisman insights, could not my Xiao family learn as well? Though I may not be young, I could still strive to try, yet he just gives it away, and to the Chen family, no less. No, I must contemplate a marriage alliance with the Chen family. I cannot suffer such a great loss. The next step is to suddenly sell a large quantity of talismans and reap a fortune. This thought momentarily eased Xiao Zhanshan's heart, but then, the ancient blue spirit grass, he actually gifted it to the newly arrived alchemist, and it does not end there. He also squandered 5,000 spirit stones on 3 worthless 5-origin spirit stones and even forced Xiaoan to consume one. Were it not for Xiaoan still standing before him, Xiao Zhanshan might have collapsed on the spot. Xiaoan, has he actually manifested spiritual roots? My Xiao family has gained yet another genius with spiritual roots? Xiao Zhanshan's heart surged with vitality. Compared to all the expenditures, the emergence of a cultivator with spiritual roots is a mere trifle for a small family like the Xiao family. His gaze towards Xiaoan became fervently intense, causing Xiaoan to turn pale with fear, retreating suddenly and covering his behind. Xiao Zhanshan, what in the world is that expression on your face? Xiaoan looked at the clan leader in terror. Clan leader, I am not selling my behind. The clan leader has said that I have spiritual roots now. The look in Xiao Zhanshan's eyes was simply too frightening, akin to a starving ghost seeing a naked woman. Xiao Zhanshan's silence, his face instantly transformed into a myriad of colors. Good grief, you little rascal, what do you take me for? Learning good deeds from good people, but bad deeds from bad ones. Xiaoan, such an honest child, has been led astray by Xiao Nanfeng, Eastern Sea. Xiao Zhanshan's heart felt as if it might explode. Xiao Donghai trembled as he looked at Xiao Zhanshan. Clan leader, is there nothing else? Xiao Zhanshan grimaced. Is there anything else? Is this not thrilling enough? Is this true or false? Xiao Donghai replied with a bitter smile. Regardless of its authenticity, the 1,500 spirit stones are indeed real, right? We know full well the state of our store. Even if we sold the land, we could not possibly come up with 1,500 spirit stones. Xiaoan chimed in softly. Clan leader, why not go and take a look? Strangely enough, since Xiao Nanfeng went to southern wilderness city, the Xiao family acted as if nothing had happened, and not a single person went to check. They simply allowed Xiao Nanfeng to stir up trouble. Should we not go take a look? Xiao Donghai looked at Xiao Zhanshan with hopeful eyes. Xiao Zhanshan rolled his eyes and chuckled. Well, isn't Nanfeng doing quite well? After all, by the end of the year, if he brings back 1,500 spirit stones, he will have fulfilled the wager, and what more could I possibly care about? By the way, Xiaoan, what are your plans? Now that Xiaoan has spiritual roots, regardless of how useless he may be, in this Qinghe town, he is considered a significant figure. If Xiaoan were to express a desire to remain with the main branch of the Xiao family, they would undoubtedly welcome him. With spiritual roots, it would be inappropriate for Xiaoan to continue as a servant. Both Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai turned their eyes towards Xiaoan. Xiaoan hesitated. Not at all, I have no plans. I will simply follow the young clan leader. My mother has long said that in this lifetime, I am but the dog of the young master. A dog that leaves its master is bound to perish outside. Xiao Donghai fell silent. Xiao Zhanshan sighed softly. What a good child. In that case, I will bring your mother, sister, and 2 nephews into the Xiao family courtyard, providing for them fully according to the courtyard's standards. You can rest assured and follow the young master, Xiao Zhanshan declared. Xiaoan was taken aback, but my brother-in-law would not agree. Right, he is from an outside family and cannot enter the Xiao family. Xiao Donghai fell silent, glancing up at Xiao Zhanshan. Xiao Zhanshan chuckled bitterly. Your brother-in-law has divorced your sister. Xiaoan was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Xiao Donghai sighed. Your sister has given birth to 2 daughters in a row, and your brother-in-law's family was displeased. But do not worry, within the Xiao family courtyard, they will live well. In this world, a woman who remarries is best left unmarried. A remarried woman is worth less than a dog. Do not be misled by the fact that this is a world of cultivation. What does cultivation have to do with ordinary people? In the world of cultivation, divorce and remarriage are of little consequence, but for an ordinary woman, once divorced, her life is essentially ruined. Xiaoan's eyes brightened. Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai were taken aback, fearing this child cannot be so affected by this news that he goes mad. This concerns a woman's entire life. It is entirely reasonable for him to find it hard to accept such a significant event concerning his own sister. Shaoan, do not get agitated, we will surely, Xiao Zhinshan hastily interjected. Shaoan is no longer merely a servant, he is now a member of the Xiao family. Shaoan quickly responded, no, this is a good thing. Xiao Donghai, in despair, covered his forehead. It is over, this child has truly gone mad. My Xiao family has finally gained another genius with spiritual roots. Xiao Zhinshan swiftly slapped Shaoan across the face, shouting, a fool, awaken. Shaoan spun around from the force of the slap, his mind clouded. Why did you hit me? The clan leader is acting just like the young clan leader. Clan leader, this is indeed a good thing. Xiao Zhinshan exclaimed in shock. Donghai, quickly, wake him up. Xiao Donghai rolled up his sleeves and immediately jumped forward. We cannot let such a talent with spiritual roots be ruined. He must be saved. With a resounding slap, Xiao Donghai struck him again. Shaoan let out a cry of agony but did not resist. He is a servant of the Xiao family, a lackey of the young clan leader. If the young clan leader's father hits him, he must deserve it. If the clan leader strikes him, it is undoubtedly his due punishment. Shaoan, awaken, Xiao Donghai bellowed. Shaoan quickly shook his head, exclaiming loudly, I am awake, awake, awake. Xiao Donghai sighed in relief, turning to Xiao Zhinshan. You see, it just takes a bit more force, otherwise, if we do not wake him, the child will be ruined. Xiao Zhinshan nodded in agreement. Clan leader, but this is truly a good thing. Shaoan stared with his Navi, clear eyes at Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai gasped in shock, exchanging a glance. Chapter 35. Digging up his ancestor's grave. Xiao Nanfeng was basking in the sun at the entrance of his shop. Since there were no rebates to be had during this period, he found no motivation to visit Qin Yujie. Instead, he occupied himself with supervising Yi Yiting's alchemical endeavors. Yi Yiting was undeniably talented, she was an exceptional fire spirit alchemist. In just one furnace, she produced a remarkable 52 qi-gathering pills. This was indeed a treasure unearthed. After accounting for consumption, the profit was at least 500 spirit stones even without the rebates. Producing them twice a month would cover her 1,000 spirit stones in expenses without incurring a loss. Currently, Xiao Nanfeng was stockpiling qi-gathering pills, hoping to reap substantial rewards once the rebates were reinstated. Qi-gathering pills were worth 10 times more than qi-condensing pills. Suddenly, the sunlight was obscured. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling displeased, abruptly opened his eyes. What the? Startled, he jumped up, colliding with the doorframe. Ouch, whose pig has wandered over here? Shaoan looked at Xiao Nanfeng with a pitiful expression. Am I a pig? It was your father who hit me. Shaoan, trying to muster a smile, grimaced in pain. The patriarch and the young patriarch's father were genuinely fierce. Two qi refinement experts took turns beating up a weakling who had yet to formally enter the first layer of qi refinement. It was excessively brutal. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Shaoan gasped. He rubbed his head, staring in shock at the pig-headed Shaoan, speechless for a long while. I only asked you to go home and deliver a message, and you returned like this? Who did this to you? I'll kill him, only I can beat my own lackeys. Shaoan forced a grin, attempting to speak, but winced in pain. Stop smiling. Yi Yiting, fetch some healing medicine. Yi Yiting had just taken a break. After all, alchemy was exhausting, and she needed to rest for half a day at least every month, otherwise, it would be inhumane. Upon hearing Xiao Nanfeng's call, Yi Yiting hurried out and nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Shaoan. Qian Guopi quickly fetched a bottle of healing ointment. Oh my child, what happened to you? Quickly, sit down. Although Qian Guopi was only in his 20s, he was considerably older than Shaoan, and he saw him as a pitiable child. Shaoan was pressed into a chair for treatment, grimacing in pain, unable to explain. Xiao Nanfeng was quite displeased. At that moment, a weak voice came from the side, young patriarch. Xiao Nanfeng turned to see Xiao Ling, Xiaoan's sister, timidly clutching a small bundle in one hand while holding onto a 2 or 3-year-old girl with the other. Nearby, a 4 or 5-year-old girl was wiping her nose and clinging tightly to Xiao Ling's patched clothing. Xiao Ling nervously glanced at Xiao Nanfeng, then quickly looked down, her face flushed with embarrassment. Forget it. Let us not discuss anything else, just come in, Xiao Nanfeng said, concerned about Xiaoan's injuries. The healing ointment worked well. In less than an hour, Xiaoan's pig-like face had completely swollen down, as the injuries were merely superficial. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai were indeed quite measured in their actions. Young patriarch, Shaoan said, adhering to his inner sense of duty. Once healed, he immediately approached Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling irritable, kicked him away. Useless mutt. You went home to deliver a message and ended up costing me a bottle of healing ointment. Get back to your doghouse. I don't want to see you for 3 days, otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Go on, scram. Qian Guopi quickly came over and pulled Shaoan away. Shaoan was anxious, he still hadn't conveyed his message. which was significant concerning his elder sister. Qian Guapi whispered, "Don't, he is in a bad mood these days. If you go over, you'll just get beaten. I've already taken several kicks myself. Whatever it is, wait a few days to discuss it." Shaoan was in a state of panic, struggling to move forward. Several shop assistants hurried over, covering his mouth and carrying him away. "Seal that door with formations. If he dares to come out, break his legs." Xiao Nanfeng shouted. Xiao Nanfeng was quite indignant, drumming his fingers on the table in frustration. "Guapi!" Qian Guapi, having settled Shaoan, immediately rushed over. "Young master, you called for me." "Look, Guapi always manages to address me appropriately at the right moment. This is quite satisfying." Xiao Nanfeng frowned. "Have there been bandits on the road from Qinghe Town to Nanhua City? Arrange for someone to inquire at Wanbao Building. Their information is the most accurate." "Don't worry about the cost. I want to find out who harmed Shaoan. I'll make them pay." Hearing Xiao Nanfeng's fury, Chen Guapi felt tears welling up. To follow such a young patriarch is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Xian Guapi was not foolish. He was quite astute, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to graduate from apprenticeship and qualify to be a steward by his 20s. Having followed Xiao Nanfeng for some time, he was aware that others labeled him as a spoiled and brainless wastrel. Yet, he understood that Xiao Nanfeng was clever, always strategizing and planning ahead. However, the most crucial point was that Xiao Nanfeng treated his own people exceptionally well. Despite his usual harsh words and actions, he never truly harmed them. Xian Guapi had already resolved that he would be the young master's loyal dog for life. He quickly wiped away his tears, gritting his teeth. "Rest assured, young master, our people can only be beaten by the young patriarch. No one else can touch them. We must reclaim our honor. Let us dig up their lair and unearth their ancestors' graves, scattering their ashes." Xiao Nanfeng looked at Qian Guapi with satisfaction. "Now that's right. This is the exemplary character one should possess while following me, the esteemed young patriarch." He nodded in approval. "Guapi, regardless of the cost, this matter must be executed. Go now, and take plenty of money." With a heart full of discontent, Xiao Nanfeng decided to visit the nearby Huichen Tower to ease his mood. He had been here for quite some time and had yet to visit the Huichen Tower just across the street. This was a failure. He must go today. As he was about to step out, a delicate white hand reached out. Xiao Nanfeng paused, looking up to see Yi Yiting glaring at him. "Where do you think you're looking?" Xiao Nanfeng, puzzled, replied, "What is with this nonsense, as if you have muscles?" Yi Yiting nearly bit her tongue. This boss was truly insufferable. However, considering the 1,000 spirit stone expense, she decided to endure. The healing pill earlier cost 50 spirit stones. Yi Yiting extended her hand. Xiao Nanfeng, bewildered, asked, "Healing pill for 50 spirit stones? Are you robbing me? Besides, you are my employee, understand?" Yi Yiting glared at Xiao Nanfeng. "I am employed by you, and I always complete my tasks according to the rules. The healing pills are mine personally. You must pay." In truth, Yi Yiting had no money on hand. Initially, she had been tricked into signing a contract stating a monthly expense of 1,000 spirit stones, with no mention of salary. Yet, as a woman, she needed to purchase some personal items, didn't she? Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes. "Shaoan's minor injuries don't require a healing pill. Isn't that what the healing ointment is for? Or was it my shopess that you used?" Yi Yiting huffed, "That's not my concern. You asked me to take it out. Whether you use it or not is your business." Xiao Nanfeng sighed. "Fine, one must not offend their own golden goose." Chapter 36. If the young master is anxious, all right, is it just 50 spirit stones? "Guapi, hand over the money." "Oh, Guapi has gone to run an errand." With a helpless sigh, Xiao Nanfeng reached into his pocket. No money. Staring blankly at the few spirit fragments in his hand, Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. As the distinguished young clan leader, how could I possibly be out of funds? Where is my money? Rolling his eyes, he approached the counter, which displayed hundreds of spirit fragments and a few spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng gasped, his spirit plummeting. "What the hell? I've been robbed. Has Guapi absconded with the funds?" Yi Yiting gritted her teeth and said defiantly, "Stop pretending. I know this store has made a substantial profit. You must pay today." With no other options, considering her personal items had been used up yesterday and relatives had arrived today, she desperately needed to buy daily necessities. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to look at others for help, he remembered that Guapi managed the accounts personally and no one else could interfere. "Wait, we will wait for Guapi to return. I assure you, I am not one to default on debts. Am I not the illustrious young master of the Xiao family, capable of losing 50 spirit stones?" Xiao Nanfeng declared confidently. Yi Yiting was on the verge of tears. She truly needed the money. Observing the 3 spirit stones and over 300 spirit fragments Xiao Nanfeng had carelessly placed on the counter, she quickly stepped forward and snatched them. This will suffice for now. That's a total of 3 spirit stones and 320 fragments. You still owe me 47 spirit stones. After speaking, Yi Yiting turned to leave. Xiao Nanfeng stood frozen, counting on his fingers. 50 spirit stones minus 3 spirit stones and 320 fragments. Wait, did you consume those 320 fragments? Debts accrue interest. Yi Yiting huffed from a distance. Xiao Nanfeng scratched his head. That does seem valid. Hey, where are you going? I might need a day off. You're skipping work, which incurs a penalty of 47 spirit stones. Yi Yiting ran off, not hearing his words. Before long, Guapi returned. Young master, Wan Bao Tower has accepted our commission, but you instructed me to find Mr. Zhou Dafu. However, Zhou Dafu has been dismissed and is merely an apprentice, unable to handle matters. Fortunately, I cleverly located the current manager, who accepted 3 spirit stones, claiming it was a trivial issue. As he spoke, Guapi placed the remaining dozens of spirit stones back on the counter. His presence indicated he had not absconded with the funds. Xiao Nanfeng was astonished. Where is the money? Is this all there is? Guapi's face twisted in bitterness. Young master, you previously spent 5,000 spirit stones to purchase 5 elemental spirit stones. Then, you bought several thousand spirit stones worth of materials for Shaoan's Qi cultivation entry, and even sent back 1,500 spirit stones. Additionally, you replenished a batch of alchemy materials and talisman materials. There is simply no money left. We are now awaiting the sale of the elixirs to recoup our losses. Xiao Nanfeng blinked, realizing the truth. Forget it, money is inconsequential. As long as I lift a finger, I have boundless wealth. I'll figure something out in the coming days. We'll make do with the store's inventory for now. Tonight, I shall venture to the Rejuvenation Tower and 1T be returning. With that, Xiao Nanfeng set off for the Rejuvenation Tower. Curse it! I must go to the Rejuvenation Tower today. Guapi exclaimed, but just as Xiao Nanfeng had taken a few steps, Guapi suddenly gasped and rushed out. Young master, you cannot go. Xiao Nanfeng was furious, shaking his leg to brush Guapi away. Damn it, no one can stop me from going to the Rejuvenation Tower, not even Jesus, mark my words. Xiao Ling, who had settled down, was about to help at the front when she suddenly heard Xiao Nanfeng's words. Unaware of what the Rejuvenation Tower was, she glanced at a few nearby attendants. Brother, is the Rejuvenation Tower a place to drink? One attendant chuckled. Indeed, the Rejuvenation Tower is a place to drink. However, it is a venue exclusively for the young master. Another attendant added enviously, the Rejuvenation Tower, going there costs hundreds of spirit stones. The ladies inside. Xiao Ling, having heard of such establishments in the city known as pleasure houses, felt her face flush. She turned to Xiao Nanfeng. So the young master truly requires that kind of service, but he is only in his teens, is it appropriate? Guapi clung to Xiao Nanfeng's leg. Young master, you cannot go today. We have no money. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to lift his leg to kick him, he suddenly froze mid-air. No money, damn. The plan to visit the Rejuvenation Tower was once again thwarted. Xiao Nanfeng felt as though his bones had been extracted. Money is indeed a man's backbone. Jesus may not be able to stop me, but money certainly can. Guapi adjusted his crooked hat, breathing a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the young master would be stuck at the Rejuvenation Tower, unable to pay and end up as a gigolo to repay debts. The Xiao family cannot afford such disgrace. Young master, who is this Jesus you mentioned? Is he very powerful, a formidable cultivator? Guapi asked curiously. Given the young master's tone, this Jesus seemed to be a mighty figure. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes. Upon returning to the shop, Xiao Nanfeng had no desire to bask in the sun outside anymore. He headed straight back. Xiao Ling lowered her head, cautiously following behind. Once inside the room, Xiao Nanfeng turned to glance at her, finally remembering she had also come. But how did she arrive? If the young master is anxious, what can you do? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in horror as he stared at Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, the mother of 2 children, though married young and only in her 20s, was not particularly striking, her frail figure lacking vitality. Curiously, how could such a thin person scale such high mountains? How strange. Is this a topic worth researching? Suddenly snapping back to reality, Xiao Nanfeng was startled. Could it be that my desires from a past life are surging forth? Am I developing thoughts about such a woman? He quickly shook his head. Upon looking up, Xiao Nanfeng nearly jumped out of his skin. Sister, what are you doing? He rushed over to cover her hand, which was about to unfasten her belt. Even more alarming was that he not only recognized Xiao Ling but was also very familiar with her, as she was Xiaoan's elder sister. Xiaoling was an utterly traditional and virtuous woman. Had she gone mad today, how could she dare to undress before him? Xiao Nanfeng sensed something was amiss, exceedingly so. Xiaoling, upon realizing the situation, panicked. Young master, I know I am unworthy, but Xiao Nanfeng, flustered, exclaimed, Sister, you should go rest. I have matters to attend to, I'm leaving. With that, he bolted out the door. Xiaoling covered her face and hurried to her newly arranged room. Breaking into tears, Xiao Nanfeng dashed to the front of the shop, still shaken. What on earth happened today? Did Xiaoling suddenly undergo a personality shift? This was no trivial matter. Xiaoling was a married woman. What could have led her to disregard her husband and attempt to undress before him? Had she lost her mind? This is more than meets the eye. Ye Guapi, hurry, go to Wanbao Tower and add a task. Have them investigate the Xiao family in Qinghe town to uncover what transpired. Xiaoling has gone mad. Chapter 37. A grave situation. Xiao Nanfeng was restless, a nagging sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Was there trouble at the Xiao family in Qinghe town? Was Xiaoling being coerced? But how could anyone compel her to strip before him? If coercion was indeed the case, it shouldn't have been Xiaoling who was targeted. Xiao Nanfeng was utterly perplexed. Should he return home to investigate? A sense of gravity enveloped him. If someone dared to challenge the Xiao family, it was certain that dire events were unfolding. Xiao Nanfeng was acutely aware of his family's strength. His father was a formidable master of qi cultivation, at the 7th level, having mastered unknown techniques that rendered him exceptionally powerful. Within the confines of Qinghe town or the South Wilderness City, anyone capable of confronting the Xiao family would undoubtedly surpass them in strength. With his limited abilities, he feared he would be inadequate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Xiao Nanfeng sprang to his feet. They must have attacked the Xiao family. Perhaps they had captured Xiaoan upon his return, beaten him into submission, and seized Xiaoling to compel her into confronting him. Impossible. Xiaoan was a loyal aide. He would never betray them. No, it must be that Xiaoan had valiantly resisted, enduring a beating like a pig, only to feign submission in order to deliver a warning. Yet that notion faltered. A woman like Xiaoling would never willingly sacrifice her virtue for such schemes. She must possess a damning secret that made her vulnerable. If anyone could manipulate Xiaoling, it was likely that Xiaoan would also succumb to the pressure. What to do now? Xiao Nanfeng abruptly stood, his expression icy as he rummaged through his storage space for protective talismans. He dashed out of the shop. At that moment, Chen Guapi returned, nearly colliding with Xiao Nanfeng. Guapi, Xiao Nanfeng sighed upon seeing him. Chen Guapi nodded eagerly. Yes, young master, I'm here. Xiao Nanfeng placed a solemn hand on Chen Guapi's shoulder. Although our time together has been brief, I am quite pleased with you. I must leave for a while. If I do not return, please inform Xiaoan that this shop is his. It would not be in vain for us to have served together. Xiaoan is an honest man, so take care of him. Qian Guapi, stunned, suddenly gasped to young master, are you giving your final instructions? What has happened? He knelt before Xiao Nanfeng, clutching his leg. Young master, what are you planning to do? Please don't do anything reckless. Xiao Nanfeng lifted his gaze slightly, a look of desolation etched upon his face. I fear that the Xiao family has attracted the attention of powerful enemies. If I go, it is likely I shall not return, but I must go back. That is my family, my father is there. Tears streamed down Qian Guapi's face. Young master, please do not act foolishly. We can find another way. What if you do not come back? Xiao Nanfeng turned his head slightly, his expression grave, as the wind swept in, tousling his hair and adding a touch of somber grandeur. Then I shall go and not return. And with that, he forcefully shook off Qian Guapi and strode out of the shop. Witnessing the forlorn figure of Xiao Nanfeng, Qian Guapi collapsed to the ground. Such a noble master, how could this be? As he gazed at Xiao Nanfeng's retreating silhouette, Chen Guapi suddenly snatched off his hat and hurled it to the ground. Coming from humble beginnings, the young master had never looked down upon him for his lowly status or lack of experience. At merely over 20, he had become the proprietor of such a substantial establishment. Once he had taken on the role of the young master's steward, he would do so for life. He rushed back into the shop. Who wishes to follow the young master to face death? With that, he seized a nearby door bar, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and grabbed some money from the cash drawer. The other staff members were taken aback, but soon 4 or 5 of them rushed out. A few stewards followed suit. Although they had not been together long, everyone felt the young master's kindness. Here, he treated them as equals. Whatever mistakes they made, he had never truly punished them, only urging them to perform well. Even when he jokingly called them dog slaves, it was merely banter, devoid of any genuine disdain. In this brief time, they had felt truly human. 11 of them surged forward, following Qian Guapi in pursuit of Xiao Nanfeng. Just as they rushed out, Yi Yiting returned, colliding with Qian Guapi and the others. Shopkeeper, what is happening? Qian Guapi glanced at Yi Yiting. You are weak. Stay here and look after the shop. We rough fellows will accompany the young master today. With that, Qian Guapi held his head high, shouldering the door bar, and led the staff toward Xiao Nanfeng. Yi Yiting sensed that something monumental was unfolding, something of great significance. She looked at the distant figure of Xiao Nanfeng, then dashed to her alchemy room, grabbing several bottles of elixirs to follow. At the city gate, a few carters awaited hire, idly chatting. Xiao Nanfeng rushed over. "I need a carriage to Qinghe Town." One of the carters leaped down. "A young master, that will be 5 spirit fragments." For cultivators, 1 spirit fragment equated to roughly $1, but for common folk, a single spirit fragment could sustain a family for half a month. A regular cart horse was worth just 1 spirit stone. Xiao Nanfeng patted his pockets, realizing with dismay that he possessed not a single spirit fragment. Yi Yiting had taken them all. At just then, Xian Guopi and the others arrived, breathless, and Xian Guopi slapped 6 spirit stones into the carteress' hands. 3 carriages, all of them. "If the horses die, we will compensate." Xiao Nanfeng turned to see the perspiring Xian Guopi and the staff, feeling a surge of gratitude, but they were not cultivators. What could they do if they followed? "Please, young master." Xian Guopi suddenly knelt, followed by the rest, who fell to their knees in unison. "Young master," without uttering much more, over 10 pairs of eyes fixed upon Xiao Nanfeng. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "If you are not afraid of death, follow me. As long as I survive, I promise to provide for you all for life." "Wait for me," Yi Yiting called out as she rushed forward. The carriage sped out of South Wilderness City, hurtling towards Qinghe Town. Seated inside, Xiao Nanfeng forced a bitter smile. "Heavens above, I cannot be the first transmigrator to encounter such a dire predicament and perish, can I? What a disgrace to my predecessors." But then there was Xiao Donghai, his father, who had taught him the true meaning of what it is to be a father. For Xiao Donghai's sake, Xiao Nanfeng would never hide away. If he could not protect his own father, what was the point of this transmigration? The horses galloped furiously, frothing at the mouth, and the carters were filled with anguish. Xian Guopi slapped down 6 spirits. "If the horses die, we will simply buy more." The carters were immediately stirred into a frenzy. As darkness fell at the Xiao family in Qinghe Town, Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai regarded the 2 captives before them, their expressions grim. It was barely dusk, yet someone dared to infiltrate the Xiao family, a master at the 9th level of qi cultivation. "Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you not speak?" Xiao Nanfeng was mercilessly pummeling the 2 men. These 2, dignified masters at the 9th level of qi cultivation, were utterly subdued, unable to retaliate, and could only emit pitiful cries as Xiao Nanfeng continued his assault. "Patriarch, have you stirred up any trouble recently?" Xiao Donghai inquired, his brow furrowed as he surveyed Xiao Zhanshan. Xiao Zhanshan shook his head slightly. "Since Nanfeng went to South Wilderness City, I have not left the house." "You know this, do you not?" "Could it be that Nanfeng has provoked someone in South Wilderness City?" "Highly likely." Xiao Donghai nodded gravely. "Nanfeng has been too conspicuous of late." "Should we?" Xiao Zhanshan interjected with a cold snort. "Give them half an hour more. If they do not speak, then we will end them. Inform all capable members of the Xiao family to head to South Wilderness City overnight. Whoever dares to harm my Xiao family will face death." "Do they truly believe my Xiao family is without guardians?" Chapter 38. A father lost control. Xiao Donghai nodded. "As for the others from the Xiao family, the ones they sent to probe us are all skilled practitioners at the 9th level of qi training. Perhaps they have even stronger experts lurking behind, preparing to target our Xiao family. Where have we let our guard down?" Xiao Zhanshan gazed at the sky outside, letting out a faint sigh. Hiding has never been foolproof, yet, this does not seem like the work of enemies. If they were truly foes, they would not merely dispatch 2 9th-level practitioners. Nevertheless, their strength is undeniable. The fact that they employed 2 9th-level experts for mere reconnaissance is telling. Immediately notify everyone. Apart from those accompanying us to South Wilderness City, all others should head to the spirit fields on Nanshan to take refuge until our return. Xiao Zhanshan was already prepared. The carriage-lit torches, which were nearly extinguished by the wind. 3 horses, frothing at the mouth, dashed to the entrance of the Xiao family home in Qinghe Town, finally succumbing to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Xiao Nanfeng sprang up, while the individuals in the 2 carts behind him, including Qian Guopi and others, tumbled and screamed in disarray. However, Xiao Nanfeng had no time to attend to them, for the Xiao family door loomed in darkness, silent and still. Impossible, the Xiao family is a prominent household in Qinghe Town. They could afford 2 lanterns at the entrance, which would remain lit until dawn. With the lanterns extinguished, something terrible must have occurred. Racing forward, Xiao Nanfeng's eyes reddened at the sight of the Xiao family in such disarray. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "You scoundrels, come out and face your demise." He hurled a lightning talisman, striking first. Xiao Nanfeng understood that despite the presence of over a dozen individuals behind him, he was the only capable fighter. The rest were merely fodder. He had to seize the initiative, to suppress the enemy before anything else. Thus, he unleashed a lightning talisman imbued with the power of a 9th-level practitioner. The talisman descended like a bolt from the blue, a formidable thunderclap crashing down into the Xiao family entrance. Inside, having just sent the ordinary members of the family away, Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai were preparing to lead their elite forces out. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. The enemy's main force was upon them. Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai were taken aback, not expecting the enemy to arrive so swiftly. The adversary approached in 3 carts, torches ablaze, with at least a dozen people. Peering through the crack in the door, Xiao Donghai gasped in shock. They bore torches, making no effort to conceal their approach, brazenly charging forward. The enemy must certainly possess formidable experts. Xiao Zhinshan waved his hand decisively. Stay calm, lay in ambush, regardless of who they are. If they wish to take down the Xiao family, let us see if they have the capability to do so. With a resounding boom, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Xiao Donghai narrowly evaded, but it was too late. He could not have anticipated such a blatant disregard for martial propriety, with the enemy attacking without even a hint of a probe. A bolt of lightning nearly struck Xiao Donghai. Even so, he was caught in the shockwave, his hair standing on end. We've been discovered, charge out. Xiao Zhinshan bellowed, fueled by rage. Xiao Donghai leaped over the wall, brandishing a large blade. Scoundrel, die! Just as Xiao Nanfeng prepared to unleash a second talisman, he was startled to see his father raising the sword towards him, and with a cry, he turned to flee. Xiao Donghai, suddenly spotting Xiao Nanfeng, was taken aback, desperately redirecting his blade. Son, run, I cannot control myself. Xiao Nanfeng let out a pained wail as the blade struck him squarely on the backside, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Zhinshan, wielding a long spear, leaped over the wall and elegantly thrust forward, shouting, "You scoundrel!" Don't. Unable to rein in his strength, Xiao Zhinshan hastily flung his spear, but his Xiao Nanfeng howled in agony, lamenting the pain of his unfortunate predicament. Family, who understands this? Half an hour later, the Xiao family courtyard was illuminated. Xiao Nanfeng limped into the living room, while Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai's faces were as flushed as a monkey's rear. Particularly, Xiao Zhinshan, the clan leader, whose iron-headed prowess had backfired. Xiao Nanfeng grimaced, clutching his backside. Xiao Zhinshan quickly covered his face. The next morning, Xiaoan, still dazed, was dragged out by the furious Xiao Nanfeng. Xiaoan, the pig-headed one, endured the second round of beatings. As Xiao Nanfeng slept, leaving Xiaoan bewildered. What happened? Why am I being beaten again? Am I a punching bag? Xiaoan flopped onto the bed, needing a good He slept soundly until the third day, finally awakening and feeling somewhat normal. Xiaoan. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly sprang up. The pig-headed Xiaoan quickly approached, but this time no one attended to his wounds. Guapi and the others were too indifferent to bother. Qian Guapi, emboldened by support, stood beside Xiao Nanfeng with the shopkeepers, forming ranks like guards. Xiaoan looked at this intimidating formation in terror, fearing for his life. Young master, I am so miserable. Xiao Nanfeng snapped, you dog. I sent you to deliver a message, and what good deeds did you accomplish? Beat him to a pulp. No, I will do it myself. I won't rest until my grievances are avenged. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth. Xiaoan, feeling profoundly wronged, endured. Half an hour later, Xiao Nanfeng kicked Xiaoan away, drenched in sweat and feeling relieved. Damn, this mess is absurd. After a considerable time, everything finally became clear. Young master, it's really not my fault. You mentioned wanting my sister, but I don't have a sister, only an elder sister. Isn't it fortunate that my sister was just divorced by her ex-husband? Isn't that fate? If you want her, she would fit perfectly, and she wouldn't even require a title. The patriarch said we should keep it in the family. Water should not flow outside the field. Xiaoan squatted on the ground, cradling his head. Xiaoling hid her face in the corner, contemplating self-harm. Qian Guapi and the others quickly turned away, their shoulders trembling. Ye Yiting's face flushed. What kind of wolfish words were these? Even if she were not yet blossomed, she understood. Xiao Nanfeng slumped in despair on the chair. Father, truly my biological father, surely your son has taste isn't so poor. Our family name is Xiao, not Chao. Of course, I could change my nickname to Chao, but Xiaoling, I can't even bear to say it. Even if she is far away, if raised well, she would still possess charm. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Xiaoan, you dog, for the next 3 years, no monthly allowance. Xiaoan obediently cradled his head, nodding. Young master, I was wrong, please beat me again. Xiao Nanfeng nearly wished to strike him once more. However, looking at the pig-headed Xiaoan, he decided to wait until he healed before striking again. When he recovers, if he can't even produce a proper response, it'll be as if he had cleaned himself out. This has truly turned the Xiao family into chaos. Get out, the shop is closed. Are you all just idly eating? Xiao Nanfeng, furious and embarrassed, shouted. Qian Guapi quickly reassured everyone. All right, it's fine now. Return to your tasks. If you don't work hard, watch your skin. Once everyone had left, Xiaoan cautiously raised his head. Young master. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disdainful glance. Speak, if you have something to say. Xiaoan sighed in relief. The young master was back to normal. Looking outside, he quietly said, Young master, I truly do not have a sister, only my elder sister. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare bring this up again? Young master, actually my sister is quite renowned for her beauty. but she has had a hard past. If cared for properly, she would still be charming. Xiao Nanfeng stared at Xiaowen, stunned. This dog of a person might have a point? Damn you! He leaped up and kicked Xiaowen out. Get lost. Chapter 39. A familiar encounter. I nearly desecrated my ancestors' graves. This is all the fault of that scoundrel. Xiaowen, however, Xiao Ling was indeed a renowned beauty in the surrounding villages, though of humble origin. It seems she still possesses her charm. Ugh, where did that thought come from? My surname is not Chao. Those with the surname Chao are generally quite decent. I must visit the rejuvenation pavilion today to soothe my wounded soul. Alas, I am out of money. This plan has faltered. Lying half dead on a chair, Xiao Nanfeng appeared utterly limp, unable to shake off the discontent of not having dealt with that scoundrel Xiaowen. He had single-handedly stirred the entire Xiao family into turmoil with just a few words, yet, perhaps this is not entirely negative. At the very least, the people in my shop have genuinely moved me. Even Yi Yiting, who unexpectedly dared to stand by me in this struggle, has taken me by surprise. This cursed world is not devoid of good places. I had initially thought that the managers and servants I hired would be scheming and untrustworthy, perhaps even colluding with outsiders. Though the time has not been long, they have proven otherwise. They are truly capable and genuinely considerate of their employer. For this reason alone, we must indulge in a good meal today. Qian Guapi. Xiao Nanfeng called out. Qian Guapi immediately rushed over, saying, "Young master, you called." Xiao Nanfeng yawned and instructed, "Go buy a large fat pig for the brothers to enjoy a feast." Qian Guapi nodded and turned to leave, only to bump into Xiaowen, who was lurking behind. Ouch! Xiaowen exclaimed with a grin. Despite having endured a beating, he had already recovered with the healing medicine arranged for him. Just as Qian Guapi was about to speak, Xiaowen cautiously squatted beside Xiao Nanfeng's feet, inciting Qian Guapi's fury. "This is my spot." Xiao Nanfeng shot Xiaowen a glance. "Let it out if you must. But if you dare speak of your sister again, I will beat you to a pulp." Xiaowen fell silent. "Damn you, is there nothing else on your mind besides your sister?" Qian Guapi chuckled. "Young master, we prepare our meals ourselves in this shop, just like swine feed." Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes at Qian Guapi, understanding his implication. Despite appearing to vie for attention with Xiaowen, the two shared a deep bond in this establishment. Qian Guapi was merely acting as a mediator for Xiaowen. "Get lost, from now on, Xiao Ling will handle the kitchen without pay. The two young ladies will go fetch herbs for Yi Yiting. If they mess it up, they'll pay the price." Xiaowen knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Young master, your immense kindness." Qian Guapi seized the opportunity to kick Xiaowen playfully. Such virtue! Xiao Nanfeng shot Qian Guapi a disdainful look, recognizing his opportunistic nature. "Why aren't you off to fetch Sister Ling for the money to buy the pig?" "The young master has decreed, today we feast." Qian Guapi kicked Xiaowen again, relishing the moment. "Ah, delightful. Usually, when I kick Xiaowen, he puts up a fight." Xiaowen bowed thrice before Xiao Nanfeng, causing his forehead to bleed, then bolted away. Xiao Ling soon emerged, hastily carrying a basket, her eyes red-rimmed. After collecting the money, she hurried past Xiao Nanfeng, giving a slight bow. "Stop!" Xiao Nanfeng called sharply. Startled, Xiao Ling turned and dropped to her knees. "Young master." Without sparing her a glance, Xiao Nanfeng leapt into the street, inserting his fan into his collar and clasping his hands, addressing a pair of master and servant in the center of the road. "I am Xiao Nanfeng, the young master of the Xiao family from Qinghe town, soon to be the most notorious rake in Nanhua City. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss?" A charming young lady widened her eyes in terror, retreating hastily. The accompanying maid, fuming, jumped forward with arms akimbo, glaring fiercely at Xiao Nanfeng. "Have you gone? How dare you show disrespect to my lady? She is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, and you are but a wretched frog leaping out of the mud, unworthy to inquire her name. Now, begone." Xiao Nanfeng straightened, lightly clapping his hands with his fan. "A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's admiration. This exquisite maiden captivates my heart. What wrong is there in expressing my feelings? As a token of my esteem, I present you with this humble offering, 100 concentration pills, which will surely enhance your beauty." The maid, prepared to retort, was rendered speechless. 100 concentration pills? She gaped at the small vial, especially as Xiao Nanfeng unscrewed the cap, releasing a rich aroma that overwhelmed her senses. Luwani stood dumbfounded. Rumors had spread that a foolish young scion had arrived in Nanhua City, lavishly bestowing treasures worth thousands of spirit stones. She had merely passed by, not expecting to encounter him in person. "Why are you giving me such an extravagant gift?" Luwani stammered. 100 concentration pills were worth 2,000 spirit stones. The Lu family, a prominent clan in Nanhua City, could hardly boast an annual income of such magnitude. Dear sister, this is inappropriate. A tall, strikingly handsome youth approached swiftly. We cannot accept such lavish gifts from a mere acquaintance. Xiao Nanfeng's irritation flared. How dare anyone be more handsome than him? Except for those esteemed readers, no one else had the right to rival his looks, yet, it seemed he could not best this one. The youth exuded an aura that suggested he had achieved at least the 8th level of Qi training. This esteemed gentleman hails from Lu Town. I am Lu Xiaoying, he greeted with a courteous gesture. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling disgruntled, thought, what right do you have to wield the same fan as I? Yet, he refrained from striking down a junior. I am Xiao Nan. I came specifically for the Xiao family's medicinal pills and talismans, Lu Xiaoying replied. Luani was taken aback. Although they had indeed come for the Xiao family's wares, why was this happening? Just moments ago, Xiao Nanfeng had shown interest in her, yet now he appeared indifferent. The maid was equally astonished, witnessing Xiao Nanfeng casually reclaiming the pills, her heart aching at the sight. He actually took them back, and yet, the lady did not refuse. Miss, we cannot accept such a precious gift, Luani said decisively, pulling at her sleeve. Xiao Nanfeng led Lu Xiaoying inside, his heart racing with anxiety. Damn this system, it suddenly informs me of a stunning appearance and a 20-fold return. But why did it not remind me that I am not yet at 50 days, and the return has yet to come? I nearly squandered 100 concentration pills. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and did not actually give them away. Lu Xiaoying observed Xiao Nanfeng thoughtfully. The recent rumors circulating about him depicted him as a reckless spendthrift, a foolish dandy, and a hopeless sycophant, yet, he sensed that the truth might be more complex. To casually part with thousands of spirit stones would have left his own family bankrupt multiple times over. This person was not ordinary. Chapter 40 of the ambitious goal of 20-fold returns. Upon entering the shop, Chen Guopi immediately rushed over. Young master, you truly are remarkable. Just a casual gesture at the entrance, and you've attracted such a significant customer. As the proprietor, it is imperative to comprehend the commercial intricacies of Nanhua City. The Lu family does not possess any unique industry. They are engaged in trade, albeit as mere middlemen. Their enterprise primarily derives from various types of spiritual grains sourced from neighboring towns, which they sell in bulk to the state city. While they certainly have their own establishments in Nanhua City, their main operations revolve around purchasing and selling grains. Although it may seem they lack any exceptional cultivation resources, food has always been of paramount importance. Those who can establish themselves as substantial grain merchants in this world are rarely to be trifled with. Aside from trading grains, the Lu family naturally acquires and sells a multitude of cultivation materials. Today, they are likely eyeing the talismans and elixirs previously offered by the Xiao family. After all, they have sold quite a number, and both their pricing and quality cannot escape the notice of the discerning. Selling at such a modest price offers tremendous potential if sold in the state city. Observing the layout here, Lu Xiaoying expressed her surprise. This is entirely distinct from the customary rules of shops in this world. In the small and sparsely populated Nanhua City, it may seem of little consequence, but such a model would undoubtedly be refreshing in a bustling metropolis like the state city, with its millions of inhabitants. Xiao Xiong, you possess remarkable skills. Lu Xiaoying sincerely praised. Xiao Nanfeng smiled with pride. It is hardly worth mentioning. When it comes to business acumen, I dare say I am second to none. Lu Xiaoying nearly choked on her drink. My goodness, the first statement was somewhat humble, but the second, are you truly unable to refrain from boasting? As Xiao Nanfeng spoke, his peripheral gaze fell upon Lu Wanyi. Her beauty is indeed as stunning as rumored, while not as fierce as Chen Yujie. Her figure and appearance are nothing short of perfection. An excess would render her plump, a deficiency would she stands gracefully, akin to a blooming white lotus. 20-fold returns, that scoundrel Xiaoan. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth in resentment. Were it not for that rascal, he could have enjoyed 20-fold returns today. Xiao Dasha? Xiao Dasha? Lu Xiaoying called out twice before managing to bring Xiao Nanfeng back to reality. Noticing Lu Xiaoying's displeased expression, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had indeed been staring at Lu Wanyi's face for a tad too long. However, the Lu siblings undeniably possess captivating beauty. In Nanhua City, it is likely no one can rival them. Xiao Nanfeng was direct in his observation. Lu Xiaoying felt somewhat stifled. As cultivators, they all possess dignity in face. Such candor leaves me at a loss for words. Lu Wanyi, feigning disdain, secretly rejoiced. The little maid proudly raised her head. Indeed, not only in Nanhua City, but even in the state city, my lady is the most beautiful. Shou he. Lu Wanyi stamped her foot, feeling both shy and indignant. Xiao Nanfeng gazed in astonishment. My goodness, this world still harbors beauty. Even the modest Lan Ziyan could rival the renowned stars of my past life. Chen Yujie surpasses them all. Although Yi Yiting's family possesses some charm, none can compare to the exquisite Lu Wanyi, who truly resembles a celestial being. No, it is not merely Lu Wanyi's beauty, it is her ethereal quality that elevates her allure significantly. Liu Xiaoying found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps the external gossip holds a grain of truth. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze lingered on the little maid, astonished that she would dare drool over his sister. Ahem. Lu Xiaoying coughed heavily. Xiao Nanfeng, bewildered, returned to his senses. Lu Xiong, have you caught a cold? Lu Xiaoying replied. The little maid is rather blunt, and thus scoffed. No wonder people say that the Xiao family has produced a desperate sycophant. It is indeed true, he cannot tear his eyes away from a woman. Lu Xiaoying's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao He. The maid's face paled as she quickly lowered her head. Young master, I was wrong. Lu Xiaoying snorted coldly. Apologize. Xiao He hesitated but eventually approached Xiao Nanfeng, bowing slightly. I apologize. Xiao He spoke without thinking, and I shouldn't have said such things. Xiao Nanfeng's gaze sharpened. If you deem it deserving of death, then go ahead. Xiao He was taken aback. Lu Xiaoying's smile froze. Are you serious? Lu Wanyi hurriedly stepped forward. Young master Xiao. Xiao He is young and inexperienced. Please forgive her this once. It is all my fault for not guiding her properly. I shall ensure she is well disciplined upon our return. In this world, despite the amicable rapport between Lu Xiaoying and Xiao Nanfeng, a direct confrontation is rare, for all are cultivators, elevated above the common fray. Yet Xiao He, as a mere maid, is no different from Xiao, and having accompanied Lu Wanyi since childhood, they are as close as sisters. Lu Wanyi looked to Lu Xiaoying for help. The latter felt a surge of anger. His sister places too much importance on those around her, and she will inevitably face grave consequences. But alas, he is the elder brother. Clenching his teeth, Lu Xiaoying reached into his sleeve. Xiao Xiong, as a token of our first meeting, please accept this cultivation insight as a small gift from me. His heart ached immensely. This cultivation insight was the culmination of a lifetime's work from a predecessor who had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He had hoped to use this insight to break through to the 9th layer himself, yet now he must endure for his sister's sake. Xiao Nanfeng's spirits lifted at the sight of this, for he desperately needed this cultivation insight. As Qian Guopi approached with a smile, he respectfully accepted the insight from Lu Xiaoying. Xiao Nanfeng then cleared his throat and calmly stated, let this matter be bygone. Today, Lu Xiong, do you have any guidance to offer? Lu Xiaoying was rendered speechless. What began as a pleasant conversation now seems destined to take a more formal turn. Chapter 41. The neighboring place is quite pleasant. Brother Xiao, Lu Xiaoying began, I have come at the behest of my family to discuss the possibility of purchasing a batch of talismans and elixirs from you. He spoke with utmost seriousness, mindful of the... Hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled, his face instantly brightening with a broad smile. Sell, of course I will. I opened this shop precisely to earn money through such transactions. Come, let's go to a more suitable place next door where we can discuss this in detail. Lu Xiaoying stood momentarily stunned. Discuss in detail, next door? Lu Wanyi, alarmed, called out, brother, where are you going? Xiao Nanfeng glanced back and said, Guopai, please notify Miss Lu that I am taking brother Lu to a place for serious discussions. Guopai quickly nodded, assuring, young master, do not worry. Xiao Nanfeng gave Lu Xiaoying a knowing look, but Lu Xiaoying was perplexed as he was pulled along by Xiao Nanfeng, hastily exiting the shop and heading forward. Before long, they arrived at the rejuvenation tower. Lu Xiaoying was taken aback. The strict decorum of the Lu family forbade him from visiting such establishments. Brother Xiao, is this truly an appropriate venue for our discussions? He inquired, his eyes ablaze with concern. He had heard countless tales and passed by various establishments of this nature, yet the rules of the Lu family were unyielding. Furthermore, they were here to conduct business, not to indulge in frivolities. Xiao Nanfeng replied earnestly, to engage in business, one must possess both the means and the sincerity to do so. You, brother Lu, are the young patriarch of the Lu family, a pillar of strength. If you cannot navigate such social engagements with ease, how will you achieve greatness in the future? Lu Xiaoying found his words compelling. Indeed, this engagement was but a precursor to the multitude of social obligations he would face in the future. He needed to learn to adapt. Reluctantly, he joined Xiao Nanfeng, their arms slung over each other's shoulders as they stepped inside. The matron of the rejuvenation tower looked up at the sky, puzzled. Whose kind soul comes to visit a brothel so soon after breakfast? Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, she greeted, her professionalism evident as she quickly wiped the remnants of sleep from her eyes and stifled a yawn, rushing towards them. Xiao Nanfeng assessed the matron, musing, this matron still possesses her charm. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was he truly so desolate as to be drawn to such a place? The matron, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Nanfeng, remarked, "A few years ago, I was the star attraction here." She had encountered countless men and immediately discerned Xiao Nanfeng's intentions. Xiao Nanfeng straightened his posture and declared, "Where are the finest ladies? Bring them forth to entertain the young master of the Lu family. You shall not be lacking in rewards." Though he had never been here before, Xiao Nanfeng had made several discreet visits to observe the patron's behaviors. "The ladies are all asleep," the matron replied. "They just finished a night of revelry and have only been resting for less than an hour." At such a moment, one must be generous. Money can accomplish wonders. Xiao Nanfeng whispered to Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying's heart raced, his hand gripping the folding fan trembling. He casually tossed a small pouch. The matron caught it, gasping in astonishment. 50 spirit stones, who offers such a sum before even meeting the ladies? These were spirit stones. The rejuvenation tower in South Wilderness City was no ordinary establishment. 50 spirit stones could secure exclusive access for 3 days. "Ladies, prepare to receive guests," the matron called out. Dozens of disheveled women, clad in scant attire, were hastily summoned from their slumber, their expressions still dazed as they were ushered into the main area, unaware of what awaited them. Lu Xiaoying shuddered involuntarily. Such vibrant colors and intoxicating fragrances, coming from a strictly governed family, Lu Xiaoying had never beheld such a display of beauty. The overwhelming scent of women enveloped him, momentarily clouding his thoughts, rendering his chi cultivation at the 8th level nearly ineffective. These must be celestial beings. Xiao Nanfeng was equally astonished, trembling with excitement. "They are here. She has arrived, bringing the mountain of snow with her. I have finally made it to the rejuvenation tower. Close the door." Xiao Nanfeng bellowed. The matron and several attendants dashed to comply. Lu Xiaoying felt as if his life had reached a new pinnacle. Sitting aside, Xiao Nanfeng furrowed his brow. "Where is that charming lady the system mentioned? All these women are present, yet she is nowhere to be found." Observing the scattered garments on the floor, amidst the sea of whiteness that captivated Lu Xiaoying, Xiao Nanfeng sipped his drink, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. A young woman, enticingly dressed, approached him. Xiao Nanfeng waved her away. "I have no money." "He does." The girl quickly turned and rushed to Lu Xiaoying's side, mingling with the other ladies. Such lowly standards, not even worthy of comparison to the Willow's grace. "How dare they approach me?" After dismissing the crowd, Xiao Nanfeng roamed the establishment, exploring both upstairs and downstairs, even venturing into the kitchen. There was truly no sign of her. Perplexed, he glanced back at the system, which still displayed the same message. Turning his gaze to the entrance, he wondered, could it be her? Fortunately, it was not. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although the matron remained alluring, she was not to his taste. "Young master, how may I assist you?" the matron inquired as she hurried over at his beckoning. Xiao Nanfeng, visibly impatient, retorted, "Is this truly all you have? Are there no better options?" The matron hesitated. "There are 32 ladies in the establishment, all present. The insights into cultivating qi were indeed valuable. Who should he bestow this knowledge upon? Perhaps Yi Yiting, to enhance her abilities and better assist with alchemy." Observing the patrons around him, Xiao Nanfeng decided to stand and exit. Ensure that the young master Lu is well cared for. The matron beamed. "Rest assured, young master. I will guarantee that young master Lu enjoys himself thoroughly." After meandering about for nearly 2 hours, Lu Xiaoying had yet to emerge. "Impressive, he appears to be whole." Xiaoan was busy chopping wood, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Satisfied, Xiao Nanfeng observed, "Look at Xiaoan, ever the diligent servant. He remains industrious, whether there is work or not." "Young master," Xiaoan began to speak but was silenced by Xiao Nanfeng's hand over his mouth. "Is Lu Wanting still here?" Xiaoan nodded. Xiao Nanfeng released his grip, instructing, "Do not inform anyone of my return. Await for Lu Xiaoying to come back before calling for me. I am off to find Yi Yiting." With that, he dashed to the neighboring establishment, seeking out Yi Yiting. Yi Yiting had just finished her bath and was drying her hair when she was startled by Xiao Nanfeng bursting into the room, momentarily forgetting to scream. This corner was relatively secluded, with Gua Pai having constructed a simple door. No man from the shop would dare tread here, yet, who could have anticipated Xiao Nanfeng's sudden intrusion? "Ah!" Yi Yiting gasped, but her voice was muffled as Xiao Nanfeng covered her mouth and swiftly dragged her into the room. Chapter 42. 100 million lost. Let go of me. I sell my art, not my body. Yi Yiting exclaimed in terror, pushing Xiao Nanfeng away. Xiao Nanfeng quickly covered Yi Yiting's mouth, saying, "I didn't mean it that way." Just don't scream, and I'll release you. Yi Yiting nodded vigorously. As soon as he let go, she exclaimed, "You rogue, you lied, you promised you wouldn't call out." Xiao Nanfeng lunged forward, pinning Yi Yiting down, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this usually honest girl be so deceitful? Yi Yiting anxiously clutched her clothing, looking at Xiao Nanfeng in despair. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and collapsed onto the bed. Xiao Nanfeng felt her release, and she despondently remarked, "You don't even spare men." Xiao Nanfeng retorted, "Seriously? Even now, you're pretending? Do you think I can't tell?" He dismissed her with a wave. "Fine, I'm not interested in the vast plains anyway. If you want to pretend, go ahead, just keep quiet. I don't fancy men, so don't tarnish my reputation. I'm here to ask how many gathering chi pills you have left and what other elixirs you can refine. The Lu family is coming today. It could be a substantial order." Xiao Nanfeng was equally troubled. The timing was truly unfortunate. There were still nearly 50 days before he could see any returns, but he couldn't remain idle for those 50 days. Even ordinary elixirs and talismans could be sold, otherwise, a prolonged absence of stock would drive away even the best customers. Without a reliable supply, who would want to maintain a long-term partnership when the need arises? Yi Yiting hastily adjusted her clothing, relieved that she had secured her bindings earlier, or else she would have been discovered. "Why did you sneak in here so stealthily? Can't you speak outside?" Yi Yiting gritted her teeth, yet felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled mischievously, "Am I not hiding from the Lu family? I sent the young master of the Lu family to the rejuvenation pavilion." Yi Yiting's eyes widened in shock, her breath hitching as she covered her mouth in horror. The Lu family was renowned for its strict upbringing. They were undoubtedly the most esteemed family in South Wilderness City. The fact that a young master from such a family had been sent to the rejuvenation pavilion was unfathomable. If the Lu family were to find out, would they not break Lu Xiaoying's 3 legs? Xiao Nanfeng grinned. Yi Yiting trembled, asking, "But why?" Xiao Nanfeng replied nonchalantly, "The Lu family is too principled, making business dealings difficult. When dealing with them, you must have something to leverage." Lu Xiaoying was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, the most promising disciple of the Lu family, currently poised to take over the family's enterprises unless, of course, he was taken by the Qingling sect in 3 years, which was highly likely. Lu Xiaoying was indeed a prodigy. At 17, he had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, rumored to have experienced a significant opportunity 1 or 2 years ago that propelled his cultivation to new heights, earning him the title of the foremost young talent in South Wilderness City. Now, do you think Lu Xiaoying would dare to return home and admit he was tricked into going to the rejuvenation pavilion? He wouldn't dare. Xiao Nanfeng laughed triumphantly. Yi Yiting clenched her teeth. "You were so cunning." Xiao Nanfeng, feeling quite pleased, fanned himself. "That essay given. In business, there is always a bit of treachery involved. However, what is more important for me is to establish a stable relationship with the Lu family. Relying solely on business is not secure enough. After all, Lu Wanting is currently the only one offering a 20-fold return. I must hold on to that tightly. In such a small place like South Wilderness City, you can't expect more. A 20-fold return is already the limit, but now, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't leave South Wilderness City. His current strength was insufficient for the outside world. He certainly didn't want to jeopardize himself after gaining a system. Wouldn't it be better to level up passively, gradually becoming invincible without any risk? Sounds much more appealing than recklessly engaging in dangerous confrontations. Just because you have a 99% chance of winning doesn't mean you should go all in. What is the difference between being pressured and being the one applying pressure? With a system at his disposal, why would he take unnecessary risks? Suddenly, Xiaoan rushed in. "Young master, I saw nothing at the Lu family." Yi Yiting gasped, quickly pulling up her clothing. "Xiaoan, you dare to speak so carelessly? I'll poison you." Xiao Nanfeng was alarmed. "You dare to speak recklessly, I'll break your legs." Qian Guopi stood outside, nervously fidgeting. "Young master, you are the pillar of this family, the hope of our household. You cannot possibly prefer men." Xiao Nanfeng and Yi Yiting exclaimed in unison, "I did nothing." Xiao Nanfeng sensed trouble brewing. Qian Guopi whispered, "Yi Dancher hasn't even put on her clothes yet." "Young master, women are everywhere. As a distinguished young man, if you need someone, I can find you one." Xiaoan quickly added, "My sister still possesses great charm." Xiao Nanfeng's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "Get lost. I haven't done anything." Qian Guopi quickly interjected, "Xiaoan, today you saw nothing. If young master's reputation is ruined, I will end your life." Xiaoan hastily covered his mouth, nodding vigorously. While being a playboy might be acceptable, if it were known that the young master preferred men, it would become a laughingstock. Even Xiao Donghai, who dotes on Xiao Nanfeng, would come to beat him senseless. Xiaoan fled in a hurry. Qian Guopi looked at Xiao Nanfeng with a pained expression. "Young master, at least close the door." With that, he covered his face and left. Xiao Nanfeng nearly fainted. Couldn't he go back now? Yi Yiting leaned against the doorframe in despair, her reputation in tatters. What to do? Xiao Nanfeng lamented. If only I had gone to the rejuvenation pavilion. Even if you accused me of abducting a common woman, it would have been better than this. Yi Yiting bit her lip. Master, how about I disguise myself as a man? That way, no one would say anything. At most, they would say you were messing around with your own alchemist. Xiao Nanfeng stared at her in disbelief. Is it a compliment to tarnish the reputation of your own alchemist? Yi Yiting, covering her face, dashed back to her room. Xiaoan peeked out from behind the water vat, cautiously saying, Young master, the young master of the Lu family has returned and is currently being scolded by the Lu family's young lady. What should we do? Xiao Nanfeng glanced at the sky. What, it's already nearly afternoon. Lu Xiaoying has some nerve. At that moment, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. As Xiaoan was about to retract his head, he suddenly froze in place, his motion stilled. Xiao Nanfeng turned around suddenly. What the? As he beheld Yi Yiting entering with grace, Xiao Nanfeng's jaw dropped. What is a delicate beauty? So this is how it is done. And oh, wait, the system flashed a prompt, peerless beauty. Is this evaluation tied to an upgrade? Yi Yiting, adorned in feminine attire, seemed ethereal, akin to a celestial being, filling the courtyard with an enchanting fragrance. What the? You truly are a woman? Xiao Nanfeng felt he had provided Yi Yiting a perfect opportunity to escape. Yi Yiting's face flushed crimson. As a frail maiden wandering alone, it would invite trouble to reveal my true form. Thus, I present myself as a man. I in this unavoidable circumstance. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Xiao Nanfeng looked at her incredulously. If I had known, I would have torn your clothes sooner and encouraged you to dress as a woman earlier. Now that you've transformed into a beauty, with a 20-fold return, I've lost 100 million. Young master, a fight is about to break out ahead. Xiaoan snapped back to reality, calling out urgently. No matter how stunning Yi Yiting appeared, she was still not a slave meant solely for his gazes. Priorities were paramount. Xiao Nanfeng fumed. You incompetent servant, can't you see I'm busy flirting? Chapter 43. A warm welcome in the shop. Lu Wani wore a frostbitten expression, while Lu Xiaoying's face was etched with bitterness. Who would have thought that such a formidable cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement could be vanquished by a group of untrained female spirits? The most embarrassing part was the dozens of lip prints still evident on his face, which had not been wiped clean upon his return, only to be discovered by his younger sister. Xiao Nanfeng, Lu Xiaoying's face was filled with resentment, but could this be attributed to Xiao Nanfeng? After all, it was said that the illustrious Lu Xiao was immensely powerful, and the girls from the rejuvenation pavilion were obliged to serve him. Hence, he refrained from competing with Lu for his brother's favor. What a splendid brother he was! Xiao Nanfeng arrived gracefully, fanning himself, accompanied by a stunning beauty of exquisite charm. Lu Xiaoying abruptly stood up. This woman was even more enchanting than his own sister. He quickly averted his gaze, adhering to the principle that one must not transgress against a brother's wife. Observing the bashful demeanor of the woman, who followed Xiao Nanfeng closely, he instinctively understood their relationship. Xiao Nanfeng, you are truly excessive. How could you deceive my brother into such a situation? Lu Wani's voice faltered as she laid eyes on Yi Yiting. This woman ignited an overwhelming sense of combativeness within her, rising instantaneously. A formidable rival. Who would have thought there existed someone more beautiful than herself in the modest South Wilderness city? Lu brother, let us adhere to the pricing we discussed at the rejuvenation pavilion. 50 spirit stones for a talisman of the 7th level of qi refinement, with a monthly supply of 200. Currently, I only have 20 gathering qi pills available at 15 spirit stones each. In 2 months, I will commence pill refining and can likewise supply 200 each month. If you have no objections, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Xiao Nanfeng's opening remarks effectively silenced all further discussion. With a subtle shift, Xiao Nanfeng signaled to Lu Xiaoying nothing was more important than business. It must be said that Lu Xiaoying was indeed an elite among men. With just a glance, he comprehended Xiao Nanfeng's intent. Grateful, Lu Xiaoying looked at him and promptly rose to clasp his fists and salute. Excellent, let us sign. Brother Xiao, you are indeed a man of your word. I do not regret spending hundreds of spirit stones to host you. Xiao Nanfeng's heart tightened. Goodness, Lu Xiaoying is quite a shrewd character. Hundreds of spirit stones, is this what the rejuvenation pavilion dares to charge? Am I merely a tool for settling your accounts? You are not so innocent yourself. With a beaming smile, Xiao Nanfeng replied, Thank you, Brother Lu, for your generosity. The necessary materials were prepared, and soon both men signed the contract with enthusiasm. Xiaoan immediately led several attendants to deliver the 200 talismans and the 20 gathering qi pills. Lu Wani wished to voice her thoughts but felt as if she might be unreasonable. Was her brother truly conducting business at the rejuvenation pavilion? Even if something else were afoot, it was merely a pretense, was it not? Otherwise, how could such a substantial deal be made? She fell silent. Lu Xiaoying was in high spirits as he handed over the payment directly. This time, consider the gathering chi pills a personal gift from me, so there will be no charge. For everything else, a mere 10,000 spirit stones will suffice. Lu Xiaoying clapped Xiao Nanfeng on the shoulder. Brother Xiao, how refreshing! From this day forth, the Lu family shall surely be closely allied with the Xiao family, advancing together. In 3 years, as individuals of such caliber, we shall undoubtedly stand equal to the Qingling sect, becoming a legendary tale. The two men exchanged extravagant praises, causing even Xianguopi to blush. The next generation of the Lu and Xiao families completed their first collaboration in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, marking the inception of their family's alliance. Lu Wani felt as if she were floating, even forgetting about her rival, Yi Yiting. She couldn't comprehend why conducting business at the Rejuvenation Pavilion seemed so effortless. Here she sat, expending over 3 hours in a futile negotiation, only to settle on a price of 19 spirit stones for a gathering chi pill and 80 spirit stones for a talisman of the 7th level of chi refinement. Was it possible that women were inherently unfit for the business realm? Was she truly incapable of competing for her family's leadership against her brother? She plunged into deep self-doubt. Lu brother, do come again. Xiao Nanfeng waved cheerfully from the entrance. Lu Xiaoying, grinning widely, turned back, clasping his fan with both hands in salute. Certainly, you must visit the Lu residence. My father has some exquisite wines in his collection. Observing the camaraderie between the two men, Lu Wani felt even more inferior. Look, her brother had forged such a close bond in less than a day, yet here she was, after hours of conversation, merely sipping a glass of water while they remained indifferent. This was the disparity. Lu Wani's self-esteem felt on the verge of collapse. The aroma of delightful cuisine wafted from the rear courtyard. Xiao Nanfeng patted his stomach, having skipped lunch for the sake of this business deal. Oh no! Xiao Nanfeng suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. He hurriedly rushed out, calling, Lu brother, wait up! Not having ventured far, Lu Xiaoying paused, turning back to gaze at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng strode toward him. How could I have forgotten? It's already past noon, and I haven't even had the chance to invite you for a meal. At this hour, to have gone without food is inexcusable. We must eat before you depart, otherwise, how can my heart find peace? Xiao Nanfeng lamented, filled with regret. Witnessing his fervor, Lu Wani found herself unable to voice a refusal. Wasn't Xiao Nanfeng known as a notorious scoundrel? Yet his current enthusiasm was truly moving. Lu Xiaoying's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Xiao Nanfeng's hand. Let us return it today. You and I must drink until we are inebriated. Sister, if you are not hungry, you may leave first and inform father that I have found a kindred spirit in brother Xiao. Lu Wani was about to agree when she suddenly noticed Yi Yiting standing at the shop's entrance, proudly lifting her chin and puffing out her chest in defiance. A provocation. How could she endure this? Immediately, Lu Wani declared, Brother, how can our Lu family be so impolite? How can we reject the warm hospitality of the young master of the Xiao family? Brother, what did father teach you about etiquette? I dare not forget. Lu Xiaoying was deeply moved by her words. Well said, my dear sister, off we go to dine. Minutes later, seated at an outdoor table in the rear courtyard, Lu Wani gazed in horror at the enormous bowl of greasy pig stew before her. Is this fit for consumption? Yet across from her, Yi Yiting elegantly rolled up her sleeves, exuding grace and confidence as she devoured her meal with gusto. Lu Wani was truly at a loss. Unless it was meat from a spirit pig, how could a cultivator consume such fare? Would that not diminish her status? She glanced at the surrounding attendants, squatting on the ground and gorging themselves without a hint of decorum. How could she be surrounded by them, dining on this common, lowly pork in full view of others? Xiao Nanfeng, however, had one foot on the bench, holding a bowl of wine, and alongside Lu Xiaoying, he rolled up his sleeves, shouting boisterously. 8 donkeys. 666. Yi Yiting, poised yet unpretentious, remarked leisurely, now do you understand what it means to engage in a man's business? You cannot achieve this. Does it seem crude? Such are the bonds of camaraderie among men? Lu Wani felt tears welling up. Lu Xiaoying, oblivious to how much he had drunk, had consumed enough ordinary rough wine to leave him thoroughly intoxicated. The Lu family members arrived, bringing a carriage to take them away. Xiao Nanfeng swayed at the entrance, calling out, Lu brother, do come again. Chapter 44. Each with their own agenda. As they watched the figures fade into the distance, Zhenguopi and Xiaoan supported the unsteady Xiao Nanfeng back inside, while the attendants hurried to secure the shop's entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Nanfeng's seemingly boneless form abruptly stood erect. Goodness, who would have thought Lu Xiaoying could drink so much? I nearly succumbed to inebriation myself. Quickly, gather the contract. It was a rare opportunity to have him intoxicated and secure a 3-year long-term agreement. This represented a significant business venture worth hundreds of thousands. Xiao Nanfeng, brimming with pride, produced the contract and handed it to Qianguapi. Previously, apart from immediate transactions, all other agreements had merely been verbal commitments, lacking in reliability this time. However, a genuine 3-year contract had been signed, in black and white. Regardless of whether the goods would sell, Lu's family must come to the Xiao residence monthly to pay for and collect the merchandise. Should there be any losses, they shall be borne by the Lu family and not a single penny of my Xiao family's funds shall be compromised. Qianguapi looked at Xiao Nanfeng with admiration. Young master is truly talented. I cannot keep pace with your brilliance. This was Qianguapi's heartfelt sentiment. He had never imagined that even though the dealings were initiated with the Xiao family in mind, such a substantial business agreement could be concluded in a single day. Even if negotiations were possible, it would typically involve casual discussions followed by the Lu family patriarch's involvement, leading to protracted back and forth before reaching an accord. Yet, under the young master's deft manipulation, it was finalized in just one day. Moreover, the Lu family even agreed to deliver a down payment the following day, 100,000 for materials required for alchemy and talisman crafting. Who has ever heard of such a thing? The young master refers to this as a down payment. In this world, who conducts business by providing a down payment, it is always a simultaneous exchange of payment and goods. Yours, Xiao Nanfeng casually tossed a small pouch to Yi Yiting. She huffed in response, stingy. Xiao Nanfeng shot her a glance before tossing another pouch, 200 spirit stones. That is not insignificant. You consume and indulge, and I still need to provide you with pocket money. Who am I to appeal to for fairness? Yi Yiting placed her hands on her hips. Were it not for my allure drawing Lu Wani's attention, would you have so easily deceived Lu Xiaoying? Give me another 100, or else you shan't have my assistance next time. I shall only concern myself with alchemy. Xiao Nanfeng felt a pang of regret. 100 spirit stones could book the entire rejuvenation tower for 10 days. Yi Yiting snatched the 100 spirit stones from his hand, haughtily huffing as she ran off. Qianguapi blinked, suddenly struck with enlightenment, and slapped himself across the face. The young master's scheme was brilliant. As the shopkeeper, he had much to learn. Previously, he had thought that Yi Yiting merely provoked Lu Wani a little. Little did he know the extent of her influence. Xiao Nanfeng patted Qianguapi's shoulder. Learn well. Do not be deceived by Lu Xiaoying's apparent status as the Lu family's young master, nor underestimate Lu Wani's immaturity. Ultimately, it is Lu Wani who will inherit the Lu family. Qianguapi's expression turned serious, and he knelt down. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. Observing Qianguapi, Xiao Nanfeng snorted. You think so highly of yourself, wanting to call me master? You are not worthy. Tears welled in Qianguapi's eyes. Young master, without the title of master and disciple, I cannot claim to be your pupil. However, he had learned much. In other families, calling someone master would be the least of it. Qianguapi would need to adopt the Xiao surname, inscribed in the family regulations and genealogy, thereby becoming a lifelong servant of the Xiao family. Did he think the skills of the master could be imparted so easily? Young master, Guapi is willing to enter the Xiao family. Qianguapi could no longer contain himself. Xiao Nanfeng kicked him aside. Get lost, I have no need for such a foolish person. Hurry, go inspect the shop. Xiaoan approached, looking smugly at Qianguapi. You still wish to take the Xiao surname? Do you even deserve it? Qianguapi smiled bitterly. It is my folly to think I could ever catch the young master's eye. At the Chen family shop, Chen Yujiet and Chen Yufeng peered through the cracks in the window, their faces ashen. The Xiao family had actually allied with the Lu family. This was troublesome. Sister, did you not claim you had that infatuated fool under control? What do we do now, that Lu Wani is no less capable than you? If these two become entangled, the Chen family is truly doomed. We have gone 4 days without selling even a single talisman. Chen Yujie lamented, collapsing into a chair. How was I to know that this infatuated fool would suddenly cease his flattery? I have yet to recoup my capital. This is a significant loss. I must try again tomorrow. If the aloof persona fails to captivate him, I shall adopt a different approach. Perhaps he prefers a more assertive demeanor. Chen Yufeng exhaled in relief. His sister's demeanor was simply too cold. If she lowered her guard, their prospects would greatly improve. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Xiaoying's eyes instantly widened, as Lu Wani stared in disbelief at her brother, who had just been nearly dragged into the living room. Brother, you deceived him. You were not truly drunk? Lu Zhenfeng sat upright in the living room, lightly stroking his beard, smiling as he regarded Lu Xiaoying. Wani, today I specifically had you accompany your brother to observe how he conducts himself. You must learn well. Your brother is a prodigy destined to enter the Qingling sect within 3 years at the latest. Should you fail to enter the Qingling sect, you shall be tasked with leading our Lu family. Lu Wani's heart filled with realization. This was their father's way of training her. Lu Zhenfeng turned to Lu Xiaoying. Xiaoying, what say you? Do you still believe your father has misjudged him? Lu Xiaoying's face flushed. A father's insight is unparalleled. I am ashamed that Xiao Nanfeng is indeed extraordinary. Despite only being at the 3rd level of Qi training, he could sense my presence from 100 meters away. He likely possesses other opportunities. His strength cannot simply be measured by his current level. Furthermore, in 3 years at the Qingling Sect's Grand Competition, he will undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. His methods are unpredictable, yet he consistently identifies your greatest weaknesses at the most opportune moments, applying pressure without ever forcing your hand, leaving you feeling as though you were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Lu Zhengfeng felt a swell of pride. His son was truly flourishing and advancing. Liu Xiaoying produced 2 contracts, followed by the details of the current shipment. The cooperation has been delightful. We secured a price comparable to that of the Wanbao Tower. Transporting it to Zhouchang will undoubtedly yield significant profits. With a 3-year contract in place, within these 3 years, the Lu family shall face no concerns. If, after 3 years, I do enter the Qingling sect, who would dare covet our Lu family? Lu Zhengfeng immediately glanced at the 2 contracts. The first was merely a delivery agreement, while the second was indeed a long-term contract, and the price was remarkably favorable. We have passed this hurdle. The Lu family had been struggling in the state city, as they were ultimately a small family, finding business operations there exceedingly difficult. They had been on the verge of retreating back to Nanhua City. However, with Xiao Nanfeng's sudden rise in Nanhua City, they glimpsed hope. To their astonishment, the collaboration had proceeded so smoothly. In a few days, prepare a generous gift in your name for Xiao Nanfeng. We must maintain this relationship well. Lu Jingfeng's spirit soared. Yet, why did he insist on treating us to a meal of pig slaughter? Lu Wanyi suddenly frowned. Could there be a special significance to it? Both Lu Zhengfeng and Lu Xiaoying fell into contemplation. Chapter 45 of The Kind-Hearted Young Master. What significance does the pig-killing dish hold? The significance lies in reminiscing about the flavors of a past life. Is there a problem with that? There is none. Xiao Nanfeng is merely nostalgic for the taste of the pig-killing dish from his previous existence. In that life, the only time he enjoyed this dish was during the New Year's celebrations of his childhood. As he grew older, such indulgences became rare, yet the longing lingered. In this life, as the esteemed young master of the Xiao family, the pleasure of purchasing a pig and personally preparing the pig-killing dish is something you cannot comprehend. In terms of food, the world can essentially be divided into 2 categories: that which aids in cultivation and that which does not. What concern is it of mine if it aids in cultivation? I do not rely on arduous practices or medicinal aids. Why should I not indulge my palate with that which does not enhance my cultivation? Thus, for Xiao Nanfeng, food is simply classified into 2 types. Delectable and less so. That is the standard that should be upheld. The pig, a hefty wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, yielded over 50 pounds of meat for the pig-killing dish, accompanied by an equal amount of various vegetables. Remarkably, a mere dozen people consumed it all. Xiao Nanfeng gasped in disbelief. Could this group of gluttons, who only feasted and did not labor, truly be so ravenous that they would consume him into poverty? Guapi, fetch some digestive soup before someone meets an untimely end, he declared, belching contentedly as he headed back. Qian Guapi, rubbing his stomach, quickly scrambled to prepare the digestive soup. In this establishment, the proprietor had never allowed anyone to leave unsatisfied. However, for ordinary folk, the pig-killing dish was an unprecedented delicacy. Young master, it's nearly noon. Miss Chen from the Chen family is here to see you, Xiaoan called from outside the door. Xiao Nanfeng yawned and pushed the door open, not seeing her. Xiaoan nodded in agreement, understood. With a prospect of 20-fold returns, why would he entertain the likes of Chen Yujia with her measly 10-fold return? Chen Yujia seethed with indignation. To be refused, to be outright denied even a glimpse. How could this once pliant suitor suddenly exhibit such insolence? What had transpired? Xiaoan stood at the entrance, puffing up with bravado. Chen Yujia tried to push her way in, struggling to contain her frustration, for she had already suffered losses due to this prolonged wait. Xiaoan stepped forward, blocking her path, and politely clasped his hands together. Miss Chen, I'm terribly sorry. My young master is quite occupied. Chen Yujia felt tears welling up. She genuinely cried, yet it was futile. Xiaoan would never allow her entry, for the young master had decreed it, no audience. Xian Guapi, busy with his calculations, kept an eye on the scene outside, prepared to intervene if Xiaoan failed to deter her. The young master is not someone you can simply approach at will. Finally, Xiao Nanfeng rose from his slumber, having indulged too much the previous day, and feeling the toll of recent fatigue. How could he justify not sleeping until noon after all his hard work? Stretching in the courtyard, he noticed Yi Yiding busily tending to 2 small children. 1. A 3-year-old who seemed to weigh as little as a 1.5-year-old, was diligently washing medicinal herbs in a large basin. The other, a 6-year-old appearing no older than 3, struggled to carry a bucket of water, trembling with every step. Though they were at an age of innocence, their understanding was disquietingly profound. This is a tragedy of morality and a degradation of humanity. Xiao Nanfeng crouched on the ground, hair unkempt, pulling out a stick. In this wretched world, not even candied hawthorns could be found for sale. Xiaoan, come here. Xiaoan rushed in, sliding to kneel before Xiao Nanfeng with impressive agility. Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned peculiar. Had he truly begun his cultivation journey? In this desolate world, cultivators were indeed beings of a higher order. Once one possesses spiritual roots, entering the realm of cultivation is not particularly arduous. Once initiated, they transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Xiaoan's swift movement was met with an exasperated thought. I intended for you to become a powerful cultivator, and yet here you are, a mere cultivator yourself. What purpose does this serve? Nonetheless, this sliding maneuver was commendable. Go fetch some sugar and some hawthorn. Xiao Nanfeng crouched down, feeling somewhat discontented. To think that even the pleasure of consuming candied hawthorns had to be self-made. After Chen Yujie departed, Xiao Nanfeng settled himself at the shop entrance, observing the sparse foot traffic. In truth, there were few passers-by, leaving the street rather forlorn. This street appeared ordinary, yet it was only frequented by cultivators or those associated with them, and in the entire southern wilderness city, cultivators were scarce. During ordinary times, the crowd was indeed thin, yet today, it felt particularly desolate. Young master, are we having the pig-killing dish for lunch today? The clumsy one inquired, squatting beside Xiao Nanfeng. The clumsy one stood taller than Xiao Nanfeng even while crouching. How dare he grow so tall without merit? What is so good about that dish? Well, it does have a certain flavor. Let Xiao Ling prepare it. Xiao Nanfeng squinted against the autumn sun, which warmed him pleasantly. The clumsy one sprang to his feet, prompting Xiao Nanfeng's ire. He leapt up and kicked him. You fool, how dare you bask in the sun in front of me? With that single movement, the sunlight seemed to vanish. The clumsy one scratched his head, laughing heartily as he turned to flee. Sister Ling, the young master has decreed that we shall have the pig-killing dish for lunch. All those in the shop ceased their labors, eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the next moment, everyone quickened their pace, the urgency of their work surging by 30%. Before long, Xiaoan returned, striding in with a large sack, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Young master, 10 pounds of sugar and 50 pounds of hawthorn. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng was instantly invigorated. The thought of that sweet and tangy flavor, accompanied by the satisfying crunch, made him leap to his feet. Find a pot. While he was uncertain how others crafted candied hawthorns, Xiao Nanfeng knew the simplest way. Boil the syrup and coat the hawthorns. That sufficed. The finest ingredients deserved the simplest of preparations. Blast it, there are no skewers for the candied hawthorns, it's simply one tea look appealing. He kicked Xiaoan to fetch some skewers. Xiaoan was deft with his hands, making this task a breeze. Big sister, come here, I have a task for you. Xiao Nanfeng rolled up his sleeves, busily preparing the candied hawthorns. The big sister hurried over, nervously watching him. Mother said that he is a distinguished master. When he is pleased, I will be well fed, and my mother and sister can survive. Your task is to, if you do well, the young master will reward you with a candied hawthorn. If you do poorly, you shall be punished with one instead. The big sister immediately became anxious, her face paling in fear, her little hands trembling as she fervently nodded her head. Xiao Ling busied herself preparing the pig-killing dish, having learned the skill just the day before, which was quite the accomplishment. Qianguapi, overhearing Xiao Nanfeng's rewards and punishments for the big sister, coldly snorted, Sister Ling, our young master may be kind-hearted, but we, the servants, must know our place. You've learned how to make the pig-killing dish, you must also understand how to handle it. Do not let the young master's kindness be squandered. Knowledge in this world is indeed precious. The young master is truly benevolent, so much so that he freely shares such invaluable skills. This pot of pig-killing dish possesses the ability to sustain a family for generations. Xiao Ling wiped away a tear, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, shopkeeper, I won't share with anyone unless the young master permits me. Remember the young master's kindness. The clumsy one, feeling nothing from the kick, merely gazed at the steaming pot with rapt attention. In this harsh world, Chen Guapi muttered curses under his breath, yet inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His future was indeed secure. Chapter 46. The first-order alchemist capable of refining qi-gathering pills. The days devoid of rebates have become exceedingly dull, even the sight of beautiful women fails to ignite any enthusiasm. Xiao Nanfeng lay languidly on a chair by the door, as lifeless as a bone. Across the street, Chen Yujie watched with gritted teeth. The moment she approached, Xiao Nanfeng would leave. Whether it was Xiaoan or Qianguapi, they would obstruct her entrance. As noon approached, the simpleton arrived punctually, squatting down and straining to appear smaller, gazing up at Xiao Nanfeng. With his hand clutching a candied hawthorn stick trembling in anger, Xiao Nanfeng stood up abruptly. Pig slaughter soup, I might as well become pig slaughter soup myself. He then shoved the candied hawthorn into Xiao Nanfeng's mouth, shouting, "Get lost, get lost." The simpleton chuckled foolishly and dashed away. Sister Ling, pig slaughter soup. Xiao Nanfeng was rendered speechless. The past 2 months had dragged on torturously, consuming pig slaughter soup daily. Who could possibly endure this? That thick, greasy slab of pork had made him nauseous. He merely yearned for a fleeting moment of nostalgia, and yet, here they were, those beasts. Xian Guopi sheepishly shuffled over. "Young master, it truly is unacceptable. In less than 2 months, we've had it 18 times, which household spoils its servants so?" They had devoured 2 pigs already, and today, yet another pig was to be consumed entirely. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, "Whom are you pointing fingers at? You, a dog-like steward, dare to criticize your young master? Which household's canine servant is so audacious? Are you merely informing me that there is no pork left and that pig slaughter soup cannot be prepared?" He casually plucked a candied hawthorn stick from the nearby grass and muttered, "Damn it. In my previous life, I couldn't even bear to buy a candied hawthorn, and now this heartless owner sells them for 10 pieces of spirit stone apiece. In this life, not indulging in a candied hawthorn stick would be a disservice to his identity as a cultivator." With the candied hawthorn held horizontally in his mouth, Xiao Nanfeng began to count his fingers. It had been precisely 48 days, in just 2 more days, he could once again reap the benefits. Instantly, Xiao Nanfeng's spirits lifted as he shoved the half-eaten candied hawthorn into Qian Guopi's mouth. "Xiaoan, come here." Xiaoan slid into view with a swift motion. "Go, bring back a pig." "Damn it, with the incessant pig slaughter soup, I am on the verge of becoming pig slaughter soup myself. Today, I shall show you what it means to have skill. Go inform Sister Ling that pig slaughter soup will no longer be prepared." Xiaoan scrambled to his feet and dashed off. Qian Guopi, with an air of triumph, gnawed on the candied hawthorn, relishing the fact that he had tasted the young master's treat. "The young master loves me." Xiao Nanfeng rolled up his sleeves, while Xiaoan squatted down to tend to the fire, his head bowed in trepidation. Should he dare to lift his gaze, he would surely be met with a strike from the firewood in Xiaoling's hands. "Do you think you can learn the young master's culinary skills? Not even a biological brother could manage that." Observing Xiaoan's bruised head, Xiao Nanfeng felt a twinge of pain himself. Xiaoling was indeed brutal. Xiaoan, feeling utterly aggrieved, was tasked with tending to the fire by the young master, while Xiaoling stuffed cotton into his ears. The young master had said that whether the fire was too fierce or too weak, he would remain oblivious, and should he inquire, he would be met with a kick. To raise his head would earn him a beating from Xiaoling. Qian Guopi, with a fierce glare, kept watch, his back turned to the cooking direction, cotton stuffed in his ears, coldly glaring at the entrance to the backyard. Any servant who dared approach at this moment would meet a dire fate. Cultivation was the realm of the elite, but the ability to sustain oneself was the lifeblood of ordinary people. Even if Xiaoan had joined the Xiao family and begun cultivating, as long as he remained the young master's servant, he must adhere to the duties of a servant. Qian Guopi was keenly aware of this distinction. Braised meat, pork belly, dompa pork. Xiao Nanfeng hummed a tune as he simmered several large pots. Yi Yiting had ceased alchemy, standing at the door, craning her neck to peek in. The big girl hurriedly covered the eyes of the second girl, saying, don't look, or you'll be beaten." "Have you all learned?" Xiao Nanfeng, having sweated profusely, Xiaoling nodded vigorously. "I've learned, I've remembered." Xiao Nanfeng shot a glance at Qian Guopi, who appeared as though facing a formidable adversary. "Don't block the way, come over for dinner." The servants in the courtyard surged in. The aroma of meat wafted through the air. "Yi Yiting, you, a distinguished cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement and a first-order alchemist, are you not concerned about your image?" "Ha? 4th level of qi refinement, first-order alchemist? No, wait, this young master is at the 3rd level of qi refinement, a second-order talisman master, yet I am unable to draw a first-order spirit talisman. Is it possible that the 4th level of qi refinement allows for such?" Xiao Nanfeng, patiently waiting for everyone to finish eating and assist with the cleanup, beckoned to Yi Yiting. "At the 4th level of qi refinement, how do you sustain the consumption of a first-order alchemist?" Yi Yiting approached, shaking her head. "I cannot sustain it." Yi Yiting proudly raised her chin. "I am a fire spirit alchemist." Then, with a hint of disappointment, she added, "But a fire spirit alchemist can only support the simplest first-order qi gathering pill. I cannot refine anything else. It still requires a higher qi cultivation realm, but that takes too long." Understanding dawned on Xiao Nanfeng. It was the comprehension of a first-order alchemist combined with the unique talent of a fire spirit alchemist that enabled Yi Yiting to refine qi gathering pills. No wonder she only refined qi gathering pills. But wait, something feels amiss. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng turned around, glaring at Yi Yiting in anger. "You deceiver, a consumption of 1,000 spirit stones each month. You can only refine chi-gathering pills? Yi Yiting, hands on her hips, retorted, just tell me, am I not a first-order alchemist? Xiao Nanfeng was momentarily taken aback, that is indeed true. And tell me, is chi-gathering pill not a first-order pill? That too is correct. The contract states that one can refine pills within their capability. Is there any issue with that? That also holds true. Then is there any problem with my refining chi-gathering pills? Xiao Nanfeng felt despondent. Had he lost or gained a counterfeit first-order alchemist, that hardly counted. But could she truly be considered a first-order alchemist? A first-order alchemist should at least be able to refine 7 or 8 types of pills, right? Glancing at Yi Yiting, Xiao Nanfeng returned to his room, feeling perturbed. Xiao brother. A cheerful voice rang out. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up as he rushed out. Ah, brother Lu, it has been too long, your charisma surpasses even the past. Lu Xiaoying clasped his hands in greeting. Xiao brother, it has been a few days, and you too appear vibrant and full of spirit. Lu Wanyi, overhearing the shameless flattery exchanged between the two, began to doubt her existence. Was this truly her gentle and refined elder brother, the epitome of a gentleman? Huh, what is that delightful aroma? Xiao Nanfeng reached out to pull Lu Xiaoying along, warmly guiding him to a table. Qian Guopi promptly cleared the space. Come, today we must indulge in hearty drinking. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Nanfeng gestured, and Xiaoan, with a candied bone in his mouth, hurriedly brought forth a large vat of wine. He then settled beside Xiao Nanfeng, gnawing on the bone. Luani frowned slightly. A mere servant dared to sit at the table. The last time Qiu Lian returned, her father nearly beat her to death. She was still bedridden. Why was it that her servant could be nearly beaten to death for a single misstep, yet his servant dared to dine at the table? Lu Xiaoying gently tapped his fan, seizing the moment while Xiao Nanfeng busied himself serving food. That is a member of the Xiao family, with a spiritual root, having entered the path of cultivation. He is not merely a household servant assister. Do take note and learn from this. Recently, 5,000 spirit stones had been spent to acquire 5 source spirit stones, causing quite the uproar at the Wanbao building. That was due to this individual. Though he may be inept, he is no ordinary person. He is the trusted aide of the young master of the Xiao family, akin to a brother. You dote on Qiu Lian, but would you part with 5,000 spirit stones for her? Lu Wanyi was momentarily taken aback and chose to remain silent. A servant with a spiritual root would inevitably be welcomed into the family, instantly elevating their status. This was a certainty. That fortunate servant indeed had good fortune. Clutching the azure sea pearl in her hand, Lu Wanyi felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Was she truly going to gift this prodigal son? Chapter 47 of The Return of the Foster Father. Lu Xiaoying wore a broad smile as he clinked bowls with Xiao Nanfeng, downing a generous bowl of wine with great gusto. From a young age, he had been nurtured to embody the qualities of a gentleman, polished and refined. Yet, it seemed that in the company of Xiao Nanfeng, it was this hearty drinking and feasting that truly resonated with his desires. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled inwardly, thinking, the rebellious phase of youth. Despite being entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Lu family, Lu Xiaoying was merely 17. In this world, one took charge early, but could that alter a person's inherent nature? He would continue to follow his elder brother. Xiao brother, have you heard the recent news about Wanbao Tower? Lu Xiaoying inquired as he finished another bowl of wine. Upon hearing their conversation commence, Chen Guopi promptly signaled the others to discreetly vacate the backyard with their bowls. Even Xiaoan hastily took his leave. In an instant, the backyard was left with only Lu Xiaoying and Xiao Nanfeng. Lu Xiaoying cast a discreet glance at the last to depart, Chen Guopi, and remarked, "Who says the Xiao family lacks decorum?" Xiao Nanfeng shook his head. "I truly hadn't noticed. Besides, why would I be a fool and spend at Wanbao Tower without any benefits? Without returns, it's simply a loss." Wanbao Tower had become the subject of much ridicule. Lowering his voice, Lu Xiaoying continued, "The Lu family is indeed quite extensive in its dealings, and the affairs of Wanbao Tower's branches are always bound to attract the attention of the discerning." Hearing about the 3 top-notch talents, Xiao Nanfeng burst into laughter of fools. "I am a man of great fortune, even the most servile dogs bask in its glow. What caliber does Wanbao Tower possess to dare gamble with such fortune?" Lu Wanyi chimed in, "This shameless fellow truly knows no bounds. What standard does Wanbao Tower have? You, a mere shopkeeper in a small county, what standard do you possess?" Lu Xiaoying laughed heartily. That is indeed the case. After returning, Zhou Dafu was demoted, but not long after, he regained his position. His successor, Jin Liufu, took on a task, only to botch it completely with a reward of 3 spirit stones. He brought along 2 9th-level chi practitioners. What a disgrace, Wanbao Tower has lost all face over this. However, the task was not pursued further by Wanbao Tower, which chose to endure the embarrassment. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up immediately. Who was so impressive, to lose 2 9th-level chi practitioners over a task worth 3 spirit stones? A fleeting spark of intrigue crossed Lu Xiaoying's eyes as he noted the clear curiosity in Xiao Nanfeng's gaze. Lu Wani attempted to interject but was silenced by a subtle kick from Lu Xiaoying. Gazing at Xiao Nanfeng, Lu Xiaoying savored a piece of braised meat that melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, lean yet tender, delicious. After conversing for a while, Lu Xiaoying realized he had gleaned little useful information. Having eaten and drunk sufficiently, he shot a glare at Lu Wani. She, gritting her teeth, produced a sea pearl. This time, Xiao brother has aided the Lu family immensely. This sea pearl is a token of our appreciation, please accept it. Upon seeing the sea pearl, Xiao Nanfeng's hand shot out, and in a flash, the pearl vanished. Lu Wani found her hand empty, stunned. This shameless rogue. When others present gifts, one must graciously refuse thrice. We are civilized people, yet you outright steal? Xiao Nanfeng laughed heartily. What assistance are we discussing? It's merely business. The goods have already been prepared, and it's still just. However, if you wait a couple of days, let's say the day after tomorrow, you may come to collect some gathering chi pills. At least 100. Lu Xiaoying was overjoyed. Having received goods twice in the past 2 months, Xiao Nanfeng had proven to be a man of his word, delivering quality and quantity as agreed. These 2 batches had allowed the Lu family to reverse their disadvantage and stabilize their standing in the prefectural city. The purpose of this gift-giving wasn't merely to cement relations, it was also a sincere act of gratitude. Among cultivators, one cannot afford to owe too many favors. Even if it is merely business, one must acknowledge the tremendous opportunity given to the Lu family. Otherwise, wouldn't they simply sell these goods to Wanbao Tower without incurring losses? This time, the objective had been achieved. The talismans merely helped to alleviate the Lu family's disadvantage. Coupled with the gathering chi pills, they would enable the Lu family to firmly re-establish themselves in the prefectural city. This visit was primarily for the gathering chi pills. Excellent. Lu Xiaoying lightly slapped the table. Xiao brother, you are indeed forthright, cheers. As the night wore on, Lu Xiaoying was eventually pulled away by others. Xiao Nanfeng lay beneath the table. Once Lu Xiaoying departed, Shen Guopi scurried over. Young master, the Lu family has left. Xiao Nanfeng immediately sprang up. Goodness, that rascal can really drink, we must be cautious. If Wanbao Tower suffered a setback at our home, it may have caught the eye of those with ulterior motives. Arrange for someone to send a message home, urging my father to be more vigilant. Reduce the store's inventory by 30% for sales, and contact Wanbao Tower to mention we have gathering chi pills available in large quantities. The day after tomorrow, have Zhou Dafu come to discuss. We'll need about 500 AS for the talismans. Those must be prepared for the 9th level chi practitioners. Provide them with 500 talismans. Qian Guopi nodded earnestly, helping Xiao Nanfeng adjust his clothing and dust off the dirt. He considered, young master, why would Wanbao Tower provide them with so much? He understood that in his position as a storekeeper, such inquiries were not his place. Xiao Nanfeng replied softly. Wanbao Tower lost 2 9th level chi practitioners and still hasn't grasped our Xiao family's details. However, they certainly won't let this go easily. By offering them an irresistible benefit, they will refrain from taking action against the Xiao family. We must bide our time and wait for the right opportunity. The Xiao family is too weak. If we truly anger Wanbao Tower, we cannot bear the consequences. We must endure. Qian Guopi promptly went to arrange matters, and at dawn, the most inconspicuous of the store's employees, Xiao Tiaming, quietly left the shop. The next day, Xiao Nanfeng felt rejuvenated. Foster father, I finally see you. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Tears streamed down his face. System, your warmth puts me in a difficult position. Last time, I made an exception and provided you with a recovery pill, albeit at the cost of 10 rebate opportunities. Detected rebate target Yi Yiting, qualification stunning beauty, rebate multiplier 20x. Detected rebate target. Lu Wani, qualification stunning beauty, rebate multiplier 20x. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback, looking up at the sky, which had just brightened. Is Lu Wani in such a hurry? But it was fortuitous. Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wani arrived together once more. Lu brother, so early? Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed. I told you I heard magpies singing this morning. Indeed, it heralds the arrival of esteemed guests. And the sister has come as well. Oh, my, have you just returned from the celestial palace? Such ethereal beauty could hardly belong to this world. Xiao Nanfeng stepped out to greet them with genuine warmth. Lu Wani, initially anxious about today's transaction, found herself floating on air, utterly enchanted by Xiao Nanfeng's enthusiasm. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "Am I really that beautiful?" Lu Xiaoying rolled his eyes at the sky. "Sister, you are far too innocent. With just a few words, you lose yourself completely. Not only are you beautiful, you are simply a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Even that so-called heavenly beauty, Zhuosini, can hardly compare to you, little sister." Xiao Nanfeng's flattery was hardly. Somewhere in a celestial palace, a certain fairy suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, puzzled by the sudden quickening of her pulse and instability in her Dao heart. Lu Wani, blushing furiously, gently twirled her body, her toes tracing circles on the ground. "Brother Nanfeng, you're making me shy." Lu Xiaoying was taken aback. "A sister, wait. No, my sister is about to collapse. Before we met, you were still the same old scoundrel, the same old sycophant, the same old wastrel. Yet now, when you flatter others, you're a sycophant, but when you flatter me, you're suddenly Brother Nanfeng? Sister, you have changed, you've become a hypocrite." Chapter 48. Is there still a bottom line? He hastily cleared his throat twice. "Brother Xiao, might we not be invited inside to sit?" Xiao Nanfeng, taken aback, quickly patted his forehead. My apologies, my apologies. Today, seeing my little sister so stunning, I momentarily lost my composure. Please, do come in. With your presence, this humble shop shall indeed shine." Lu Wani was utterly entranced. Across from her, Chen Yujie ground her silver teeth in frustration. This insufferable sycophant has switched his affections once again. No wonder he has ceased to fawn over me. Observing Lu Wani's bashful demeanor shattered Chen Yujie's heart. "My devoted admirer, I shall have your head." Yet, when Xiao Nanfeng took action, his generosity was truly remarkable. Chen Yujie could no longer contain herself. If she failed to win over Xiao Nanfeng, the Chen family's shop would surely face collapse. "Just wait, once I have you under my thumb, you shall see your demise." As she arrived at the entrance of the Xiao family shop, Chen Yujie's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Xiao Nanfeng inside. Xiao Nanfeng held a large jar in both hands. "Sister, if you do not accept this, it would be tantamount to looking down upon your brother Nanfeng, a mere 100 gathering chi pills. I can hardly present anything more substantial. Should you refuse, I will have to nullify our contract." Xiao Nanfeng's obsequious demeanor crushed Chen Yujie's spirit. Indeed, he remained that same insufferable sycophant, albeit with a new target of adoration. I had thought Xiao Nanfeng had changed his ways and ceased his flattery. However, Lu Wani does possess a certain allure. I must devise a plan. Humph, my aloof persona is crumbling. For the sake of the Chun family and my own interests, what is dignity? I cannot hold back any longer. But not just yet. Should she reveal herself now, Xiao Nanfeng would undoubtedly scorn her. At this moment, Lu Wani was in turmoil. 100 gathering chi pills, worth 2,000 spirit stones, was he truly giving them away? Had he earned such a sum from his dealings with the Lu family in the past 2 months? The Bai Hai Pearl, though expensive, was merely worth 2,000 spirit stones. The crux was, in one transaction with him, they could procure 100 gathering chi pills, and yet he was offering them freely. Suddenly, Lu Wani experienced an epiphany, gasping for breath. Xiao Nanfeng was unwilling to owe the Lu family any favors. This was an attempt to smooth over the debt incurred from the Bai Hai Pearl. This cannot be accepted. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Lu Wani. "Sister, if you do not accept today, I shall kneel before you." A bottom line? As long as there is a rebate, what is a bottom line? Seeing Xiao Nanfeng feign kneeling, Lu Xiaoying quickly restrained him, and Xiao Nanfeng immediately rose, his heart racing. Thankfully he was stopped. "Why go to such lengths, brother?" "Sister, do not be unreasonable. Since Brother Xiao has offered, you should accept it. I and Brother Xiao share a bond akin to blood brothers. What need is there for such reluctance? Does one not possess the magnanimity befitting cultivators?" Xiao Nanfeng stole a glance at Lu Wani's composure, quite expansive indeed. With no other choice, Lu Wani reluctantly accepted, her hands trembling. This was a gift from Xiao Nanfeng, worth 2,000 spirit stones. Xiao Nanfeng, momentarily dazed, stared blankly at Lu Wani. The transaction was successful. 100 gathering chi pills, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction was 20 times. As the settlement processed, 1,000 gathering chi pills were rebated. Lu Wani's cheeks flushed crimson. "Brother Nanfeng, if you gaze at me so, I shall become quite shy." She touched her flushed face, thinking, indeed, I am quite beautiful. Lu Xiaoying, ahem, yes, cough cough. Xiao Nanfeng snapped back to reality. If he lingered too long in a daze, Lu Xiaoying might suspect he had contracted a fever. "Sister, this is how it should be." Lu Xiaoying hurriedly interrupted Xiao Nanfeng from further enchanting Lu Wani. "If this continues, my sister may just throw herself at you." He coughed again. "Brother Xiao, is the merchandise prepared for today?" He could no longer maintain composure and had to be direct. Sha Nanfeng grinned smugly. Brother Lu, please wait a moment, the goods are ready and shall be delivered shortly. Shaoan, come here and help me move the items. Understood. Shaoan swiftly slid over, executing a smooth turn. Sha Nanfeng stared in astonishment. What the devil, were you training solely in sliding for the past few months? Upon reaching the room, Sha Nanfeng casually instructed Shaoan to retrieve the results of his labor over the past 2 months, which had required him to spend a full hour each day. In the last couple of days, to meet the deadline, I even worked for 5 hours yesterday. I have truly let down my system's adoptive father. He casually extracted 100 of the 1,000 rebated gathering chi pills, setting the remainder aside. Returning to the shop, he placed the goods on the table. Brother Lu, please check. Lu Xiaoying quickly replied, could I ever engage in such underhanded dealings? Our bond is akin to brotherhood, do I not trust brother Xiao? Sha Nanfeng chuckled, a brother knows me well, we are lifelong friends. Both wore forced smiles. Luani found it hard to leave, being with Sha Nanfeng was immensely comforting. Lu Xiaoying's face twitched as he forcibly pulled Luani away. If we do not depart now, we may lose all dignity. His sister's gaze toward Sha Nanfeng was dangerously enamored. Sha Nanfeng, triumphantly fanning himself, strolled back leisurely. Shaoan, keep watch. Once in his room, Sha Nanfeng began to examine the Bai Hai Pearl. The Bai Hai Pearl possessed water attribute powers. When worn long-term, it could enhance one's water attribute strength and nurture water attribute spiritual roots. Was this merely an auxiliary artifact, however, its effects likely would not be substantial. Was this trinket worth his attention? Yet, had Shen Yujie not gifted him a jade pendant recently, the gathering spirit pendant was worthless as tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard, and nevertheless, the items in his possession might not be without merit. With Luani accompanying Lu Xiaoying to the state city, he would not see her for a time. In 5 days, the only potential beneficiaries for rebates would be Yi Yiting and Shen Yujie. Surely that will win her heart. Though bound by contract, one must still invest in nurturing relationships. People grow distant when not in contact. He decided to wear the Bai Hai Pearl for now and see if it had any effect, as he had hardly noticed any from the gathering spirit pendant. He tossed a gathering chi pill into his mouth. It was surprisingly crunchy, with a chicken flavor. Stepping out of his room, Sha Nanfeng felt invigorated. What the devil, the gathering chi pill has this effect. With each movement, spiritual energy enveloped the entire shop. Chapter 49 The futility of men's learning. Having consumed the chi gathering pill, one would immediately enter seclusion, fervently absorbing its essence, terrified of leaking even the slightest trace. Yet, Sha Nanfeng scoffed. Consuming the chi gathering pill surely left a trace within one's body, did it not? Why bother with arduous meditation? He possessed an abundance of chi gathering pills. It was merely a game to him. While you meticulously savored one chi gathering pill, I would consume 100, and I refuse to believe I would fare worse than you. The attendants of the shop were engulfed in a subtle yet pervasive aura of spiritual energy that filled the establishment. Even ordinary individuals, continuously nourished by this energy, could enjoy the benefits of longevity. Yi Yiting sensed something amiss. Stepping out from the alchemy chamber, she inhaled sharply. The unmistakable scent of chi gathering pills permeated the air. But how could it be so widespread? Confounded, she approached the storefront, only to find Sha Nanfeng resembling a walking elixir, tossing a chi gathering pill into the air before catching it in his mouth with a satisfying crunch. Yi Yiting's fury ignited. It took her 12 painstaking days to refine 52 chi gathering pills, and he treated them like mere candy. Just as she was about to explode with anger, Yi Yiting froze. This insufferable sycophant had just gifted Luani 100, then sold another 100, 200 in total? Yet, in the past 2 months, she had only successfully refined 4 batches, totaling 211 pills. After selling them, she was left with merely 11. But in this brief moment, he had already swallowed 3. Shaoan, open your mouth. If you can't catch it, I swear I'll knock you out. Sha Nanfeng shouted. Shaoan immediately complied. Mouth agape. Sha Nanfeng flicked a chi gathering pill toward him. Hua Pai, open your mouth. You fool, open your mouth. Yi Yiting felt dizzy. Was this how one played with chi gathering pills? Her heart ached, rendering her breathless. Although beneficial for ordinary people, were these pills truly meant for the likes of sycophants? Yi Yiting, open your mouth. Sha Nanfeng approached. With immense indignation, Yi Yiting glared at Sha Nanfeng, exclaiming, you have no respect for others. Yet, she reluctantly opened her mouth. She hesitated to part with the chi gathering pill. The 4th sister's pill dissolved as soon as it entered her mouth. Yi Yiting was taken aback. This was not the chi gathering pill she had refined. Moreover, in such a short time, that despicable Sha Nanfeng had consumed at least 20 pills himself. Where did he acquire such a stock? Casting a glance at Sha Nanfeng, Yi Yiting's heart plummeted. It dawned on her that the Shao family was far more formidable than she had imagined. There must be other alchemists involved. Yes, that must be it. The Shao family had hired her, willing to spend 1,000 spirit stones a month for her services, merely to use her as a facade, all while they operated covertly, using her as a target. You have shown great disrespect to alchemists. Yet, the monthly expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones was excessively generous. Being a target was not without its merits. After a day of play, the shop was infused with spiritual energy, invigorating everyone present. Yi Yiting even forgot to retreat and absorb her chi-gathering pills properly. Chen Yuji entered, holding a tray of pastries, her skirt lifted slightly upon stepping inside, her eyes widened in astonishment. What had transpired in this sycophant's shop? Why was there such a pervasive aura of spiritual energy? Is the Jade Fairy here? Xiao Nanfeng approached with a smile. Chen Yuji was taken aback. This insufferable sycophant had ignored her for 2 months, yet now he was suddenly so warm. Xiao Nanfeng walked over, inspecting the pastries. Chen Yuji felt a surge of pride. Surely, her culinary skills had astonished him. Mother was right, beauty may attract, but capturing a man's heart requires reaching his stomach. She giggled, her smile radiant. Brother Nanfeng, I had a free moment today and thought of your kindness, so I brought you some iced jade cake for your enjoyment. Please let me know if it suits your taste. Xiao Nanfeng took a piece and bit into it. Not bad, he admitted, though it is a tad too sweet. Does your pawn not charge for this? You are too kind, Brother Nanfeng, Chen Yujie responded. As Xiao Nanfeng flicked a chi-gathering pill towards her, Chen Yujie was momentarily stunned. A chi-gathering pill landed in her mouth. This is for you, Jade Fairy. Elation swept over her, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The chi-gathering pill, regardless of its price, 20 spirit stones each, was a luxury she could afford, yet it was rare in South Wilderness City. Up until now, she had only heard that this insufferable sycophant had hired a first-tier alchemist, and any pills produced had been taken by Wanbao Tower. Little did she anticipate this. Chen Yujie, exhilarated and flushed, hastily set down the ice jade cake, covering her mouth to prevent any leakage of spiritual energy, before quickly returning home. Upon seeing his sister return with her mouth covered, Chen Yufeng's eyes widened in horror. What had transpired during her visit to the Shao family's shop that left her in such a state, blushing like that? Was this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Chen Yufeng felt a surge of emotion. His sister was truly dedicated to the Chen family. 2 days later, after thoroughly absorbing the chi-gathering pill, Chen Yujie emerged with a refreshed spirit. Chen Yufeng observed her with a serious expression. Sister, you have endured much hardship. She nodded. The path of cultivation is fraught with trials and tribulations, and hardship is to be expected. I shall return to the kitchen to prepare some delicacies for that insufferable sycophant. Mother was right. Chen Yufeng looked on in disbelief. You still dare to go back after what happened the other day? But Chen Yujie had already left. For several consecutive days, she brought food to Xiao Nanfeng without him paying much mind. On the 5th day, as he examined a bowl of lotus seed soup, he pondered aloud, Jade Fairy, I truly appreciate your kindness over these past few days. Allow me to gift you this sea pearl. Tears brimmed in Chen Yujie's eyes. After enduring her grievances and returning home each day with her mouth covered, she finally received a significant reward. This insufferable sycophant had indeed not changed his ways. Mother was right. Looking at the sea pearl in her hand, she nodded eagerly. Thank you, Brother Nanfeng. You are the best. Setting down the lotus seed soup, she seized the rare opportunity to converse with Xiao Nanfeng before hastily departing. Upon returning to the shop, Chen Yufeng was astonished. Sister, did that scoundrel Xiao Nanfeng bully you? Holding up the sea pearl, she exclaimed, I succeeded. The method Mother taught me worked wonders. I finally managed to win back that insufferable sycophant. Look, the sea pearl. The sea pearl, it suits me perfectly. Chen Yufeng was bewildered. What did Mother teach you? Chen Yujie huffed. Mother's method is naturally a woman's way, it is of no use to men. Chen Yufeng's heart ached. What could a woman's way accomplish with a man? Just days prior, she had entered the Shao family's shop daily, only to emerge hurriedly with her mouth covered, something any man would understand. Yet now, with Xiao Nanfeng's spiritual talismans nearly toppling the Chen family's shop, he could only hope his sister could resolve the situation before it was too late. Nonetheless, this was a promising start. Hastily returning to his room, Xiao Nanfeng noted, transaction successful. The current purchases for the sea pearl, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is tenfold. Processing the consumption settlement. Rebates in progress. Chapter 50 Invitation. Alas, what a colossal loss. I should have waited a few more days to present this to Yi Yiting. for she offers a 20-fold return. Sha Nanfeng gazed at the Bai Haiyuan Zhu in his hand. If 10-fold returns were granted for the Bai Haiyuan Zhu, what might a 20-fold yield? The Bai Haiyuan Zhu possesses the power of the water attribute, and prolonged wear can enhance the growth of one's water attribute power, providing nurturing effects for those with a water attribute spiritual root of 8 inches or more to activate the properties of the Bai Haiyuan Zhu. It is of no use to one's own spiritual root, and the inch-by-inch yield is merely a result of consuming the 10,000-year-old Bai Ling grass. Sha Nanfeng was at a loss for words. Is there truly a genius with a spiritual root over 8 inches in Nanhua City? The best among the Shao family, Shao Donghai, possesses merely a 6-inch spiritual root. Sha Nanfeng tossed the Bai Haiyuan Zhu into his spatial storage, lost in thought as he stared blankly at the sky. After a considerable time, he received an invitation. Wanbao Tower. What could they possibly want from me? Vujian Guapi shook his head. A messenger arrived, delivered the invitation, and departed, stating that Zhou Dafu personally invites you. Shao Nanfeng's heart stirred slightly. Could it be that the affairs of the Shao family have been discovered? Yet, if the Shao family were not fortified by the elaborate traps set by their ancestors at great cost, they would surely struggle to withstand the 2 Qi refinement masters. This was information imparted by Shao Donghai. What does Wanbao Tower intend to do? Sha Nanfeng rose and strolled leisurely in that direction. Zhou Dafu stood at the entrance, his face alight with a beaming smile upon seeing Sha Nanfeng. Shao brother, your esteemed presence graces Wanbao Tower, illuminating our humble abode. Shao Nanfeng was perplexed. This did not seem to indicate that Wanbao Tower had uncovered any issues. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Dafu suddenly kicked one of the Wanbao Tower attendants beside him. You witless fool, the young clan leader has arrived, and you couldn't even ensure the entrance was presentable, leaving it devoid of any reflection of his stature. What are you even capable of? You have brought disgrace upon our Wanbao Tower's Nanhua branch. Day after day, Wanbao Tower sustains worthless individuals like you, a sheer waste of resources. Jin Liufu blared venomously at Zhou Dafu. You scoundrel, had it not been for your sister being the 18th concubine of the branch's leader, you would have been doomed last time. What caliber do you possess to dare share a name with me that includes Fu? Sha Nanfeng glanced at Jin Liufu, the very individual who had temporarily replaced Zhou Dafu as the store manager for 3 days after Zhou's dismissal, only to mismanage 3 spiritual stone tasks and lose 2 Qi refinement 9th layer masters in the process. Upon noticing Sha Nanfeng's gaze upon Jin Liufu, Zhou Dafu scoffed. He is an imbecile, pay him no mind. Let us proceed inside and sit. This wretched Jin Liufu, relying on his brother-in-law being the deputy manager of the State City branch, had reported me last time, falsely accusing me of sabotaging the headquarters, leading to my temporary dismissal. Humph, does he even deserve to be a store manager? After 3 days in that position, he lost 2 Qi refinement 9th layer masters over 3 spiritual stones. What caliber does he possess to be a store manager alongside me? Had it not been for my sister being the 18th concubine of the State City branch manager, this scoundrel would have triumphed. Sha Nanfeng remarked. Wanbao Tower does not pry into the identities of its clients. That is the rule. Wanbao Tower accepts tasks and collects payment, never inquiring too deeply into the client's background, nor documenting their source of identity. Of course, this is merely for the eyes of outsiders. Although Qian Guapi is young, he is a seasoned manager, fully aware of the necessity to conceal identities when accepting commissions. The result was that Jin Liufu, lacking experience, failed to discern who the client truly was, and thus unwittingly accepted the task, leading him to the Shao family, culminating in the current situation. Sha Nanfeng listened, utterly astonished. This Jin Liufu was indeed amusing. Thankfully, he exists. Otherwise, had I relied on Wanbao Tower to gather information, I would surely be in dire straits. Manager Zhou, you are indeed favored by fortune. However, what business could it be that prompted today's invitation? Sha Nanfeng regarded Zhou Dafu with confusion. Zhou Dafu chuckled with satisfaction. A few days ago, the young clan leader sold me 500 Qi gathering pills and 300 spirit talismans, which have certainly elevated my status. In this upcoming evaluation, I am bound to shine. Such goods are rare in the State City, and my brother-in-law has made a fortune from them. Our Wanbao Tower's Southern Region branch has been stirred. A vice elder in the Southern Region branch has received a promotion. I suspect my brother-in-law will ascend further after the new year. Of course, rest assured, I will never disclose your information. This is my exclusive channel, one that cannot be seized by anyone. Sha Nanfeng chuckled lightly. Congratulations, Manager Zhou. It seems you two are on the verge of a promotion. Zhou Dafu's grin was wide, revealing all his teeth. With a flourish, he produced a small box from his sleeve. My brother-in-law specially gathered this from the State City branch. It is for you, young clan leader Shao, so please do not refuse. Sha Nanfeng did not look, well aware it must be something of considerable value. However, a gift bestowed upon another must surely bear a request. One could hardly expect someone like Zhou Dafu to express genuine gratitude without ulterior motives. Manager Zhou, feel free to speak your mind. We truly need to dance around each other. Zhou Dafu lowered his voice. After the new year, my brother-in-law is set to make a move. I suspect I will also need to shift, taking on the role of deputy manager in the state city. However, upon arriving there, the store manager will be Jean Liufu's brother-in-law. Without your staunch support, I fear I may struggle to maintain my position in the state city. I have an excellent shop. Understood. Ojo Dafu was seeking to take me to the state city to ensure the continuity of his supply chain. To the state city, Xiao Nanfeng remained silent. Ojo Dafu continued, this matter, of course, requires careful consideration. No rush, no rush. I only require your response after the new year. I assure you, with your presence in the state city, I guarantee the Xiao family will monopolize Qinghe town, and even Nanhua city. Recently, it has been said that the city lord of Nanhua, Li Zhongye, has been rather restless. Xiao Nanfeng's heart stirred. This is a gesture of goodwill. The city lord of Nanhua, Li Zhongye, has had past conflicts with his son, Li Xiuliang. Yet, there has been no action until now. What does he intend to do now? Xiao Nanfeng regarded Zhou Dafu. Brother Zhou. Zhou Dafu scratched his head. My brother-in-law has instructed that I must secure a promise from the Xiao family before he can genuinely extend a helping hand. However, I am feeling a bit uneasy. After all, the initiative has never truly rested in my hands. Recently, Xiao Nanfeng had established connections with the Lu family, who, though in the state city, are subtly aligned with Jean Liufu's brother-in-law. Li Zhongliang has set his sights on Nanshan. There is little more to say. Xiao Nanfeng's heart quickened in Nanshan. During this moment, Zhou Dafu surely refers to the Nanshan of Qinghe town. Nanshan and such land is akin to a golden goose, capable of yielding benefits for a century or even several centuries once acquired. Xiao Nanfeng rose. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your guidance. I shall certainly discuss this matter thoroughly with my family. After sending Xiao Nanfeng off, Zhou Dafu's eyes brimmed with confidence. Wanbao Tower is not a place that just anyone can easily access. Although the Xiao family currently holds the initiative, without the protection of Wanbao Tower, could they maintain their stability while selling qi-gathering pills and spirit talismans here? The Xiao family must choose a strong ally, and Wanbao Tower is the inevitable. Of course, Wanbao Tower would not hastily exert pressure. Maintaining amicable relations and mutual benefit is the foundation of Wanbao Tower's existence. Xiao Nanfeng meandered back home. Autumn had deepened, and the trees had shed nearly all their leaves. Having been here for several months, with the Xiao family's current strength, should they attract the attention of a foundation-building master, it would indeed pose a challenge. Yet, it is merely a challenge, for I do not believe that 100 Thunderstrike talismans would fail to eliminate such a threat. However, Nanhua City is ultimately a small place. The crux lies in the scarcity of cultivators. The state city, no, the state city is merely a gathering place for cultivators and ordinary folk alike, with few practitioners. The realm of cultivating immortals necessitates venturing to areas where cultivators congregate. The nearest option, not far from the state city, is the Qingling Sect's Qingling Workshop, which presents a commendable choice. Chapter 51. Was the code incorrect? This matter concerns the family significantly, and thus, Xiao Nanfeng contemplated sending a message back with Xiao and returned swiftly. The clan leader and the elder claimed that we are a family of integrity and virtue. After years of accumulating good deeds, we are surely blessed, and the malevolent spirits would never dare to infringe upon the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng wholeheartedly agreed. The Xiao family, especially himself, indeed embodies the essence of integrity and virtue. This sentiment, shared alike by him, his father, and the clan leader, truly reflects the vision of heroes. And then, Xiao Nanfeng noted that Xiaoan had fallen silent. Xiaoan, with utmost sincerity, replied. That's all. Xiao Nanfeng, taken aback, gazed at Xiaoan. Was there no further instruction? Xiaoan shook his head and nothing on how to handle the situation. At the very least, one would expect guidance on how to avert disaster. Xiaoan still shook his head, his eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, what a grand heart the clan leader and my father possess. Li Zhongliang, after all, is a foundation-building expert, one who has been so for several years. If a foundation-building expert truly intends to take action, a group of Qi practitioners at the 9th level would stand no chance against him. Oh, right, the elder also mentioned, he is as he is, and the bright moon illuminates the great river. Xiaoan smacked his forehead and hurriedly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng's hair stood on end. Could it be that his father was, now, immediately, at once, he must swiftly return to Qinghe town to meet the elder. Deliver him a message. The odd changes do not alter, and another phrase: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. No, I shall return personally. Xiao Nanfeng felt as if he might explode. Galloping at full speed, Xiao Nanfeng charged into the Xiao residence, where he found his father energetically practicing martial arts in the courtyard. The odd changes do not alter. Xiao Donghai? Xiao Nanfeng rushed over, grasping his father's hands, tears nearly spilling. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Xiao Donghai's face turned ashen. In an instant, Xiao Nanfeng knelt down. Father, I have finally found the organization. Xiao Donghai bellowed. Quick, someone come. The young master is in a fit. The Xiao family was thrown into disarray, everyone rushing over to encircle the tightly bound Xiaonan Feng. Xiaonan Feng stared wide-eyed. Father, the odd changes do not alter. The second half. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, the rest. Bam! Xiaonan Feng received a heavy blow to the back of his head and instantly blacked out. Collapsing like a limp snake, Xiao Zhinshan withdrew his hand, looking up to the heavens. Heaven, how could you be so unjust to my Xiao family? How could our business genius suddenly go mad? Xiao Donghai wept profusely. Brother, my son, the emperor's demeanor has just manifested. The Xiao family members were in a state of alarm. As night deepened, Xiao Donghai sat by Xiaonan Feng's bedside, tears streaming down his face. With his wife gone, all that remained was this precious child, who was also a genius. How could this have happened? What on earth transpired? Xiaoan had already been summoned back, kneeling by Xiaonan Feng's bedside. Elder, I truly only relayed the exact. The moment he heard them, he went mad, seizing a horse and racing here, exclaiming something about chickens turning into lotus roots and Qinghai splitting the pang. Xiao Donghai furrowed his brow. What does that even mean? Chickens turning into lotus roots and Qinghai splitting the pang? Suddenly, Xiao Donghai stood up with clarity. This is bad. Quickly summon the clan leader. Xiao Zhinshan hurried over, his face filled with concern. Xiao Donghai's expression was grave, his aura chilling. Upon seeing his demeanor, Xiao Zhinshan trembled slightly, his voice quivering. He raised his hand, pointing eastward. Xiao Donghai nodded solemnly. Xiaoan, step outside and wait. Xiao Zhinshan immediately spoke, his voice trembling. Xiao Donghai approached the table, glancing at the still unconscious Xiaonan Feng. He poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. Xiao Zhinshan silently took a seat. You understand now? Xiao Donghai nodded in silence. Ji Bian, Ji Qinghai, the Ji family has finally. The two sat in silence at the table for a long while, the only sounds being the occasional soft crackle of the burning wick. Given the circumstances, we can no longer remain in South Wilderness City. We must quickly enter the Qingling sect. Once we are within the Qingling sect, we shall surely find some protection. However, this generation will likely find no one favored by the Qingling sect. Xiao Zhinshan glanced at the slumbering Xiaonan Feng. Xiao Donghai gently remarked, do you intend to rely on Nanfeng's exceptional talents to establish a foothold in Qingling workshop? Xiao Nanfeng's business acumen is unparalleled. In just a few months, he has elevated the Xiao family's business in South Wilderness City to unprecedented heights. With such capabilities, establishing a foothold in Qingling workshop should pose no difficulty. As long as he can secure a position there, despite lacking the requisite qualifications, the Qingling sect will certainly not overlook a business genius and will inevitably absorb him into their ranks. Even if only as an outer disciple of the Qingling sect, it would provide a sense of stability. However, from where did Nanfeng acquire this information? Xiao Zhinshan was quite puzzled. Xiao Donghai gently replied, it is best not to question the source, we need only to know the outcome. Just look at the child, he has been so affected by this news. When he awakens, we shall act as if we know nothing, as if nothing has transpired, and that we do not comprehend this information. The next morning, Xiaonan Feng, gasping for air and rubbing the large lump on the back of his head, rode back to the shop in South Wilderness City with a dejected expression. Xiaoan watched him with concern. Ah, indeed, there is only one traverser. He is as he is, the bright moon illuminates the great river. How could it be that this was a phrase from the Xiao family's martial arts? What a remarkable coincidence! Xiaoan, who was it that struck this young master yesterday? The scoundrel was excessively ruthless. In Qinghe town, Xiao Zhinshan sneezed repeatedly, glancing outside as the autumn winds rose, realizing he must keep warm. Xiaoan quickly bowed his head. At that time, I had not yet returned, so I am unaware. Xiaonan Feng shot Xiaoan a disdainful glance. Scoundrel, you vanish when you are needed? Xiaoan felt utterly aggrieved. He grabbed a chair and sat in the small courtyard, watching Xiaoling busily prepare lunch. Xiaoling still possesses a captivating charm. She tossed in a few qi-gathering pills, and the courtyard was suffused with medicinal energy. Yi Yiting, catching a whiff of the fragrant aroma, felt a surge of anxiety. With such formidable alchemists in the Xiao family, would they dismiss her? A monthly expenditure of 1,000 spiritual stones. Aside from Xiaonan Feng, this wasteful spendthrift, what shop would be foolish enough to bear such costs? No, I must remain prudent. No matter what he says or does, regardless of everything, I absolutely will not resign. As lunch approached, Yi Yiting finished her tasks and stepped outside. Seeing her, Xiaonan Feng casually remarked, when will you be able to refine the rejuvenation pill or something similar? Yi Yiting instantly felt embarrassed. She stammered, my cultivation level is insufficient. I absolutely understand the formula, I promise, it's just that my cultivation level is too low, and my spiritual energy cannot support alchemy. Just give me a bit of time. Once I reach the chi-gathering 5th layer, I guarantee I can refine not only the rejuvenation pill but at least 4 new types of pills. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes dramatically. Do you think reaching that level is so easy? How many people go their entire lives without attaining the chi-gathering 4th layer? Give you some time to reach the 5th layer, it would take 50 or even 100 years. You, a penniless alchemist, relying on me for your salary, dreaming of improving your cultivation? Xiao Nanfeng called out. A swift gust of wind swept behind him, and a smooth slide brought Xiao to his side. Something feels off. Why hasn't Ti Chen Yujie come to deliver food today? Chapter 52. Is the foster father well? Xiao instinctively glanced outside. Xianguopi was just returning with his companions for a meal. He hadn't come yesterday either. Xianguopi spent all day seated at the counter, and there weren't many customers in the shop, especially not Chen Yujie. He would never mistake her. How strange, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't be bothered with him. Last time, after that unpleasant encounter, he had been duped in an investment by her, so he dismissed him entirely and never mind, let's just eat. It seemed that the news about Zhou Dafu was false? In any case, there had been no news for 2 consecutive days. On the 5th day, Xiao Nanfeng stood in the courtyard, stretching lazily. Mid-stretch, he saw Xiao sliding over, delivering a bundle of firewood. What the hell, besides sliding, what else can you do? After months of consuming dozens of chi-gathering pills, he hadn't even reached the 1st level of chi training, yet he practiced nothing but sliding every day? Furious, Xiao Nanfeng kicked out. Xiao, executing a smooth slide, grabbed hold of a pillar with one hand and dodged behind it. I swear, I didn't do it, I practiced, but that boxing technique, I truly cannot comprehend. Have you gained some skills? Xiao Nanfeng pursued him, ready to strike. Xiao adeptly crouched down, protecting his head. Seeing him cower, Xiao Nanfeng lost interest. Fine, a waste of 5 spiritual roots, and only half an inch to show for it. When compared to my own genius, bearing the demeanor of an emperor, there truly is no comparison. One cannot expect too much from a waste. Yi Yiting, having nothing to do today, leaned against the alchemist's doorpost, cracking sunflower seeds, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao. Xiao Nanfeng shot a glance at Yi Yiting. If you dress in women's clothing every day, I'll raise your salary by 2 spiritual stones each month. With your stunning beauty, wouldn't it be a shame for me not to enjoy the view? Yi Yiting rolled her eyes at Xiao Nanfeng. You expect me, a man, to wear women as clothing? Do you have any idea how much psychological distress that would cause me? Xiao Nanfeng replied, no, isn't that my style, 5 spiritual stones, no more. He blinked. If you refuse, that is fine. I can always enjoy looking at Xiao Ling, she is quite pleasing to the eye too. Xiao Ling's face turned crimson with embarrassment. In a flash, Yi Yiting vanished, and a few minutes later, her captivating beauty materialized before Xiao Nanfeng. He stared, dumbfounded. You sold yourself for 5 spiritual stones? Before Xiao Nanfeng could even feel the stirrings of youthful excitement, the system interjected, detected consumable subject, Yi Yiting, captivating beauty, consumption rebate points, 20-fold. Suddenly, he quickly checked his inventory. Surely he couldn't give her the chi-gathering pill she had crafted herself. Moreover, there was no shortage of them, aside from 2 major clients, although rare, very few people could afford them. They were high-end luxury items, who could possibly consume them? He still had some left that he had been munching like candy. What about the ocean pearl? That was a rebate item, so it couldn't be given as a discount again. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng tossed the spirit-gathering pendant to Yi Yiting. She swiftly caught it, her eyes lighting up with joy. Although this item was tasteless, it was certainly better than nothing. For me? Yi Yiting exclaimed, overjoyed. Xiao Nanfeng replied, your feminine attire pleases me, so it's a reward. If you keep making me happy, there will be more rewards for you. Yi Yiting promptly tucked the pendant away. But Xiao Nanfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Consumption successful. This transaction for 1 spirit-gathering pendant, valued at 2,000 spiritual stones. This consumption subject's rebate multiplier is 20 times. Consumption settlement in progress. This spirit-gathering pendant allows the wearer to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for personal use, with greater efficacy in areas rich in spiritual energy. A subtle effect. A subtle effect, what of it? The key is that it requires no training, it absorbs automatically. Truly, the captivating beauty is impressive. Xiao Nanfeng quietly donned the pendant, and indeed, a nearly imperceptible thread of spiritual energy began to be drawn into his body. However, that subtle effect truly made little difference compared to actual training. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng had a thought. Isn't the effect better in areas with denser spiritual energy? He casually pressed a chi-gathering pill against the pendant. Ah, as expected of someone with the demeanor of an emperor, I can think of such clever methods. To his astonishment, the spiritual energy from the chi-gathering pill was completely absorbed by the pendant without dispersing. This was far superior to consuming them like candy. When eating them, he could barely absorb 1/10,000th. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sheer joy of it. Training like a beast of burden, that was not something a young master like him would do. At this rate, he could absorb around 30 to 40 chi-gathering pills a day. The consumption would be considerable. No matter, with Yi Yiting and Lu Wani, both existing at a 20-fold rebate, he could afford to rebate every few days. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng sat up straight. System, is the foster father well? System, foster father, the highest rebate value is 5,000 spiritual stones. Excellent. But what if I encounter an extraordinarily beautiful woman? Wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity for a 100-fold rebate? Moreover, with my emperor-like demeanor, am I destined to only receive these low-tier items and rebates for life? System, are you foolish? Xiao Nanfeng replied boldly, I am not foolish. System, you are foolish. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, you, dog system, if you can explain yourself, I will admit my foolishness. System, the 5-fold rebate object limit is 100 units, totaling 5,000. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly rejoiced. Then the 10-fold rebate object limit is 200 units, totaling 10,000? How foolish of me, my losses amount to 100 million. You dog system, why didn't you say so earlier? System, host insults the system, deduction initiated. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in terror. Wait. I called you foster father before, doesn't that make it bribery? If I bribe you and you accept, then you are also guilty, that makes us even. System, deep down, still feeling pleased, you should have said it was doubled earlier. Last time, didn't I directly give Lu Wani 200 chi-gathering pills, resulting in a rebate of 4,000 chi-gathering pills? Wait, dog system, you previously said Yi Yiting was a simple girl. How is she suddenly a captivating beauty now, and where did the fire spirit alchemist go? Xiao Nanfeng had been perplexed by Yi Yiting's evaluation these past few days. The system was reluctant to engage with Xiao Nanfeng, who, when he needed you, you were a foster father. The moment it turned, you became a mere dog system. Your breath is concealed. Other matters, ask yourself. The system was evidently displeased. Is it not absurd that a grand system could be deceived by a mere breath? Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself, feeling incredulous. System, I miscalculated. Xiao Nanfeng was left dumbfounded. Do I trust you or not? Xiao Nanfeng immediately exited the room, spotting Yi Yiting and Xiao Ling tidying up the kitchen together. He sauntered over. Why Yi Yiting suddenly sensed someone staring at her, turned around, and met Xiao Nanfeng's lecherous gaze. She immediately pressed herself against the wall, covering her chest. What do you want, young master? I'm a man. Xiao Ling's charm far surpasses mine as a man. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, do you really? With your skills, even if you could deceive me, you would never fool Qian Guopi's keen sight. Chapter 53. The Calamity. Xiao Nanfeng let out a soft grunt, concealing his breath. Yi Yiting's expression immediately shifted dramatically. Stretching lazily, Xiao Nanfeng remarked, I have heard of a bounty. With that, he sauntered into his room with an air of nonchalance. Yi Yiting's face turned ashen, her demeanor fluctuating uncontrollably. Xiao Ling stifled a giggle, for can a woman truly hide anything from another woman? Everyone had already discerned the truth. It was merely that the young master was teasing her, and they chose to feign ignorance. How amusing that Yi Yiting believed her faade was convincing. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Yiting lowered her head, lifting her skirt as she entered Xiao Nanfeng's chamber. Observing Yi Yiting standing before him, her head bowed and at a loss for words, Xiao Nanfeng leisurely unfurled his fan. I have heard that in the northern part of Linzhou City, there exists a renowned alchemy family that recently perished completely. It is said to be over some absurd alchemical secret. Coincidentally, that family shares the surname Yi. What a coincidence, wouldn't you agree? As Xiao Nanfeng stood up, he approached Yi Yiting, lifting her chin with his fan. Yi Yiting's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a sight that was both pitiful and heart-wrenching. Xiao Nanfeng felt a shudder run through him. Damn, this little appearance is simply irresistible. If I weren't still a minor, how could I possibly resist? With a sigh, he urged, get on with your work, you're too easy to tease. His heart softened, for beauty always has that effect. Yi Yiting gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. If you were to send me away, riches and glory would be within your grasp. Simply by selling me, your Xiao family could soar to new heights. Would you not be tempted to trade a mere outsider like me for the prosperity of your family? Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. How much do you think of me? Am I the kind of person to engage in such dealings? I am noble and upright. How could I? How much do you think they would offer? How much are you willing to pay? As long as the price is right, I can protect you and even sell you. It all depends on who bids higher. In this damned world, one must look after oneself, or face dire consequences. Xiao Nanfeng nearly drooled at the thought. Yi Yiting fell into despair. She should never have had hope. But as the last of the Yi family, she was all that remained. Gritting her teeth, she said, "What is it that you desire? With the Yi family gone, I have nothing left." Xiao Nanfeng felt a headache coming on. "And who are your adversaries?" Yi Yiting replied softly, "The Wolf Tamer Gang." "The Wolf Tamer Gang?" "I've heard of them. They are notorious for taming celestial beasts for their own use, their power rivaling that of Nanhua City, yet, their activities have always been confined to the north, with no intersecting dealings with Nanhua." "Damn! The Wolf Tamer Gang is too vile. Doing business with them would be repulsive. Surely you must have something of value to offer. The Yi family is quite prominent, after all, perhaps something to conceal one's aura?" Xiao Nanfeng smiled, his expression akin to that of a cunning wolf, coaxing her gently. Yi Yiting offered a bitter smile, producing a mask. "I escaped using this, this what you desire. If you can protect me, what use do I have for it?" At that moment, Xiao Nanfeng found a waste token in his hand. Just as he was about to smile, his expression froze. Drip, drip, his saliva fell to the ground. Without the mask to conceal her presence, Yi Yiting's bosom appeared outrageously voluptuous. Is this the legendary youthful beauty? How can such a petite frame possess such? Yi Yiting quietly regarded Xiao Nanfeng. "If you could avenge me," Xiao Nanfeng hastily covered his nose, "I have no time." Xiaoan, appearing like a specter, glided smoothly before Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng raised his chin. "Quickly, bring me healing pills and cotton, my nosebleed 1T stop." Xiaoan exclaimed in shock, "Young master, you've been injured." His shout echoed throughout the courtyard. What a calamity! Xian Guopi rushed over with a door prop. Who dares to harm him? Dozens of workers brandished kitchen knives, pot lids, and manure forks, charging menacingly toward the back courtyard. Xiaoan's face turned swollen. Xiao Nanfeng glared fiercely at him. "You idiot, now everyone knows I bled. My dignity is utterly ruined." Yi Yiting had not stepped outside for days, with meals delivered by Shaoling each time she opened the door. She felt like a thief. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Zhou Dafu placed a document on the table, taking away a bag and inspecting it carefully before stowing it away and leaving. Not long after, a shadow arrived and took the document away. Xiao Nanfeng resolved to pay a visit to Brother Lu. The Lu family's shop. Lu Xiaoying, looking weary and travel-worn, was making his way inside, seemingly just returned. "Brother Lu!" Xiao Nanfeng called out, waving his fan even from a distance. Lu Xiaoying's face lit up with surprise as he turned to see Xiao Nanfeng, rushing over as if to embrace him right there on the street. "Where is your sister?" Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, glancing at the carriage behind Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying's expression darkened. What the hell? Yet inwardly, he rejoiced. Could it be that Xiao Nanfeng truly harbors feelings for Wani? Otherwise, why the exuberance in public? Xiao Nanfeng brushed past Lu Xiaoying, leaving him bewildered. "No!" Lu Xiaoying shouted in alarm, sprinting to catch Xiao Nanfeng. But Xiao Nanfeng had already reached the carriage and lifted the curtain. "Ah!" Xiao Nanfeng gasped in terror, his legs trembling. Inside the carriage sat a stunning woman in her 30s, nursing a child, her ample bosom exposed. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the beautiful woman froze. Lu Xiaoying rushed over in panic, attempting to grab Xiao Nanfeng, but in his haste, he stumbled into a pothole and collided headfirst into him. Xiao Nanfeng was sent flying, crashing into the carriage. The woman's high-pitched scream echoed through the street. "Sister, I swear this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" Xiao Nanfeng scrambled backward in a frenzy. Lu Xiaoying, clutching his head, hurriedly covered Xiao Nanfeng's mouth, desperately pulling him into the shop. "Get her inside quickly, shut the door," he shouted at the workers. The beautiful woman, cradling her child, used her sleeve to cover her face, crying as she hurried down from the carriage and into the shop, wailing loudly. Bang, bang, the Lu family shop doors slammed shut. Half an hour later, Xiao Nanfeng sat dejectedly in a chair, his head hanging low, as obedient as a child caught peeking at a widow bathing. Lu Xiaoying's face twitched uncontrollably, while Lu Wani's expression was as vibrant as a painter's palette. The beautiful woman sat beside them, softly weeping. The room was eerily silent. "Auntie, truly, this is a misunderstanding." Lu Xiaoying knew he could not let the situation remain this awkward. Xiao Nanfeng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This was a dire predicament, as it turned out to be Lu Xiaoying's aunt. In this world, while women may appear to be able to venture forth, the rules were still exceedingly strict. A respectable woman's virtue had been compromised by Xiao Nanfeng. Indeed, the severity of the situation was undeniable. Chapter 54. A pain in brother's heart. Xiao Nanfeng not only observed but also took a bite. "This is serious." The stunning woman trembled, rendered speechless. Lu Wani's expression grew complicated. She opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Such matters were beyond the experience of a young lady like her. This had never occurred before. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying gritted his teeth and spoke. The beautiful woman jolted and, with surprise, raised her head to look at Lu Xiaoying. "Thank you, dear nephew." Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Was that all it took? Lu Wani glanced at Lu Xiaoying. "Brother, so many people witnessed this." Xiao Nanfeng abruptly stood up, declaring, 200 qi-gathering pills, consider them my gift to my aunt. Lu Xiaoying's eyes instantly brightened as he turned to Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing's face was a portrait of conflict as she looked at Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying exchanged glances with Lu Wani, signaling her discreetly. Lu Wani bit her lip and whispered a few words into Lin Keqing's ear. Lin Keqing glanced at Xiao Nanfeng, her face flushing crimson, and nodded gently. The beautiful woman stood up and gave a slight bow to Lu Xiaoying. "I shall defer to the young clan leader." Just moments ago, she had called him dear nephew, and now it was young clan leader? Lu Xiaoying nodded slightly. "Aunt, you may rest for now. In a few days, I will arrange for your departure." Xiao Nanfeng blinked, feeling as though he had overheard something he shouldn't have. After sending Lin Keqing away, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wani huffed in annoyance. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled awkwardly. "I simply haven't seen my sister in so many years. I missed her dearly. I thought I had no idea there would be elders returning with you." Lu Xiaoying looked puzzled. "So many years without seeing her?" Lu Wani regarded Xiao Nanfeng with curiosity. Xiao Nanfeng wore a melancholic expression, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze out at the desolate autumn wind. "As if we've not met for ages, as if separated by 3 autumns. Each autumn leaf signifies a fleeting year, 3 autumns of red leaves evoke deep sorrow." Lu Wani's pretty face instantly turned as red as fire. "Oh, how detestable." Lu Xiaoying stiffened, exclaiming, "Scholarship, indeed, I have learned much. My sister has evidently been overexerting herself in her training. Brother Nanfeng has 2 bottles, 100 qi-gathering pills, to gift to my sister, hoping she might alleviate her training burdens. Her exhaustion pains my heart." Xiao Nanfeng felt a cold sweat break out. "Damn it, is Yi Yiting truly that formidable? You can't let the alchemy be delayed." In the days to come, there would be no more qi-gathering pills. He barely had 100 left, and with the rebate day fast approaching, he could not afford to waste them. What a pity! If only he had 200, he would have maximized his profits, but now he would suffer a significant loss. Suddenly, a bitter thought struck him. "Oh no, I just boasted about gifting Lin Keqing 200 qi-gathering pills as an apology. Although Lin Keqing was merely a modest beauty, that was still a tenfold return." What to do? Lu Wani, already entranced, dazedly accepted the 2 bottles containing 50 qi-gathering pills each. Transaction successful. 100 qi-gathering pills, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 20 times. Settlement in progress. Rebate of 2,000 qi-gathering pills. Alas, a loss is still a loss, but what about Ant's compensation? Moreover, these rebated qi-gathering pills, even if given as a gift, would not yield further returns. And with the rebate occurring only once every 5 days, gifting them now would be fruitless sting. Total rebate profit exceeds 50,000 spirit stones, activating the system's basic item appraisal function. Xiao Nanfeng thought he was done, but suddenly a prompt appeared, igniting his excitement. Appraisal function? I shall test it at the Wanbao building shortly. Just as he was pondering, Lu Xiaoying gasped. He had just promised 200 qi-gathering pills to his aunt and was now planning to give another 100 to Lu Wani? How many exceptional alchemists does this family possess? In just a few days, he had acquired another 300, are qi-gathering pills akin to candy, easily conjured at will. Lu Wani, having taken the qi-gathering pills, shyly turned away. "I will go check on my aunt." Upon seeing her leave, Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned grave. "Lu brother, I only have 100 qi-gathering pills left. Would it be acceptable if I compensated my aunt with 200 spirit stones instead, at 21 spirit stones each?" Lu Xiaoying paused, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Now that is more like it. It was always a misunderstanding. Had it not been for my aunt, I would not have asked my brother for even a fragment of spirit stone." Xiao Nanfeng had achieved his goal and casually made his exit. As he stepped onto the street, Xiao glided past him. Xiao Nanfeng was not short of money. He had plenty of earnings, however, revealing it outright would be too alarming. On his way back, he passed by the Wanbao building, and a thought struck him. He walked inside, pondering if there were any interesting items available. As he entered, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a smile. "Ah, Xiaoan, a reward for your keen eye." Xiao Nanfeng tossed a handful of spirit fragments. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm skyrocketed, making Xiao Nanfeng feel a chill run down his spine. Another shopkeeper rushed excitedly to the 3rd floor. "Manager, that shameless sycophant, no, the most notorious dandy of Nanhuang, Xiao Nanfeng, has arrived." Joe Dafu slapped his palm in annoyance. Sycophant? Dandy, that is my beloved friend, get out. Joe Dafu rolled down from the upper floor. Ah, my brother Xiao, it has been days, I have missed you dearly. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled, you call me brother Xiao, yet refer to me as your brother? This hierarchy seems a bit tangled. Ha, Manager Zhou, I think the same. Xiao Nanfeng replied naturally. I just happened to pass by to see if there was anything interesting. Zhou Dafu, noticing Xiao Nanfeng had not mentioned any collaboration, chose not to pry. Rest assured, Wanbao Building is sure to have fascinating items. Chapter 55. The Heartwood of Xinlu. What exactly does the Wanbao Tower do? It boasts of being all-encompassing, claiming to procure anything you can conceive, with the only variable being whether you can afford the price. Xiao Nanfeng looked disdainfully at Zhou Dafu. What treasures could possibly be found in this mere branch of the southern wilderness city? After all, it is but a small county, a place where cultivators and mortals coexist. If one were to speak of exceptional items, it seems highly improbable. However, Zhou Dafu was not easily dissuaded. He led Xiao Nanfeng upstairs, saying, "Please wait a moment, brother Xiao." Shortly, he returned with 7 or 8 palm-sized boxes. Insights from a 9th-level Qi refining instrument craftsman, he proclaimed. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed, a 9th-level Qi refining craftsman, why not mention the rank of the craftsman? My father, Xiao Donghai, is a 7th-level craftsman himself. He can craft instruments, yet he barely manages to train an apprentice. A notification echoed in Xiao Nanfeng's mind. A ding. Insight of an ordinary instrument craftsman. Using this will grant you the ability to craft at the apprentice level. Ah, this insight of the craftsman could nearly elevate one to the level of a first-tier craftsman, an impeccable apprentice. Zhou Dafu appeared somewhat reluctant. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. Perfect, spare me. If it weren't for the fact that my system father just granted me basic appraisal ability, I would have surely fallen for this trick. Nonetheless, he remained composed, tapping on the other boxes with his fan. Zhou Dafu opened another box, exclaiming, "This is my store's treasured item, a secret transmission of ancient formations." Xiao Nanfeng stared incredulously at Zhou Dafu. The contents within this jade slip were almost entirely devoid of authenticity, with only the words secret transmission holding any truth. Ding! Basic formation. Secret transmission of ancient formations. Using this will grant you a perfect apprentice's inheritance in formations. Xiao Nanfeng remarked, "Oh, is that possible?" Anger surged within him. I regarded you as a brother, yet you treat me like a fool? To call something that barely retains the word secret transmission an inheritance? Use it now and consider the expense mine. If you cannot set up an ancient formation, I shall end you. Zhou Dafu awkwardly scratched his nose, setting the box down. 50 spiritual stones, you can take it for 50. Xiao Nanfeng opened the remaining boxes himself. Zhou Dafu continued to boast, shaking his head. Xiao Nanfeng rose. Enough, this is all worthless junk. Even if I were to gift it, I would be embarrassed. Seeing Xiao Nanfeng about to leave, Zhou Dafu panicked and hastily grabbed his sleeve. This month, it is said that an inspection is forthcoming. This assessment is crucial for my potential promotion to deputy manager in the state city. Even with my brother-in-law's connections, I cannot afford to appear incompetent. Wanbao Tower does not employ idlers. Brother Xiao, please, remain calm. Today, I will make an effort. With that, Zhou Dafu, wincing as if in pain, rushed to the back and retrieved a small box. Inside lay a root of some plant, as thick as a finger and 3 inches long, exuding a rich spiritual essence. Upon seeing this, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of interest. This must be something akin to the Bailan grass, possessing similar beneficial properties. Zhou Dafu cautiously presented the item. Look, this is a true treasure, the root of Xinlu, capable of enhancing spiritual roots, 3 inches long. I just received it and have yet to submit it to headquarters. Were it not for our brotherhood, I would never present such a gem in this small place. This treasure is worth 30,000 spiritual stones. At auction, it would fetch at least 50. Xiao Nanfeng's face darkened. You shameless scoundrel, we are brothers, yet you dare to swindle me. I may be a dandy, but I am certainly not a fool. Zhou Dafu, lacking any sense of shame, proclaimed, the Xianlu root can enhance spiritual roots, 3 inches long. To the untrained ear, this might suggest that the Xianlu root could increase one's spiritual root by 3 inches. In truth, it should be stated as follows: this is a 3-inch long Xianlu root that can enhance spiritual roots. As for how much it could enhance, Zhou Dafu conveniently omitted that detail. How much can it enhance? Even if it only increases by a fraction, that would reflect your lack of talent, not the fault of Zhou Dafu or Wanbao Tower. If you truly purchase this, you would be at a loss, as this item is worth less than a millennium of Bailan grass. Not that it was entirely false. It would indeed have some effect, but the price was certainly not justified. You treat me this way, very well, from this day forth, our ties are severed. Xiao Nanfeng declared haughtily, rising to leave. At the door, he turned slightly. Since our ties are severed, henceforth, the chi-gathering pills will be 80 spiritual stones each, and the spiritual talismans 500 spiritual stones each. Take it or leave it, farewell, no need to see me off. Zhou Dafu immediately panicked. It was precisely because of the chi-gathering pills and spiritual talismans that he had any opportunity at all. If this source were cut off, he might not even make it as a shopkeeper, let alone a deputy manager. Brother, I was wrong. Zhou Dafu fell to his knees, grasping Xiao Nanfeng's leg. Save me, spare me, I will never dare again. Xiao Nanfeng, enraged, kicked Zhou Dafu away, who sat on the ground, tears and snot flowing freely. How dare you wipe your nose on me? I will end you. Xiao Nanfeng was furious, it was utterly disgusting. I admit my fault, 3,000. Zhou Dafu cried out. Xiao Nanfeng seized Zhou Dafu by the collar, lifting him up. If you dare mention 30,000, I will kill you. 3,000 spiritual stones, take it or leave it. Zhou Dafu's face fell. Brother, 3,000 is truly impossible, I would rather hang myself. Xiao Nanfeng spat, then go hang yourself. Zhou Dafu, grinding his teeth in frustration, declared, 3,000 it is. My ancestors, the chi-gathering pills and spiritual talismans must not increase in price. Xiao Nanfeng kicked Zhou Dafu aside. Had it not been for our brotherhood, today would mark the end of our ties. 3 days reservation at the Huichun Tower, and I will forgive you. Zhou Dafu immediately swore. 3,000, 3 days at Huichun Tower. Xiao Nanfeng's face lit up with joy as he pulled Zhou Dafu in minutes later, the two left the Wanbao Tower, with shoulders linked like true brothers. Brother, come again. Zhou Dafu called from the entrance, waving until Xiao Nanfeng was out of sight, before humming a little tune as he returned to the Wanbao Tower. 3,000? Pa, that pile of unsellable junk, I was showing 3 fingers earlier, I meant 300. Indeed, a foolish dandy who knows nothing of value. With this sob story, I shall profit 2,800. Xiao Nanfeng returned to his shop, brimming with pride, and immediately retreated to his room. The Shenlu root, Zhou Dafu, you blind fool, that is not the Shenlu root, that is the Shenlu heartwood. Chapter 56. Binding Yi Yiting, an absolute treasure capable of augmenting one's spiritual roots by an entire foot, however, it is ensconced within the core of the Shenlu root, preventing its aura from leaking out. Were it not for the lack of formidable experts in a wretched place like Nanhua City, a foundational stage practitioner in a state city would undoubtedly detect it. To take such an item out, one would feel embarrassed to even queue without a starting bid of at least 200,000. With spiritual roots measuring 9 feet 9 inches, lacking just an inch to the heavenly path, if I can continuously acquire such treasures, wouldn't I eventually surpass the mere 9 feet 9? I aim to transcend heaven by half a foot. As for the other items, they truly lack any significant value. Ancient array secrets, while they may be secrets, unfortunately, they are nearly reduced to mere remnants of their former glory. Yet, for an apprentice-level array master, it's hardly a loss. It costs but a pittance. Cultivating an apprentice-level array master, even with talent, would require several years and tens of thousands of spiritual stones. One cannot even dream of it without the requisite investment. Insights into artifact forging. Well, cultivating an apprentice in artifact forging is even more challenging. The other worthless trinkets, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't be bothered to glance at them, yet it would be a pity to discard them, so he kept them. When the time comes and there are no suitable items for returns, they could serve as gifts. As he opened his mouth, Xiao Nanfeng was about to swallow the Shenlu heartwood when suddenly he jerked his head aside, avoiding the heartwood and hastily stowing it away. Damn, if the return is 20-fold, wouldn't that increase my spiritual root by 20 feet? Even if I possess 5 spiritual roots and can only gain a 10th, wouldn't I overnight achieve 2 feet 1 inch and 1 fun? Such a spiritual root would be unparalleled, not just in Nanhua City, but likely even in the imperial capital. Not even the offspring of celestial families within the immortal sects may possess such potential. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Yiting stood at the door. Xiao Nanfeng quickly stowed his belongings. What's the matter? He was somewhat curious, as it was exceedingly rare for Yi Yiting to seek him out. In fact, this was the first occurrence. Does the Xiao family have any array masters? Even apprentices will do. If you can assist me in setting up a true fire spirit array, I can concoct a revitalizing pill right now. Yi Yiting sensed a crisis of survival and needed to promptly produce something of worth to ensure her safety. Otherwise, if word got out that the wolf tamer gang was pursuing her, no one in Nanhua City, or even the state city, would dare to offer her refuge. Sha Nanfeng blinked at Yi Yiting. 5 days, in 5 days, I'll find a way to assist you that if you can successfully forge the revitalizing pill, I will guarantee your safety. Even if Jesus himself comes, I will take him down, mark my words. Such a gifted alchemist must not be allowed to slip away. What is the Wolf Tamer gang, after all? To safeguard an alchemist with the talent for fire spirit pills, even the Qingling sect would not hesitate to annihilate the Wolf Tamer gang if they were to find out. This young lady is utterly oblivious to the immense value an alchemist possesses, even if merely an apprentice. Yi Yiting nodded. That works. After all, array masters are not easy to come by. Among auxiliary abilities, talisman masters are the most difficult to find, followed by alchemists, then array masters, with artifact masters being the easiest, yet even the latter are still rare gems among cultivators. Fortune favors the prepared. The inheritance of an apprentice array master. Sha Nanfeng gritted his teeth and chuckled at Yi Yiting. This time, I shall see where you run. When the returns come next time, I shall gift you the inheritance of array mastery. Let us see if you dare to cultivate. If you do, you shall find yourself destitute. You will undoubtedly succumb to the temptation of dual cultivation as both an alchemist and an array master. The synergy of dual cultivation is undeniably greater than the sum of its parts. Most alchemists in this world have strong ties with array masters. Such interdependence is why most dare not provoke alchemists, for offending one typically means offending both. These two professions often enjoy extensive networks and numerous friends. Even an apprentice alchemist can summon a legion of foundational stage experts with a mere wave of their hand, yet, dual cultivation necessitates ample resources. Without them, the combined force is astonishingly formidable, yet, the prerequisite remains substantial resource support. Most small sects cannot afford to sustain such a voracious gold-consuming beast. Who else but herself can Yi Yiting rely on? But this Xianlu Heartwood. Sha Nanfeng resolved to return home. His father, with merely 6 inches of spiritual roots, would undoubtedly not achieve great heights in the future. However, if he were to consume the Xianlu Heartwood, gaining an inch and 6 inches of spiritual roots, he could at least secure a foundation in his life, and perhaps, with effort, even attempt to reach the Purple Mansion realm. The Qingling sect is so powerful, dominating 3 states and 6 prefectures of cultivation resources, yet isn't it merely an old-timer at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm who holds the fort? Wait, no, his father won't provide returns. The loss would be too great. Sha Nanfeng felt despondent, yet, it would be a pity to gift this item to anyone else. The following morning, Sha Nanfeng awoke. Damn, it's barely 10 o'clock, and I'm up so early. Sir, Manager Zhou from Wanbao Tower has arrived. Sha Nanfeng had no choice but to rise. Chen Yujia, across from him, furrowed her brow as she observed Zhou Dafu leaving the Xiao family's shop, his face filled with delight. Brother, didn't you say you heard news that the Xiao family encountered a major incident a few days ago? How come Wanbao Tower is still conducting business with them? Chen Yufeng was equally dumbfounded. He had clearly heard that the Xiao family seemed to be targeted, even frightened enough to consider a hasty relocation overnight. No, it must be that Wanbao Tower stepped in to assist. Otherwise, how could the Xiao family be scared into a nighttime move and end up unscathed? Chen Yujia cast an annoyed glance at Chen Yufeng. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've worked hard for several days to get that insufferable sycophant to pander to me again. I must hurry back. Moments later, Chen Yujia rushed back to her room, her face flushed and covering her mouth. Chen Yufeng gazed upward, resigned. It's over. Can this ice-cold goddess ever get married? Sitting at the shop entrance, Sha Nanfeng glanced at the excessively sweet pastries in his hand and grinned, tossing one towards a thin dog. The lean dog caught the pastry in its mouth and began to flee, but before it could take a single step, a 7 or 8-year-old child pounced, pinning the dog down and extracting the crumbled pastry from its mouth to stuff into his own. The lean dog, having been struck, bolted away in a frenzy. A young girl squatting nearby, drying herbs, suddenly glanced at Sha Nanfeng with trepidation and timidly asked, Uncle, may I have some? I am more useful than a dog. Sha Nanfeng felt a pang in his heart, a sharp pain, and he knelt down, reaching out to pat the girl's head, wanting to say something, yet words failed him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sighing, he pulled out a gathering spirit pill and placed it in the girl's mouth. Damn it, after all this time in this world, how have I not developed a heart of stone? The girl's eyes glistened with moisture. Did you see that? In this cruel world, where can one find a master like you, so kind-hearted? The owner of the fabric shop across the street, with eyes bulging in disbelief, exclaimed. Whose good-hearted soul would give a pill to a servant's child? Do they even deserve it? Shorty, come over here, I have a reward for you. Sha Nanfeng suddenly called out to the shop owner across the street. The fabric shop owner, nearing 50, leaped over the counter and hurried over, panting. You finally taken care of me, you scoundrel. Who doesn't know that anyone associated with this scoundrel has struck it rich over these past few months? Used the finest fabric, and I want moonlight silk to sew. Make 2 winter outfits for everyone in my shop, with white mink collars and white fox fur cuffs. Get lost. Sha Nanfeng yawned in boredom, tossing 2 spiritual stones to the The short shop owner nodded furiously. Master Xiao, with spiritual roots reaching the heavens, your path to immortality is clear. Shan'anfeng was quite satisfied. See, you understand well. He glanced at the Baozi shop next door and closed his eyes to bask in the sun. Chapter 57. Do you have an affair with your aunt? The owner of the bun shop, Bu Fangyu, immediately cast a flattering glance at Shan'anfeng. Shan'anfeng spat disdainfully. Your daughter is so hideous that I can hardly bear to look at her, and yet you dare to curry favor with me? Just look at the wife of the fabric shop owner. She still possesses a captivating charm. Make sure to send your wife to measure her dimensions. Duan Sanxiang accidentally collided with the counter, a sizable bump forming on his forehead. His hands trembled as he gazed at his own wife. Oh no, could it be that this debauched scion has developed a taste for maturity? The fabric shop owner trembled slightly, saying, You shameless wretch, hurry back home. The fabric shop owner's wife immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. Do you think I am just anyone? Shan'anfeng watched their quarrel with amusement, but the fabric shop owner's wife quietly turned away, casting a flirtatious glance at Shan'anfeng that made him tumble off his chair in fright, scampering away in a panic. Bu Fangyu snorted, shoving his hands into his sleeves. What a sinful wastrel, bestowing the servants with fine moonlight silk and fox fur-lined collars, how wicked! In this tranquil life, Shan'anfeng felt increasingly anxious. The news from Zhou Dafu could not be mistaken, yet why was there no further development? He even discreetly sent Qianguobi to Wanbao building to commission a task, which yielded the result of no news. It seemed as though Li Zhongliang had forgotten about this matter altogether. With nothing else to do, he strolled into Lu's shop. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaoying immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, putting an arm around his shoulder as they walked inside. A night at the Rejuvenation Pavilion? Shan'anfeng nearly choked on the vitality pill stuck in his throat. Is this becoming an addiction? He quickly added, Ahem, today is about business, serious business. As he spoke, he produced a bag of spirit stones. Lu Xiaoying promptly pressed down on his hand, leading him to the backyard. Upon reaching the back courtyard, a secluded little garden, Shan'anfeng halted. Brother Lu, isn't this inappropriate? Lu Xiaoying patted his chest confidently. We are brothers bound by family ties. What could be inappropriate? The family courtyard was the residence of the womenfolk, which outsiders were rarely allowed to enter. Shan'anfeng's own backyard was a different case. Since he was unmarried, it did not count as a space for women, even if women resided there. Luani emerged upon hearing the noise, her face instantly turning crimson. Upon seeing Shan'anfeng, he cupped his hands in greeting. Sister Wani, why haven't you come to see your brother these past few days? I have been so distracted lately that I could hardly focus on anything. Luani's cheeks flushed even more. Oh, South Wind brother, you were so annoying. Lu Xiaoying felt a wave of despair wash over him. Oh no, my sister is surely beyond saving. Yet, as Shan'anfeng peered inside, he found himself in a dilemma. He had come to apologize to Lu Xiaoying's aunt. Lu Xiaoying's aunt was a delicate beauty, and offering 2,000 spirit stones as an apology would yield a tenfold return, but to overlook Luani, who would provide a 20-fold return, would be a waste of a tenfold opportunity. Brother Xiao, please come in and sit, Lu Xiaoying insisted, pulling Shan'anfeng inside without giving him a chance to protest. As they settled in the living room, Lin Keqing turned her face away, feeling quite embarrassed. Shan'anfeng gritted his teeth and said, Aunt, Shan'anfeng, come to apologize. That day's misunderstanding was truly an unintentional mistake. I hope you can forgive me and take it lightly. This is our first meeting, a small token of my esteem. I hope you will graciously accept it. With that, he placed the bag on the table. Lin Keqing was mortified. Accepting money? What was this? You have insulted me and now offer money? Lu Xiaoying interjected. Aunt, I think it would be best to let it go. I assure you, Brother Xiao truly meant no harm. Lin Keqing waved her sleeve and hurried away. You handle it, dear nephew. As a solitary woman, I rely on you to take charge. Lu Xiaoying nodded helplessly. Just as Lu Wani was about to speak, Lu Xiaoying shot her a glare. Once Lin Keqing had left, Lu Wani glared at her brother. Brother, by accepting money from South Wind brother, aren't you putting Aunt in an awkward position? South Wind brother benefits while Aunt is left with a misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoying snorted. You little brat. One must live to have the luxury of caring about face. Aunt is currently facing hardships. Can she remain in our shop forever? With Brother Xiao gifting these 2,000 spirit stones, if Aunt were discovered by the family living here and forcibly expelled, she would at least have a place to stay and provide for my uncle's only offspring. Lu Wani opened her mouth but fell silent, lowering her head. Shan'anfeng sighed softly. Oh well, this is ultimately a good deed. Outsiders will remain ignorant, and no one would dare to gossip. Brother Xiao, Lu Xiaoying, please accept my aunts and my gratitude, he said, shaking his head helplessly. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Your aunt is as dear to me as my own. I know you are seeking a suitable excuse, he added, standing up and looking at Lu Wanyi. Her face flushed as she stammered, South Wind brother. With a gentle smile, Xiao Nanfeng casually produced the alchemical insights he had previously acquired. I heard from Brother Lu that you have been diligently practicing the art of alchemy, sister? This cultivation insight is a serendipitous find, you may use it for reference and contemplation. Lu Xiaoying blinked in surprise, when did I ever say that? However, considering it a favor from Xiao Nanfeng, he would not expose the truth. Lu Wanyi stared in astonishment at the jade slip before her, and before she could react, Xiao Nanfeng pressed the slip against her forehead. She hesitated, but the slip absorbed into her, leaving her even more bewildered. Heavens, this is the insight of a top-tier alchemy apprentice. With this, she thought, within 3 months, I shall undoubtedly become an alchemy apprentice. Lu Xiaoying leaped to his feet, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. This kindness was monumental, so significant that neither he nor Lu Wanyi could ever repay it. With the upcoming selection at Qingling Sect in 3 years, his chances of being chosen were quite promising. However, Lu Wanyi was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, practically out of the running. But if she became an alchemy apprentice, that would change everything. The powers of alchemy, pill-making, formations, and talismans were all invaluable in this world, often more coveted than mere qi refinement cultivators. Possessing even one of these abilities, even as an apprentice, would make her irresistible to Qingling Sect. The Chen family, despite being far inferior to the Lu family, had always looked down on them due to Chen Yujie being an apprentice talisman master, giving her a This was the Chen family's greatest leverage over the Xiao family in recent years, but now, with his sister possessing the potential to become an alchemy apprentice, the Lu family was poised for great success. He never anticipated that their relationship, merely a facade of business, would lead Xiao Nanfeng to impart such life-altering knowledge to Lu Wanyi. Did the Xiao family not wish for their descendants to be selected by Qingling Sect? If Xiao Nanfeng learned this himself, he would have at least a 50% chance of entering Qingling Sect. Was that not enticing? Xiao Nanfeng waved dismissively. It's a small matter, a mere trifle. Lu Xiaoying glanced at Lu Wanyi, and they both nodded silently in agreement. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying went to close the door and reached out to block Xiao Nanfeng. Brother Xiao, do you know why I dared to defy convention and bring my aunt here? Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. Is there an affair? Now, this was indeed a juicy scandal. Chapter 58 reveals to me that my father is coming tonight. Xiao Nanfeng has been pondering over this matter for quite some time. It is quite perplexing that a widow, accompanied by her child, is taken in by her elder nephew to reside at his abode. Such a situation, if publicly known, would undoubtedly bear a rather unsavory reputation. After all, if the aunt were of advanced age, it might be more excusable, yet Lin Keqing, at barely over 30, is a cultivator at the second level of artifact refinement, still possessing her charm and grace. In this world, a woman in her 30s, if she were an ordinary person, would already be considered an old hag. Even a 17-year-old like Chen Yujie, in the prime of her youth, is still just a delicate flower. Yet Lin Keqing continues to be recognized by the system as a young beauty, which speaks volumes about her allure. The elder nephew's decision to bring such a stunning widow into his home is indeed a curious affair. However, this remains a private family matter, and Xiao Nanfeng would not pry further. Lu Xiaoying exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Wanyi shot Xiao Nanfeng a disdainful glance and whispered, "That is because uncle left auntie a map to a treasure hidden deep in the mountains before he passed away. She clutches the map, too frightened to discard it or to make use of it, living each day in trepidation. Naturally, my siblings and I are also covetous of this treasure map. Auntie agreed to accompany us in search of the treasure, and that is why we took the risk of bringing her here. That is the truth. Who would take a risk without a compelling incentive?" Xiao Nanfeng hastily covered his ears, declaring, "I refuse to listen, not a word more. Such family secrets are not for my ears. If I hear anything, it may bring about trouble." Lu Xiaoying sighed, "Brother Xiao, the matter has reached this point, and I shall not hide it from you any longer. In 10 days, we shall set forth. I have a request to make of you." Xiao Nanfeng felt a wave of despair wash over him. What the hell, can I even get involved in such affairs? Getting entangled in this will undoubtedly lead to grave consequences. He turned on his heel to leave. Lu Xiaoying did not stop him, but called out softly from behind, "Today, Brother Zhao's presence will not go unnoticed by others." Frustrated, Xiao Nanfeng turned back. "How dare you treat your beloved family and close kin in such a manner?" Lu Xiaoying replied with a bitter smile, "I have no other recourse, only you, Brother Xiao, to rely upon." "How absurd! You don't even trust your own family, yet you expect me to take on such a burden. Though I possess the demeanor of a noble, I cannot be taken advantage of. Do I appear to you as one with a penchant for suffering? Speak plainly. I shall assist if I can, but do not hold me in disdain if I cannot." Xiao Nanfeng stated resolutely. Lu Xiaoying promptly said, my siblings and I wish to gamble on our future. Auntie will accompany us. Without her bloodline as a guide, we cannot access the treasure. My uncle's blood is essential. Xiao Nanfeng jumped up, exclaiming, what nonsense! Do I appear to you as a milking cow? How can a grown man take care of an infant? Lu Xiaoying felt a sense of awkwardness. Lu Wani bit her lip. This was indeed a predicament. Yet Auntie's sole request was to protect this precious bloodline. Silence ensued. If Brother Xiao can make the necessary arrangements, I am willing to share the treasure with you. Lu Xiaoying pressed on. Xiao Nanfeng responded, a treasure, just the mention of it suggests danger. I have perused countless tales of adventure, and I know that even the protagonists who enter such places often face perilous trials. Yet, the allure is undeniable. To traverse such a realm and not experience it would be a missed opportunity. Xiao Nanfeng felt a strange desire stirring within him. Although he could choose to remain passive, why did he find himself intrigued? This matter is of great significance. Grant me 5 days' time, Xiao Nanfeng declared as he rose. Lu Xiaoying did not impede him this time. Upon returning to his own establishment, Xiao Nanfeng's face darkened, and he sequestered himself in his room. Qian Guopi promptly instructed the staff to tread lightly, fearful of disturbing their enraged young master. In solitude, Xiao Nanfeng called upon his adoptive father. Let us settle the rewards. At least today yielded some gains. The transaction was confirmed a success. Today's expenditure targets Lu Wani, awarding the apprentice's insights into artifact refinement, valued at 5,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this expenditure is 20 times. Processing the transaction, the reward of a first-tier perfect artifact refinement inheritance has been issued to the hostess storage pouch. The expenditure did not include the target Lin Keqing, resulting in a gift of 2,000 spirit stones, ineligible for a rebate. Xiao Nanfeng's mood lightened somewhat, while the 2,000 spirit stones felt squandered. Acquiring the first-tier perfect artifact refinement inheritance was essential. He retrieved the jade slip and activated it. Instantly, he felt himself transformed into a perfect first-tier artifact refiner. Alas, his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement rendered it impossible for him to forge a first-tier artifact. Xiaowen! Xiao Nanfeng called out. Xiaowen slid open the door. Young master, I am here. Return to Qinghe town and bring my father over, and the clan leader as well. We have significant matters to discuss tonight. That very night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the back courtyard of the Xiao family. With a thud, one shadow was thrown off balance, hanging limply in the air. The other shadow, startled, brandished a blade to rescue, only to be ensnared by a spell that immobilized him in midair. The second shadow fell to the ground like a wooden puppet. Strike, beat them to a pulp. How dare they trespass into the Xiao family? Xiao Nanfeng commanded in a low voice. Qian Guopi and a dozen servants rushed out, with Yi Yiting wielding a stick used for alchemy, ready for action. Crack! Crack! Qian Guopi, exhausted and sore, leaned on his waist. Young master, we've beaten them sufficiently. If we continue, they might die. Shall we interrogate them? Xiao Nanfeng snorted, light the lamps. As the flames illuminated the courtyard, he sat imposingly, observing the 2 masked figures, who resembled discarded dogs, tossed before him. Speak! Who sent you here? What are your intentions? He demanded sternly. One of the figures on the ground was nearly unconscious, while the other desperately attempted to remove the mask from his face, exclaiming, I am your father. Qian Guopi fumed, how dare you insult the young master? Keep hitting. The masked figure quickly shielded his head. I truly am your father. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, I am your father. Xiao Donghai, in a fit of rage, shouted, I am indeed your father. Stop hitting, I am Xiao Donghai. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity. A father? Hold on. Xiao Donghai, battered and lying on the ground, groaned, I truly am your father. Qian Guopi swiftly brought a lamp closer for inspection. I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before. Having just arrived at the shop, he had yet to encounter anyone from the Xiao family besides Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng leaned closer for a better look and was taken aback. Father, my real father, how could you be beaten like this, you ruffians? How dare you lay a hand on my father? No meat for anyone tomorrow. Xiao Donghai sensed that Xiao Nanfeng was doing this deliberately. The beating he endured today surely stemmed from some personal grudge, especially since clan leader Xiao Jinshan was still groaning in pain, unable to utter a word. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly instructed the servants to carry the clan leader and his father into a room. After administering 2 qi-gathering pills, both slowly regained their composure after more than an hour. Once Xiao Donghai recovered, he erupted with fury, leaping up to slap Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Endure. Chapter 59, Beating the Father. Today, I left both my father and the clan leader looking like battered pigs. It was impossible to spare them even a few blows. A gust of wind swept through, and did it not hurt? Xiao Nanfeng slowly opened one eye, only to see his father's palm hovering just 3 inches from his face, having come to a halt. Xiao Donghai was reluctant to strike. Xiao Zhinshan gritted his teeth. If you cannot bear to do it, then I shall. This little rascal is doing it on purpose. He had even set up a soundproofing talisman in the courtyard, rendering us unable to speak, leaving us only to endure the beatings. Xiao Donghai quickly embraced Xiao Zhinshan, clan leader. The child, he is still just a child. So small, all alone in a place like South Wilderness City, standing solitary and forlorn. He has fought desperately to carve out a territory for our Xiao family. It is far too difficult for him. Without some means to protect oneself, how can one survive? He is merely trying to safeguard the Xiao family. Do not blame him, do not blame him. Xiao Zhinshan looked at Xiao Donghai in silence. A kind father spoils his son, a kind father spoils his son indeed. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Xiao Donghai with gratitude. What a good father he is. After receiving a thrashing, he still speaks up for me. Xiao Donghai swiftly turned to Xiao Nanfeng. Aren't you going to apologize to the clan leader? Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng grew defiant, standing up with a stiff neck. Apologize? On what grounds should I apologize? Under the cover of night, you intrude without warning. Should I simply overlook it? Can the clan leader allow enemies to infiltrate the Xiao family like this? I am not in the wrong. The clan leader ought to reward me instead. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai were taken aback. Do you have no shame? Yet, there seemed to be some merit to his words. But not much. Clearly, it was you who sent Xiaoan back on horseback in haste. We feared for your safety, rushing here without pause, and entered only at your request, well past midnight. You knew we would come, and you did this on purpose, Xiao Zhinshan exclaimed, hopping in anger. After a couple of scoldings, Xiao Zhinshan suddenly inquired in Nanfeng, does the soundproofing talisman set up in the courtyard allow sounds to escape? Xiao Nanfeng replied with pride, rest assured, it guarantees that no sounds will leak out. You two being beaten so severely, no one has heard a thing. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Nanfeng exchanged glances. Xiao Nanfeng, your sister let something slip. Hold on. As he saw the clan leader and his father approaching, Xiao Nanfeng's face turned pale. If they were to land a beating, it would be disastrous. Saying this, Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand, and a large bag of spirit stones appeared on the table. 6,000. 6,000, this year. I guarantee a profit of 6,000 for the family, pure profit. And look, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly produced a piece of talisman paper, his vermilion brush swirling in the air, and in mere seconds, a thunderstrike talisman materialized in his hand. With a triumphant look, Xiao Nanfeng held his head high. I have now perfected my skills through months of relentless practice. I have finally mastered the unparalleled art of talisman crafting, and I am now a first-tier talisman master. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai stared in astonishment, dumbfounded. They were well aware of Xiao Nanfeng's conduct. To say he had some clever tricks in business was believable, yet, to claim he became a first-tier talisman master in just a few months? No one would believe that. I certainly do not. However, this thunderstrike talisman of the 9th level of chi refining cannot be faked. A first-tier talisman master indeed possesses such capabilities, Xiao Nanfeng, filled with pride, declared. Don't ask me how I practiced, just know that I worked hard, I persevered, I toiled, and I was diligent. Of course, the demeanor of a great emperor is of utmost importance. Half an hour later, Xiao Donghai was in tears, holding Xiao Nanfeng and weeping uncontrollably. My son has achieved great things. My son has the demeanor of an emperor. My son has the demeanor of an emperor. Xiao Zhinshan, holding the thunderstrike talisman, fell into silence. After a ruckus, the servants were sent away to sleep. At dawn, the servants resumed their work as usual. Xiao Nanfeng strolled leisurely out of the courtyard. The air was slightly cool but refreshing. This treasure land must be visited. Xiao Zhinshan had already promised to take the child back to Qinghe town to hide. Coincidentally, a family in the clan had just given birth, and they would take the child together. As long as they did not leave the Xiao family estate, no one would know that the Xiao family had gained another child. Slumped in a chair at the door, Xiao Nanfeng felt quite melancholic. South Wilderness City is truly a desert of beauties. Every day, waiting at the entrance, I have yet to see anyone more splendid than Yi Yiting and Lu Wani as potential partners. Not to mention, aside from adding Lin Keqing to the mix, there are not even any modest beauties. The system seems to want a curse. In this small, insignificant county, there are 2 stunning beauties, several charming young ladies, and even 2 modest beauties, yet you are still not satisfied? Even in the state city, such quality is hard to come by. A stunning beauty, is that not an unattainable height for an ordinary person? In the realm of the ordinary, one could hardly claim to have reached the peak of stunning beauty. Occasionally, there may be a rare few who could be said to be so beautiful they could cause fish to sink and birds to fall, but they are often calamities of beauty. In Xiao Nanfeng's 5,000-year history of a great nation, the celebrated beauties who could cause fish to sink and birds to fall are but a handful. However, this is a world of cultivation, where there are indeed greater places and better prospects. Although a decision has been made, how could the young master of the Liu family shamelessly approach? When seeking favors, one must adopt a posture of humility. I am certainly not in a hurry. After wandering for a few days, and with no word from the Liu family, Duan Sanqi arrived. His wife has come as well, even if Duan Sanqi's face looked as dark as a bottomless pot. You wretched creatures, come out and change your clothes. You all look like a bunch of paupers. If I see anyone wearing patched clothes again, I will ensure that you suffer for it. Consider it a clean slate for your shame. Xiao Nanfeng stood arrogantly at the shop's entrance. The shop's attendants rushed out, their eyes red as they looked at Xiao Nanfeng. Qian Guopi trembled. What a calamity! What a calamity! What kind of wealthy family would bestow such treatment? The finest velvet fabric, stitched with moonlight silk, the collar made of sable fur, and the cuffs lined with fox fur. Wearing this outfit, who would dare say that this is a mere shop attendant? Would this not be the foolish son of a wealthy landlord? I must say, Duan Sanqi's wife has an impressive figure. Cough cough. Duan Sanqi's craftsmanship is truly remarkable, especially when Yi Yiting and Xiao Ling changed into their new attire. Even Xiao Nanfeng could not help but steal a few more glances. This stifling mountain, to look elegant in morning attire, cough cough, white is also quite elegant. Xiao Ling stood there in a predominantly white outfit, exuding grace. Xiao Nanfeng quickly turned his head, feeling his cheeks flush at the sight of Xiao Ling. Turning back, he was met with Yi Yiting in a fiery red ensemble. Xiao Nanfeng quickly wiped his mouth, retreating. After taking a turn, Xiao Nanfeng observed the attendants strutting about in their new clothes at the shop entrance, and he felt quite speechless. Is it merely a new outfit that warrants such arrogance? Well, being a bit vulgar is acceptable. Just look at the neighboring shop's attendants. Even the shopkeeper is dressed in such ragged attire. Returning to the back courtyard, ignoring the attendants' arrogance, Xiao Nanfeng spotted Yi Yiting sitting at the door of the alchemy room, resting her chin on one hand, staring blankly at the sky, her small face surprisingly melancholic. This demeanor does not quite suit your youthful visage. What is wrong? Xiao Nanfeng casually inquired. Why? Yi Yiting laments. I can no longer break through the 5th level. My spiritual root is only 4 inches. For a single spiritual root, 1 inch corresponds to 1 level of cultivation. This determines the upper limit. But are you not a single spiritual root? Chapter 60 of the dog system. Dare to eat my kickback? Xiao Nanfeng blinked, puzzled. Wait a minute, I only have 1 inch of spiritual root, but haven't I already reached the 3rd level of Qi training? However, there seems to be a saying about this. What is my situation then? As Xiao Ling passed by, Xiao Nanfeng was baffled. Here, eat this. He looked at Yi Yiting, casually took out the heart of the Xianlu tree and shoved it into her mouth. Yi Yiting exclaimed, Ugh, bitter, what did you give me? Just then, Qian Guopi approached and was taken aback. Get back. In an instant, only Xiao Nanfeng and Yi Yiting remained in the courtyard, with one arm around Yi Yiting, who was half reclined in his embrace. Xiao Nanfeng covered her mouth with his other hand. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was dragging her into the house while restraining her. Xiaoan quietly opened a crack in the door. Young master, do you want me to help you hold her down? Yi Yiting looked at Xiaoan in horror, bewildered by his thoughts. Just as she was about to explain, she gulped, swallowing the contents in her mouth immediately, her face contorted in bitterness, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Nanfeng quickly released her, causing her to tumble to the ground. Ouch! He hastily pulled her back up. What on earth did you make me eat, you scoundrel? Yi Yiting fumed, her face streaked with bitter tears, her small features glistening with droplets. Xiao Nanfeng quickly lowered his voice. It's the heart of the Xianlu tree, now hurry inside. Yi Yiting's eyes widened in surprise, and she swiftly covered her mouth, turning to rush into the house. As a pill master, how could she not know what a treasure the heart of the Xianlu tree was? Xiao Nanfeng hurried in after her and closed the door. Such matters must not be witnessed by outsiders. After all, this pertains to spiritual roots. If anyone learned that Xiao Nanfeng possessed the heart of the Xianlu tree, it could spell disaster for him. Yi Yiting began to digest the heart, her face twisting in agony. Indeed, the heart was a treasure, but it was also incredibly bitter, yet, she couldn't bring herself to spit it out. Who knew whether this might be the essence of the heart? After more than 2 hours, Yi Yiting finally calmed down, even forgetting the bitterness in her mouth in her surprise. Master, you didn't even dare to consume such a fine thing yourself, yet you gave it to me. In this lifetime, if I cannot repay you, then in the next life, I shall be your beast of burden. After pondering for a long while, Yi Yiting couldn't think of any way to repay him. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you serious? Do you even understand what you were saying? If someone admires you, it means the lady is willing to offer her life in gratitude. But if it means being a beast of burden in the next life, having read countless web novels, how could Xiao Nanfeng not understand this? His face twisted in disbelief. How could you not find me appealing? My father says I possess the demeanor of a great emperor, yet you look down upon me? Master, if it weren't for the wolf tamer gang, I fear I would be a burden to you. I would willingly offer myself. Yi Yiting's face flushed, stealing glances at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng felt a wave of satisfaction. That's more like it, you wish to offer yourself, but of course, I cannot agree. A youthful beauty like you, do you expect me to abandon the beautiful world before me? Dream on. Looking at Yi Yiting, he considered that perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. Time for dinner, Xiao Ling called from the courtyard. Xiao Nanfeng snapped back to reality. Enough of this, who made me look upon your unambitious self with pity? The mere heart of the Shanlu tree is of no consequence. Remember, when you go out, don't speak of this. Just say it's your natural gift. Yi Yiting nodded vigorously. Such matters must not be spoken of lightly. With the heart of the Shanlu tree, her spiritual root had grown an impressive 5 inches, reaching an entire foot of a triple spiritual root. Particularly, her fire spiritual root appeared more vibrant. As a fire alchemist, her exceptional abilities stemmed from her unique fire spiritual root, yet she was not merely a single spiritual root talent but a triple one: fire, metal, and water. This was also the reason for her outstanding alchemical skills. Xiao Nanfeng opened the door, feeling refreshed. I haven't even had the chance to check my rewards. No rush, all in good time. At that moment, Yi Yiting emerged, covering her mouth, her face flushed, eyes brimming with a shy, spring-like glow. Xianguopi quickly looked down. See no evil, hear no evil. I'm blind, this is not for my eyes. Xiaoan stared at Yi Yiting with naive clarity. Brother, what is wrong with you? Xianguopi slapped Xiaoan on the back of the head. Who are you calling brother? After all this, you still dare to call me that? Xiaoan looked bewildered at Xianguopi. You hit me again, I'm used to it anyway, not knowing why I get hit is nothing new. He scratched his head and lowered his gaze to eat. The courtyard fell silent. After dining, Xianguopi bowed to Yi Yiting. Young mistress, we shall be off to tend to our duties. Yi Yiting, still dazed, held her chopsticks, while Xiao Nanfeng stared blankly at Xianguopi. Xiao Ling stifled a giggle, while the other workers maintained their composure. Only Xiaoan remained puzzled. Xianguopi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could a male alchemist marry the young clan leader and become the young mistress? My sister still retains her charm. Xianguopi kicked Xiaoan aside. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly snapped back to reality. Nonsense, don't you dare tarnish my reputation. There are so many flowers and beauties outside, would I ever look at this little potato? Yi Yiting sighed in relief, but then felt something was off. What do you mean? What do you mean, you actually don't find me appealing, you shameless, debauched fool? Are you still thinking about the flowers outside? Xiao Ling was left speechless. Yi Yiting gritted her teeth. Who would want to be your young mistress? As she transformed her indignation into appetite, she ate like a little hamster, her cheeks puffed out. Xiao Nanfeng took a few casual bites and shot a glance at Xianguopi. Xianguopi quickly lowered his head. Oh no, the young master has cleaned the plate but refuses to admit it. Back in his room, Xiao Nanfeng immediately checked the rewards. Consumption successful, this time the consumption of the heart of the Shanlu tree, valued at 20,000 spiritual stones. The rebate multiplier for this consumption is 20 times. Settlement in progress, consumption overflow, settlement valued at 50,000 spiritual stones. This time, the rebate is the essence of the Shanlu tree. The prize has been issued to the hostess storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng, what? Dog system, come out here. The auction value of the heart of the Shanlu tree starts at 300,000, how dare you calculate it at 20,000, and the overflow only grants me a value of 50,000 spiritual stones? This is outrageous. Fuming with rage, he exclaimed, this dog system is robbing me of my kickback. Clearly, something worth 300,000 should yield a 20-fold rebate. It should easily amount to 600,000, at least yielding a treasure of 2 to 3 feet of spiritual root. Calculating it at merely 20,000 spiritual stones, even with a 20-fold rebate, should yield a treasure worth 400,000 spiritual stones. The system responded to the heart of the Shanlu tree is valued so high at auction due to its rarity. The 5-fold rebate is capped at 5,000, the 10-fold at 25,000, and the 20-fold at 50,000. This is the system's rule. Xiao Nanfeng roared in anger. So if I encounter a 1,000-fold rebate object, the maximum I could receive is only 1,000,000? What use is that to you? Dog system, I want to file a complaint. The system replied, host's rebate level is too low to access higher permissions. If furthermore, the system exists independently, with no higher authority. Your complaints are in vain, and you must endure. Curse you. Xiao Nanfeng howled in despair. Chapter 61. Kneeling for 5 days and 10 nights. When will you, dog system, ever have a level? When shall I be able to elevate my authority level? Xiao Nanfeng was rendered speechless. System of the host's strength is too low. If the authority level is too high, the probability of being backstabbed and killed is excessively elevated. Once the host's strength reaches the foundation establishment stage, the rebate cap can be doubled. The host's strength determines the authority level. Xiao Nanfeng blinked to father. Does this mean that if I ascend to immortality, I could receive infinite rebates? System, you refer to me as father when it suits you, yet call me dog system at other times. You truly are insufferable. If not for the binding between us, your demise would spell my own end. I would have kicked you to the curb long ago. Observing the silence, system, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled. Good night, father. Farewell, father. System, Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the essence of the Shenlu wood. The essence of the Shenlu wood contains the life force of the tree, capable of promoting the growth of spiritual roots by 1 foot and 8 inches. Thankfully, it is indeed superior to the previous 1.1 foot and 8 inches. Surely it would enhance his spiritual roots. However, recalling the agony that Yi Yiting endured when consuming the essence of the Shenlu wood, Xiao Nanfeng shuddered. Xiaoan, moments later, entered with a large bag of candy, bringing a hefty bucket of syrupy water to Xiao Nanfeng's room. Gazing at the bucket, Xiaoan scratched his head. Young master, would you like me to help you drink this? Get lost. Alright then. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Wasn't the slide shovel only meant to slide across the ground? Yet, Xiaoan's slide shovel landed steadily on the roof. What did that mean? Are you not only shoveling the earth but also the sky? With such finesse and sliding, you could forego oxen for next year's plowing of the spirit fields. After dismissing Xiaoan, Xiao Nanfeng closed the door, shut his eyes, one hand holding a large bowl of syrupy water, while the other heroically stuffed the essence of the Shenlu wood into his mouth. Enduring hardship is the only way to rise above. Cultivation is indeed arduous. Wait, not arduous. Xiao Nanfeng was overjoyed and promptly sat down. At the very least, it wasn't bitter. There was a slight bitterness, and a tinge of sourness on his tongue. Yet, compared to Yi Yiting's experience, it was vastly superior. After a few minutes, Xiao Nanfeng stood up. The absorption of 5 spiritual roots was remarkably swift, much faster than Yi Yiting. Rising, Xiao Nanfeng stretched. Cultivation is truly exhausting. How could it take me over 10 minutes to increase my spiritual roots by 5 inches? With 6 inches and 1 penny's worth of spiritual roots, this young master still has to strive harder. Given the intensity of cultivation, a midday nap would be a worthy compensation. Tidying up, he exited the room, only to find Xian Guopi anxiously pacing at the door. Are you about to grind grain? Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glance. Hearing the voice, Xian Guopi hurried over. Young master, the young master of the Lu family has arrived and appears quite anxious. He has been waiting for 2 hours. Xiao Nanfeng then realized the sun was nearly setting. He sauntered to the storefront, but as he neared the entrance, he suddenly quickened his pace, hurrying forth. Brother Lu, I apologize for the wait. I inadvertently spent an entire day in cultivation. Xiao Nanfeng showed no signs of embarrassment. Lu Xiaoying sighed with relief upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, though the urgency in his eyes was undeniable. Xiao Nanfeng sensed this. Please, have a seat. I have several jars of fine wine here. Upon arriving at the back, the others promptly withdrew. Brother Xiao, how are things? Lu Xiaoying had no inclination for wine. He sat down and immediately inquired. Xiao Nanfeng contemplated. Are you anxious? Not anxious. After all, we have 5 days until departure. Observing Lu Xiaoying, Xiao Nanfeng feigned contemplation. My family is in a difficult situation. Lu Xiaoying instantly broke into a sweat after the family incident, especially regarding this matter. Other families dared not meddle. Those who once called him brother had all but vanished. Only Xiao Nanfeng remained as before. If the Xiao family also refused, he would indeed be at a loss. Of course, we are close brothers. I pleaded with my father for 7 days and nights, my knees nearly worn to tatters, and finally, he relented. My father then knelt for 3 days and nights before the clan leader, who eventually agreed. Lu Xiaoying was immediately filled with joy, and the details of how the father-son duo completed this in 10 days were inconsequential. He stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Nanfeng. Should this journey yield success, I shall never forget the kindness of brother Xiao and the Xiao family. From this day forth, if I have any requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. If I ever take charge of the family, as long as I draw breath, the Lu and Xiao families shall be bound as eternal brothers. Xiao Nanfeng was satisfied. Oaths and promises, in this world, are among the few things one can genuinely trust. That was precisely the attitude he desired. Thus, Brother Lu, what should we be mindful of regarding that treasure site? What preparations are necessary for our entry? Xiao Nanfeng beckoned Lu Xiaoying to sit. Lu Xiaoying pondered for a moment, shaking his head slightly. I only know that the treasure site was discovered by my uncle, who later used my aunt's blood as a guide to penetrate the entrance of the treasure site. Only my aunt can unlock it. However, what lies inside remains unknown to anyone. No one has entered. Nevertheless, it is certainly wise to prepare more items, as there must be dangers within. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. And what is your uncle's realm? Lu Xiaoying replied. He is at the 9th layer of qi refinement and is on the verge of foundation establishment. Xiao Nanfeng felt an internal exclamation of exasperation. A master at the 9th layer of chi refinement perished within you, at the mere 8th layer, accompanied by your sister at the 2nd layer, Lin Kitching at the 2nd layer, and myself at the 3rd layer, dare to venture in? Although my 3rd layer of chi refinement is somewhat formidable, it remains perilous however, at least there is someone at the 8th layer. We should gather some protective items, if things become too dangerous, we will retreat without hesitation. Very well, I will make the necessary preparations. Departing in 5 days, Xiao Nanfeng confirmed once more. Liu Xiaoying immediately nodded. On the night of the 3rd day, I will bring my nephew along under the pretext of delivering goods and we will converge at Qinghe town. At that point, we will enter the mountains via the southern path of Qinghe town. Xiao Nanfeng's heart stirred. What a coincidence, the entrance lies in the direction of my spirit field. Excellent, I shall arrive ahead of time. On the 3rd day, Xiao Nanfeng stepped out of the shop. Guapi, keep a close watch over the shop. After I return home and pay the requisite profits, your position as manager will be formally documented in the Xiao family roster. And you all will likewise be inscribed in my family's records. You have officially passed the probation period. Work diligently and do not slack off. While I am away for a few days, take care of the shop. Being inscribed in the family roster is not the same as being entered into the family tree. They are two distinct matters. It is akin to being officially employed by the Xiao family company. All the employees, under Qian Guapi's leadership, expressed their gratitude and bowed in unison, bidding farewell to Xiao Nanfeng. Xiaoan, if you dare to slide shovel again, I shall send the horse back, and you will have to shovel it back yourself. You annoy me by shoveling every time you mount the horse. Chapter 62, A return of Grand Master Xiao. With a resounding shout, chaos erupted in the streets of Qinghe town. Vendors, shoppers, and those purchasing vegetables instinctively retreated to the roadside, clearing the thoroughfare with remarkable swiftness. Xiao Nanfeng touched his ear, muttering, "Damn it, this sensation feels all too familiar." Yet today, there were no barking dogs, only the sound of galloping hooves, which still rendered the onlookers silent with trepidation. Xiao Nanfeng scratched his nose with the whip, pondering, in my former days of reckless indulgence, I never bullied the common folk, did I? Why do they fear me so? He had been preoccupied with his hasty journey to Nanhua City and hadn't given this matter much thought. Xiaoan, have I ever harassed ordinary people? Xiao Nanfeng turned to look at Xiaoan. Xiaoan immediately lifted his chin, adopting a haughty demeanor as he surveyed the surroundings. Xiao Nanfeng lashed out with the whip, damn it, I'm asking you a question, not inviting you to perform. How dare you steal my thunder? Xiaoan quickly shrank back. The young master would never bully them. What status do they possess to warrant my attention? The young master is merely a spoiled rich kid, not a tyrant. Xiao Nanfeng fixed a glare at Xiaoan. Is being a spoiled rich kid something to be proud of? And why are you shouting so loudly? Suddenly, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He realized that he must uphold his reputation as a notorious scion. Moreover, he had to solidify the impression among his hometown folks. Xiaoan, disperse some rewards. Scatter gold and silver along the way. Xiaoan promptly agreed but soon appeared troubled. He hesitantly gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. Young master, our recent business has been thriving, but we've only dealt in spirit stones and spirit fragments, with no use for gold and silver. We have an abundance of spirit fragments and stones, but we truly have no gold or silver. Xiao Nanfeng reflected on this. Indeed, gold and silver had long ceased to suit his status as a young clan leader. Just then, Xiao Nanhan approached from a distance. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng paused at the street corner, his attendant, Xiao Ming, exclaimed with brightened eyes, Young master, look at Xiao Nanfeng's troubled expression. He returned so unexpectedly. It's neither a festival nor a holiday. What could be the reason? He must have encountered difficulties with his shop, seeking help but feeling embarrassed. Young master, this is an opportunity. Xiao Nanhan widened his eyes. Opportunity? What opportunity? Xiao Ming excitedly elaborated. Seize this chance to usurp his management of the shop, and then the position of young clan leader will be yours. Xiao Nanhan glared at him in frustration. You fool. I've told you countless times, the position of young clan leader is not to be contested. It's a pitfall. I must focus on my cultivation to enter the Qingling sect and become a top-tier powerhouse on the path of immortality. What is a mere young clan leader of the Xiao family to me? He kicked Xiao Ming several times in anger. Learn your lesson, and go home and wait. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng remained unaware of their presence, feeling quite troubled by his own pride. He had just announced rewards aloud. If he did not follow through, how could he maintain his dignity as the Grand Master Xiao? Xiaoan, return home at once and fetch me a bag of silver. I'll wait for you at the town entrance. A grand return home demands some commotion, otherwise, it would be akin to donning fine attire in the dead of night. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Nanfeng. Without question, Xiaoan hastened back to the Xiao residence. Xiao Nanhun, perplexed, refrained from intervening, eager to discern Xiao Nanfeng's intentions. Upon reaching the entrance of Qinghe town, Xiao Nanfeng halted. Xiao Nanhun stealthily concealed himself amidst the crowd, curiously watching Xiao Nanfeng. What was he up to by not returning home? Before long, Xiaoan arrived, struggling to carry a bag of silver, riding swiftly. Upon reaching the town entrance, he opened the bag. "Young master, 5,000 taels, all in silver fragments." The elder inquired about the purpose, and I informed him that you wished to reward the townsfolk, prompting him to gather all the silver fragments. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes sparkled. "Father is quite perceptive. Excellent, let us re-enter once more." With a triumphant demeanor, he rode his horse into the town. Xiaoan bellowed, "The Grand Master Xiao has returned." The townsfolk obediently lined the streets, not daring to move. Offending a family of cultivators was a matter of life and death. Moreover, Xiao Nanfeng's reputation was less than stellar. Clearing his throat, Xiao Nanfeng commanded, "Xiaoan, distribute the rewards." Xiaoan immediately positioned himself on horseback, generously scattering silver fragments into the air. The streets transformed into a veritable rain of silver. "What are you all staring at? Do you not wish to thank the young master for his generosity, a bunch of blind fools?" Xiaoan chastised. Xiao Nanfeng cast a scornful glance at Xiaoan, noting how he relished the power of his standing. The townsfolk quickly realized that this infamous squanderer was distributing money. While they might hesitate to accept rewards from others, they understood that this notorious spendthrift, known for his extravagant ways, would never retract his generosity once it was given. The streets erupted into chaos as countless individuals scrambled for the silver on the ground. "Get out of the way, you're blocking the young master!" Xiaoan thundered. Amidst the shouts, he continued to disperse the silver. "The Grand Master Xiao possesses immense potential. The path to immortality is wide open, a genius in cultivation, establishing his foundation in a single day, the Grand Master Xiao." Xiao Nanfeng grinned widely, feeling immensely satisfied as he made his way back. Behind him, Xiao Nanhun gasped in disbelief. "He is tarnishing his own reputation. This foolish sycophant is deliberately sullying my name. If he damages my reputation, I will lose my chance at the young clan leader position." In their generation, only 2 individuals possessed spiritual roots. Xiao Nanfeng in himself, furious, Xiao Nanhun thought, "This shameless wretch is plotting against me. He intends to sever my path to immortality, forcing me to toil for the Xiao family while I neglect my cultivation." He vowed that he would not allow Xiao Nanfeng to succeed. Hastily, he made his way home. As he scattered silver along the way, he arrived at the Xiao residence, where Xiao Donghai stood at the entrance, beaming as he listened to the cheers of the townsfolk, proudly stroking his beard and nodding in satisfaction. "Clan leader, see how beloved my son is among the townsfolk? He truly possesses the aura of an emperor, adored by the masses." Xiao Zhanshan's face twitched in irritation. "Damn it, I'm the one distributing silver, and these commoners would adore me too. 5,000 taels at once. While a cultivating family may not concern itself with such mundane matters, this is the hard-earned money of the Xiao family. It could be exchanged for 5 spirit stones." However, upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng, Xiao Zhanshan quickly donned a smile. "My dear nephew has returned. Why didn't you inform us beforehand? We could have prepared a proper welcome." Xiao Nanfeng dismounted and immediately turned to glare at Xiaoan. "If you dare to slide down, I will break your legs." Xiaoan obediently climbed down from the horse and stood quietly behind Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Donghai rushed over, enveloping his son in a warm embrace, patting his back vigorously. "My son, truly the aura of an emperor, revered and adored by all. As the future leader of the Xiao family, it is destined to be none other than you." Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes at Xiao Donghai, finding his father amusing. "Have the guests arrived?" he inquired quietly. Chapter 63. How could one possibly ally with the Mirlan family? Xiao Donghai remained composed, merely applying a gentle pat to Xiao Nanfeng's back. Xiao Nanfeng understood, likely indicating that the guests had arrived. He strutted in with an air of self-satisfaction, fanning himself as he entered. "Brother Nanfeng." Lan Zian approached unsteadily, her face wan and haggard. Xiao Zhanshan let out a disdainful grunt. Xiao Donghai feigned ignorance, leading Xiao Nanfeng through the door. Xiao Nanfeng cast a curious glance at Lan Zian. Something seemed amiss. It was evident that her current state was not merely chaotic. Yet, the Xiao family members appeared entirely disinterested in her plight, and astonishingly, she was devoid of any attendants. With a resounding clang, the gate of the Xiao residence shut, leaving Lan Zian stranded outside. Overwhelmed by despair, she could only cover her face and retreat helplessly. The onlookers reveled in her misfortune, remembering how she had once manipulated others. Now, with her former admirers awakened to reality, they could hardly consider her a fool any longer. Once inside the parlor, Xiao Zhanshan promptly dismissed the other guests. What was the matter with Lan Zian? Xiao Nanfeng felt no sympathy for her. This woman was certainly no paragon of virtue. Indeed, she was far from it. Xiao Zhanshan scoffed. do not be deceived, the Lan family, seeing that you no longer fawn over Lan Zian, has resorted to theatrics, hoping to evoke your pity and win you back. Fortunately, they had the audacity to initiate the annulment of the engagement not long ago, otherwise, Xiao Donghai interjected, my son, with the bearing of an emperor, is not to be wed to a mere Lan family. Son, do not be misled, Xiao Nanfeng smiled faintly, regardless of the circumstances, Lan Zian remains the most promising candidate from the Lan family to gain entry into the Qingling sect. I refuse to believe that the loss of my investment would embolden them to treat her so disdainfully. Do they not fear that if Lan Zian were to miraculously succeed in entering the Qingling sect, it would backfire on them? Xiao Donghai's eyes sparkled with appreciation. My son indeed possesses the spirit of an emperor, such astute analysis, he had initially intended to caution him, but it seemed unnecessary now his son had truly matured. Xiao Donghai's eyes glistened with pride as he regarded his son. Xiao Jinshan chuckled, your analysis is commendable, not to mention the Lan family. Even our Xiao family would not dare to act so brazenly. They merely seek to pressure Lan Zian into playing the victim, hoping to regain our support. How absurd, dear nephew, I have heard you have been quite close with a young lady from the Lu family. Indeed, the Lu family is commendable. However, do not engage with Chen Yujie from the Chen family, such a minor household is unworthy of entering the Xiao residence. If we are to seek alliances, let it be with prominent families like the Lu. Xiao Nanfeng, you have changed, you now look down upon the Chen family, yet, what makes the Lu family superior? Were it not for my assistance in selling them some fine goods, the Lu family might not even surpass the Chen family. Is this truly a prominent family? Their conversation meandered without touching upon serious matters until evening fell. Xiao Donghai quietly accompanied Xiao Jinshan to Xiao Nanfeng's chamber. Son, regarding the treasures of Nanshan, are you certain you wish to go? It is far too perilous. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. If you truly wish to venture forth, your father and the clan leader shall accompany you. Xiao Donghai was deeply concerned. Xiao Jinshan's expression mirrored his gravity. The so-called treasures, while enticing, were also fraught with danger. Who emerged from such places unscathed? Although the rewards might incite envy, one must possess the means to enjoy them. You are the hope of our Xiao family, do not act rashly. Xiao Jinshan attempted to persuade him, but his words fell silent. Xiao Nanfeng, meanwhile, was tossing qi-gathering pills into his mouth, casually flicking 2 into his father and the clan leader's mouths. They hastily covered their mouths, ready to flee, but remembering their purpose for visiting, they hesitated. Caught in a dilemma, these qi-gathering pills were treasures beyond compare, invaluable to practitioners of their level. They could not afford to waste them. As they wrestled with their thoughts, Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand over the table, and 10 vials of qi-gathering pills appeared in unison. With another wave, yet another 10 vials emerged, and again, another 10. Xiao Donghai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he swallowed a qi-gathering pill. Enough, my heart cannot bear it, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled, is that too much? Look at this, with a flourish of his hand, a thick stack of spirit talismans, over a foot high, materialized on the table. Both Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Donghai possessed discerning eyes, immediately recognizing that the lowest quality was at least 7th grade talismans. The 9th grade lightning strike talismans appeared in a massive stack, easily numbering over 100, had the materials for refining not been lacking, Xiao Nanfeng could have astonished them even more. It was unfortunate that during his previous haste as a formation master, he had given the Shenlu wood core to Yi Yiting, leaving him unable to present formations, otherwise, he would have showcased the true prowess of his imperial spirit. Xiao Jinshan and Xiao Donghai exchanged glances, conceding defeat. With such resources, as long as there were no high-level foundational dangers present in the treasure site, they could expect no harm. Even if there were foundational-level experts, 100 9th-grade lightning strike talismans would ensure a swift demise. Son, your father supports you. It is time for you to venture out and hone your skills. However, remember at all times, aside from Xiaoan, whom you can trust, no one else is to be relied upon. Xiao Donghai was direct. Xiao Jinshan nodded in agreement. Xiao Nanfeng smiled. Rest assured, I understand. All brothers are mere actors. Should I encounter peril that is not truly dangerous, Lu Xiaoying will surely play the part of a devoted brother. If I face genuine danger, Lu Xiaoying will also put on a show of camaraderie. Clan leader, father, are you prepared? Xiao Nanfeng's expression turned serious. You may keep these, I have plenty more, but it is imperative to maintain confidentiality. I cannot allow the fact that I consume 1,000 spirit stones monthly for the alchemist's concoctions to be exposed. I seldom dare to sell. As he spoke, he pushed 200 qi-gathering pills toward the clan leader and his father. In this world, trust is scarce, yet, he knew he could rely on them completely. Xiao Nanfeng understood that what he truly cherished in this world was limited to them. The stronger they became, the more secure he would feel in the future. Xiao Jinshan's expression twitched. How could an initial great alchemist possess such strength? He was skeptical, yet refrained from questioning. This was a world of cultivation. There were always phenomena beyond comprehension. Perhaps this young man was simply extraordinarily lucky, having stumbled upon a treasure. Moreover, that young lady surely had a remarkable background, possibly harboring great fortune. Xiao Zhinshan understood the rules however. Xiao Donghai was greatly concerned. What price must be paid? Xiao Nanfeng replied bluntly, what nonsense rules? I merely offered a high price, and she happened to be fleeing from enemies. I promised to protect her. It is as simple as that. Both Xiao Donghai and Xiao Zhinshan straightened, their expressions grave. Such an alchemist's enemies must be formidable indeed. Alchemists, formation masters, weapon refiners, and talisman masters often foster extensive connections. Ordinary cultivators or sects would think twice before offending even an initial great alchemist. Yet, the fact that she had to hide her identity is indicative of the powerful forces she had crossed. Who had she offended? We must carefully consider this matter, Xiao Zhinshan declared. Xiao Nanfeng knew he could not deter this discussion. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain later. After all, consuming a substantial quantity of qi-gathering pills daily would require a plausible justification. The Wolf Tamer Gang. Xiao Donghai thought he had misheard. What? The Wolf Tamer Gang. Xiao Zhinshan's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. Chapter 64. A departure. Xiao Nanfeng shuddered slightly. The information he had regarding the Wolf Control Gang was rather scant, merely hearsay. How formidable they truly were remained a mystery to him. Was it possible that the Wolf Control Gang was indeed powerful? After all, they were a gang, and if their strength was considerable, they could begrudgingly be regarded as a sect. Suddenly, Xiao Donghai sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves. What the hell? How dare they covet a pill master from the Xiao family? I'll beat them until they can't even make a mess. Xiao Zhinshan was also eager to join the fray. How could anyone insult a pill master from the Xiao family? Once I find the time, I shall eradicate them. Xiao Nanfeng interjected, alright, I understand now. The Wolf Control Gang is certainly not a rival worth concerning ourselves with. At the very least, the Xiao family has nothing to fear. Therefore, it was of little consequence. However, they still inquired meticulously about Yi Yiding. Upon learning that Yi Yiding was indeed a minor, and that her talent was something he had only recently discovered unknown to outsiders, they felt utterly relieved. If outsiders were to uncover her talent, a treasure such as her would not be something the Xiao family could lay claim to. My son, such a treasure, and with her family gone, she is all alone. How pitiful. The Xiao family ought to embody righteousness, providing care for those on the path of cultivation, as it is our inescapable duty. Yet, I feel this does not sufficiently demonstrate our sincerity. Why not, my son, marry her? This way, the Xiao family can better look after her. Xiao Donghai was filled with righteous indignation. Xiao Nanfeng, how dare you trade away your lifelong happiness for a mere first-tier pill master? No, wait, it seems our family has already made for such exchanges with Lan Ziyan, Chen Yujie, and Lu Wani. Xiao Zhinshan bore an expression of entitlement. Dismissing them, Xiao Nanfeng began to gather his belongings. A patriarch, let us discuss serious matters. In the coming days, we must conceal my whereabouts. What arrangements shall be made? Xiao Zhinshan smiled as he replied, rest assured, arrangements have been made. We will state that the Xiao family has fortuitously acquired a high-grade pill, allowing you and Xiao Nanfengsen to return home for seclusion. Such a retreat, lasting several months, is entirely reasonable. This excuse is perfectly normal and flawless for a cultivation family. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. That sounds good. It also provides a guise for me to guard the retreat, allowing you all to focus on your cultivation. Winter is fast approaching. The following day, the Xiao family celebrated grandly, even distributing double the monthly allowances to all servants within the household. The pretext was Xiao Nanfeng's early completion of a profit task previously agreed upon with the family. Following this, Xiao Nanfeng was rewarded with a high-grade pill, enabling him to enter seclusion. Everything was perfectly reasonable. At the Lan family, Lan Tianqi's beard quivered with indignation. The elders of the Lan family sighed heavily. Lan Ziyan stood nearby, on the verge of tears. Put away that seductive demeanor. We are at home, not before that foolish Xiao Nanfeng. What use is it? An elder shot Lan Ziyan a glare, causing her tears to flow more freely. Lan Tianqi slammed his fist on the table, standing in fury. You still have the audacity to cry. That foolish Xiao Nanfeng has gifted Chen Yujie of the Chen family items worth nearly 10,000 spirit stones over the past few months in South Wilderness City. I've told you repeatedly not to be so haughty. When fishing, one must cast bait to attract the catch. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that by merely opening your mouth and keeping him at bay for years without any reciprocation, he will continue to endure? Xiao Nanfeng may be a sycophant, but he is no fool. Look at him now, lavishing attention on Chen Yujie and Lu Wani, and what of you? You have been strung along for 3 years, only to be kicked aside. Lan Ziyan wept bitterly, yet she felt utterly powerless. Xiao Nanfeng now hardly spared her a glance. Lan Tianqi shot her a disapproving look but dared not push her too hard, for she was the most promising descendant of the Lan family to ascend to the Qingling sect. Enough, enough. Stop crying, what purpose does it serve? Can tears bring Xiao Nanfeng back? Hurry, when he emerges from seclusion, we must confront him, employing whatever methods necessary to win him back. Though he may be a sycophant, he is a business prodigy. In just a few months, he has earned the Xiao family a staggering 3,000 spirit stones, 3,000 spirit stones for just one shop. Meanwhile, as Xiao Nanfeng entered seclusion, that very night he and Xiaoan quietly departed from Qinghe town, stealthily entering the South Mountain Spirit Fields, where they met Lu Xiaoying and the other three who were hiding. Under the cover of night, they ventured deeper into the South Mountain. By dawn the next day, the five had entered the heart of the South Mountain. Standing beneath a tree, Xiao Nanfeng wore a bitter expression. Damn it, entering the mountains is no joyous affair. How much more comfortable it is to lounge on a chair at the entrance of my own shop, basking in the sun. How lowly he felt. 3 more days of travel, crossing 7 mountains and 3 rivers, and approximately 300 miles, and we shall reach the location of the treasure. Glancing at the rudimentary map, Lu Xiaoying spoke gently. Thankfully, of the 5, even the weakest, Xiaoan, was at the first level of qi cultivation. He had been surrounded by the aura of qi gathering pills daily, although his talent was lacking. Reaching the first level of qi cultivation was still relatively straightforward. As long as one could cultivate qi, a practitioner at the first level would be entirely unmatched by ordinary individuals. A single practitioner at the first level could easily take on at least 5 ordinary people. Otherwise, with 2 delicate women in tow, these few would likely take half a month to traverse 300 miles in these mountains. Yet now, with their heightened alertness, they estimated they could manage it in about. Xiao Nanfeng sat down with a thud. Are you certain that no one from the Lu family is aware of this? We must not allow anyone to follow us. Lu Xiaoying replied proudly, I am confident in this. Not only are the Lu family unaware, but even within my shop, no one knows my whereabouts. Such a significant matter must not be disclosed to a 4th person, or rather, a 6th. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glance. If you were to perish, the Lu family would remain oblivious, and I would be burdened with the task of collecting your remains. The group fell into silence. Exploring the treasure site had never been without peril. Countless practitioners had lost their lives in treasure hunts across the world each year, including many of considerable prowess, such as those in the Purple Mansion or even Golden Core stages. It was said that even a nascent soul expert had fallen a few years prior. To grow stronger, one must boldly seize opportunities. Lu Xiaoying gritted his teeth. The South Mountain, while seemingly adjacent to the South Wilderness City, was in fact a remote area of this world. After entering the mountains for merely 200 miles, traces of human activity vanished entirely. For 2 consecutive days, they traversed into a valley shrouded by a dense forest, nearly obscuring the sky. The entrance to the treasure lay deep within this thicket. After a brief search, Lu Xiaoying returned. I have found the mark left by my uncle. We are not far from it. He glanced at the sky. The sun was nearing its descent. The valley, with its thick foliage and towering mountains, already presented a challenge for visibility, and soon they would hardly be able to see the path. It's too late today. We shall seek the entrance first thing tomorrow, Lu Xiaoying declared. Xiao Nanfeng nodded and wandered nearby, looking for a suitable place to camp. Catching sight of a solitary tent not far off, he felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Keqing was indeed a person of unfortunate fate. Yet, as he watched Lin Keqing crouched on the ground, tending to a deer, clad in close-fitting attire, Xiao Nanfeng found himself salivating. If this delicate beauty were a few years younger, she would surely be a stunning vision. No, she might even surpass Lu Wani in allure. What a shame, what a pity. What are you staring at? I'll have your eyes gouged out. Lu Wani glared at Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 65. What if he runs away first? Xiao Nanfeng quickly wiped away the drool, offering an awkward smile. He hadn't realized he had been staring a bit too intently. Lu Wani was quite irked. Throughout the journey, this relentless sycophant had failed to pay her any attention, instead showering her aunt with various expressions of concern. Were it not for her aunt's dignified demeanor, which left no room for impropriety, this shameless flatterer would likely have faced her wrath. Wani, I was just pondering, at this moment, you undoubtedly surpass your aunt's beauty by 1,000-fold. I am deducing your allure from her current state, Xiao Nanfeng remarked promptly. Instantly, Lu Wani's irritation dissipated significantly. Humph, I shan't acknowledge you, you shameless flatterer. With a grin, Xiao Nanfeng leaned closer, crouching beside Lu Wani as she foraged for wild vegetables. It was evident that she was no stranger to the wilderness, as her method of gathering was quite adept. Stay away, brother Nanfeng, you are too kind, but, isn't this rather embarrassing? As Lu Wani noticed Xiao Nanfeng encroaching upon her space, she was about to express her annoyance when a sudden wave of shyness washed over her. Muttering her discomfort, she hastily gathered her belongings. In Xiao Nanfeng's palm lay a piece of Shanjin iron, an exceptional material for crafting weapons. It was said that weapons forged from this substance could be wielded by foundational experts, while those who merely cultivated their qi would find them beyond reach. Naturally, Xianjin iron itself was quite precious. A piece the size of a fist was worth a minimum of 500 spirit stones. This piece had been unearthed from a heap of junk belonging to Zhou Dafu. Originally encased in ore, it had been nearly indistinguishable. Zhou Dafu's keen eyesight had failed him. Were it not for the system's appraisal ability, Sha Nanfeng would have dismissed it outright. Upon breaking it open, he was astonished to find the Xianjin iron within. However, this item was of little immediate use, particularly as they were in a remote wilderness. Coincidentally, at the time for rebates, it was simply not the right moment to offer it. Yet, one must not squander an opportunity. He intended to present the gift and then retreat immediately. Sha Nanfeng was not about to give Lu Wani a chance to draw closer. If she were tempted by his physique, he would find it difficult to refuse her. How could something as trivial as a 20-fold rebate measure up to the grandeur of this esteemed young master? Retreating to a corner, Sha Nanfeng bit down on a blade of grass, squinting slightly as if lost in thought, while in reality, he was monitoring the rebate. This purchase involves one piece of Xianjin iron, valued at 500 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 20 times. Processing transaction settlement. 1 piece of Gangjin iron is to be rebated. What a loss! Failing to hit the rebate cap is indeed a loss. Gangjin iron, however, is still quite satisfactory. This item is market priced at 7 or 8,000 spirit stones. Curse you, system! You have the audacity to value it at 10,000 spirit stones. A fist-sized piece weighs over 1,000 jin. This is not something for mere chi cultivators or foundational experts, nor even for those of the Purple Mansion realm. Weapons crafted from this material should at least be suitable for Golden Core practitioners, capable of wielding flying swords. Without reaching the Golden Core realm, one would lack the strength to wield a weapon forged from over 1,000 jin of material. Most would struggle to even lift it. Ah, never mind, I forgive you, dear system. This item is indeed rare. Even among ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, few possessed the means to craft artifacts or weapons from such material. As the day turned to dusk, Sha Nanfeng seized a roasted deer leg, indulging in the savory morsel with grease dripping from his mouth. For ordinary people, venturing into the mountains was perilous. However, for cultivators, as long as they did not encounter formidable foes, life remained quite comfortable. Capturing the local wildlife was relatively easy. This deer had been swiftly dispatched by Lu Xiaoying, not even given a chance to flee. Having satiated his hunger, Sha Nanfeng settled into the tent, reclining leisurely with his legs crossed. Shaoan crouched nearby, watching Sha Nanfeng with trepidation. Young master, I've heard that the treasure land is perilous. Indeed. Young master, I've heard that. Are you finished? Sha Nanfeng abruptly sat up, kicking him out. Shaoan wore a mournful expression. But the treasure land really is dangerous. Then if you fear for your life, return home. Sha Nanfeng retorted. You pest, I told you not to come, yet you stubbornly insisted on following. Now that you're here, you're scared to death. Shaoan immediately stated, I fear not for my life, wherever you go, I shall follow. Sha Nanfeng was left speechless. Fine, your loyalty is commendable. Now, come inside and rest. Yudasha is an 8th layer chi expert. He will handle any danger. Even if peril arises, he will shield us so we may flee. What are you so afraid of? Sha Nanfeng said helplessly. Shaoan lay beside him. But what if he runs away first? He is the strongest. If he flees, we shall not be able to keep up. Sha Nanfeng reassured him, Lu Sheng would never do that. We are dear friends, bound by a bond stronger than blood. Shaoan, you must learn to trust. Observe me, and you shall learn. Shaoan pouted, I trust no one but you, young master. Good grief, are you trying to get sentimental on me? Sha Nanfeng exclaimed, feeling a slight twinge of emotion, though not excessively so. They chatted for a while before Sha Nanfeng succumbed to sleep. The next morning, after tidying their belongings and stowing them away, Lu Xiaoying promptly led the group deeper into the forest. Unfamiliar birds and insects filled the air with their cries, mingling with the rustling of leaves as they walked, occasionally disturbed by the movement of foliage. The wind scarcely penetrated this place. Though it was daylight, an eerie ambience enveloped the surroundings. Shaoan instinctively followed closely behind Sha Nanfeng. Lu Xiaoying forged ahead, and before long, they had unwittingly ventured deep into the heart of the forest. Here, there were no clear paths. They had to leap over fallen trees and navigate through dense underbrush. Lu Xiaoying diligently searched for the markings left by the Lu family's uncle to guide their way. Fortunately, the markings were well concealed yet distinct. Should outsiders arrive, they would hardly perceive them as indicators. Finding nothing discernible at all as they proceeded, they gradually approached a cliff below. The ground was strewn with massive, dead trees and giant vines, marking the end point of their trail. Lu Xiaoying turned to Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing scrutinized the area, identifying a mark known only to their couple, finally confirming their location. After maneuvering through layers of thick vines and bushes, they arrived at the edge of the cliff. parting the foliage to reveal an entrance over a meter high. "This is the entrance," Lin Keqing declared. Upon seeing the opening, Xiao immediately grasped Xiao Nanfeng's arm, preventing him from being the first to enter. Xiao Nanfeng had no intention of being the first, either. In a low voice, Lu Xiaoying advised, "The interior of the treasure land is fraught with danger. I shall enter first to scout ahead, you follow after." With that, he bent down and crawled inside. No sooner had he entered the cave than his form vanished. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had long known this was a world of cultivation and was aware of numerous extraordinary techniques, he even possessed a fair few himself. Witnessing such a miraculous sight still filled him with wonder. "Shall we proceed?" After waiting for 10 minutes without any sign of movement, Lin Keqing suggested. Xiaoan gritted his teeth and rushed forward, declaring, "Young master, I shall enter first, you come last." Lin Keqing had been mostly silent and had not engaged with Xiao Nanfeng until now. At this moment, she finally spoke, "Your servant is indeed loyal, if only I had such a servant." Chapter 66 The Fragrant Pathway. Upon witnessing Xiaoan's entrance and subsequent disappearance, Lu Wani murmured, "I shall proceed inside. And, you follow closely behind me." Lin Keqing nodded gently in agreement. Lu Wani bent low and slipped into the opening, with Lin Keqing trailing after her. Xiao Nanfeng gasped, "Is this a test of my worldly heart?" Lin Keqing crawled into the cavern on her knees, and upon encountering the enormous peach, he quickly shielded his eyes, parting his fingers to catch a glimpse. Lin Keqing soon vanished into the depths of the cave, while Xiao Nanfeng, prepared with a talisman in hand, took a deep breath and plunged in. "Damn it, I've reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation and can defeat those at the 6th layer. What have I to fear?" However, after burrowing forward for merely half a meter, Xiao Nanfeng was suddenly enveloped in darkness. He glanced back, only to find the entrance had vanished. A wave of panic surged through him, prompting an immediate retreat. "No time! The exit is gone," he exclaimed, feeling the malicious intent of this hidden realm. "By the heavens, I've only entered half a meter and now I'm forced back at least several dozen meters. This entrance is indeed peculiar." His heart raced violently, compelling him to crawl forward. Since retreat was no longer an option, he resolved to advance. He had underestimated this mysterious place. After crawling at least 100 meters, he was grateful that he was not kneeling fully, for his knees would have surely protested. Cold sweat began to beat on Xiao Nanfeng's forehead. Ahead lay an interminably dark passage, shrouded in shadows, seemingly devoid of an end. However, retreat was futile. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Nanfeng hastened his crawl. After traversing several dozen meters, he suddenly bumped his head against something soft. Startled, he thought, could there be a celestial beast lurking within this cave? Instinctively, he reached out and grasped a large, soft mass, finding the texture quite pleasant. "Let go quickly!" Lin Keqing's voice, laced with indignation, echoed back to him. Xiao Nanfeng retracted his hand, momentarily dazed. As he focused intently, he discerned the massive peach just 30 centimeters in front of him. "I'm so sorry, I truly did not mean to," he stammered. Lin Keqing, her teeth clenched in frustration, warned, "Do not speak of this, otherwise, I shall end you." Being touched in such a manner was indeed quite disconcerting. Xiao Nanfeng nodded vigorously, raising his head to exclaim, "Ouch! I bumped my head against the rock." "And, this passageway," he thought uneasily, cradling his head in his hands. The discomfort of crawling half-kneeling was almost unbearable. Lin Keqing softly advised, "Rest for a moment. This passage is an entrance to a maze. Continue forward, keeping close to the left, and you shall find your way out." Xiao Nanfeng committed her words to memory. Clearly, Lin Keqing possessed considerable knowledge. Indeed, following her lead, they crawled for over 100 meters until suddenly, light emerged ahead. After traversing several more meters, the cave opened up into a spacious area. Xiao Nanfeng emerged, exhaling a sigh of relief. That wretched cave had nearly induced a bout of claustrophobia. The cavern was modest, several meters wide, gradually widening as they exited. After navigating around a bend, the opening expanded to over 10 meters, revealing a picturesque landscape of mountains and clear waters. Xiao Nanfeng inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air ahead. Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wani stood beside Xiaoan, gazing intently forward, yet they did not approach. Upon noticing Lin Keqing and Xiao Nanfeng's arrival, Lu Xiaoying turned her attention to Lin Keqing. The sight before her caused Lin Keqing's tears to flow uncontrollably. This was the very place where her husband had met his demise. Lu Wani approached her, saying, "Aunt, the dead cannot be resurrected. We must look ahead." Lin Keqing wiped her tears and nodded. Proceeding onward, upon reaching the first tree outside the cave, she immediately took 3 steps to the left, circled around a tree, then turned right, counting 7 steps to the 3rd tree, and finally advanced 8 steps to stand beneath the 4th tree. Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wani became animated. Xiaoan, bewildered, merely watched in silence. Xiao Nanfeng meticulously noted her movements. Beneath the 4th tree, Lin Keqing drew forth a short dagger and pried up a stone. With a firm push beneath the stone, the ground trembled, causing the surrounding trees to shift aside, revealing a path through the thicket. "It lies just ahead," Lin Keqing declared, rising to her feet. The group quickly followed her along the newly revealed path, soon arriving at a vast area resembling a flower garden, albeit in a state of decay. Nevertheless, the rich spiritual energy still permeated the air, intoxicating all who entered. This place was far superior to consuming qi-boosting pills. Should one cultivate here, even someone as inept as Shaoan could likely reach the third layer of qi cultivation within mere months. The spiritual energy emanated from the remnants of these long-forgotten herbs. "We must harvest quickly. Once we finish, we shall venture further," Lin Keqing urged softly. Xiao Nanfeng rejoiced. These herbs were undoubtedly treasures, many of which were likely over 1,000 years old. The so-called materials from the outside world claiming to be 1,000 or 10,000 years old were mere exaggerations. For instance, that 1,000-year-old biling grass might, at best, be a century old, but it sounded more appealing to claim a millennium, did it not? True 1,000-year-old herbs, while not guaranteeing ascension to immortality, could significantly enhance one's cultivation level. After all, treasures infused with a millennium's worth of spiritual energy could hardly be weak. This herb garden spanned over 3 acres. Nay, it was more accurately a medicinal garden, once tended by a former inhabitant, yet now, it lay in tatters, with few herbs remaining. Lu Xiaoying dashed forward, cautiously unearthing a 7-leaf ginseng, at least 800 or 900 years old. Meanwhile, Luwani sought out a 9-palace lotus. Shaoan, uncertain of what to do, followed Xiao Nanfeng without understanding the significance of their discoveries. Xiao Nanfeng guided him deeper into the garden, soon uncovering a 3-leaf tea plant hidden among the weeds, albeit with only a few leaves remaining. The leaves of this tea, if given to an alchemist for refinement, could yield benefits even when simply brewed for tea. A valuable find, though one should not expect overly strong effects. However, it was undoubtedly a tool for boasting. After harvesting the 3-leaf tea, the duo meandered a bit longer, unearthing several other herbs, each around 800 or 900 years old. Regrettably, the entire herb garden yielded merely a handful of treasures, most of which had already been claimed by Lu Xiaoying and her brother, Lin Keqing, however, leaned against a small tree at the edge of the garden, her gaze lost in the depths of this place. It seemed that to her, even these 800 or 900-year-old treasures were insignificant. Any single herb here, such as the 3-leaf tea, could fetch hundreds of spirit stones in the market. It was evident that her husband's death had taken a profound toll on her. Xiao Nanfeng glanced in the direction of Lin Keqing's gaze, which was fixed upstream along a small river adjacent to the herb garden. The river flowed serenely, meandering past the garden and disappearing into the unknown. At its source, a small waterfall cascaded down from the mountains, several meters high, beside the tranquil pool formed by the waterfalls. "Let us move forward," Luwani exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The mere bounty of herbs collected here was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. This expedition had already proven fruitful, yet there were surely more treasures awaiting discovery. All eyes turned towards the charming little cottage. Chapter 67 of This treasure land isn't so impressive. Shaoan quietly nestled beside Xiao Nanfeng, who was following the group. "Young master, it seems there is no danger here. It's merely the difficulty in finding the entrance. The treasure land is rather unremarkable." Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare. "Mind your tongue, just be cautious." The group continued along the small creek, and after a few hundred meters, they arrived at a small pond. Within the pond, a golden carp with long whiskers swam gracefully. Xiao Nanfeng's eyelids twitched, and he took a few steps back. Lin Keqing suggested, "Let us check the house first. Your uncle mentioned treasures within before he passed." The group promptly turned and headed towards the house. The small thatched cottage was modest, consisting of but a single room. To the left stood a bed, while on the right sat an alchemy furnace. Near the door, beneath a window, was an elegantly antiquated table accompanied by a chair. Garments and a sword adorned the walls, and in the corner lay several tools evidently used for tending to a medicinal garden. Lu Xiaoying dashed in first, heading straight for the sword. Grasping the long sword, Lu Xiaoying trembled with excitement. "Qingxuang, this is the Qingxuang sword," he exclaimed loudly. As he drew the sword, a chilling aura instantly enveloped the small cottage, as if winter had descended upon them. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. This was undoubtedly a treasure. His gaze fell upon the table where a few books were placed, which he casually gathered without a second glance. What was the point of hurrying to examine them now? He could peruse them thoroughly upon returning. Was that not more sensible? Moreover, the materials of the table and chair were evidently extraordinary. Luwani rushed towards the most accessible tools. "Heavens, these implements are forged from Xianjin iron. The owner of this place must have been a celestial being of at least the Purple Mansion realm." At that moment, Shaoan was unceremonious, rushing over to seize a silvery long robe hanging on the wall. "Young master, this attire is..." This child truly understood. The gleaming robe was clearly no ordinary garment. the key point was its flamboyance. No matter where one went, it would surely draw attention like a beacon. Before long, the cottage was stripped bare of its contents. Fortunately, everyone retained a semblance of dignity, refraining from outright bickering. Soon, even the bed was claimed by Lu Xiaoying. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng pondered whether the house could be dismantled for transport. However, wasn't a so-called treasure land fraught with peril? Yet, with so many valuable items present, could things be going too smoothly? A sense of unease flickered in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. At that moment, no one seemed to care. Wasn't it fortunate to acquire valuable items without danger? They appeared to have forgotten that Lu's uncle had perished here. If this place were so safe, how had he met his end? Who had slain him? Xiao Nanfeng deliberated. Dismantle the house. Lu Xiaoying stared at Xiao Nanfeng in disbelief. Why didn't I think of that? The materials of this house are treasures in themselves. After all, how could a structure that has stood for nearly 1,000 years remain intact, even devoid of dust, as if it were brand new? The group promptly set to work dismantling the cottage, with Lu Wanyi rolling up her sleeves to join the effort. Lin Keqing sighed softly from outside. Let us not dismantle the house. It's not of great worth, merely an ordinary dwelling. The others were taken aback. Wasn't it of no value? But if it were merely a common house, how could it endure the test of time and remain dust-free? The house's preservation indicated regular maintenance, and the absence of dust suggested that someone had lived there and cleaned frequently. Lin Keqing explained gently. Xiao Nanfeng's heart tightened suddenly, and he pulled out a dagger he had found by the bed, eyeing his surroundings warily. Lu Xiaoying and Lu Wanyi were equally taken aback. Lin Keqing, rarely smiling, said, "Let us leave now." She then approached the pond's edge. The water in this pond is bone-chillingly cold. It's excellent material for alchemy and crafting. This pond water is certainly more valuable than what's in the house, she remarked. Xiao Nanfeng and the others hurried to the pond, each devising ways to collect the cold water. Once they could hold no more, Lin Keqing asked, "Are we done?" Lu Xiaoying glanced around, puzzled, and inquired, "And, is there not another place here? If this is all there is, then what about uncle?" Lin Keqing shook her head. "I know not. All I understand is that your uncle instructed me to wait at the entrance. He entered alone and, a day later, he burst out in a frenzy, gravely wounded, managing to tell me the way to leave before he succumbed." Xiaoan drew closer to Xiao Nanfeng, an inexplicable fear gripping him. Lu Wanyi's expression turned sorrowful. "Aunt, do not dwell on it too much. Once we return, all we siblings acquire will be shared with you. With these belongings, your future will surely prosper." Lu Xiaoying approached gently. "Aunt, we are all saddened by Uncle's death. And as for his nephew, upon our return, we shall ensure he is well raised. If he possesses a spiritual root, nurturing him is our duty. Now, let us depart." Lin Keqing nodded resignedly. Xiao Nanfeng cast a glance at the fish in the pond. Had everyone forgotten about it? This fish was no ordinary creature. Its value likely rivaled that of the medicinal herbs. After all, it was quite peculiar for such a large fish to inhabit a pond scarcely 3 meters across. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoying slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about the fish. Xiao, let us work together to catch it. This fish must be extraordinary. It will undoubtedly be a treasure to bring back." Lu Wanyi immediately rolled up her sleeves, preparing to enter the water. Xiaoan rushed to assist, but hesitated, looking at them. "If we catch it together, how shall we divide it? Young master must not receive less." Lu Xiaoying laughed. "We'll sell it and share the profits. Wanbao Tower will surely offer a handsome price point. 4 to 6, I'll take 6, Xiao will take 4. Xiaoan protested. "There are 2 of you and 2 of us, why should young master get only 4? Lu Wanyi wrinkled her nose. "Brother Nanfeng." Xiao Nanfeng immediately softened. "Xiaoan, how can you speak to Sister Wanyi like that? Whatever she decides is how it shall be." Xiaoan pouted, preparing to assist. He had previously thought young master had changed, only to realize he simply shifted his affections to another. Lin Keqing interjected suddenly. "Count the fish's whiskers first." Lu Xiaoying looked at her in confusion. "We can count them once we catch it." Lin Keqing, however, remained unfazed and calmly stated, "A century ago, the map to this treasure land fell into the hands of one man. He brought 3 brothers to explore this treasure land. 40 years ago, the map landed with another individual, who brought 2 brothers to investigate here. 8 years ago, your uncle obtained this map and came with his wife to explore. Thus, there are a total of 9 whiskers. If you don't believe me, count them." Xiao Nanfeng suddenly looked up, staring at Lin Keqing, who bore a teasing smile in her eyes. Lu Xiaoying trembled. "Aunt, how do you know this?" His eyes widened in terror. Lin Keqing's earlier worry vanished, replaced by an alluring smile. "That's because this fish is my pet." Chapter 68. "Is this not enough to kill?" Lu Xiaoying was taken aback, abruptly drawing the Qing Shuang sword. Yet, in an instant, the chilling aura of the sword enveloped him, freezing him in place, leaving only his eyes to flicker with movement. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Lin Keqing let out a charming giggle, her beauty captivating. She sauntered to the edge of the pond, raising her left hand slightly, causing a fish to float effortlessly into her palm. In that fleeting moment, Lin Keqing appeared extraordinarily stunning, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Sha Nanfeng shook his head hastily. What the hell, is she planning to devour her enemies now? How can one think of such things at a time like this? Lu Wani, gripped by fear, stammered, "Aunt, what are you planning to do? We will give you everything here, we no longer want it. Just let my brother go." Sha Nanfeng regarded her with a calm demeanor and said, "I understand why you felt at ease allowing us to harvest herbs and take the treasures here after entering this place. You must have set traps long before." Shaoan suddenly positioned himself in front of Sha Nanfeng. "Demoness, young master, you must flee." Lin Keqing burst into laughter, approaching Lu Xiaoying and retrieving a stack of spirit talismans and some elixirs from his embrace. "You are rather clever." Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoying, at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, is the strongest among you. Even with these spirit talismans and elixirs, my severely injured body is no match for him. Thus, I must resort to some underhanded tactics. Lu Wani's face turned ashen with fear. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Lin Keqing nonchalantly flicked her wrist, causing the fish to splash back into the icy pond. Sha Nanfeng glanced at the fish, noticing its eyes turn blood red, as did Lin Keqing. At this moment, Lin Keqing's enchanting figure. What the hell, amidst all this, one still has the leisure to observe? Of course, you are to be fed to my prized possession. Once I consume the 4 of you, my treasure will grow, and by devouring it, I shall regain at least half of my power, reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. At that time, I shall annihilate Nanhuang City and restore my former glory, Lin Keqing stated with a serene demeanor. Sha Nanfeng tilted his head in confusion, gazing at Lin Keqing with a look of bewilderment. Upon noticing his expression, Lin Keqing's face darkened. How dare he look at her without a hint of fear? Instead, he bore a mocking smile. He even laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Keqing demanded sternly. Sha Nanfeng sneered. "I am merely curious if you have ever read web novels." Lin Keqing scoffed. "What web novels? I have never heard of them." Sha Nanfeng grinned widely. "Oh, it's good that you haven't read them. A classic in web novels states, villains perish from excessive chatter. When you first subdued Lu Xiaoying, if you had acted immediately, I might not have been able to react. After all, I have been primarily focused on guarding against the treasures, not on a woman as alluring as you." But now, Lin Keqing shot an angry glare at Sha Nanfeng. "You will soon find that laughter is not in your favor." As she spoke, her aura surged dramatically, instantly reaching the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Lu Wani felt despair wash over her. With Lu Xiaoying gone, they stood no chance against her. The key was that to ensure a better defense against the dangers of the treasure, Lu Wani had brought along the more powerful Lu Xiaoying, equipped with all the spirit talismans and elixirs. She had merely intended to follow her brother and reap the benefits. Now, with her merely at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and Sha Nanfeng at the 3rd, while Shaoan was at the 1st, how could they possibly contend with Lin Keqing at the 7th? Sha Nanfeng pondered momentarily. Lin Keqing seems reminiscent of a poison mistress from a century ago? Lin Keqing smirked triumphantly. "Indeed, I am Mu Kurson, but you are too late to discover that. However, despite your ineptitude, you possess a fair appearance. I shall ensure you find joy." Faced with such a woman, Sha Nanfeng longed for merriment, yet dared not share in Mu Kurson's delight. Observing her, Sha Nanfeng suddenly felt a wave of relief and began to laugh, followed by hearty guffaws. In a swift motion, Mu Kurson's hand flicked, and the already frozen Lu Xiaoying's head fell off. A nearly imperceptible thread had severed his neck in an instant. "Attack!" Almost simultaneously, Sha Nanfeng bellowed in fury. Lu Wani stumbled back, turning to flee. Shaoan, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. Even though he was merely at the 1st level of Qi cultivation, facing a master at the 7th level was a sure path to death. Yet he rushed ahead without a second thought. "Young master, run!" Shaoan shouted frantically as he dashed forward. Sha Nanfeng chuckled softly, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Run, if we do not capture her, we will all perish in this cursed place. Besides, does this vile woman even deserve my retreat?" With a flick of his wrist, a spirit talisman shot forth. "Trap!" Mu Kurson scoffed derisively. "A mere trifle. Weakness, soft tendons, quagmire, falling stones, flames, entanglement, ice, lightning." Countless spirit talismans surged from all directions. Mu Kurson nearly spat blood, overwhelmed by despair. "How many types of spirit talismans did you bring?" But did she think this was the end? Lightning, 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 lightning. Within a mere 3 seconds, hundreds of lightning talismans at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, ice spikes at the 8th level, combined with various debilitating effects, had rained down upon her. Not even a master at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, let alone one at the 9th level of foundation establishment, could withstand such an onslaught. Who could have anticipated that this lad would carry hundreds of spirit talismans, all of which were so formidable? Once the dust settled, Xiaonanfeng nonchalantly waved his hand, rushing forward to deliver a kick that sent Mu Kurson sprawling to the ground. Not dead yet, impressive. The more resilient she proved, the more cautious Xiaonanfeng became. He had firmly etched the saying, "Villains perish from excessive chatter," into his mind. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a torrent of binding, restraining, paralyzing, and soft-tendon talismans in rapid succession. Before Mu Kurson could utter a sound, Xiaonanfeng suddenly produced a slender silver rope, rushing forward to bind her. Standing up, Xiaonanfeng clapped his hands. The technique of binding is splendid. Blood gushed from his nostrils. The manner of binding was indeed alluring. After all the spirit talismans had been unleashed, Mu Kurson's garments had long since vanished, leaving only a jade pendant around her neck, shimmering with a faint glow. Xiaonanfeng rushed over and yanked the pendant off. This is it. Had it not been for this, those spirit talismans would have reduced Mu Kurson to a mere pulp. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Indeed, it was a defensive spirit talisman capable of activating a defensive power of the 5th rank in Foundation establishment, lasting for a minute. Regrettably, Xiaonanfeng's reckless behavior caused the talisman to crumble under the barrage of spirit talismans in less than 5 seconds. Xiaoan. Xiaonanfeng quickly covered his nose. Xiaoan, who had charged forward, was kicked away by Mu Kurson, losing consciousness upon impact. Chapter 69 Abundance of Treasure. Xiaonanfeng finally managed to stop the flow of blood from his nose. Just as he lowered his head, contemplating a way to extract information, his gaze fell upon Mu Kurson on the ground, and his nose began to bleed anew. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'll bleed to death. He pinched his nostrils shut, forcing himself to regain his composure. This was a bewitching enchantress. Mu Kurson writhed on the ground, bound like a worm. She looked at Xiaonanfeng and said, "Brother, have you yet to taste the delights of a woman? Come, let your sister make you a man. Is your sister not beautiful? Is your sister's figure not alluring?" Xiaonanfeng's mind momentarily clouded, and he bit down on his tongue sharply, the sudden pain jolting him back to reality. With renewed clarity, he rushed over, suppressing his inner turmoil as he turned Mu Kurson over repeatedly. Soon, his eyes landed on a red string around her ankle. He reached out and untied the string from her ankle, and instantly, the seductive power of Mu Kurson's voice dissipated. "Well, you certainly possess an abundance of treasures." Xiaonanfeng sighed in relief and hurried over to check on Xiaoan. Fortunately, Mu Kurson's earlier kick had not been delivered with full force. Xiaoan had merely been knocked unconscious, though he was otherwise unharmed. Xiaonanfeng glanced around, searching for Luwani. Where could she have gone? At that moment, Luwani cautiously peeked her head out from behind a small house, her voice trembling. "Brother Nanfeng, have you defeated the wicked woman?" Just as Xiaonanfeng was about to boast, he simply nodded quietly, "Yes. It is all right now. I'm sorry, I didn't manage to." Lu Xiaoying was likely beyond saving, surely fated to perish. Upon realizing Lu Xiaoying was no longer in danger, Luwani suddenly recalled her brother and dashed out, collapsing upon seeing his lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. No one had anticipated that Lu Xiaoying, renowned as the most talented youth in Nanhua City, would meet such an untimely demise. Moreover, had it not been for Xiaonanfeng, all present would have perished at the hands of Mu Kurson today. Xiao Donghai once remarked, "In the realm of cultivation, the greatest danger lies not in the myriad of threats, but within the hearts of men." Indeed, how true that statement proved to be. Speak up, be straightforward. Regardless, you are destined to die. It is far better to confess early than to endure a fate worse than death, Xiaonanfeng said as he approached Mu Kurson, his tone indifferent. To escape, he needed to extract the method from her lips. Mu Kurson erupted into laughter, her allure undiminished even without the red string enhancing her charm, compelling Xiaonanfeng to avert his gaze. "You shall accompany me to death here," she cackled. Xiaonanfeng cast her a sidelong glance, walked to the edge of the cold pond, and carelessly drew a sword, plunging it into the water. A fish was pierced through and thrashed desperately. With a resounding slap, he tossed the fish before Mu Kurson, who wailed in despair as if she had lost her father. "No." Xiaonanfeng nonchalantly strolled over, kicked down the door of the small wooden house, splintering the doorframe, and returned with the remains. Mu Kurson glared venomously at him. "You shall meet a terrible end." Ignoring her, Xiaonanfeng methodically kindled a fire and placed the fish upon it. Mu Kurson writhed in her bindings. "Put it down. That is mine, you must give it to me." She craned her neck, attempting to lunge for the fish. Xiaonanfeng lifted his foot, pressing it against her head to keep her at bay while allowing her to witness him roasting the fish. Mu Kurson was on the brink of madness. Gradually, the aroma of the cooking fish filled the air, and Mu Kurson ceased her struggles, gazing at Xiaonanfeng. "Give me the fish." I possess a technique that can greatly accelerate cultivation. If you provide me with the fish and release me, I can cultivate alongside you. Xiao Nanfeng approached her, prying her mouth open and extracting a tooth. Upon seeing this, Mu Kursan's eyes gleamed with malice. I curse you to never find peace. Xiao Nanfeng clapped the tooth, which transformed into a ring, placing it on his finger. He nodded in satisfaction, quite fitting. Once you are dead, all that is within this ring will be mine. Your technique, I presume, is also contained within, and surely, it is the reason behind your countless murders of men, is it not? The Harmony Sutra? Mu Kursan's head snapped around, her teeth clenched in anger. She understood that as long as she withheld the means of escape, she would not perish and would still have a chance. Your little beauty is weeping inconsolably, are you not going to comfort her? Mu Kursan suddenly remarked. Xiao Nanfeng replied coolly as he turned the fish. In times of great upheaval, one inevitably sheds tears. Once the tears have flowed and the emotions released, one finds clarity. Death is irreversible. I have done all I can. At the very least, I ensured she did not perish. Mu Kursan scoffed, you lack compassion. Xiao Nanfeng smiled faintly, I snt at you who seeks to deceive me into a— Pray tell, what benefits does this fish hold? Ah, it smells divine, it must taste exquisite, she retorted abruptly, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. At that moment, Luwani approached, barely able to stand from her sorrow. Her face was a portrait of grief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother Nanfeng, can you help me bring my brother back? Sitting down, she gazed vacantly at the sky as if speaking to herself. Do you know? I have always been my brother's shadow. He was a genius, and I have always believed him to be more formidable than our father. As long as he was by my side, I would never face danger. He would protect me. I always clamored to accompany him to explore treasure sites, having heard that they were filled with rare wonders and breathtaking scenery. The fish was finally cooked. Xiao Nanfeng took a bite, savoring its exquisite flavor. Watching him relish the fish, devouring it with gusto, Mu Kursan felt a piercing pain in her heart. After nearly a century of nurturing it, he had stolen it from her grasp. Luwani gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. Brother Nanfeng, did you hear what I said? Her frustration surged. In this moment of profound sorrow, with her brother gone, how could he remain so unfazed as to eat? Lu Xiaoying was not merely her brother, but also his dear friend. Xiao Nanfeng belched contentedly, setting aside the remaining fish. Mu Kursan's eyes darted with fury. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt a surge of power within him, his aura rapidly amplifying. He ascended to the 4th level of qi cultivation in an instant, his strength continuing to rise. 4th level and a half, 5th level, approaching the threshold of the 6th level, when suddenly, most of his energy dissipated. The wasteful roots of the 5 spiritual roots absorbed the power as if in a puff of smoke. Just as Xiao Nanfeng opened his eyes, he was astonished to see a dagger suddenly plunge into his chest. Wani, you— Xiao Nanfeng stared at Lu Wani in disbelief. She suddenly erupted in laughter. You are all merely stepping stones for me, you all deserve to die, ha ha ha. Mu Kursan was equally taken aback. Chapter 70. Not even the bones are spared. Lu Wani's face was contorted with malice as she delivered a vicious kick to the lifeless body of Lu Xiaoying, which had been dragged over. The frozen corpse shattered under her forceful blow. Mu Kursan gasped in horror, while Xiao Nanfeng staggered backward, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. Wani, my sister, I had thought. Lu Wani's hair seemed to move as if stirred by an unseen wind, giving her an almost deranged appearance. Why do I possess only a 5-inch spiritual root while he, merely a few years my senior, boasts a 9-inch one? Why can he flaunt his elder brother status, treating me like a mere child? Why does he command the Lu family? The Lu family is mine. Does he truly believe that by bestowing me with trifling favors, I would feel grateful to him? And you disgusting wastrel, a sycophant, a mere trifling cultivator of the 3rd level, how dare you aspire to admire me? For the sake of the gifts you bestowed upon me, I have endured your presence for far too long. How dare you break through before my very eyes, indulging in this feast? It is utterly laughable. Mu Kursan remained silent, recognizing the venomous nature of the two women was hardly distinguishable. The eldest sister was no better than the second. What gives you the right to believe I would genuinely trust you? Xiao Nanfeng spoke slowly. Lu Wani was suddenly jolted, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Xiao Nanfeng. How are you still alive? She exclaimed, rushing toward him to stab furiously at his chest. His torso was punctured like a sieve, yet Xiao Nanfeng appeared unfazed by the pain, instead wearing a calm, mocking smile. Mu Kursan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. At that moment, Xiao approached silently from behind Lu Wani, wielding a hefty staff that he swung down mercilessly at her skull. With all his might, Xiao struck, and Lu Wani's head exploded instantly. Pa, with such feeble scheming, you dare to play mind games with our young master? Xiao disdainfully cast aside the staff and dragged Lu Wani's lifeless body away. Mu Kurson was suddenly alarmed. Looking up towards the small cabin, there stood Xiao Nanfeng, whole and unscathed. Emerging from that direction. On the ground, Xiao Nanfeng's corpse dissipated slowly, leaving behind only a shattered spiritual talisman. The fish on the fire remained intact, exuding an extraordinary aroma. Everything that had just transpired was merely a substitution talisman. Mu Kurson chuckled self-deprecatingly. We underestimated you. We thought you were merely a spoiled wastrel relying on your family's indulgence. We were wrong. You are not a wastrel at all. Your daily demeanor is nothing but an act. How could someone so meticulous and cautious be a wastrel? Shaoan clapped his hands and returned, grinning like a simpleton. You fools, how could our young master possibly fall for your tricks? Our young master possesses the demeanor of an emperor, as my master has said. Mu Kurson's gaze sharpened. You are not the foolish, wooden servant I once thought you to be. You and your master, no, that kick just now should have killed you. Shaoan scoffed, pulling out a stack of powerful talismans from his pocket, golden talismans, protective charms, breath-holding talismans, and more. Mu Kurson gaped in astonishment at the hundreds of talismans displayed before her. This master and servant were no ordinary individuals. Shaoan proudly raised his head. Had it not been for the young master's instructions, you would have been gravely injured by my earlier maneuver. Xiao Nanfeng, you are boasting a bit too much. Your opponent is a 7th-level cultivator. What could your first-level maneuver accomplish against such a foe? Mu Kurson retorted, disdain evident in her tone. You, who can't even grasp the basics of cultivation, dare to challenge me again? Shaoan shook his head. I am not foolish. Your provocations are too simplistic. In my youth, the young master tricked me countless times. Are you really that naive? You're as clever as a monkey. Xiao Nanfeng remarked triumphantly, looking at Mu Kurson. Shaoan may be simple-hearted, but he is not foolish. If he were, how could he earn my father's approval and remain by my side? My father cherishes me too much to allow someone incompetent to serve as my attendant. Oh, no, now Shaoan is my companion and my brother. Moreover, his maneuvers are truly impressive. Shaoan beamed with joy. Young master, you finally recognize my skills. Can you not maintain some semblance of dignity? Is it not simply relying on wealth and using talismans to overwhelm others? Mu Kurson interjected. Enough. This fish is thoroughly cooked, Xiao Nanfeng declared, taking the fish down and tearing it in half to offer one portion to Xiao, and the pair immediately began to feast. As Xiao Nanfeng savored the fish, he placed a piece near Mu Kurson's lips. Isn't it delicious? Surely, you've been alive for 100 years, right? That would make you at least 140 or 50 years old. It's rare to see such a well-preserved woman of your age. He continued, I cannot believe I have inadvertently slain a master of the Purple Mansion realm. In this world, such a level of cultivation could establish a sect and become its leader. Mu Kurson trembled with rage. You are the old crone. Had you not thwarted my plans, I would have restored my cultivation and ascended to the Golden Core realm. At that point, Xiao Nanfeng cast a disdainful glance her way, taking a bite of the fish. Do not indulge in fantasies of the future. You have no future now. For the moment, tell me how to exit, and I shall grant you a swift death. Mu Kurson gritted her teeth, turning away to avoid Xiao Nanfeng's smug expression. Xiao Nanfeng remained unhurried, leisurely consuming the fish with Shaoan. As they finished the last morsels, Shaoan roasted the remaining fish bones over the fire. Young master, these fish bones are crispy and incredibly fragrant. Xiao Nanfeng nodded, half for each of us. Listening to their crunching sounds as they devoured the fish bones, Mu Kurson was filled with indignation. You won't even spare the bones. After they were thoroughly satiated, Xiao Nanfeng felt a warmth enveloping him, a surge of energy rising within. This time, he was genuinely growing stronger. His cultivation rapidly ascended to the 5th level, though he fell short of breaking through to the 6th. If only he had achieved that, with his current mastery of the Peach Blossom Sword intent, coupled with hundreds of talismans, he would dare to ambush even a 6th or 7th level cultivator. He needed to be cautious, avoiding reckless risks. Ambushing an 8th level cultivator could be perilous if they retaliated. However, with his current capabilities, he estimated that even cultivators below the 3rd foundation level would struggle to match him in a direct confrontation. His talismans were extraordinarily powerful, overwhelming in number, enough to instill despair in his foes. As Xiao Nanfeng observed Shaoan finishing his meal, he extended his hand. Shaoan promptly retrieved a piece of dogtail grass from his pocket, the very same he had casually picked up during their journey. Young master, you are truly formidable. You had this prepared in advance. I wonder how long this enchantress can endure. Shaoan wore an obsequious expression. Mu Kurson suddenly turned her head, recognizing the dogtail grass in Xiao Nanfeng's hand. It seemed so familiar. This was the very grass they had picked up on their way here. No, that couldn't be right. Chapter 71. A reluctance to kill you. Mu Kursen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Sha Nanfeng. You picked this dogtail grass the moment you entered the mountain. You had it all planned out, didn't you? How could you have schemed so early? Sha Nanfeng scoffed. Do you truly believe that I, a dignified first-tier talisman master, am to be trifled with? I have been lingering in the little courtyard where you reside for hours each night, seeking to discern your intentions. Oh, do you recall our first meeting when I took a bite? Sha Nanfeng instinctively glanced at Mu Kursen's chest. She puffed out her chest proudly. Shaoan immediately turned away in disdain. What a worn-out piece of trash, played with by countless others, and you dare to flaunt it? Mu Kursen felt as though she might explode. If only she could move, she would surely eliminate this wretched servant at the first opportunity. Sha Nanfeng said nonchalantly, ever since I learned to craft talismans, I have maintained a sensing talisman on me at all times. At that time, I sensed that you were at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, and your realm was quite peculiar. I became intrigued by you. Subsequently, I borrowed the guise of a sycophant to gather information about you from. Mu Kursen suddenly calmed. Losing to you is no shame. It's a pity for my century-long scheme. But how did you discover the two of them? Sha Nanfeng crouched beside Mu Kursen's feet, pressing down on her foot. Mu Kursen was taken aback. Do you enjoy playing with women's feet? You might as well keep me. I am quite entertaining. You can do whatever you wish with me. Shaoan, incensed, slapped her face. Bah! You wretched creature, how dare you presume? Our young master possesses the demeanor of an emperor. My master has declared that our young master will undoubtedly become the emperor of the immortal realm in the future. Do you think you, a mere piece of trash, are worthy? Mu Kursen trembled with rage. Wretched servant, I am speaking to your master. Ha ha ha. Sha Nanfeng calmly held her foot down, the dogtail grass sweeping incessantly across her soul. Mu Kursen was driven to madness by the desperate itch. 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, Mu Kursen lay limp like a puddle of mud, tears streaming down her face. Spare me, spare me. I will talk, I will talk. Sha Nanfeng stood up and looked at Shaoan. Did you see that? With women, one must be gentle. Mu Kursen, dismantle the wooden house. It is the focal point of this formation. Once the focal point is removed, this place will naturally revert to its original state, revealing the path out. Mu Kursen truly could not endure any longer. Sha Nanfeng realized why she had previously prevented everyone from demolishing the house. Shaoan, go dismantle the house. Do not approach. Use the lightning strike talisman to collapse it from a distance. Stand beside this woman. If anything happens, send her straight to hell. Sha Nanfeng instructed. Mu Kursen smiled bitterly. It's spring water. Don't scratch. Ha ha ha. Over half an hour later, Mu Kursen felt as if she might perish, sensing that she was down to her last breath. Sha Nanfeng snorted. If you dare play tricks again, I will ensure you laugh until. Do not think we truly cannot escape. It merely requires some time. Mu Kursen looked at Sha Nanfeng in despair, weakly stating, take me to the forest at the exit. This time I truly dare not. Grant me a swift end. Sha Nanfeng nodded. Shaoan, carry her. Shaoan nodded and approached to hoist Mu Kursen, making their way out. After walking a few dozen steps, Sha Nanfeng suddenly turned back. Shaoan, you are carrying a woman without any clothes, and you're holding her with your hands. Do you not feel anything? Though she is a bit older, her figure is indeed remarkable. Shaoan's face turned crimson, glancing instinctively at her lower half. Young master, moreover, my master has said that before the age of 18, one must not lose their purity, or it will affect cultivation. Sha Nanfeng nodded. Well, it doesn't have much of an impact. If you wish to indulge, I will not stop you. After all, she is indeed quite appealing. Shaoan replied, young master, but the thought of her being over 100 years old turns me off. Mu Kursen, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of despair. How had she fallen into the hands of such inhumane beings? If they were merely lecherous, even if they did something to her, it would not be as unbearable. Yet, their serious demeanor and incessant reference to her as an old woman inflicted even greater spiritual harm. Soon, they arrived at the outer woods. Of this time, Mu Kursen refrained from causing any trouble and obediently pointed the way. Indeed, after passing a few trees, they emerged into a clearing, the scenery markedly different from their entry. A small opening appeared before them. This was the exit. Just as Sha Nanfeng was about to proceed, Shaoan casually tossed Mu Kursen to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. Young master, I will go ahead to scout the path. You be careful. Mu Kursen looked at Shaoan, shaking her head in resignation. How did this wretched being acquire such a good servant? Sha Nanfeng regarded Shaoan, who had already reached the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, nodding in approval. That fish they had eaten earlier was truly a treasure. If he had consumed it himself, it would have been of little use, as the absorption would yield less than what had already dispersed. Xiaoan quickly crawled through as Xiao Nanfeng grasped the rope, dragging Mu Kursun through the small opening. Once they passed through, they instantly returned to the valley outside. This time, they were entirely free. Upon reaching the outside, Mu Kursun realized her days were numbered. That child, Mu Kursun suddenly spoke. Xiao Nanfeng replied indifferently, "Do not worry, when I return, I will turn him into mush." Mu Kursun smiled bitterly, "You truly possess the demeanor of an emperor. With such a ruthless disposition, you are indeed fit to be a formidable figure." Just as she was about to make a move, Xiao Nanfeng abruptly halted, gazing at Mu Kursun. He contemplated for a long while. Mu Kursun's heart began to race violently. Could it be that this devoted sycophant was unwilling to kill her? She could not help but subtly twist her body. Her bare form was undoubtedly a lethal temptation before such a young man. Sure enough, Xiao Nanfeng sighed, "I suddenly find myself reluctant to kill you, such a beautiful woman, a breathtaking beauty." As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng reached out to caress Mu Kursun's face. The texture is delightful." Mu Kursun's eyes sparkled. "If you spare me, I assure you, I swear I will be your most loyal servant. I am a master at the Purple Mansion realm. Even though I currently lack cultivation and am merely at the 7th layer of Qi, I possess the experience to transition from Qi to Purple Mansion, which would greatly benefit your future cultivation. Moreover, having a beautiful female servant at your disposal is certainly a man's delight." Xiaoan exclaimed in shock, "Young master, you cannot, this enchantress will only bring calamity." Xiao Nanfeng looked at Xiaoan with a face full of hesitation. "Do I need your guidance in my affairs?" Mu Kursun felt an overwhelming sense of hope. Perhaps there was indeed a chance. She was filled with excitement, the hope of life. Xiaoan appeared anxious, yet was powerless to intervene, stamping his feet in frustration. Xiao Nanfeng suddenly turned to Mu Kursun. "Do you understand formations?" Mu Kursun immediately nodded vigorously. I understand. I am a skilled first-tier formation master. The formations here were all set up by me." Xiao Nanfeng produced a jade slip, "Then help me examine the formation contained within this jade slip. If you can explain it clearly to me, I will consider you useful and allow you to remain." Xiaoan's face filled with despair. His young master had lost his mind. It was clear he was drawn to the enchantress's beauty and desired to do something with her. Chapter 72. "You are of no use to me now," Mu Kursun said, feeling quite troubled. "But you've tied me up, and I cannot see anything." Xiao Nanfeng immediately replied, "Just concentrate on this jade slip and impart the knowledge of the formation to me." Feeling a sense of complete relief, Mu Kursun nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Xiao Nanfeng pressed the jade slip against her forehead, and she instinctively began to absorb its contents. In an instant, she assimilated the inheritance of an apprentice-level formation master. Although it differed from her primary discipline, it was nonetheless comprehensible. Furthermore, this enabled her to grasp a new branch of formations directly. Mu Kursun was filled with immense joy. This foolish man, after all, beauty does wield tremendous power. Look, this infatuated sycophant has finally been stirred. Xiao Nanfeng slapped his palm against her chest, causing her breastbone to cave in. Mu Kursun was utterly dumbfounded. "Didn't you promise to let me go? Why the sudden turn to violence?" "Why, I am still of use," Xiao Nanfeng replied indifferently. "Oh, you are of no use to me now. Damn it, if it weren't for today's fortunate rebate, I would have almost forgotten. Moreover, you possess unparalleled beauty, and now you are on the brink of death. It is only fitting that you contribute something before your demise, is it not?" The transaction was successful. The expenditure was for the insights of an apprentice-level refining master, valued at 5,000 spirit stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction was 20 times. As the rebate was being calculated, the first-level complete formation master inheritance jade slip left Xiao Nanfeng feeling a twinge of pain. Lu Wani and Mu Kursun, both gone in an instant, meant he would have to relentlessly pursue Yi Yiting alone in the future. Xiaoan was taken aback. "Young master, why the sudden realization?" Blood flowed from Mu Kursun's mouth. "That child, I beg you." Xiaoan frowned, looking at Xiao Nanfeng. That child at Mu Kursun's head was severed. Xiao Nanfeng had no time for her nonsense. She was utterly worthless now. Unsettled, he stabbed her heart several more times to ensure she was beyond revival, then activated a dozen Thunderstrike talismans, thoroughly reducing her to a pulp. Xiao Nanfeng sighed with relief. He finally felt secure. "Rest assured, that child is already waiting for you in hell," he remarked, reflecting on the events of the previous night. Xiaoan was startled. "Young master, that child is innocent." Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disdainful glance. "Nonsense. That was her raised goo cauldron. The real child died long ago. Now, let us return home." Xiaoan's eyelids twitched in fear. "Is it true? Isn't it dangerous at home? We must hurry back." Xiao Nanfeng slapped the back of his head. "With your dullness, our Xiao family would have perished long ago." Everything has been arranged at home now, let us go. This expedition to the precious land was flawless, not to mention that one person ascended to the 5th layer of qi refining while another reached the 3rd layer. This was the greatest gain for the Xiao family. Not to mention, they also acquired numerous treasures and herbs. With their enhanced powers, the journey home felt familiar, and 2 days later, under the cover of night, they quietly returned to the Xiao family. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Jinshan had been on edge these days. Although Xiao Nanfeng had previously assured them of sufficient confidence, how could they possibly rest easy, seeing the two of them return unscathed, and even witnessing their sudden rise in cultivation? Xiao Donghai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately embraced Xiao Nanfeng. "My son, you have suffered." Xiao Nanfeng promptly pushed him away. "Father, let us discuss important matters first." Is that ghost child dealt with? Xiao Jinshan's expression turned grave. "Rest assured, it has been thoroughly planted in the spirit field. Xiaoan, this matter shall remain buried in our hearts forever." Xiaoan nodded immediately. Xiao Nanfeng took a seat and spoke softly. "After I have secluded myself for a few days, I will announce my emergence. Then you will claim to be inspecting the spirit field. I have brought back the map of that precious land. No one else is allowed in, only Xiaoan, myself, and father, and let us include the clan leader. Also bring Nansun along. Inside, we'll be planting herbs, and we need someone strong to do the labor. It's several acres of spirit field. After all of those 3 acres of spirit field not only hold a grade but are not the lowest grade 9. They are at least grade 8. Previously, the Xiao family took decades to secure 10 acres of superior spirit field outside Nanshan, yet those 3 acres are exceptional, classified as graded spirit fields. Just 1 acre far exceeds 10 acres outside. The Xiao family remained silent, unaware of the events that had transpired. Returning to his secluded area, Xiao Nanfeng chuckled to himself, retrieving the 1st level formation master inheritance jade slip. Thankfully, he had reacted quickly, securing today's rebate before Mu Kursan's demise. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss absorbing it directly. The inheritance of the 1st level formation master was of perfect quality. Eager to try out his new skills, Xiao Nanfeng was thwarted by the fact that his cultivation was insufficient. At the 5th layer of qi refining, he was unable to lay down foundational level formations. However, establishing formations with the power of the 9th layer of qi refining was well within his capabilities. In the entire southern wilderness city, no, throughout the entire state city, there were likely no more than 3 formation masters with such abilities. Remarkable, after spending over 10 days at home, unable even to claim his rebates, Xiao Nanfeng could no longer suppress his impatience. He publicly announced the successful conclusion of his seclusion and emerged ahead of schedule. Just as he reached the 5th layer of qi refining, his announcement would be seamless. Upon emerging, he hurriedly made his way back to southern wilderness city. He could not afford to delay the rebates. He had already missed out twice. Today was once again the day for rebates. He could not let it go to waste. Riding swiftly towards southern wilderness city, he arrived at the shop and gazed at the normalcy of the establishment, feeling immense satisfaction. "Young master has returned." At the sound of Qian Guopi's exclamation, all the staff rushed out. Xiao Nanfeng, in a fit of pride, tossed a bag into Qian Guopi's arms. "Take this, it belongs to our Xiao family. From now on, work diligently." One crucial matter of his return was to process the staff's registration into the Xiao family. Xiao Nanfeng would certainly not forget this. Qian Guopi hastily opened the bag and immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, young master, your great kindness and virtue will be remembered. From now on, the 12 of us in this shop will be eternally loyal to you, young master, and to the Xiao family. If we harbor any treachery, may heaven strike us down." The other staff members promptly knelt as well. Xiao Nanfeng kicked Qian Guopi aside. "Enough of this nonsense, hurry and fetch me some water. I'm parched." Qian Guopi quickly wiped his tears and got up, looking at the group of staff members, all of whom were in tears, especially those staff members. They possessed no special skills, merely being ordinary folk. Being registered into the Xiao family meant a lifetime of security, no, generations of worry-free living, even wealth and nobility. "Get moving, quickly." Several staff members hurriedly gathered the horses and took them to the back. Xiao Nanfeng stood at the entrance, not rushing inside, his demeanor proud. He reached out his hand, only to find it empty. "Damn it, I forgot my fan." Qian Guopi immediately rushed over, holding the fan. Xiao Nanfeng took the fan, opened it, and just then saw Chen Yujie hurriedly approaching. Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng's return, Chen Yujie was eager to bask in his glory. Even without a gift to present, merely offering a qi-gathering pill during each visit was a considerable boon. "Oh dear, this young master has been so diligent in his training that, without noticing, I have reached the 5th layer of qi refining. A true genius, indeed. There's no remedy for my brilliance." Chen Yujie was momentarily stunned. This sycophant has been in seclusion for less than a month and has reached the 5th layer of chi refining. Are you pulling my leg? Chapter 73 The lavish spending of others. After reaching the 3rd level of chi cultivation, the difficulty of advancement escalates dramatically. Many individuals find it almost impossible to progress to the 4th level throughout their entire lives. Even prodigies with spiritual roots exceeding 1 foot require at least several months of diligent effort, along with substantial financial backing. Indeed, the Shao family possesses considerable wealth, but what of a genius with merely an inch of spiritual root? Or a waste with 5 spiritual roots? How could anyone believe that within a month, one could leap across 2 minor realms to reach the 5th level of chi cultivation? Chen Yujie believed it, for Xiao Nanfeng truly had attained the 5th level. He stood there, unabashedly radiating his aura, as if desperate for the world to recognize his prowess. Is he truly this arrogant? Indeed, he is. Today, in a fit of joy, he beckoned, "Come here, sister you." With a flick of his finger, he sent a chi-gathering pill soaring towards her. Chen Yujie hastily opened her mouth, then quickly covered it and turned to flee. Chen Yufeng stared in astonishment at Chen Yujie. "Have you no shame? You are the aloof goddess of our South Wilderness city. And yet, you opened your mouth like a little dog at this scoundrel Xiao Nanfeng's mere beckoning." However, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Thankfully, whenever Chen Yujie returned covering her mouth, he assumed she had been taken advantage of by Xiao Nanfeng, when in reality she had merely consumed a chi-gathering pill. Yet, there lingered an unsettling feeling. Observing Chen Yufeng across the street, Xiao Nanfeng again beckoned. "Chen Yufeng, open your mouth. Today, the young master has made a breakthrough. In celebration, rewards await those who witness." Chen Yufeng's heart surged with anger. "Do you take me for a dog?" In a flash, he leapt into the air, his mouth opening in a manner that suggested he had practiced it countless times, displaying remarkable finesse. Shen Guopi hurriedly covered his mouth. These 2 siblings had indeed been completely manipulated by the young master. As he watched them return, Xiao Nanfeng turned to Bufangyu. "No need to hold back. Today, your buns are on me. From this moment forth, anyone on this street, yes, even dogs, who passes by shall receive buns. Guopi, give him 100 taels." Xian Guopi rushed to fetch the money and deliver it. He moved swiftly on the way there, but returned slowly, arrogantly brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, deliberately raising his hand to display the sleeve of his fox fur coat, and sauntering back. "Listen well. My young master has broken through to the 5th level of chi cultivation. In his joy, everyone shall receive buns," he proclaimed. "You lot, go shout. The louder and more jubilant your cries, the greater the reward." A few young beggars immediately scrambled over to Bufangyu. He quickly grabbed 2 buns and urged them, "Hurry and shout." As they devoured the buns, the young beggars ran wildly down the street, their voices hoarse from the effort. They understand the importance of earning their buns. Shen Guopi sighed in admiration. "They've struck gold today. From now on, won't they have buns to eat every day?" Xiao Nanfeng replied, It's fine for me to reward them occasionally, but if they come every day, am I to support tens of thousands of people in this county? That would surely bankrupt me." Though ordinary buns may seem trivial, when feeding a multitude, the cost becomes astronomical. Had Shen Guopi just joined the Shao family's ranks and grown too proud? Did he believe he could make decisions on his own, or was he secretly scheming to undermine the Shao family? Shen Guopi held his head high. "From now on, my young master will break through daily, and rewards will follow." Xiao Nanfeng's face broke into a broad smile, clearly pleased. He patted Qian Guopi on the shoulder. "Ha, splendid, today is undoubtedly a grand day for South Wilderness City." Meanwhile, Bufangyu felt despair creep in. He knelt on the ground, his forehead bloodied from banging it. "Gentlemen, I implore you to spare me. I truly cannot keep up with this." Although not everyone came, many hungry souls arrived upon hearing of the buns. A throng of impoverished individuals rushed from half the city. Even as Bufangyu's fingers appeared to blur from the labor, how many buns could he possibly make in a day? Yet, at least several thousand had gathered. Seeing the crowd of thousands, Xiao Nanfeng burst into hearty laughter. "Reward them." He showered silver coins, which danced like confetti in the air. Countless people scrambled to scoop up the coins, only allowed to collect what lay beneath their feet. Anyone daring to snatch would be dealt with severely. Qian Guopi, witnessing the frenzy, bellowed. Once a scuffle broke out among the masses, there was a genuine risk of death, yet his threats proved effective. For the members of a cultivation family held themselves above others. Even if they were to kill and toss the bodies to the dogs, the common folk could only accept their misfortune. The authorities, how could they risk offending a cultivation family for the sake of a few lowly beggars? Such was the nature of this wretched world. Despite the chaos, no one dared to push forward. Many even dutifully cleared space for children, not out of courtesy, but out of fear for their lives. Bufangyu, starting today, hire several individuals to prepare 10,000 buns daily, until we reach a total of 1 million. Xiao Nanfeng realized he had underestimated the situation. For Bufangyu's little shop, producing 1,000 buns a day was already a stroke of luck, with thousands arriving today, and likely more to follow. Reaching tens of thousands was inevitable. He would never be able to keep up. In the Lord's Manor of South Wilderness City, Li Zhongliang stared in disbelief at his advisor. What did you say? That sycophant is scattering silver in the streets, at least 10,000 taels. Oh, that's not much. Merely a little over 100 spirit stones. What, he also intends to distribute 1 million buns. Indeed, he is in the process of winning hearts. Is he eyeing my position as the city lord? How dare he? His advisor wore a bitter expression. He is indeed scattering money. Li Zhongliang's anger flared. This is my city. Moreover, he is giving away 1 million buns. I am a foundation establishment master, while he is merely at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. The Shao family is but a rural landlord. How dare he? And now he has reached the 5th level, his advisor interjected. He secluded himself for a month and searched 2 realms. I've heard spies from the Qingling sector racing to report this news, and those from Wanbao building are confirming the details. Li Zhongliang sank into his chair, defeated. It's over. After a month of seclusion, this so-called waste with 5 spiritual roots had broken through 2 realms. Such speed marked him as a genius among geniuses. Given that this region fell under the Qingling sect's influence, he would undoubtedly attract their attention. He truly dared not act against him, lest the Qingling sect retaliate. My lord, we must endure. We can no longer provoke him. If we bide our time for a few years, during the Qingling sect's grand competition, he will surely qualify and leave South Wilderness City. His advisor urged, speaking with earnest concern. Li Zhongliang, bewildered, gazed heavenward. I had my sights set on him recently. He possesses incredible earning potential, yet, just as I was assessing the situation, this nightmare scenario unfolded. Was there truly no hope left for the Shao family's shop? Li Zhongliang hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance. His advisor chuckled bitterly. My lord, if he doesn't come seeking trouble with us, we should be grateful to the heavens. Why would we dare covet what belongs to him? From now on, let us focus on our duties as city lord. As long as the Shao family does not seek the title of city lord, we shall turn a blind eye. Li Zhongliang slumped in his chair. Have I not even begun my endeavors, and already I'm forced to withdraw? I spent several thousand spirit stones to obtain this title. My advisor, do you think I should approach that influential figure from the Qingling sect who facilitated my rise? His advisor silently scoffed. You, a foundation establishment level 1, versus a youth of merely a few years who has broken through 2 levels in a month, who do you think would be favored? Perhaps the Shao family's shop is still in need of a steward? Chapter 74. The arrival of the big shot Zhou Dafu bowed his head, too intimidated to raise it. Before him stood the chief representative of Wanbao Tower in Nanyun province. The commotion instigated by Shao Nanfeng was so tremendous that it had even caught the attention of this esteemed figure. This was a person of divine stature, akin to a celestial being in the realm of golden core. Yun Dingxiu gazed out at the throngs of people outside, perplexed. How could a mere waste of a 5-element root cultivate and break through 2 realms in almost a single night? Amidst the crowd of dumpling vendors, he had even taken the time to observe that sycophant. With only a 6-inch spiritual root, though it was commendable, it was still a 5-element root. If it had been a single-element root, or even a 3-element root, there would have been tremendous potential for cultivation, but a 5-element root. Suddenly, Yun Dingxiu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Was his judgment flawed? Had he truly aged? A 5-element root waste. For centuries, no one had managed to cultivate beyond the 5th layer. 4 layers were the absolute limit, not to mention that this little sycophant was still not of age. Even if he had begun cultivating from the womb, he had yet to reach 16 years. A 5-element root waste. Those who had relied on powerful families to force their way to the 4th layer of qi cultivation were all at least in their 40s or 50s to barely achieve such a breakthrough. What baffled him the most was that a 5-element root waste was no longer merely a matter of wealth, it was a matter of fate. A 5-element root was akin to rotting wood, uncarvable, and mud that could not be propped up. No matter how much spiritual material was poured into it, it was tantamount to feeding it to a dog. A weak foundation rendered high-tier super-spiritual medicines and treasures useless. Only an endless supply of low-grade materials could barely push it forward. Yet with so many materials, even the most hopeless of 3-element roots could be elevated to the purple mansion stage. No family would be insane enough to expend such vast resources on a future that was destined to be bleak. The difference between wealth and poverty was inconsequential to ordinary families. The Shao family was wealthy. Their wealth was merely relative to Nanhua City. Those truly formidable families would find that even a single hair plucked from their bodies weighed more than the entire Shao family's fortune. To think they could spend money to elevate a 5-element waste to the 5th layer of qi cultivation, it was a ludicrous thought. How could that be possible? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Alright, rise. Jin Dingxiu finally spoke. Zhou Dafu felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him and quickly straightened his back. However, with a sudden jolt, he winced as his face contorted in pain, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat and unable to rise. He had straightened up too abruptly, and his back had given way. Yun Dingxiu wanted to scold him but ultimately sighed. This fool was indeed the one reporting, in a single night, 2 breakthroughs, and it was this fool who had brought the news. Yun Dingxiu approached and patted Zhou Dafu a couple of times, instantly relieving him, causing him to feel exhilarated. This was the leader of Nanyun province personally tending to his injuries. Luaner, come in, Yun Dingxiu called as he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Outside, a stunning beauty, fair-skinned with long legs, entered, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. Zhou Dafu stared in awe. He had never seen such a breathtaking woman, even in Nanhua City or any state capital. Women like Chen Yujie and Lu Wani paled in comparison to her, utterly lacking in charm. Especially with the black long knife cradled in her arms and her striking black and crimson attire, she exuded an air of elegance and unparalleled beauty. Zhou Dafu felt as though his eyes might pop out. The beauty shot him a disdainful glare, prompting him to hastily lower his head, his heart pounding with trepidation. Jin Dingxiu smiled benevolently at the beauty. Luaner, listen closely. He turned to Zhou Dafu. Repeat what you said about that sycophant, Shananfeng. Describe how debauched and sycophantic he is. Yun Dingxiu, being a man of stature, maintained a level of decorum in his speech. Zhou Dafu quickly relayed that Shananfeng is nothing but a wastrel, a debauchee, a sycophant without any bottom line or face to speak of. Previously, he was enamored with Lan Zian, the daughter of a small family from Qinghe town, but upon encountering the more beautiful Chen Yujie, he quickly shifted his affections. He continued, his words flowing freely as he recounted Shananfeng's fickle nature and his inability to tear himself away from beautiful women. He didn't need to embellish, the truth was enough. Yun Luan listened with wide eyes, astonished. Gifts worth thousands of spiritual stones were casually bestowed upon women without expectation of return. Even the debauches from the provincial capital would never dare to engage in such extravagance for fear of severe repercussions. How has that small Shao family not gone bankrupt yet? Yun Luan questioned in confusion. Zhou Dafu chuckled bitterly. They really can't go bankrupt. The talismans and gathering elixirs from our branch are all sourced from their family. This kid is a business genius, and his luck is astonishing. He has excellent talisman and alchemy masters at his disposal. Yun Dingxiu chuckled. Fickle hearts are quite interesting. Luaner, in the coming days, go investigate what peculiarities exist in the Shao family's shop. Zhou Dafu couldn't help but glance at Yun Luan, wanting to speak but quickly silencing himself. After all, Yun Luan was the granddaughter of Yun Dingxiu. Yun Luan instantly discerned her grandfather's intentions, pouting in displeasure. She looked down upon sycophants and debauches. The most as a dual-element root genius with a spiritual root measuring 3 feet and 8 inches. She was only 19 this year but had already reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. This was still under the deliberate suppression of the Yun family to stabilize her foundation, otherwise, she could have already been on the verge of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. She was the strongest genius of her generation in the Yun family. Luaner, it's not a matchmaking venture, it's merely a visit. Who knows what treasures you might uncover in his shop. I have a premonition that this lad must possess some grand fortune to have achieved such a transformation. Investigate thoroughly, and if it proves true, then make connections, for this is, after all, the territory of the Qingyun sect. Wanbao Tower would not easily engage in conflicts with any sect. In such matters, it is best to maintain harmony. Of course, this is primarily because Shananfeng is indeed a 5-element waste. Were he to possess a dual-element root or even a single-element root, or even a 3-element root, Wanbao Tower would certainly be willing to risk confrontation with the Qingling sect. A 5-element waste is merely a courtesy to the Qingling sect. After all, while his achievements were remarkable, there was no hope for future greatness. Had he not fortuitously been patrolling the state city and heard of this matter, he would have been too indifferent to take notice. Yun Luan pondered for a moment and nodded. Then I shall consider it as a chance to appreciate the scenery of this border region. Just as Wanbao Tower was taking action, a woman in her 30s, clad in ethereal white garments that gave her an otherworldly appearance, arrived at the city lord's mansion accompanied by 2 attendants. Li Zhongliang was taken aback and immediately knelt in greeting. I was unaware of the arrival of the esteemed immortal from Qingling sect and failed to extend a proper welcome. I beg your forgiveness. The beauty smiled gently. Rise now, tell me about that Shananfeng. Chapter 75. Just accepted. Shananfeng was utterly unaware that he had drawn the attention of so many distinguished figures. At this moment, he stood cheerfully at the entrance, observing the long queue of people waiting for their buns, each individual receiving 2 buns, resulting in a line that stretched halfway across the city. With such a commotion, it should effectively conceal the affairs of the Lu family. Right, initially, the Lu siblings and their aunt had come here incognito, and furthermore, all the staff from the Lu family's shop had vanished without a trace. Even if someone were to notice something amiss, it would surely have no connection to the Shao family inside the Lu family shop. Several elders and skilled practitioners wore grim expressions. The young master and young mistress of the Liu family had disappeared, and every single shop assistant and manager had vanished completely, leaving no clue as to their whereabouts. Today marked the culmination of their inexplicable absence. Had they not failed to deliver the materials as agreed within a month, the Liu family would remain oblivious to the troubles unfolding here. Gazing at the desolate shop, where everything but the front door remained intact, the Liu elder quickly reached a grim conclusion. Murder for profit. Elder, what is this? A disciple suddenly discovered a broken arrowhead in the courtyard. The elder took the arrowhead, his countenance turning bitterly grim. The heart-piercing arrow, who would have thought it was them? Let us dispose of this shop as we see fit. The Liu family can no longer stay here. We must return. It is time for the Liu family to relocate. Thus, the affairs of the Liu family faded into silence. As for reporting to the authorities? In this world, officials like Li Zhongliang would never involve themselves in the matters of cultivation families. When calamity befalls a cultivation family, one must either seek revenge with their own strength or endure in silence. Hence, cultivation families are exceedingly cautious, never daring to act with undue arrogance, particularly the smaller clans. Xiao Nanfeng sat leisurely at the shop's entrance, occasionally tossing a qi-gathering pill into his mouth. Having reached the 5th level of qi cultivation, his absorption of qi-gathering pills should be considerably improved, right? After all, why not enjoy them like candy? When Yunluan arrived, she found him lounging at the shop's entrance with his legs crossed, exuding an air of languor. On such a fine autumn day, basking in the sun should be quite delightful, shouldn't it? As he squinted in the sunlight, Xiao Nanfeng suddenly heard the system notification: drowning fish and falling goose? What on earth? A super beauty with a 50-fold return. Today, I was troubled over how to obtain the rebate, and here it is, a pillow delivered when I was yearning for sleep. With a mere glance, Xiao Nanfeng immediately locked onto his target. In an instant, like a spring, he appeared before Yunluan. What brings this celestial sister to the mortal realm? Your appearance has illuminated our world by threefold. Faced with such a stunning fairy, a mere token of appreciation seems insufficient. I beseech you to accept this gift with both hands. Xiao Nanfeng presented a small vial, from which a fragrant aroma of 3-leaf tea wafted forth. Though the Qing sword was exquisite, he dared not take it out, for it was the infamous weapon of the poisonous matriarch from a century ago. To reveal it would surely invite calamity. Yunluan was taken aback. She had never encountered such unabashed boldness. We have only just met, and you presume to act in such a manner? Even in state or provincial capitals, many ruffians exist, yet at least they feign a semblance of decorum. You don't even pretend. Gazing at the 3-leaf tea, Yunluan was further astonished. While it was more for show than utility, its price was indeed exorbitant. A single leaf now fetched 800 spirit stones in the provincial capital. Those 5 leaves amounted to 4,000 spirit stones. This shameless sycophant truly dares to offer it, but to accept something without giving anything in return feels rather inappropriate, does it not? Yunluan, still youthful and concerned about her reputation, hesitated. Esteemed friend, we are but strangers. Yet, the thought of 3-leaf tea stirred her heart. She cared little for it, as it held no practical use for her. However, she could not resist the idea that Jin Dingxiu adored tea, and this 3-leaf tea was something he had yearned for since tasting it years ago. Even in the provincial capital, one could scarcely find it. If she were to bring this back, her grandfather would surely be elated. How much? Yunluan inquired immediately. Xiao Nanfeng, incensed, exclaimed, "How can you treat me this way? How dare you insult the dignity of the most notorious wastrel of Nanhuang City, in front of such beauty? I, the foremost sycophant of Nanhuang City, am to be offered money? Do I not possess any pride?" Yunluan stood frozen. Is there truly someone so brazen? Even a sycophant can speak with such conviction. Today, Xiao Nanfeng was resolute. This 3-leaf tea not only serves as a delightful beverage but also aids in cultivation. If it yields a 50-fold return, the treasures that would come back would mean he could cultivate merely by gazing upon them. For someone like Xiao Nanfeng, who would never endure hardship in cultivation, this was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Yunluan stared at Xiao Nanfeng, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Nanfeng tossed his hair back with a flourish, proudly raising his head and casting a glance at the onlookers surrounding him. At that moment, Chen Yujie approached, her eyes burning with envy as she gazed at the 3-leaf tea. Why must he not give it to me? Yet, Chen Yujie, more astute than Lan Ziyan, understood that pressing for it now might yield counterproductive results. Having faced similar situations before, she was experienced. Yunluan bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. 3-leaf tea is priced at 800 spirit stones per leaf in the provincial capital. The 5 leaves you possess are of superior quality. I offer 1,000 spirit stones per leaf, 5,000 spirit stones for all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng trembled with rage, pointing at Yunluan, utterly indignant. He stammered, unable to articulate his outrage. Suddenly, he turned to the crowd, shouting, "What do you think? How should I respond to such an affront? I, the illustrious young master of the Shao family, have offered a gift, and she dares to demand payment. She wishes to insult my pure and noble character with spirit stones." Yunluan felt her mind spinning. What nonsense about character does a sycophant possess? In an instant, a throng of at least 100 people surged forth. "My lady, you should just accept it. Our young master Shao is renowned for his generosity in Nanhuang City. Who does not know that he treats wealth as mere dirt? Yes, fair celestial maiden, you should accept it. If you refuse, it would be as if you looked down upon our Nanhuang City." In a heartbeat, the crowd erupted with chatter. Yunluan, thoroughly flustered, felt her face heat up. She was powerful, yet had never encountered such a situation. It seemed as though if she did not accept, she would become a villain in history. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself to accept, when suddenly, Shao Nanfeng's expression froze as he gazed beyond the crowd. He spotted a potential target. Lu Qingyan, qualifications: a beauty that could eclipse the moon, rebate 100-fold. Shao Nanfeng let out a cry and forcefully pushed through the crowd, racing towards Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan had approached nearby, intending to witness firsthand how this 5-element root wastrel had miraculously ascended 2 realms overnight. Suddenly, she found herself amidst a crowd that was accusing a young girl. This was intolerable. She quickly made her way over, prepared to intervene. However, in his fervor, Shao Nanfeng stumbled over someone else's leg and, with a thud, dropped to his knees before Lu Qingyan, hands still raised with the 3-leaf tea. The scene fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 76. Insulted. Shaoan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. No wonder the young master has always looked down upon my sliding shovel. It turns out he is a grandmaster of it himself. The young master has secretly practiced the sliding shovel without my knowledge. He no longer cares for me, and Shaoan felt a deep sadness. Shao Nanfeng, drenched in excitement, held up a 3-leaf tea while gazing blankly at Lu Qingyan. She found herself at a loss for words to describe the woman before her. Although she appeared to be around 30 years of age, her mere presence rendered the entire street dull and lifeless. Even Yunluan seemed to lack luster in comparison. Chen Yujie, filled with shame, could not help but quietly withdraw. This woman is simply too beautiful. "Goddess, I offer this to you. I am Shao Nanfeng, the most renowned sycophant in Nanhua City. Upon seeing you, I can no longer look at any other woman." Lu Qingyan stared at Shao Nanfeng in astonishment. In her daily life at Qingling Sect, she held a position of high esteem as one of the 3 elders, a master of the Purple Mansion realm. Who would dare speak to her in such a manner? Yet the boy spoke with a gaze so pure, devoid of any lewd intentions. Shao Nanfeng's heart raced with excitement. "Quickly accept it. If you do, 100-fold return awaits, and I shall possess treasures that require no cultivation and will eternally be at my disposal." Yunluan, coming to her senses, was filled with indignation. This despicable sycophant was indeed just as Zhou Dafu had described. The moment he laid eyes on a more beautiful woman, he instantly shifted his affections. He didn't even bother to conceal it. If only he had made an excuse to soften the blow, it would have been much easier for me to bear. Just moments ago, he had called me goddess, and now he has switched his affections? Lu Qingyan was utterly bewildered. As an elder of the Qingling sect, she had encountered many individuals, but she had never come across someone so shameless. Lu Qingyan opened her mouth, only to discover that her throat was dry, and she was at a loss for how to confront such a blatant display of flattery. Suddenly, Shao Nanfeng burst into tears. "My Shao family has long resided in Qinghe town, running a humble shop in Nanhua City. It is solely due to the grace of the goddess from Qingling sect that we have attained our current status. Without the divine favor of the goddess, my family would have perished from hunger long ago. But if you do not accept our offering today, I shall take my own life right here. What are you all staring at? Hurry and express your gratitude to the goddess. Our peaceful and stable life in Nanhua City relies entirely on the protection of the Qingling sect and the blessings of the goddess. Today, I stand not only for myself, Shao Nanfeng, or my family, I represent the heartfelt gratitude of the tens of thousands of fellow townsfolk in Nanhua City." He suddenly turned to the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle, shouting, "Do you not have a shred of conscience? Such a beautiful goddess, who does not disdain our humble Nanhua City, has come to visit you. Is there no acknowledgement from you?" Instantly, the crowd fell to their knees in gratitude. Standing at the center, Lu Qingyan, though accustomed to being worshipped by disciples of the sect, found herself flustered by the sudden sight of thousands kneeling before her. "Please, dear goddess, accept our offering. Goddess, we implore you to receive our tribute, or our hearts shall be troubled." Lu Qingyan felt her breath quicken, a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. The Qingling sect, having dominion over 3 states and 6 prefectures, ostensibly offered protection, but in reality, it was merely to monopolize the cultivation resources. To claim that they treated these ordinary people well would be an exaggeration. Generally, the Qingling sect looked down upon these common folk, choosing to leave them undisturbed. Yet now, she found herself trapped in a situation from which she could not extricate herself. I, Lu Qingyan, truly feel embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, if a subordinate family offered a token of appreciation, I would readily accept it without a second thought. However, in front of so many people, Xiao Nanfeng immediately placed the bottle in Lu Qingyan's hands. She quickly cleared her throat. Everyone, please rise. We at the Qingling sect have merely fulfilled our duties. After all, these 3 states and 6 prefectures are under our jurisdiction, and we naturally look after everyone. I, Lu Qingyan, express my gratitude on behalf of the Qingling sect for your goodwill. Xiao Nanfeng sighed in relief, his excitement palpable. 100-fold return. This meant he could obtain treasures worth up to 200,000 spirit stones. Lu Qingyan shot a glare at Xiao Nanfeng. It was inappropriate for so many to remain kneeling. Even if cultivators looked down upon ordinary people, who wouldn't desire to maintain some semblance of dignity, if word of this incident got out, her reputation would soar to new heights. Having completed his task, Xiao Nanfeng quickly seized the opportunity to stand up. Everyone, please rise, the goddess has accepted our goodwill and now, go enjoy some buns. Those still kneeling hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan's expression turned peculiar. What do you mean by that? Go enjoy some buns? It sounds as though he is using the buns to bribe people into kneeling before me. Goddess, this is my Xiao family's modest shop. Might you step inside for a moment? Although it is humble, your radiance will surely illuminate this place. Lu Qingyan was about to decline but saw the eager expressions of the crowd surrounding her. With a steely resolve, she replied, very well. I was just planning to purchase some materials anyway. The crowd erupted in cheers as they rushed to claim their buns. Upon entering the shop, Lu Qingyan's expression darkened. You have some nerve. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at Lu Qingyan with admiration. Sister, why do you suddenly seem displeased? Did I do anything wrong? As long as you are happy, I, your younger brother, will accept any punishment. Xiaoan, bring me a stick. Xiaoan hurriedly handed over a stick. Xiao Nanfeng took it, raising it before Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan sighed. What a pity, such an amusing little fellow is a waste of a spirit root. Even if he possesses 4 spirit roots, I would have to make an exception and admit him into the Qingling sect, granting him an opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingyan felt no trace of disdain toward this boy. Instead, she found herself developing a fondness for him, who would not want to be praised. Today, her heart had been greatly satisfied. As she surveyed the shop, her attention was drawn to the 9th-ranked Qi refinement talismans and gathering Qi pills, leaving her somewhat astonished. After all, in a small place like Nanhua City to have such merchandise available, and in considerable variety and quantity, was indeed rare. No wonder Li Zhengliang said that though this boy is a flamboyant sycophant with questionable character, he is a genius in business. She slightly nodded, intending to say something, but hesitated. This boy was a bit peculiar. Perhaps it was best to observe further. Meanwhile, Yunluan had returned to Wanbao Tower, filled with indignation, feeling utterly insulted. Chapter 77. Grandpa, he bullied me. That despicable sycophant is tormenting me. Grandpa, please avenge me by putting an end to him. Yunluan fought back her tears as she returned to Wanbao Tower, where she immediately burst into tears upon seeing Yun Dingxiu. The sight of his granddaughter in distress ignited a fierce anger within him. How could such a well-behaved girl, known throughout the provincial capital for her impeccable upbringing, be bullied to the point of tears? The last time she cried so unabashedly was in her childhood, at the tender age of 7 or 8. Wait right there, my dear granddaughter, I shall swiftly deal with him, Yun Dingxiu declared as he made to leave. However, Yunluan suddenly grasped his sleeve, sobbing as she pleaded, forget it. Yun Dingxiu was taken aback. After harboring such intense feelings of vengeance, she was now willing to let it go? A sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that his granddaughter had indeed suffered at the hands of that scoundrel? His heart raced as he turned to Yunluan. Tell me, did that little brat truly bully you? With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, that bastard. He insulted me. I want to chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Suddenly, a sense of calm enveloped Yun Dingxiu. His precious granddaughter, whom he had raised with such care, could not be allowed to fall prey to the likes of her irresponsible parents. He knew her far too well. She had not been wronged in the way he had imagined. It seemed she had merely faced some form of humiliation at the hands of that boy. But what kind of bullying could it possibly be? He called out sternly, Zhou Dafu. Zhou Dafu rushed in, stumbling over himself. Master, I am here. Yun Dingxiu furrowed his brow. What is the cultivation level of that Xiao Nanfeng? Zhou Dafu replied with certainty. A few months ago, he was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Now he is at the 5th. Are you absolutely certain? Yun Dingxiu pressed. Without a doubt, I would stake my life on it. However, while he may be renowned as a debauched sycophant, he is also a business genius. He possesses wealth, and with wealth comes access to spirit talismans. Yun Dingxiu nodded. You may leave now. Zhou Dafu hurriedly exited. Yun Dingxiu was perplexed given that Xiao Nanfeng's abilities were so meager. Even with the aid of spirit talismans, there was no way he could harm Yun Luan. At the 5th level of foundation establishment, her foundation was solid, and she possessed many treasures gifted by him, including spirit talismans that were certainly not inferior to that boy's. "Dear granddaughter, just how did he bully you?" Yun Dengxiu asked helplessly, gazing at Yun Luan, who lay weeping on the table. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yun Luan was momentarily at a loss. How could she explain? Should she admit that it was due to her appearance? In truth, the boy had not truly wronged her. He had merely given gifts that were half-heartedly presented to others. Instead, the two exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, until Yun Luan suddenly erupted into a fit of sobs, feeling increasingly aggrieved. The crux of her distress lay in the fact that such grievances were difficult to articulate. A formidable practitioner at the 5th level of foundation establishment had been reduced to tears by a mere country bumpkin from a remote county. How humiliating! Yun Dingxiu felt confused. It did not seem as though Yun Luan genuinely intended to take Xiao Nanfeng's life. Her tone suggested a flirtatious demeanor more than anything else. A shiver ran down his spine. Could it be that his beloved granddaughter had developed feelings for that little sycophant? Just then, Zhou Dafu cautiously peeked around the door. Yun Dingxiu stepped outside. "What is it?" Zhou Dafu. Upon hearing this, Yun Luan sprang up. "You dare speak, I will cut out your tongue." Zhou Dafu quickly withdrew his head, wearing a bitter expression as he looked at Yun Dingxiu. Understanding dawned on Yun Dingxiu. It seemed his granddaughter had indeed fallen for the wrong person. Despite his every effort to ward off the local rascals in the provincial capital, he had inadvertently allowed trouble to brew in this small county. The irony was that this little sycophant was, in fact, a waste of potential with a meager spiritual root. Though he was at the 5th level of qi refinement, he was still a mere waste. How could such a person be deemed worthy of his precious granddaughter? Zhou Dafu lamented. "Miss, so many people witnessed what happened. Sooner or later, the master will find out." Yun Luan buried her face in her hands and wept, retreating to the back. Yun Dingxiu turned to Zhou Dafu. "Speak, if you dare utter a single word of falsehood, I shall end your life." Zhou Dafu recounted the events, and Yun Dingxiu's eyes grew wider with each passing moment. "Are you certain that every word is accurate? Did he truly say such things?" Yun Dingxiu prided himself on his ability to read people, yet he could scarcely fathom the audacity of a boy merely 15 or 16 years of age, lacking any sense of shame. Moreover, his granddaughter was a youthful beauty, and yet he had the audacity to pursue a woman in her 30s. Oh, but wait, Lu Qingyan, even if she appeared to be in her prime, she was indeed over 100 years old. A true beauty, with a mature and alluring charm that could easily captivate a young man. "Should we not deal with Xiao Nanfeng?" Zhou Dafu suggested. "Perhaps we could bring that woman here to admit that she is not as good-looking as our Mississippi." Yun Dingxiu glared at him. "You fool. The southern wilderness is not vast enough to accommodate such absurdities. One Xiao Nanfeng is already a rarity. I had no idea my Wanbao Tower had someone as talented as you among its ranks. Get out!" Yun Dingxiu kicked Zhou Dafu away. Standing alone in the room, he felt the weight of the world upon him. Given the matters concerning his grandchildren, it would be awkward for him to intervene directly. Furthermore, with Lu Qingyan involved, should she discover the truth, his reputation would be tarnished. But how could he allow his granddaughter's grievances to go unaddressed? After all, his beloved granddaughter was unparalleled in beauty, grace, and cultivation. She could not possibly fall short of Lu Qingyan in any regard. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan had taken her leave and arrived at the residence of Li Zhenliang, the city lord. Well, Xiao Nanfeng may be a genius of sorts, though he may not have a substantial future. There are indeed qualities to commend. Let us not disturb him any further. With that, Lu Qingyan departed gracefully. Li Zhenliang dared not meet her gaze. She was too exquisite, a vision that haunted his dreams. Once she left, he collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the sky. His assistant hastily covered his eyes. "You must not gaze upon her, do not even dare to think about it." Li Zhenliang brushed aside the assistant's hand, muttering in a daze, "The Xiao family business is no longer trustworthy." His assistant, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "At this hour, you still lack awareness?" One of the 3 great elders of the Qingling sect, Lu Qingyan herself, has explicitly stated not to disturb him, and you still harbor such thoughts. This matter must not be entertained. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 78. Cultivating while reclining. To cultivate, to endure hardship, such endeavors are the folly of fools. A genius like me, ha 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 ha. Xiao Nanfeng could hardly contain his exuberance, bursting into laughter within the confines of his room. Transaction successful. 3,000 spirit stones consumed, 5 leaves of tri-leaf tea utilized. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is set at 100 times. Rebate processing. This time, the reward is 7-leaf ginseng king tea, and the prize has been deposited into the host's storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng had perused this system notification countless times, over 100. In fact, the 7-leaf ginseng tea king, one single leaf can brew an entire pot of tea, and consuming that pot would naturally augment one's spiritual energy immensely. Finally, I can cultivate while lying down, envisioning himself leisurely basking in the sun, sipping tea intermittently, and effortlessly elevating his realm. It was a vision too splendid to fathom. Cultivation, what even is that? The 7-leaf ginseng tea king boasts a full 7 leaves, sufficient to last an entire month. In that month, I could at least break through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng set about brewing himself a pot. After taking a sip, he felt his internal spiritual energy surge wildly for a considerable time. Indeed, it was potent. Regrettably, only a single sip could be consumed at a time. His 5 spiritual roots rendered him incapable of absorbing more, resulting in waste. This was no ordinary gathering qi pill. He could afford to waste it, but this was a limited edition, 7 leaves, and once gone, they were gone. The next opportunity for such a 100-fold return would be incredibly elusive. Lu Qingyan, one of the 3 elders of the Qingling sect and the most formidable among them, second only to the sect leader, was of paramount importance. Due to her unique position, the sect leader often sought her counsel. Rumor had it she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once she succeeded in condensing her purple mansion and stepping into the Golden Core realm, the Qingling sect would ascend to a new echelon. At that time, not just the 3 states and 6 prefectures, but the entire southern Cloud province would likely fall under the Qingling sect's dominion. For Xiao Nanfeng, the disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. This was precisely why he was willing to invest heavily in the rebate opportunity today. Currently, in southern Wilderness City, only Yi Yiding and Chen Yuji offered rebates, and even then, the maximum was a mere 20 times. That Yun Luan was impressive, boasting a 50-fold return. Alas, she was certainly not a figure one could encounter in southern Wilderness City, and it was highly unlikely he would find another chance for a rebate in the future. With a sigh, Xiao Nanfeng reluctantly stored the remaining tea in the system space, lest it spoil. A single sip a day could potentially last him an entire month. Initially intending to savor it over a month, he could now stretch that to half a year. Damn it, here I am, a genius with 6 inches and 1 point of spiritual roots, reduced to just 1 sip a day. Such disrespect, how disheartening. Grumbling to himself, Xiao Nanfeng stepped outside, his face aglow with excitement. The atmosphere outside was tranquil. Even with many people gathering for buns, no one dared to raise their voices. It wasn't that there hadn't been any ruckus before, they had all been driven out of the city by Xiaoan wielding a crowbar. Master, Wanba Tower has recently received a substantial supply today. They plan to double it. However, their offered price is exceedingly low. Yet, aside from them, we have no suitable clients. The Lu family hasn't visited in a month. Southern Wilderness City is simply too small, with hardly any cultivators. Chen Guopi sighed, fiddling with his abacus. Xiao Nanfeng found himself in a difficult position as well. If only there were a reliable clientele to whom he could sell his goods. Southern Wilderness City felt like a veritable desert for cultivators. Xiaoan, munching on a gathering qi pill, squatted by Xiao Nanfeng's feet. Master, why don't we open a shop in Qingling Square? That place is a hub for cultivators from the 3 states and 6 prefectures. Surely there would be many wealthy individuals with spirit stones eager to purchase our wares. Xiao Nanfeng felt tempted. Previously, his lack of strength had deterred him from venturing there. It was a gathering place for cultivators. One wrong move could offend a foundation establishment expert, leading to dire consequences. The Xiao family lacked formidable experts to maintain order. But now, perhaps it was feasible. Chen Guopi's face turned pale. Master, let us not heed Xiaoan's wild suggestions. We should stick to the state city, or if that fails, we could try the prefecture city, or even the provincial city. Qingling Square should be avoided. Xiao Nanfeng cast a perplexed glance at Chen Guopi, who appeared to harbor a deep-seated fear of Qingling Square. However, the state and provincial cities were not places for just anyone to traverse. Moreover, while these locations were also under the purview of various sects, the complexities of power dynamics within these cities were no less intricate than those of Qingling Square. In fact, Qingling Square seemed more straightforward. After all, no one dared disturb the Qingling sect's territory. Qingling Square was established by the Qingling sect specifically for the purpose of trading cultivation resources among cultivators from the 3 states and 6 prefectures. Naturally, the Qingling sect profited handsomely from these transactions. Xiao Nanfeng remained silent until evening fell, closing the shop and returning to the courtyard. After dining, he instructed the staff to rest, summoning Chen Guopi for a discussion. Speak. Chen Guopi sat on the threshold, sighing as he spoke. Qingling Square is filled with immortal cultivators. During my apprenticeship under the old shopkeeper, I had the opportunity to visit. Even the shopkeepers and assistants there are experts in the qi refinement stage. Foundation establishment experts are common, and those at the purple mansion level can often be seen. In our household, only you and Xiaoan are cultivators, the rest of us are utterly unqualified to enter. Xiao Nanfeng scoffed. We are there to conduct business. What is wrong with being ordinary? Chen Guopi replied gently, if we were to encounter strong-arm tactics, we would be utterly helpless. Just one chi refinement expert could easily overpower us. We can't rely on you to protect us every day. Sha Nanfeng pondered this for a moment. It indeed posed a dilemma, but who was he who the prodigy? It was merely a matter of a few talismans. He could not believe that the Qingling Square could muster a host of Foundation establishment experts to mount an attack, but wait, he was only at the 5th layer of chi refinement. Combined with talismans, he could perhaps contend with Foundation establishment experts, but it wouldn't be safe. He decided to wait a while longer. At the very least, he needed to be strong enough to face a group of them. Forget it, I'll bide my time. Not be. By the way, why Haven Tea, we procured spirit beast meat and spirit rice recently. Today at dinner, I noticed everyone was eating regular rice and meat. Previously, he had indulged in pork dishes purely out of craving. Otherwise, they would typically feast on spirit meat and spirit rice. Qian Guopi casually replied, a bit of spirit rice and spirit meat is sufficient for you and Shaoan. What use is it for us? Why waste the money? Yet, while spirit rice and spirit meat may not enable them to cultivate, they could at least bolster their strength. Damn it, do I lack money? Tomorrow, let us replace all our food with spirit rice and spirit meat. I, the dignified young patriarch, find it unacceptable that others dine on spirit rice and spirit meat while we do not. Sha Nanfeng declared, his anger flaring. Qian Guopi was left speechless. He had grown accustomed to this master. In southern Wilderness City, which shop serves spirit rice and spirit meat, they are typically reserved for the owners. Ordinary subordinates have no right to partake. Sha Nanfeng huffed, such a lack of ambition. We must aspire to be like Qingling Square. Whatever they have, we must possess as well. If we cannot even achieve this, how can we hope to step foot in Qingling Square? Qian Guopi regarded Sha Nanfeng with understanding, nodding gently. Master, I comprehend. Tomorrow, I shall take care of it. This is your generosity. After all, for ordinary folk, consuming spirit rice and spirit meat can extend their lives and slow down aging. But who among them can afford it? Chapter 79. You touch men. Sha Nanfeng kicked Qian Guopi and strolled leisurely in the courtyard. The moonlight was quite enchanting. Suddenly, he felt an ominous presence. Who goes there? He exclaimed, instinctively dodging. A sharp pain followed, and Sha Nanfeng let out a pained howl, clutching his rear, grimacing in agony. Shaoan dashed out, bewildered, scanning the surroundings. The servants in the courtyard rushed out, with Xiao Ling and Yi Yiting following suit. But there was no one there. A heavy weight settled in Sha Nanfeng's heart. He had fortified this courtyard with a formation upon his return. It was impossible for any ordinary cultivator below the Foundation establishment stage to enter undetected, let alone without triggering any alarms. Yet, someone had infiltrated. Qian Guopi, furious, brandished his staff, searching frantically. Guopi, there is no need to search any longer, Sha Nanfeng remarked, picking up a small pebble from where he had fallen. It was no larger than an egg, yet it was this very stone that had caused him distress. There was only this solitary pebble in the courtyard. The ground had been meticulously cleared by Qian Guopi, leaving no trace of such a conspicuous object. An ordinary pebble, yet it had inflicted considerable pain, unmistakably thrown by a skilled hand. But had he offended any experts? Did the Shao family have any enemies of such caliber? With a restless night behind them, no one dared to sleep. The thought of an intruder in their home left them all on edge. Sha Nanfeng meticulously examined the formation. Everything was intact. It could only mean one thing: an expert had breached their defenses. Moreover, even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would struggle to achieve this feat. Finally, dawn broke, allowing everyone to catch a brief moment of rest before hastily opening the shop. Truth be told, business was rather lackluster. The entirety of Nanhua City's cultivation shops suffered from a lack of patrons, primarily relying on the bulk sale of spirit rice and spirit meat to larger cities for substantial profits. This was why the Shao family's shop had never earned much spirit stone throughout the year. In fact, it was quite leisurely. Sha Nanfeng hissed in pain, even after consuming a healing pill. The ache lingered. Habitually, he approached the door, and upon seeing a chair, instinctively sat down. Ouch, he yelped, springing up in agony. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, you little thief, if I catch you, I'll strip you bare and hang you up for a beating. A day passed without incident, yet that night, Sha Nanfeng jolted awake, howling in distress. The following morning, everyone bore dark circles under their eyes, staring at the two pebbles Sha Nanfeng had placed on the table. Qian Guopi raised his hand to the heavens, swearing, I assure you, I've cleaned every tiny speck from the backyard. There is no way such a large pebble could be found here. This must be a weapon. Sha Nanfeng shot him a glare, thinking, it struck my rear, how could I not know? Yet he had been asleep, completely unaware. The trouble was, he had been struck twice, once on each side, leaving both sore. The left side was slightly better, having been hit the night before. That night, Sha Nanfeng was furious, staring at a 3-inch thick wooden board with a hole in it, trembling all over. I placed a wooden shield behind me and it didn't stop you. Even the talisman failed to protect me. The most perplexing part for Sha Nanfeng was that if the assailant intended to kill him, they could have easily done so on the first night. This left him with a deep sense of urgency he needed to cultivate harder. The entire situation was terrifying, yet this person, possessing such capabilities, only targeted his rear. What peculiar fascination did they have? It was clearly a prank of some sort, albeit a rather cruel one. Just one strike had left him bruised and in genuine pain. The staff in the shop appeared lethargic. After all, who could withstand several sleepless nights? They might as well catch some rest. Seeing as there were hardly any customers, Xiao Nanfeng irritably fanned himself. Xiaoan yawned beside him. Master, it's almost winter. Aren't you cold fanning yourself? Xiao Nanfeng struck him on the head with the fan. What do you know? This is about style. Even Zhuge Liang fanned himself in heavy snow. This is class. As dusk approached, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the shop. It was unnerving to think of someone persistently targeting Xiao Nanfeng's rear every night. That evening, Xiaoan suddenly dashed into the courtyard, presenting his rear to the sky. Don't hit our master, hit me instead, my rear can take a beating. Xian Guopi's eyes lit up, rushing over. Hit me. I am chubby, my rear is larger and meatier, I'll provide a better striking experience. The other servants hurried out, all presenting their rears skyward. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, what the hell? Yet he felt a twinge of gratitude. Xiao Ling stood at the doorway, her expression complex as she regarded Yi Yiting. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for my woman? Yi Yiting, surprised, quickly grabbed her. That would be, you rabbit spirit, if you like it so much, go to the Spring Revival House, or better yet, seek out a rabbit spirit in the provincial city. My rear may be beautiful, but it is not for just anyone to touch. Touching a man's rear is hardly preferable to that of a woman's. If you must, go ahead and touch sisterlings, hers is ample. Xiao Ling retorted, you're talking nonsense, I haven't touched anything. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, you did touch. The night before last, you were in my room, you touched. The previous night, you lifted the wooden board and touched. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanfeng was elated, finally identifying the culprit. You're spouting absurdities. I didn't touch your rear, I strike your eyes blind instead. Xiao Nanfeng paused, then declared, tomorrow, I shall visit the Wanbao building to pay my respects to Lord Yun. He must witness the absurdity of this situation. Being touched by a man daily is utterly disgraceful. Yunluan couldn't contain herself, bursting forth, you dare. Xiao Nanfeng instantly felt relieved. Indeed, it was an expert. However, if this expert was Yunluan, he had nothing to fear. Although he had only met her once, the recent encounters with his rear had made it clear that she was not malicious. She merely sought to vent her frustrations. If the roles were reversed, and someone were to suddenly lick him, it would indeed provoke a similar response. Fairy sister! Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Yunluan froze, didn't you go to lick Lu Qingyan? Fairy sister, I was wrong. That day, upon seeing sister Lu Qingyan, I was utterly helpless. She is simply too beautiful, but I only came to express our respect from Nanhua City, as she is our protector. I neglected your feelings, and ever since returning, I've been filled with regret. Chen Guopi raised his hand. I can attest, the master has nearly hanged himself several times. Thankfully, we intervened. Look here, the rope still hangs from this tree, precisely where he tried. Master has been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days. Just look at his dark circles. Xiao Nanfeng grumbled, you imbecile, you stole my lines. Yunluan retorted, you must apologize to me. Chapter 80. The city of Nanhua is too small. Yunluan, after all, remains somewhat naive in the ways of the world. In terms of audacity, she is even inferior to Chen Yujie. Xiao Nanfeng had thought he needed to devise some clever strategy, yet unexpectedly, this was sufficient. An apology. Apologies are my specialty. Amir, I'm sorry, how pedestrian. Unless one presents several thousand spirit stones as a token of sincerity, it would be utterly insincere. Xiao Nanfeng glanced up at the moon. Just 3 minutes shy of midnight. The rebate is imminent. 50 times the return, and it's being offered willingly. How could I possibly refuse? Those days of being beaten were not in vain. You must offer 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea as an apology. Yunluan declared, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. 3-leaf tea. He had just been frantically contemplating what to present, as he currently possessed nothing of value, save for some inconvenient treasures acquired from a certain location. She actually demanded 3-leaf tea. Of course, since an apology was in order, 5 leaves were absolutely necessary. Yunluan hastily exclaimed, grandfather has been reminiscing about this for quite some time. Thankfully, we still have some in stock, but we are running short on time. Xiao Nanfeng dashed back into the room. Wait for me. After lingering for 3 minutes, he finally produced 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea. He rushed back to Yunluan, raising the small vial triumphantly with a flick of her hand. Yunluan summoned the 3-leaf tea from Xiao Nanfeng's grasp and into her own. Telekinetic retrieval. Xiao Nanfeng watched with envy, regretting that such a feat could only be accomplished at the Foundation establishment stage. With the tea in hand, Yunluan huffed, "We are square now." With that, she turned and vanished in an instant. Xiao Nanfeng let out a sigh of relief, but Qian Guopi approached with a bitter expression. "Young master, this is quite unfair." Indeed, from a normal perspective, this was an egregious affront. After all, to be forced to apologize after being attacked was truly excessive, yet, upon seeing the impending rebate, Xiao Nanfeng found it somewhat acceptable. Transaction successful. This purchase of 3,000 spirit stones utilized 5 leaves of 3-leaf tea. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 50 times. Settling the transaction now. The rebate consists of 7-leaf ginseng tea, and the price has been deposited into the host's storage bag. Xiao Nanfeng's heart soared with joy. 50 times the rebate, and it's 7-leaf ginseng tea? He had no time to examine it closely, glancing helplessly at Qianguopi and the other attendants in the courtyard. "Forget it, I cannot contend with her, and I shall endure. Everyone, return to your rest. You have all worked hard these past few days. Tomorrow, we shall procure a spirit pig for a feast." With that, Xiao Nanfeng slowly made his way back. Observing Xiao Nanfeng's forlorn figure, Xiaoan slapped himself. "I am to blame. It is entirely my fault for not cultivating diligently and failing to protect the young master." The attendants remained silent, sharing in the weight of his regret. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Nanfeng immediately examined his gains. What the heck, only 2 leaves, on what grounds? With 100 times rebate for 5 leaves, surely, a 50 times rebate should yield at least 2.5 leaves, right? Why only 2? Xiao Nanfeng fumed. "Damn system, are you skimming off my returns?" The system, disinterested, ignored his outburst. After a long pause, Xiao Nanfeng huffed, "Fine, 2 leaves it is. They are valuable indeed. 1 sip a day will enhance my cultivation." Lying in bed, Xiao Nanfeng stared into the darkness. Indeed, this world is perilously dangerous. Without strength, one becomes a target for bullying. I must grow stronger. A mere Foundation establishment girl was able to bypass my formations without my notice. How perilous! Yet, the city of Nanhua is too confining. I must venture to Qingling Workshop to establish our store. That night, safety prevailed. The following morning, Xiaoan accompanied Xiaoling to purchase a spirit pig, while Xiao Nanfeng made his way directly to Qinghe town. His sudden return startled Xiao Donghai, who feared something was amiss. "Father, I wish to open a store at Qingling Workshop." Xiao Donghai stood dumbfounded, blinking rapidly as he approached to ruffle his hair. "You're not feverish, are you?" Opening a store at Qingling Workshop is no simple feat. Moreover, the city of Nanhua is functioning well. With Wanbao Tower as a stable client, the profits from selling talismans and gathering pills have already made the Xiao family exceedingly content. In just a few months, the profits of 3,000 spirit stones had firmly established the Xiao family as the foremost clan in Qinghe town, far surpassing the Lan and Chen families, and soon to dominate the town entirely. Such promising prospects. Xiao Nanfeng swatted Xiao Donghai's hand aside. "Father, I am perfectly sane. While Nanhua City is safe enough now, our family must grow and thrive. The number of cultivators here is too scant. They can no longer absorb my goods. Only at Qingling Workshop, with its abundance of cultivators, can we secure sufficient sales. With enough sales comes ample profit, enabling us to strengthen the Xiao family." He then recounted the recent humiliations he had endured. Xiao Donghai's expression turned grave, and soon, Xiao Zhinshan was summoned, his demeanor equally serious. "A mere Foundation establishment 5th-layer cultivator has rendered me helpless. Fortunately, they were merely venting their frustrations. What if they were truly an enemy?" Xiao Nanfeng spoke gravely. Both Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai found themselves in a quandary. The closer they got to Qingling Workshop, the greater the danger. With more cultivators present, it was a perilous gamble. But how can one reap rewards without entering the tiger's den? Xiao Zhinshan mused softly. "Yesterday, the Lan family sold us 8 acres of spirit fields." Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. The Lan family has lost their senses? Spirit fields are the foundation of a small clan. How could the Lan family possibly afford to support Lan Xian's growing demands without your backing? It's not just the Lan family. The Chen family is in a similar predicament. Their shop has long ceased to thrive. They struggle merely to stay afloat, primarily because you continue to supply Qing Yujie with gathering pills. Today, the Chen family summoned me to discuss their 12 acres of spirit fields. Xiao Nanfeng instinctively popped a gathering pill into his mouth, crunching it between his teeth as a faint aura of spirit energy quickly permeated the room. Xiao Zhinshan and Xiao Donghai nearly succumbed to the urge to meditate immediately. The Lan and Chen families have begun selling spirit fields. Indeed, they must be desperate. The Xiao family's shop has been enjoying unprecedented success, while the Chen family's talismans have become utterly stagnant, leading to a downfall in sales of their spirit rice and other products. The Lan family fared no better under the influence of the Shao family's remarkable strategy, particularly Shao Nanfeng's bold maneuvers. Not only have profits from talismans and gathering pills surged, but there has also been a significant increase in demand for spirit rice and meat. Shao Nanfeng had even driven down prices for spirit rice and meat to the point of negligible profit. After all, he was not interested in profiting from these goods. His aim was to suppress both the Lan and Chen families. His efforts to undermine the Lan and Chen families inadvertently affected all others in town selling spirit rice and meat. Others were infuriated, yet none could compete with the Shao family's pricing. However, the sale of spirit fields left Shao Nanfeng utterly astonished. "Is this truly necessary?" he exclaimed. Xiao Donghai cleared his throat, adopting an air of seriousness. "Your father has been working tirelessly. 20 days ago, I broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Our clan leader has also officially advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refinement." Shao Nanfeng's eyes widened in surprise. This is the posture to dominate Qinghe town. No wonder they sought to sell spirit fields. Chapter 81. The prosperity of the Shao family. With one at the 7th level of Qi refinement and another at the 8th, the Shao family truly strides confidently within the South Wilderness City. Even the city lord would think twice before provoking such a formidable clan. Ordinary families might consider testing their limits, but what is the Shao family engaged in? They trade in talismans, high-grade ones, to be precise, selling them in large quantities. If they can sell such items, surely they possess ample stock for self-defense. A cascade of lightning talismans would be insurmountable even for those at the first level of foundation establishment. If Li Zhongliang dares not confront them, what hope do others have? Today, the Shao family reigns supreme in the South Wilderness City region, akin to a solitary victor seeking challenges. Particularly, the Lan and Chen families presently dare not utter a word against the Shao clan. Yet, Shao Nanfeng cannot help but chuckle bitterly. It is indeed a small place where one can dominate the South Wilderness City with merely the 8th level of Qi refinement. However, this world extends beyond just South Wilderness City. There are far grander realms awaiting exploration. Not only are they in discussions regarding spiritual fields with towns downstream of Qinghe town, but should we consider opening a shop in Qingling Workshop, we do possess sufficient capital. However, this might delay our acquisition of the spiritual fields, Xiao Donghai proudly declared. Of course, this foresight is precisely why I chose Nanfeng as the young clan leader. Not only the two of us, but among the more than 20 cultivators in the Shao family, 7 have broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, with others showing signs of advancement as well, all thanks to the gathering Qi pills you sent back. The Shao family is indeed flourishing. Xiao Zhanshan beamed with pride. Shao Nanfeng remarked, "Good heavens, what a remarkable transformation. The strength of the Shao family has undeniably doubled since my arrival." The Shao family boasts a considerable number of cultivators, over 20, the highest among the 3 families in Qinghe town, which had previously been their greatest source of confidence. In the past, apart from the clan leader, Xiao Donghai, Shao Nanfeng, and Xiao Zhanshan, the rest were all at the first level of Qi refinement. It is indeed a challenging path to cultivation, where wealth, companions, techniques, and land play pivotal roles. No wonder wealth ranks first. As for companions, techniques, and land, ordinary families cannot even begin to compete. Only wealth can provide a semblance of struggle. Possessing wealth equates to power. Who would be willing to provide gathering Qi pills to ordinary disciples at the first level of Qi refinement? With such advancements, it is no surprise that the Lan and Chen families have resigned themselves to their fate. With the grand competition in 3 years approaching, they are left with no option but to gamble everything. Otherwise, they will be gradually consumed and absorbed by the Shao family. It is no wonder that recently Chen Yujie rarely leaves her home aside from seeking gathering Qi pills. Likewise, Lan Zian, no matter how thick-skinned, has ceased to pester Shao Nanfeng, for hope eludes her. They are gambling on the opportunity presented by the Qingling Sect's competition 3 years hence. If they can enter the Qingling Sect, they can reclaim everything they have lost. The caveat is that the Shao family must not gain entry into the Qingling Sect. Even if the Shao family's business flourishes, their next generation lacks talent. The most gifted, Shao Nanli, has passed away, and Shao Nanchuan is unreliable. Shao Nanfeng is notoriously known as a waste with 5 spiritual roots. Thus, the possibility of the Shao family entering the Qingling Sect in this generation is virtually non-existent. They are indeed betting on the chance to enter the Qingling Sect. Once inside, they could suppress the Shao family and reclaim everything. However, they are destined to be blinded by their ambitions. Yet, the Shao family's current predicament is a lack of funds. Shao Nanfeng silently placed 30,000 spiritual stones on the table. Xiao Zhanshan jumped up, his face turning pale. "Nanfeng, have you robbed the city lord? Did you steal from the state city lord? Even the lord of South Wilderness City cannot readily produce 30,000 spiritual stones." Xiao Donghai's expression turned fearful. "Son, I shall bear the burden. Do not be afraid, speak to your father, and we shall find a solution." Shao Nanfeng rolled his eyes at them. "Gathering Qi pills and talismans, do you think the profits are substantial?" As he spoke, Xiao Nanfeng casually retrieved paper and brush from his storage space and, in mere seconds, a lightning talisman appeared on the table. Now, tell me, what could the cost possibly be? Xiao Nanfeng proudly raised his chin. Xiao Zhanshan and Xiao Donghai stood frozen in place. Does the Xiao family even have the inheritance of a talisman master? Did you rob Chen? No, how could the Chen family possess such prowess? Xiao Donghai snapped back to reality. Xiao Nanfeng, pressed by circumstance, had no choice but to conceal the source of his talismans. However, he could not reveal too much, lest it lead to significant trouble. If anyone were to boast and inadvertently leak information, it could spell disaster. I discovered a jade slip of a talisman master's inheritance at the 10,000 Treasures building. I learned from it, and thus here I am. What can I say? I am simply a genius. The two men felt as though they had wasted their entire lives. Who would believe such a tale? If becoming a talisman master were so easy, the Chen family, with their hundreds of years of history, would have produced at least one first-level talisman master aside from their ancestor. The techniques you just demonstrated are certainly the domain of a first-level talisman master, yet, they could discern no other explanation. Xiao Nanfeng's capabilities were well understood by them. Suddenly, Xiao Donghai grasped Xiao Nanfeng's hand, inspecting it closely, and his face lit up with joy. My son, you possess a 6-inch spiritual root. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly covered his mouth, exclaiming, we must not speak so carelessly. Xiao Zhanshan leaped up, eager to examine Xiao Nanfeng's spiritual root. Upon discovering it was indeed 6 inches, he was taken aback. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly worked to awaken him. Tears of joy streamed down Xiao Zhanshan's face. Heaven has eyes, my Xiao family shall have a great emperor among us. Xiao Nanfeng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is a mere 6 inches truly the mark of an emperor? What would you say of someone with 2 feet and 8 inches? Yet, he too felt a tinge of sorrow. In this world, even the pinnacle of cultivation is said to be the nascent soul stage, with no one achieving the incarnation stage, let alone true immortals. However, in the realm of pure cultivation, spiritual roots are generally quite meager. When one speaks of spiritual roots, it is typically only the 9-inch 9 that is mentioned, for that is the limit of ordinary families. One has never heard of anyone nearby with a spiritual root exceeding 1 foot. The 9 inches 9 is said to be a remnant of the ancient glory, as the cultivation world has long since declined, its spiritual sources depleted. Even the 9 inches 9 is regarded as a treasure. In South Wilderness City, with its tens of thousands of inhabitants and numerous towns, each housing several cultivation families, the total number of cultivators reaches several hundred. Yet, those with spiritual roots exceeding 2 inches are exceedingly rare. This scarcity explains why individuals like Chen Yujie and Xiao Nanli, possessing 7 or 8-inch roots, can look down upon others with such disdain, as they have a significant chance of entering the Qingling sect. The elders of the Qingling sect are said to possess spiritual roots exceeding 9 inches. As for those surpassing 1 foot, are you out of your mind? Individuals with roots above 5 inches are already seen as destined for foundation establishment, with potential to reach the Purple Mansion stage. A spiritual root of 9 inches guarantees entry into the Purple Mansion stage, with possibilities for the Golden Core stage. Those with roots exceeding 6 inches are the focus of careful nurturing by various sections. I am truly a gifted prodigy, destined to be unmatched. Mastering this is far too easy. With a flourish, Xiao Nanfeng opened his folding fan, wearing a melancholic expression. He and Xiao Zhanshan exchanged glances, cursing under their breath. But is Xiao Nanfeng truly a genius talisman master? Was it merely the lack of familial resources that delayed his potential? Chapter 82, Expanding Strength and Creating Brilliance. Once more, this notion is indeed plausible. Numerous individuals may lack proficiency in their cultivation realms, yet possess remarkable talents in the art of assisting in immortality cultivation. However, in the end, they did not uncover any further issues with Xiao Nanfeng, and thus had no choice but to accept, as acceptance was imperative. Very well! Xiao Zhanshan exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table, startling Xiao Nanfeng. With such prowess, establishing a foothold in Qingtian Square would be effortlessly achievable. With these 30,000 spirit stones, we can easily consume the spiritual fields of other families. Child, how many people does the family need to send to Qingtian Square? Opening a shop requires at least a dozen individuals. The family will allocate half, providing you with 10. This time, Xiao Zhanshan displayed great ambition. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glance, realizing that by reducing the number of people by half, the Xiao family would lose its intimidating presence in Qinghe town. Moreover, with too many eyes around, where could one find the unwavering trust of individuals like Guapi, who seldom spoke? After some contemplation, Xiao Nanfeng decided, summon Nanchuan. At this moment, he subtly assumed the role of the decision-maker for the Xiao family. After all, wealth does hold sway over others. Xiao Nanchuan approached, looking bewildered. He had just consumed a gathering chi pill for cultivation. Brother Nanchuan, in due time, I shall lead Guapi and others to open a shop in Qingtian Square, while you manage the store in Nanhua City. Since there are no expectations for your cultivation, you must still put forth effort. The conditions in Nanhua City are far superior, and I will provide you with another batch of gathering chi pills for your training. Although you may not possess a natural talent for commerce, is there truly no one to assist you? I will supply you with a batch of spirit talismans and medicinal pills each month to maintain the connection with Zhoudafu of Wanbao Tower, ensuring the store's sustainability and guaranteeing a steady flow of resources for us. Xiao Nanli exclaimed, I truly appreciate your kindness. What do you mean by having no expectations yet still needing to strive? What do you mean by lacking intelligence and not having a business acumen? Is this even human discourse? Yet, Xiao Nanli wore a smile. Really? He was not truly foolish. He was acutely aware of the recent influx of gathering chi pills within the Xiao family. He had even received several high-grade spirit talismans for protection. If he were genuinely dim-witted, he would not be Xiao Nanli. Xiao Zhinshan looked at him, speechless. Xiao Donghai cleared his throat. Son, you see, the clan leader is still present. As the young clan leader, you ought to show some respect to the leader when arranging matters. Xiao Zhinshan responded, Brother, I thank you. If you hadn't spoken, we would still be good brothers. Xiao Nanfeng hastily wore a look of panic. Clan leader, I have overstepped. Xiao Zhinshan retorted, Can you two have some dignity? Could your feigned panic be any more insincere? He stroked his beard and coughed lightly. Ahem, well, since we have previously decided this, let it be so. Nanshuan shall prepare to take over the store in the city, while Nanfeng will investigate Qingtian Square to prepare for the shop's opening. As for family matters, your father and I will focus on acquiring these spiritual fields. The Xiao family must unite as one, expand our strength, and create brilliance once more. Xiao Nanfeng cough, cough, cough. He quickly hit the brakes, still haunted by the memory of the last incident involving a blunt instrument. Xiao Donghai suddenly rose, raising his fist. Expand our strength, create brilliance once more. Xiao Nanshuan's eyes instantly turned crimson as he waved his fist. Expand our strength, create brilliance once more. Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly joined in the chant. But what the hell, have I entered a cheerleading squad? From this day forth, our Xiao family's motto shall be. Xiao Zhinshan contentedly stroked his beard. Expand our strength, create brilliance once more. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Nanshuan immediately echoed him. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened in terror. The thought of the entire Xiao family shouting in unison on the streets, expand our strength, create brilliance once more, filled him with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Qingtian Square, the only immortal cultivation market within the 3 states and 6 prefectures. Among the 68 counties across the 3 states and 6 prefectures, it serves as the largest trading market for over 100,000 cultivators. This place is akin to a bustling commercial metropolis. Although the path of immortality is fraught with challenges, the prosperity here far surpasses that of Nanhua City by 100-fold, with throngs of people bustling about, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Xiao Nanfeng stood on the street, his brow furrowed. The splendor here exceeded his expectations. Purchasing or renting a shop was no simple task. Indeed, after wandering for quite a while, he found no vacant shops. Every establishment was bustling with customers. With such lucrative business prospects, why would anyone sell or rent to him? How difficult this is. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. He turned to find a charming young girl standing before him, and his eyes immediately lit up. A beauty beyond compare, how splendid! This enchanting fairy, I am Xiao Nanfeng from the Xiao family, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he took a few steps forward. The young girl glared at him. If you dare to speak, I will tear your mouth apart. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. What was happening? Was he not handsome enough, or was his wealth insufficient? He quickly straightened up, flicking open his folding fan. A prodigy in immortal cultivation, Xiao Nanfeng of the Xiao family, at your service, esteemed fairy. The young girl's cheeks flushed crimson. How shameless! Not long ago, you embarrassed my master, and today, you dare to approach me. Humph, I am but a maidservant to an elder of the Qingtian sect. You are not worthy of my attention. 5th layer of Qi refinement, a waste with 5 spiritual roots. Be silent, I ask you, how did you end up here? Xiaoyu crossed her arms, looking down at Xiao Nanfeng with a haughty demeanor. Xiao Nanfeng, puzzled, gazed at her, with her chin held so high. Did she intend to catch rainwater with her nostrils? He quickly replied, Nanhua City is too small. It lacks beautiful fairies like you. That I plan to open a shop here to see your enchanting visage more often. Yet, I never anticipated that such a grand sect like Qingtian would have such a thriving marketplace, with no shops available for purchase. Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red. Shameless. Get lost. Xiao Nanfeng retorted, what do you mean by that? Were it not for today's lack of returns, I would have buried you in gold. Alas, following the incident with Yunluan, he had returned to the provincial city with Yun Deng, and the prospect of a 50-fold return seemed unattainable. The hundredfold return from Lu Qingyan was also lost. It was apparent that encountering the elder of Qingtian's sect was a rare opportunity, and he had no hope of meeting her again. Sighing, he lamented, why must this be so arduous? As he watched Xiaoyu stride away with her head held high, he continued to wander aimlessly. After a while, Xiaoyu returned to the elder's courtyard, laden with purchases from the market. Lu Qingyan had just finished her cultivation and was leisurely seated. Noticing Lu Qingyan's idleness, Xiaoyu approached with a smile, Elder, today I encountered an amusing individual. Lu Qingyan shot her a glance, reclining languidly in her chair, exuding an effortless allure. Xiaoyu immediately began to chatter away about her encounter with Xiao Nanfeng, mimicking his pretentious demeanor as she spoke. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. He seeks a shop, does he? Lu Qingyan said with a gentle smile. Xiaoyu was momentarily captivated by Lu Qingyan's smile. Such beauty was irresistible, even to women. How peculiar, the elder rarely displayed such a smile. Go, give him the vacant shop under my name, and inform him that the annual rent is 3,000 spirit stones, for a duration of 1 year. Lu Qingyan suddenly declared. Xiaoyu's wide, innocent eyes grew round with astonishment. Chapter 83 Causality. This seamlessly continues the narrative of the vacant shop, though not in the most prime location, is certainly not undesirable. However, even so, one could hardly expect to rent it for less than 10,000 spirit stones annually, let alone in this current market where prices are inflated with no buyers in sight. Originally, it had come into their possession after a rather foolish individual had provoked the Qingling sect, only to meet with their annihilation. Otherwise, even the elders would have had no vacant shops available. But a rental fee of 3,000 spirit stones? What difference does that make from a gift? I shouldn't dwell on this, I must return the favor for the gift I received that day. Those who cultivate the path of immortality dread becoming entangled in such causality. For every cause, there must be an effect, and one cannot have a cause without an effect, otherwise, their heart for the Tao may suffer. Lu Qingyan remarked casually. Xiaoyu suddenly enlightened. Oh, I understand now. The elder is guiding me in my cultivation. Thank you, elder. I shall seek him out immediately. Watching Xiaoyu skip away, Lu Qingyan smiled subtly. This little one is quite amusing, having ventured to Qingling squared out a mere family from a small town. How intriguing. Let us see how long he can manage to run his business. From the outside, it appears bustling with activity, but without genuine skill and substance, it will not endure. To her, this was but a trivial matter, soon forgotten. Xiao Nanfeng observed as night approached. After 3 days of searching, he had found nothing. Xiaoan followed closely behind, navigating the marketplace with great caution. There were far too many cultivators here. Everywhere he looked, proud practitioners strolled about, with chi refinement cultivators abundant, while only a few ordinary individuals could be seen laboring in the small shops. Moreover, there were not a few foundational cultivators exuding powerful auras, and in these past few days, he had even encountered several who had reached the purple mansion stage. He would have much to boast about upon returning. Alas, he decided to find an inn and rest for the night, vowing to return tomorrow, refusing to believe that there was no place for him, Xiao Nanfeng, to establish himself here. Indeed, this place was exceedingly tempting. He encountered countless charming figures, and the exquisite young ladies had crossed his path numerous times in recent days. Such captivating beauty is indeed rare, and high-quality products are scarce everywhere. Upon returning, he lamented for Xiaoyu. After searching for a long time, darkness fell, and he had no choice but to return, planning to come back the next day. On the following morning, after searching for a considerable time, Xiaoyu suddenly spotted the infatuated follower meandering about. Hey, you, her voice rang out once more. Xiao Nanfeng was at a loss for words. He had already informed her that he was the talented Xiao Nanfeng, yet she persisted with her hey. What a coincidence to encounter her again. Today, let us see where you will run. Turning around, Xiao Nanfeng wore a smirk akin to that of a devoted admirer. What a fortuitous encounter, divine sister, it seems fate has brought us together on 2 occasions within just 2 days. Xiaoyu pouted, fully aware that she could not trust a single word from this incessant flatterer. I specifically came to find you. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. You came to find me? Excellent, since you are the maidservant who once accompanied Lu Qingyan, capturing you would surely lead me to the radiant Lu Qingyan herself. Come to my side, Xiaoyu. The smile on Xiao Nanfeng's face was nearly overwhelming. Xiaoyu felt an urge to strike him upon seeing that expression. He appeared quite handsome, fanning himself like a dashing gentleman, yet his smile was utterly insufferable. You are fortunate, follow me. Xiaoyu beckoned with her finger. Xiao Nanfeng promptly followed, exuberantly trailing behind her. Regardless of luck, if it is indeed luck, it should surely bode well. Divine sister, I was just about to engage in some friendly conversation, he began, but Xiaoyu walked briskly ahead, leaving him to hastily catch up, soon drenched in sweat. Goodness, how can a mere maidservant possess such foundational cultivation? After traversing 3 streets, they arrived in proximity to the bustling heart of the market, where Xiao Yuer halted before a shop. "Here, I have rented it to you. 3,000 spirit stones for 1 year, and it's only for a single year," Xiao Yuer announced. Xiao Nanfeng stood dumbfounded. A shop was indeed available for rent, and it had come to him? The crucial point was that she had specifically sought him out, essentially gifting him this shop. After several days of inquiries, Xiao Nanfeng had learned the rental prices here. "Divine Sister, I must clarify this with you," he began. Xiao Yuer responded succinctly. "My elder has stated, for every cause, there must be an effect. The other day, you gifted my elder 3 leaves of tea, and he was quite pleased. Coincidentally, this shop was vacant, so it has been given to you. Renting this shop resolves the causality." Xiao Nanfeng immediately understood, this was Lu Qingyan's intent, avoiding causality. "Ah, do you think I, Xiao Nanfeng, am that easy to dismiss? The foremost admirer in Nanhua City cannot allow such a radiant beauty to slip away from me." With a flourish, he signed the agreement, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Divine Sister, you have truly saved my life. Without this shop, my family would struggle to survive such immense kindness. I, Xiao Nanfeng, shall never forget this small token of respect. I implore you to accept. Should you refuse, I fear I may not endure." Xiao Nanfeng's heartfelt expression almost brought him to tears, gratitude radiating from him. Xiao Yuer, feeling bashful, fidgeted with her fingers. "This cannot be, it is merely the elder's will. I am only here to inform you." Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively. "A few leaves of tea are but a trivial gesture of my esteem. Please take them back." Xiao Yuer was taken aback. Goodness, this devoted admirer truly possesses wealth. Even the shopkeepers in Qingling Square would not dare to gift so freely, would they? "A few leaves of tea? How casually you speak. Now, if you were to present 3 leaves of tea, one could fetch 1,000 spirit stones each, and they would be fought over. You are offering 5. You presented the elder with merely 5. As a maidservant, she was often approached by others seeking to curry favor, offering small gifts to build rapport, given her proximity to the elder. However, those gifts rarely exceeded a few dozen spirit stones, and items worth several hundred spirit stones were only bestowed for significant requests. Yet this spoiled young master, without hesitation, had given away 5,000 spirit stones. "You are putting me in quite the predicament. To accept it is too burdensome, yet to refuse it is difficult." Noticing her inner turmoil, Xiao Nanfeng promptly pressed the container of tea into her hands. "Divine Sister, as for this shop, would it be suitable for me to sell spirit talismans and elixirs here?" he inquired deliberately. With the topic shifted, Xiao Yuer felt a burden lift and, taking the opportunity, accepted the tea. She knew little of conducting business, exchanged a few words, and soon took her leave, the precious tea weighing heavily in her hands. Xiao Nanfeng reveled in his triumph. Trying to escape, not a chance. Unfortunately, the alluring beauty only bestowed him with a single leaf of the 7-leaf ginseng tea. Nevertheless, it was still a gift, and more importantly, the causality between them had been restored. Gazing at the shop, with its 3 wide doors, it was indeed a considerable establishment in this prime location, boasting a front hall of over 100 square meters. The entire shop spanned 3 stories, complete with a large backyard and dozens of rooms, a standard medium-sized shop. In this land where every inch is invaluable, its worth is immeasurable. "Xiaoan!" Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, slapping Xiaoan on the head with his fan. Xiaoan rubbed his head, looking utterly perplexed. "Young master, are you hitting me again?" Chapter 84. Departure. A tragedy unfolds. Returning home, preparations for moving ensued. Xiao Nanfeng promptly locked the door and turned away. What was the specific situation of the shop? He didn't even glance. To express any doubt about a gift from a venerable elder of the Qingling sect would be a blatant disrespect. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuer skipped back joyfully. However, upon seeing Lu Qingyan, a wave of anxiety washed over her. "I have received such an expensive item. Elder, young master Xiao Nanfeng has sent you 5 leaves of the rare 3-leaf tea as a token of gratitude for your assistance." Xiao Yuer smiled as she presented the 3-leaf tea. Lu Qingyan was taken aback. "Did I not send you to resolve the previous entanglement, and instead, you have deepened my ties?" "No, previously he was a deadbeat, a sycophant, and now he is referred to as young master Xiao Nanfeng? Whose side are you on?" Lu Qingyan's smile flickered. "Very well, leave it be. He is indeed a considerate child. If convenient in the future, do keep an eye on him." Xiao Yuer exhaled in relief, fearing Lu Qingyan's ire. After all, accepting such an extravagant gift was somewhat inappropriate, yet, it was 3-leaf tea, which Lu Qingyan adored. Xiao Donghai and Xiao Jinshan were left dumbfounded. They had finally arrived in Nanhuang City, but they had no intention of residing there permanently. They were merely accompanying members of the Xiao family to oversee the transition and to send Xiao Nanfeng off to his new post. They never anticipated that Xiao Nanfeng would acquire a shop so swiftly. Albeit for only a 1-year lease, what a place Qingling Workshop was. This was indeed thanks to the little clan leader's prior investment. Father, do you recall the incident I mentioned about encountering the elder of the Qingling sect? Xiao Nanfeng declared with pride. Xiao Donghai, however, felt a jolt of anxiety that was terrifying. Do you realize that if he were displeased, the Xiao family would be finished? Fortuitously, the outcome was favorable, and he even lent a hand. Nevertheless, one sip and one pack, this karmic connection may very well be settled, and the relationship between the Xiao family and the Qingling sect might end here. Xiao Zhinshan, in frustration, yanked several strands of his beard. Oh dear, my child, such a significant favor cannot be squandered on merely renting a shop. If preserved, it could prove invaluable should the Xiao family ever be in need. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disapproving glance, thinking too much of it. Is this really important? What karma is settled or not, it has merely been extended again. However, he said nothing further. He merely stated that the shop had been rented, and they could open for business the next day. Chen Guopi and the others felt a tightness in their chests, all gazing at Xiao Nanfeng with eager eyes. Without Xiao Nanfeng, they were nothing. Now that the Xiao family was set to open a grand establishment at Qingling Workshop, it was only natural for them to continue their employment in Nanhuang City. But they wanted to follow Xiao Nanfeng. They had hardly encountered other members of the Xiao family and had no idea of their character, who knew what kind of people would come, and whether their lives could continue as before. Xiao Nanfeng stood up. Guopi. Xian Guopi was instantly drenched in sweat, hurriedly approaching, bowing deeply, too afraid to look up. A sweat poured down his face, rapidly pooling on the ground. Just as Xiao Nanfeng was about to speak, he curiously lifted his fan to examine Guopi's face. Are you ill? You seem quite unwell. Xian Guopi quickly wiped his sweat. No, just a bit warm, a bit warm. Xiao Nanfeng glanced outside at the weather. It's the dead of winter, how can you say it's warm? What's the matter with you? We are about to open the shop, and if the manager falls ill, it poses quite the dilemma. Xiao Nanfeng frowned. Qian Guopi's eyes brightened. I am fine, truly, young master, please proceed with the arrangements. Miraculously, the sweat on his face ceased to flow. Xiao Nanfeng instructed him to gather their belongings and prepare to depart the following day. This matter should not be delayed, they needed to act promptly, as it was over 300 miles to traverse. Qian Guopi was on the verge of tears, cautiously glancing at the head of the Xiao family. No one paid him any mind, and he felt a surge of relief. I will go at once. Young master, about the shop's staff, Qian Guopi hesitated to confirm once more. Xiao Nanfeng swatted his hat. What is wrong with you today? Hurry, bring all the original staff here, including Xiao Ling. Everyone is accustomed to her cooking. Qian Guopi was overjoyed. The other shop assistants nearly erupted in cheers, if not for the presence of the new owner. Xiao Zhinshan glanced at Xiao Nanfeng and the staff retreating, nodding slightly. He turned to Xiao Donghai. Nanfeng has truly matured. As for Qingling Workshop, we need not worry. None of these shop assistants exhibit any ulterior motives. They are entirely devoted to him. Even when faced with our clan leader and family elders, they showed no signs of sycophancy. Nanfeng is doing well. Xiao Donghai, brimming with pride, leisurely sipped his tea. This boy's tea is peculiar. It seems to naturally gather and absorb his spiritual energy. I must inquire further. Reluctantly, he set down his teacup, regretting that it was too small. One cup was but a sip, and soon it was gone. The teapot held only enough for 2 cups, one for himself and one for the clan leader, and then it was finished. I have always said my son possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Clan leader, look at my son, striding like a dragon, exuding an impressive aura. His talent for cultivation is exceptional, and he possesses a remarkable understanding of people. Xiao Zhinshan quickly turned away, feeling somewhat nauseated. In the winter, amidst heavy snowfall, a desolate old road lay blanketed. 5 4-wheeled carriages and a dozen horses struggled through the thick snow. Xiao Nanfeng lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the swirling snowflakes, shaking his head in resignation. Who could have known that such a heavy snowfall would greet them that morning? Thankfully, they were well prepared. Everyone was in the carriages, with double horses pulling the loads, otherwise, it would have indeed posed a challenge. Yet even so, their pace was considerably slowed. Initially, they had anticipated arriving in 2 days, but now it seemed they would take 4 or 5. Young master, there's a sheltered hollow up ahead. Should we camp there, tonight? It seems there will be no suitable place to rest. Qian Guopi rode over, laboriously making his way through the snow. His breath formed heavy mist, and his eyebrows and beard were coated in ice. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Let us camp quickly, the staff are on the verge of freezing. They soon reached the sheltered hollow, set up camp, and erected tents beside the carriages. Had they known the weather would be so dreadful, they would not have ventured out. The staff, clad in thick fur coats, busily cleared the snow and gathered firewood. Were it not for Xiao Nanfeng nurturing them with spiritual rice and meat, granting them strength beyond that of ordinary folk, they likely would not have endured such weather. Xiao Nanfeng glanced into the distance, slipping into a large tent to sit by the fire. Xiaoan, stay alert tonight, he instructed. Xiaoan immediately nodded, his eyes devoid of their usual naive clarity, replaced with a steely resolve. Chapter 85. Is it too late to return? Xiao Ling, wrapped in a thick mink coat, was assisted by several attendants, and soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the heavy snowfall. On top of Qian Guopi's melon-shaped hat rested a thick bear fur hat, as he sat beside the fire, shaking his head at the attendants. Xiao Nanfeng struck him with a fan. Why are you shaking your head? Qian Guopi added a few more logs to the fire, lamenting, what a crime, which family dresses their attendants in bear cloaks lined with mink fur? Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare and kicked him. Qian Guopi, burdened by his heavy attire, resembled a bear, and when Xiao Nanfeng kicked him, he surprisingly sank into the ground. If I had known, I would have kicked you, bear. Are you implying that I, young master, am wasteful? Xiao Nanfeng glared fiercely at Qian Guopi. How dare he accuse the young clan leader of wrongdoing? Was he becoming arrogant? Qian Guopi quickly donned a fawning smile. I merely admire young master's generosity and kindness. You are undoubtedly the best young master in the world. In another household, during such a harsh winter, merely providing ordinary rice and a meat soup would earn them the title of a benevolent family. Yet here, even the ordinary cultivators lived less comfortably than they did. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a disdainful look. Those who were utterly devoted to him could not be held in higher esteem. Otherwise, what was he? If he could not achieve this, would it not signify his failure? Did he think he was like that third son of the Tang family? Before long, steaming meat soup was brought over, and Xiao Nanfeng eagerly drank it down, feeling warmth spread through his belly. Guopi, after eating, have the others scrape off a layer of fur from the tents. Those pelts we collected for sale will no longer be sold, we shall use them as bedding for the attendants. Xiao Nanfeng dared not underestimate the frigid winter snow. Although he had been here for some time, this was his first experience with such a winter, yet he had heard terrifying tales of it. In a world where even cultivators could freeze to death, could you believe it? Qian Guopi's eyes glistened with moisture as he hurriedly finished his meal, urging everyone to reinforce the tents and increase their bedding. What a crime! You lot, gnawing on bones yet leaving them unbroken. He lamented, heartbroken at the sight of discarded bones scattered on the ground. A night swiftly descended, with snowflakes cascading from the sky. Fortunately, there was no wind, or else it would have been even more unbearable. Xiao Nanfeng lay beneath 8 layers of bear pelts, utterly unwilling to poke his head out. This cursed world, surely it cannot be 80 degrees below zero. It is certainly much colder than what I experienced in my previous life in Yerbin. Was it really necessary to fret? This was merely the first heavy snowfall of winter. The fire continued to burn, and the rotating attendants dared not let it extinguish. In such frigid conditions, extinguished fire in the wilderness could indeed be fatal. Tomorrow, even if they had to delay their journey, they must find a town to rest. The wilderness was far too perilous. He no longer cared how many days it would take to arrive. A night passed in silence, and with dawn's arrival, Xiao Nanfeng awoke with dark circles under his eyes, as did Xiaoan and Qian Guopi. They were all utterly exhausted. They had remained on high alert for danger throughout the night, yet, astonishingly, nothing had occurred. Xiao Nanfeng furrowed his brow at the nearly 2-foot-deep snow, contemplating whether they should retreat to Nanhuang City. The snow was too heavy, and it was only getting worse. Flakes the size of cigarette boxes fell densely, obscuring visibility to mere 3 meters. Guopi! Xiao Nanfeng called out. Qian Guopi promptly approached, his face filled with worry. Such heavy snow is exceedingly rare. Even for someone like me, a native, I have scarcely witnessed it. The last time was nearly a decade ago, and this is merely the first snowfall of winter. How can it be this immense? Is it too late for us to return to Nanhuang City? Xiao Nanfeng sincerely wished to go back. Shops could be opened at any time, there was no need to risk lives here. Qian Guopi shook his head in bitter resignation. After walking for a day yesterday, we ventured about 30 miles out of the city before the snow began. We have covered approximately 70 to 80 miles since we are still nearly 200 miles from Qinglingfang. However, the return journey of 100 miles is now impossible. The way back descends, and crucially, there is a section of mountain road 30 miles from Nanhuang City, where one side is a cliff, and the road is less than 3 meters wide. During such a time, returning is utterly unthinkable. To tread that path is to risk falling to one's death. 30 miles ahead lies a village belonging to the northern riverside town. We can stop there and wait for the snow to cease. Qian Guopi exhaled. This heavy snowfall may not cease for 5 or 6 days. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Go prepare, we must reach that village today. Xiaoan, come with me to investigate. The hostility felt last night lingered in Xiao Nanfeng's mind. Xiaoan nodded eagerly while Qian Guopi, filled with concern, knew that among the group, only the 2 of them were cultivators. Well, Yi Yiting counts as one too, but she is an alchemist and would be of less help in a fight than Shaoan. They climbed laboriously to a clearing halfway up the mountain, and Shaoan quickly spotted a person beneath a tree. Frozen to death, Shaoan shook his head helplessly. But he is not a cultivator? Shaoan was somewhat surprised. Xiao Nanfeng frowned. Who would dare to ambush their group if they were not cultivators? Looking back, beneath the heavy snow, visibility within the forest was somewhat clearer, revealing dozens of mounds, large and small, not far away. He frowned slightly and unleashed a gust of wind spell. As the gale swept through, the snow was blown away. What the hell? Xiao Nanfeng felt a pang in his heart. Dozens of people, adults, children, the elderly, and women, had all frozen to death, with no survivors. This was clearly a refugee village coming from a materially abundant and peaceful world. The stark contrast of this world's underbelly left Xiao Nanfeng struggling to comprehend. He was no saint, yet he found it impossible to accept such a sight. However, there was nothing to be done. Shaoan remained silent, seeing no movement. Shen Guopi called over a few attendants who cautiously climbed up, panting heavily upon witnessing the scene in the silence of Xiao Nanfeng and Shaoan. Shen Guopi sighed, his eyes glistening. In our Qinghe town, at least one Moon-Ti starve or freeze to death, Shaoan suddenly remarked. Why did they leave the village in winter? Xian Guopi sighed. Shaoan, you have encountered a fortunate family. In other towns and villages around Nanhuang City, every winter, is it not common for some to perish? Those who could not sustain themselves had no choice but to flee as a whole village, seeking refuge in the mountains. But survival in the mountains was no easy feat. Xian Guopi approached to examine the scene. Indeed, among the dozens of bodies, there were fewer than a few dozen pounds of wild vegetables and coarse rice. Xiao Nanfeng exhaled. Let us go, this is their fate. For them, Xiao Nanfeng felt only a moment of sorrow that he would not believe they were faultless simply because they perished. Had it not been for the heavy snow last night, they would have charged into his camp. Had he been unable to resist, he and his attendants would have become their meal. Qian Guopi nodded, signaling to the attendants to gather what they could carry. Xiao Nanfeng immediately fell silent. All is lost. These worthless items are hardly worth salvaging. Chapter 86. You've encountered a bug. Qian Guopi chuckled. Indeed, once we reach Qingling Square, these items will be of no interest to anyone. Xiao Nanfeng and Shaoan disembarked. By the time they set off, Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, damn it! The cart carrying their goods was laden with dozens of tattered garments of various sizes, along with a few pots. Qian Guopi noted that this world showed little regard for the possessions of the deceased. Only the elite, such as cultivators, held any value. Xiao Nanfeng chose not to comment further. The caravan embarked with great difficulty. Fortunately, Xiao Nanfeng had prepared well, with 5 carts, each drawn by a horse. This was a precaution against potential dangers on the road, allowing for a hasty retreat if necessary. However, the need for escape did not arise, as the horses were now utilized for hauling. The snow, over 2 feet deep, impeded even 2 horses from moving forward. All the horses were tethered to the carts. Though their pace was slow, they were grateful for any progress. They set out at dawn, hastily consuming some dried meat with a scant amount of hot water at noon, and did not reach the small village until nearly nightfall, just as darkness began to envelop the sky. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng felt a pang in his heart. Could the villagers be those individuals? Fortunately, the narrative did not take a melodramatic turn. As they approached the village entrance, they were spotted, and a few villagers cautiously emerged to investigate. Leading the group were several elders, shivering like old dogs in the biting wind and snow, their faces a mixture of confusion and fear as they stood at the village's threshold. If the newcomers were bandits, their fate would be sealed. If the village was doomed, it would be a question of who could endure the longest. If they were merely passing merchants, at least they would not rob the women. Through the blizzard, Chen Guopi rode ahead on his horse to the village entrance. We are a passing merchant caravan, please clear out a larger space for our group of over 10. Be sensible and do not jeopardize the lives of the entire village. My young master is a cultivator. If you serve us well and make him happy, there may be rewards. Chen Guopi's demeanor was far from the obsequious shopkeeper. He exuded an air of authority. The village elders immediately exhaled in relief and hurried back to summon the others. It was no wonder Chen Guopi was so fierce. In this world, if you complained about a village, and you were not strong enough, by the next morning, you would likely become breakfast for the entire village. These seemingly pitiable old men could swiftly turn and wield their axes to sever your head for soup. The caravan struggled to enter the village, and Xiao Nanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shaoan, wielding a long stick, shouted angrily within the village, bring firewood over here quickly, or I will break your legs. The village appeared to have over 40 households, and immediately, some villagers emerged, carrying firewood towards them. Shaoan glanced at the villagers and, with a swift motion, struck the strongest looking among them, sending him sprawling in the snow, rolling about yet too fearful to cry out. Hurry up, you fools! Shaoan shouted. Xiao Nanfeng found it hard to watch. He was not a saint, but he did not wish to act like a tyrant or a bandit. Chen Guopi quickly pulled Xiaonanfeng aside, silently shaking his head. Xiaonanfeng possessed an admirable quality. He listened to advice. The largest house in the village was not particularly spacious, comprising 4 relatively large rooms. However, one should not expect too much. Chen Guopi, along with a few companions, tossed out all the furniture and thoroughly cleaned the floor. They had the villagers bring in plenty of straw to lay a thick layer, followed by several layers of hides. Then, they tossed firewood into the central hearth, igniting a blaze that quickly warmed the house. Xiaonanfeng merely observed in silence, refraining from comment. Though there was a hanging threat, it would not impart the wisdom needed for survival. Despite being only 25 or 26 years old, Chen Guopi was a seasoned apprentice who had spent 20 years learning under the old shopkeeper and had ventured into the wilds many times, accumulating considerable experience. Once everything was settled, Chen Guopi found various excuses to intimidate 7 or 8 villagers, causing them to wail in despair, while Xiaoan demonstrated the might of a cultivator. "Young master, we are family. We can do as we please, but these people cannot be trusted. We have brought too many supplies, and the food is substantial. We must not provide them with any rations. Once they realize our wealth, and if the young master shows kindness, they might come in the dead of night to burn our house and eliminate us." In winter, these regions resembled hell on earth, a place where humans preyed upon one another. Xiaonanfeng nodded quietly. In this world, he could not control everything. He could only manage his own people. The house soon filled with the aroma of food, but it was merely plain meat porridge, nothing more. Chen Guopi adamantly forbade any other delicacies, fearing the enticing scent would attract the villagers' greed. Only meat porridge, dry cakes, hot water, and dried meat warmed their bodies. Xiaonanfeng could only shake his head in resignation, making do with what they had. Their group consisted of just over 10 individuals, while the village had more than 40 households and 150 to 160 mouths to feed. If they were desperate enough to attack, their small group would likely not withstand the onslaught. At such a time, one could not expect that killing a few would deter the rest. They would not cease until they were all silenced, regardless of which side it was. The snow continued to fall heavily, and Chen Guopi's expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially thought they would pass through in 5 or 6 days, but 5 days had gone by, and the snow showed no signs of relenting. It seemed to intensify instead. The critical issue was the dwindling food reserves. Chen Guopi had prepared for a 3-day journey, but feeling uncertain, he doubled the supplies. However, it was only sufficient for 6 days. Naturally, they had been eating quite well, and with some frugality, they could last for over 10 days, yet, how long the snow would continue remained an unknown. If this continued, they would have to resort to raiding the village for food. The villagers were clearly becoming anxious as well. They even withdrew from the vicinity, relocating to other houses. Xiaonanfeng sensed the looming danger. However, fortunately, there did not seem to be any immediate threat. Was the issue of food really a problem? That would be a gross underestimation of the situation. Xiaonanfeng gathered all the meat and rice, estimating about 5 days' worth of supplies, a result of Chen Guopi's diligent efforts to save. He packed it into a bundle. "Take this, and accept it," he said directly to Yi Yiting. Yi Yiting stared at Xiaonanfeng in bewilderment. At a time like this, he was offering all his food to her? She couldn't comprehend. "Accept it, or I will insist." Xiaonanfeng replied firmly. "Do you think I would give you food only for you to refuse me later, leaving me hungry?" Yi Yiting shot him a glare. At a time like this, making such jokes is hardly amusing. All right, since we have nothing else to do, I might as well play a game with you." "I will accept it." Xiaonanfeng immediately broke into a wide grin. "See, the food is here." "System, you have encountered a bug, 20-fold return, food supplies are suddenly abundant." Xiaonanfeng dashed to the cart, deliberately rummaging around before pulling out several large bags. "Hurry, come and help carry these." Chen Guopi was taken aback. The young master had hidden so much food in his cart, but why? Who was he to question the young master's affairs? As for the matters of cultivators, what could an ordinary shopkeeper like him possibly inquire about? Upon seeing the food, the perpetual frown on Chen Guopi's face finally transformed into a smile, though he remained vigilant against the villagers. Fortunately, the villagers, being intimidated, had refrained from bothering them, praying instead that they would not come to steal their supplies. After 9 more tense days, the relentless snow finally ceased. After nearly half a month, however, the accumulated snow on the road was over a meter deep, and in some places, it had reached 2 or 3 meters, rendering the path unrecognizable. Waiting for the snow to melt, that was a dream. Did they expect to spend the winter here? Xiaonanfeng's expression darkened. Chapter 87. Are the cultivators destined to starve? They have managed to endure thus far only by relying on the meager rations obtained through rebates. With winter looming ahead, spanning over 3 months, it is evident that the food supply will be woefully inadequate. Xiaonanfeng cast his gaze upon the 20 or so horses. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, here I am, a dignified figure, reduced to this predicament by a heavy snowfall. It's utterly humiliating for someone of my stature. Countless strategies whirl through his mind: horse-drawn sleds, snow sleds, unless they abandoned the horse-drawn carts, dozens of horses, and all their provisions, and had everyone switched to sleds, it was simply impossible. The snow was too deep, even the tallest horses, upon stepping in, would only reveal their bellies, yet, all options seemed futile. Although he could manage to leave with his 5th-tier chi cultivation, he had no intention of abandoning his loyal base. Despite their shortcomings, their loyalty was invaluable. Such devoted individuals are rare to find and took months to cultivate. He simply could not part with them, but he refused to believe there was no way out. Seated by the fire pit, Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the perpetually overcast sky outside. If only I had a snow-treading talisman, he mused, we could traverse the snow effortlessly. Ye Ting, feeling bored and unable to refine alchemical pills, rested her chin on her hand. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xiao Nanfeng's mind as he looked at Ye Ting. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and embrace her. Of course, I'm a 2nd-tier talisman master. Although his skills were currently limited to drawing rudimentary talismans, with his 5th-tier chi cultivation, he could manage to inscribe 1st-tier ones. A snow-treading talisman? How could I have forgotten such a crucial ability? As for why he had overlooked the snow-treading talisman, it seemed rather trivial at first glance. Apart from aiding movement over snowy surfaces in winter, it appeared to serve no other purpose. Such auxiliary talismans seemed to have been invented out of sheer boredom. The difficulty in drawing them deterred most people from investing effort in creating something deemed useless and unsellable. With a swift motion, Xiao Nanfeng inscribed a snow-treading talisman. Xiaowen, go outside and give it a try. Xiaowen was overjoyed and immediately activated the talisman, rushing outside. As he landed on the snow, the surface barely dented, leaving hardly a trace, yet Xiaowen dashed across the snow with reckless abandon. Guapi, come here and help me gather materials. Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, elated. The problem was resolved. You see, this snow can't hinder me. While it posed a challenge for others, it was no reason to waste resources. For Xiao Nanfeng, drawing talismans was hardly an obstacle. By the end of the afternoon, he had inscribed over 400 talismans, each capable of lasting 2 hours, surely sufficient. The following morning, daring villagers peered through the cracks of their doors, astonished to discover a group of people, no, their horses and carts, floating atop the snow. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng grumbled that it took 16 snow-treading talismans to elevate a cart and 4 for a single horse. Although 400 seemed plentiful, they would be consumed within a day, and he found himself working like a beast of burden. I endure. Nevertheless, with only about 200 miles remaining, the talismans restored their pace to near normal, and they would arrive in a maximum of 2 to 3 days. Just hold on a little longer. The group advanced swiftly over the snowy expanse, traveling throughout the day and constructing snow shelters at night, no less comfortable than the village. Guapi, are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Xiao Nanfeng lamented as he gazed at a looming mountain ahead. Xian Guapi looked embarrassed. Young master, the heavy snowfall has buried the roads. However, seeing this mountain, we surely cannot be mistaken. This is Qingling Mountain, home to the Qingling Sect. The entrance on the eastern side is only 3 days away. Xiao Nanfeng almost rolled his eyes to the heavens. How far have we strayed? 3 days later, the weary caravan finally entered the Qingling Fong area. Upon crossing the gates into Qingling Fong City, the snow vanished. The entire region was enveloped by a vast formation, preventing snow from falling. However, there was snow on the streets, as the responsible parties had deliberately shut down the formation for a brief period each day, allowing snow to accumulate for aesthetic purposes. Riches and feasts abound behind crimson doors, while frozen bones litter the roads. Those outside desperately wished to avoid the heavy snowfall, yet the inhabitants here. Xiao Nanfeng, feeling drained, urged everyone to hasten to the shops for a well-deserved rest after the arduous journey. A trip that should have taken no more than 3 days had stretched to nearly a month. Though the caravan was small, its arrival left the market's populace in awe. What the hell, in such inclement weather, you actually ventured here from afar? Despite their weary appearance, they bore no visible injuries. They even brought along 5 large carts and dozens of horses. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, the caravan entered the shop, immediately making their way to the back courtyard. Xian Guapi seemed rejuvenated, even with a hoarse voice, standing in the center of the courtyard, directing the workers with fervor. The 5 large carts appeared to hold a substantial amount, though in reality, it was not much. As dusk approached, the various houses were arranged, and the goods were piled in the storefront. Xiao Nanfeng waved his hand, weakly declaring, take a 5-day holiday. However, before the 5 days had elapsed, the following morning, Xiao Nanfeng was abruptly roused from his slumber by an anxious Qian Guapi. Young master, trouble is brewing. Xiao Nanfeng kicked out in frustration. What the hell? You're the one in trouble, your entire family is in trouble. Xianguopi scrambled to his feet, speaking hurriedly, "Young master, it's bad news, the market has run out of food." Xiao Nanfeng paused, blinking in disbelief. The term food shortage might be commonplace for ordinary folks outside, but here, could one truly believe that cultivators were facing starvation? "You're joking, right?" Xianguopi, in a state of agitation, continued, "Young master, please think of a solution. I went to purchase spirit rice and spirit meat today, but there's none left. Moreover, prices have skyrocketed 20-fold, and there's still no stock available. The heavy snowfall has persisted for nearly a month, catching everyone off guard. I've even heard rumors that the Qingling sect is facing food shortages." Xiao Nanfeng kicked out in exasperation, "You must be out of your mind, the Qingling sect running out of food? They are a congregation of powerful beings, with several at the Purple Mansion realm. Starvation, a few elders could simply go out and procure supplies using their spatial abilities. How could they possibly face shortages?" Qianguopi, in a frenzy, scratched his head, "Young master, I swear it's true." Finally, Xiao Nanfeng calmed himself and entered the shop. Inside, the workers had not truly taken a holiday, they had all voluntarily come to work. Who would dare indulge in a 5-day feast without laboring under such a benevolent young master? The limited stock of goods had already been organized, awaiting the young master's command to open. Upon opening the door and glancing outside, he found many faces displaying discomfort. Cultivators, too, required sustenance unless they had attained a divine state, capable of drawing nourishment from nature itself. At least, that was the prevailing belief. However, Xiao Nanfeng felt anxious after just one missed meal. With tens of thousands of people in the market, the required food quantities were staggering. This was no ordinary fare, but spirit rice and spirit meat. The majority of the inhabitants were cultivators, hence their need for such provisions. The Qingling sect alone boasted a population of several thousand, and their consumption was not insignificant. Yet, no one had anticipated that this heavy snowfall would arrive so early, so abruptly, and with such intensity, severing all connections between this place and the outside world. Although the Qingling sect possessed its granaries, they were located 500 miles away. The Qingling Fong market had not experienced a food shortage in many years. Who would have thought to stockpile supplies? Chapter 88, A Fortuitous Opportunity for Wealth. The following day, Xiao Nanfeng received a disconcerting piece of news. The Qingling sect had descended from the mountains to requisition grain at Qingling Square. In an instant, panic ensued. Countless individuals began to seek out food supplies. The heavy snow had once again begun to fall, and with an intensity greater than before. No one could predict the extent of the snowfall of this winter. It seemed inevitable that many lives would be lost. "Divine sister, what brings you down the mountain on such a frigid day?" Suddenly, standing at the door, Xiao Nanfeng spotted Xiaoyu, her face etched with anxiety. "Grain. If you have any, you must keep it hidden," she urged. "The supplies from the mountain have run dry. Confirmed." This was indeed alarming. Xiaoyu was a servant of the elders, and under normal circumstances, she should not have been affected by such shortages. Yet, her palpable fear indicated that matters were dire. Xiao Nanfeng quickly grasped her arm. "Divine sister, how could there be a shortage of grain? Even if the snow blocks the mountains, surely it wouldn't affect your supplies." Xiaoyu sighed. No one anticipated this. Typically, grain is delivered from the market every month. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening and lowered her voice. "The elders have foretold that this snowfall will persist for a month, leading to an unimaginable year of snow disasters. Even if the elders manage to venture out, they will not be able to bring back much grain." Before Xiao Nanfeng could inquire further, Xiaoyu hurried away. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he promptly closed the door and retreated to the courtyard. Rationing the grain he had would last at most a month. Mere frugality would not suffice. He needed to find a new source. Of grain was available, but it remained trapped in the granaries, impossible to transport. The snow blanketed everything, showing no signs of melting, rendering transportation infeasible. How could the Qingling sect be out of grain? Surely, their elders could not have neglected to carry sufficient storage space with them. Xiao Nanfeng was perplexed. Just then, Yi Yiting happened to walk by, having run out of materials for her alchemy and now aimlessly wandering. How could that be? How much grain could their storage possibly hold? "A few hundred pounds wouldn't resolve anything. Do you think storage space is limitless? If that were the case, there would be no scarcity of food in this world." Yi Yiting cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Nanfeng, as if it were common knowledge. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. Is the storage space really that small and scarce? Yi Yiting looked at him with scorn. "If you have the capability to procure a storage space that can hold 2,000 pounds of grain, then I shall concede your prowess." Xiao Nanfeng yearned to declare, "I truly possess such a thing." Having reached the 5th level of qi cultivation, his space had expanded from 1 cubic meter to 10. He had not given this newfound capacity much thought, nor had he seriously contemplated the extent of storage space in this world. To his astonishment, his System S storage was indeed remarkable. Yet, even with 10 cubic meters of grain, it amounted to only around 10 tons, barely sufficient to feed a few thousand people for a few days. A thought struck him. A grain shortage might indeed present a lucrative opportunity. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, a raucous and jubilant sound that echoed through the air. It's high time for me to profit. Just because others cannot venture forth, does that mean I cannot? He considered the snow-walking talismans, yet, a question lingered. Had no one else thought of using them? In the next moment, he realized why. The cost of a single talisman was about 5 or 6 spirit stones. To transport a cart of grain weighing 2,000 pounds would cost several spirit fragments per pound, making the talisman a more economical choice. Moreover, each cart required 12 talismans, which would only last for 2 hours and needed to be replaced. Who could afford such an expense? The journey was 500 kilometers round trip, taking at least 7 or 8 days. The financial loss would be staggering, but he had no such concerns. He wouldn't face a loss, an opportunity, a magnificent opportunity. Normally, spirit rice costing a few spirit fragments per pound could easily be sold for 10 or 8 spirit stones per pound. Wouldn't that be reasonable? With a gleam of ambition in his eyes, he gazed toward the Qingling sect, a fateful entanglement. I shall bind the fortune of this illustrious beauty to my own. Guapi, procure some timber and hire someone to construct large sleds. Guapi looked puzzled, yet did not question his master, simply following his orders. Constructing sleds was a straightforward task. A massive flatbed, 5 times larger than a 4-wheeled cart, crafted from sturdy timber, with 2 sled runners beneath. This was all that was required. This flatbed, raised sufficiently, could carry at least 10 tons of grain. He had 22 horses at his disposal. If one horse could pull one cart, then he would need more hands, as his current crew was insufficient. 2 horses could pull one cart, and a few lightweight talismans could be added to each cart, which would cost almost nothing. 10 carts would transport 100 tons of grain back to Luqingyan, yielding a 100-fold return. 10,000 tons. Wasn't that perfect? Master, you must be mad. Guapi exclaimed, fear etched across his face. To buy grain at this time is tantamount to courting disaster. The risks on the road are immense. One misstep could lead to catastrophe. Is there truly danger? In this heavy snow, cultivators are not venturing out, and wild beasts either freeze to death or cower in their dens. What threat could there possibly be? Xiao Nanfeng was not foolish. He had considered the risks meticulously. But where will you procure the grain? The Qingling sect's granaries won't sell to us, even if they are rotting away inside. Money won't suffice, Guapi pleaded. Xiao Nanfeng paused, realizing the truth in his words. Such storages required official orders to access their grain. Money alone would not suffice, yet, aside from those granaries, there was little grain to be found elsewhere. Larger cities might have some, but they were farther away. The smaller towns along the way had scant reserves, and any grain they possessed would be quickly sold off. As he meandered toward the entrance, he spotted Xiaoyu again. Was she still here? It couldn't be a good sign. Could she possibly procure the order needed to transport the grain? Without hesitation, Xiao Nanfeng rushed over. Divine sister, could you obtain the order for transporting grain from the granary? Xiaoyu looked at him, bewildered. What do you intend to do? Xiao Nanfeng puffed out his chest. I shall transport grain to alleviate the food crisis in Qingling Square. For the lives of hundreds of thousands, I, Xiao Nanfeng, fear no danger. His expression was one of noble determination, filled with fervor. Xiaoyu clasped her mouth in surprise. How touching. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu hurriedly returned to the Qingling sect. Not far from Qingling Square, right at the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingyan stared at Xiaoyu in disbelief. Did he truly say that? Does he dare to act on it? Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. He claims to be a talisman master. He has exhausted his resources and materials to draw some snow-walking talismans, which he can use to transport grain. Lu Qingyan felt a swell of emotion. In this moment, while others might seek to exploit the situation, Xiao Nanfeng was a kind-hearted soul. Take my order, but do not let anyone else know, not even the sect leader or the elders. Tell him that if he can indeed bring back sufficient grain, I shall gift him the shop. I owe him a favor, and I will protect the Xiao family in their time of peril. But this matter must remain a secret from outsiders. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and rushed off, for there was nothing more pressing than this. Watching Xiaoyu depart, Lu Qingyan felt a mix of emotions. If he truly managed to procure grain, his contribution to the sect would be monumental. At that point, the opportunity to comprehend the mysterious monument within the sect would surely be granted by the leader. Just one step away from achieving the golden core stage, the anticipation filled Lu Qingyan's heart with boundless hope. Chapter 89. A chilly breeze. Xiaoyu hurriedly departed, leaving Lu Qingyan gazing out at the heavy snowfall, unable to suppress the frown that formed upon her brow. This year's blizzard was exceedingly fierce, marking a year of great calamity. However, a year of devastating snow may not necessarily be a misfortune. Certain herbs that flourish only in winter might yield an abundant harvest this year. As she pondered these matters, she found that half the day had slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched violently, and her graceful figure sprang up. If Xiao Nanfeng truly possessed such capabilities, and he was currently at the 5th level of Qi training, would it not be prudent to recruit him into the Qingling sect as an ordinary disciple to manage her enterprises? A waste of 5 spiritual roots, indeed, but the likelihood of relying on him for cultivation prowess was slim. Yet, his talent for management was of utmost importance. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Wasn't it wealth that she currently lacked the most? The other elders had capable subordinates managing their affairs, wielding significant power and influence, while she herself, reliant solely on her innate talents for cultivation, had few disciples and none proficient in management. Although she possessed some distributed enterprises, they were challenging to oversee. In essence, she was impoverished. Xiao Nanfeng, at such a young age, already exhibited such acumen. Was this not a divine boon bestowed upon her? As for his debauched and sycophantic demeanor, if he dared to act recklessly among her subordinates, she would not hesitate to discipline him. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanfeng, preparing to set off, felt an inexplicable chill beneath him. Instinctively, he glanced at his attire. Everything seemed intact, so why the sudden coldness? The more Lu Qingyan contemplated, the more she felt there was merit in this matter. After a brief moment of reflection, she called out, "De Yuer." De Yuer promptly arrived, her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Yuer, yet possessing a far greater composure. "Go investigate the Xiao family's affairs in Qinghe town of Nanhuang City." De Yuer immediately acquiesced. However, just as she was about to leave, she was taken aback. The heavy snow had severed all communication, transforming the previously manageable distance of 300 li into an insurmountable chasm. Without venturing to Nanhuang City or Qinghe town, how could she gather information? "Elder, I am on the verge of tears," De Yuer lamented. Lu Qingyan paused, instinctively glancing outside, and suddenly understood. Xiao Yuer burst in, covered in snowflakes, exclaiming, "Elder, he said he would set off tomorrow. He is truly preparing to leave. I witnessed over 100 snow-treading talismans. He even gifted me 100, claiming they were worthless and urged me to keep them for fun." Lu Qingyan furrowed her brow. "Did you calculate?" She intended to speak of the cause and effect, but considering her own plans to send him to transport supplies, did it truly matter? As for the snow-treading talismans, she merely cast a fleeting glance at them before losing interest. Common Qi training level talismans hardly bore significant value. She had long grown accustomed to her lofty position. Had she had a more astute steward among her disciples, they would have recognized that such snow-treading talismans were not easily obtained. De Yuer's eyes brightened. "Elder, may I have some of the snow-treading talismans? They would be quite useful for my investigation into the Xiao family in Nanhuang City." Lu Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Nanfeng was a true benefactor. Just as she was about to investigate him, he had conveniently provided her with the snow-treading talismans. She promptly instructed, "Xiao Yuer, you shall share." Before she could finish, Xiao Yuer chirped excitedly, "Does the Xiao family even require investigation? I already know. Elder, what do you wish to learn?" Lu Qingyan resolved to assert her authority. This Xiao Yuer was becoming increasingly audacious, daring to interrupt her words. Outside, Lu Qingyan maintained an air of solemnity, yet within her small courtyard, it was the only place she could truly relax. Being a woman, a beautiful woman, an astonishingly captivating woman, was no easy feat. Xiao Yuer began to chatter like a machine gun, recounting everything she knew about the Xiao family. Lu Qingyan gazed at her in astonishment. "How do you possess such extensive knowledge?" Xiao Yuer promptly replied, "When you passed through Nanhuang City last time, did you not happen to meet Xiao Nanfeng?" I casually inquired with the city lord, Li Zhongliang, who divulged the entire story of the Xiao family. Of this time, when he visited Qingling workshop, we encountered each other several times. He is quite fond of conversation and shared much information. In summary, his family is merely a small clan in Qinghe town, yet under his management, they are experiencing significant growth. Lu Qingyan fell into deep thought. If that were the case, Xiao Nanfeng's business acumen was indeed commendable. Furthermore, as a small family with no backing, they were in dire need of support during this critical rise. Xiao Nanfeng, though still young, had begun to shine, yet his reputation remained inconspicuous. This was the perfect moment for investment and consolidation. However, this matter was of great import and could not be acted upon lightly. De Yuer, you must still make the trip. It is crucial to thoroughly understand the Xiao family. Xiao Yuer, give her those snow-treading talismans. Xiao Yuer pouted and handed the talismans to De Yuer, keeping only a few for herself. Yet, she did not envy De Yuer. Venturing out in such heavy snow was hardly pleasant. Nevertheless, with De Yuer at the 5th level of foundation establishment, she could likely manage. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng sat triumphantly atop a massive sled. The world of cultivation was indeed remarkable. This enormous sled rivaled that of a large cargo truck. In his previous life, one could scarcely dream of such a feat without advanced technology. Yet here, a mere few talismans allowed a horse to gallop across over a meter of snow. augmented by a few agility talismans and exquisite combination. Furthermore, once he could refine first-tier feather-floating talismans, might he even attempt to traverse water while pulling a cart? Not to mention, a few spring talismans ensured that, while the sled was not warm and cozy, there was no need for a thick bearskin coat. Coupled with a few wind consolidation talismans, the biting winds could not assail the convoy. This was how it should be. This was the class that cultivators ought to possess. Those other cultivators, who would be rendered helpless by a mere snowfall, preposterous, they had brought shame upon the cultivation community. Yet, such luxurious talisman configurations would cost others dearly, likely requiring them to sell food at exorbitant prices to afford them. Only Xiao Nanfeng could indulge in such extravagance. "Young master, why didn't you draw a few spring talismans when we came here?" Xiaowen stared blankly at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's expression darkened. "Damn it, at that time I was constrained in my thinking and forgot to explore the functions of the talismans. Alright, what's wrong with enduring a bit of hardship? What's wrong with a young person facing some challenges? If one does not experience adversity, how can they temper their character? I did it deliberately to hone my resolve. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals. They must first endure hardships of the heart and labor their muscles and bones, expanding their capabilities, understand?" Xianguopi was immediately struck with awe, hastily pulling out a small notebook to jot it down. This phrase was unprecedented in this world. As the steward, if he were to go out and engage in business discussions, how impressive would it be to find an opportune moment to flaunt it? Xiaowen stared blankly at Xiao Nanfeng. "Back then, you scolded me daily, and now you claim it was to intentionally endure hardship and temper your character? Guopi, if you dare misread the map again this time, I will not hesitate to deal with you." Xiao Nanfeng suddenly turned to glare at Xianguopi. Chapter 90. Acquiring a few individuals. This time, Xianguopi was fully committed, displaying an unwavering spirit of diligence. Each day, he exercised utmost caution, utilizing the mountains, dense forests, and small towns to navigate. Even if it meant moving at a slower pace, he dared not stray recklessly. Remarkably, after 5 days, amidst the relentless snowfall, they arrived punctually at the warehouse of the Qingling sect. This warehouse was situated in the northern Lianxiang County, part of the Linzhou Prefecture, alongside the southern Wilderness City. However, the distance from southern Wilderness City to Lianxiang City exceeded nearly 1,000 kilometers, and that was merely within a single prefecture. Just how vast must the entire southern Cloud province be? Previously, Xiao Nanfeng had never ventured far and possessed little direct understanding of this world, and now, he finally grasped the enormity and terror of it all. This single prefecture dwarfed even the largest province from his past life. While the Qingling sect governed 3 prefectures and 6 counties, totaling 9 such regions, prefectures and counties were essentially the same, differing only in name. Some places called them prefectures, while others referred to them as counties. Damn it, as Xiao Nanfeng gazed at the map, he felt utterly confounded. In his previous life, this distance would have been akin to traversing nearly half of Yanxia. And the Qingling sect, after all, was merely a relatively obscure sect in this world. The truly significant sects were, well, beyond his current considerations. Lianxiang County was considerably larger than Southern Wilderness City, perhaps equivalent to 2 Southern Wilderness cities? Xiaowen's eyes widened in disbelief. In an age of such productivity, a city housing over 600,000 inhabitants was indeed remarkable. The absence of tall buildings made accommodating such a populace quite the challenge. However, this world seemed to have transformed cultivation techniques into a form of technology. The architecture, though not lofty, was well planned. Xiao Nanfeng surveyed Lianxiang City with disdain. "For heaven's sake, after traveling for half a day, I haven't encountered a single refined individual, and I've only spotted one with a delicate appearance, far inferior to those in Southern Wilderness City." Nevertheless, beggars and the starving were ubiquitous. "Young master, should we procure something to take back? Anything we bring back would surely yield substantial profits." Xianguopi's eyes glistened with greed. Lianxiang County was a vital transportation hub, significantly more prosperous than Southern Wilderness City. Its numerous warehouses brimmed with abundant resources. Xiao Nanfeng held little interest in such matters. With Xianguopi, the shopkeeper, managing affairs, there was no need for him to overexert his intellect. It would be foolish. He casually tossed a pouch of spirit stones to him. "Allocate space for 3 carts, gather a few individuals, and attend to your business." There was no choice. They had to leave ample room for grain, as that was their primary objective. The securing grain was manageable, but they were truly short on vehicles. Observing the limited number of people under his command, Xiao Nanfeng felt a twinge of frustration. There simply weren't enough hands. Generally, shopkeepers and their assistants were family retained, outsiders were rarely employed, and temporary hires were fraught with risks. Who could tell what kind of individuals they might be? In Southern Wilderness City, Xiao Nanfeng dared to recruit personnel since it was his homeland, and the Xiao family enjoyed a reputable standing, which gave him the confidence to do so. However, in an unfamiliar place, he would never take such a risk. Xiaowen whispered, "Young master, let us hire a few individuals. Acquiring additional carts is straightforward, and the return will be profitable. Even Shaoan, who typically lacked business acumen, could not suppress his urge. Xiao Nanfeng felt tempted as well, that he gritted his teeth, contemplating, let us find Qianguopi. Qianguopi had not strayed far when he was called back. Hire a few individuals, Xiao Nanfeng stated decisively. Qianguopi's demeanor turned serious. After careful consideration, he replied, young master, it would be wiser to purchase instead. While hiring may be feasible under normal circumstances, we could only manage a few. If we buy, those who perish in the process have only themselves to blame. Damn it, we haven't even bought anyone yet, and you're already thinking of their demise? Xiao Nanfeng looked at Qianguopi. Acquire a few capable individuals. Qianguopi shook his head. Young master, we should purchase a whole family, men, women, and children. In our household, only Xiao Ling is left to manage everything. There's not even anyone to serve you. We ought to capitalize on your status. Once our business expands, it would be unseemly to operate with only one. Xiao Nanfeng nodded. Let us go. Any place that engaged in the trade of human lives was akin to a hell on earth. Qianguopi, accompanied by 5 attendants, closely surrounded Xiao Nanfeng. Even though they were mere mortals and he was a cultivator, Shaoan also clung tightly to Xiao Nanfeng, maintaining a distance of less than half a meter, mirroring his movements. Here, it was truly a realm of demons and spirits, with all sorts of beings present. Young master, are you in the market for servants? I have the finest selection available. Esteemed sir, our servants are of the highest quality, meticulously trained. Young master, do come and take a look. Qianguopi held onto Xiao Nanfeng's belt, refusing to let go, which left Xiao Nanfeng feeling quite embarrassed. Damn it, I am the esteemed young master of a prominent clan, a master of the 5th layer of qi refinement. What do I have to fear? Just as he thought this, Xiaoan's short staff suddenly struck out, hitting a man who feigned a stumble and collided with him, sending the man rolling into a nearby cesspool, howling in agony. Have you lost your sight? We are here on behalf of the Qingling sect. Xiaoan pursued, delivering a flurry of strikes to the culprit. The man clutched his head, wailing in despair, too terrified to resist or retaliate. As Xiaoan declared, we are here on behalf of the Qingling sect, the surrounding gazes dimmed in an instant. The reputation of the Qingling sect held considerable weight here. Xiao Nanfeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was indeed not a safe place. The attendants' expressions immediately transformed, filled with a newfound respect. It was clear to everyone that this was a significant figure from the Qingling sect. After all, who else would have their servants clad in luxurious fur? Young master, be a bit more imposing, Qianguopi whispered. Xiao Nanfeng blinked. Am I not imposing enough? As they passed by a couple of slave shops, Qianguopi glanced at the cages outside and gently tugged at Xiao Nanfeng's belt. Xiao Nanfeng nodded in agreement, pausing at the entrance. Observing the cages, he noted 4 cages, each containing 4 or 5 individuals, evidently a family. Purchase them all, Qianguopi urged quietly. Xiao Nanfeng stepped forward, tapping on one of the cages, lifting the chin of a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Take her, Guopi, and pay the price. The shop attendant's eyes brightened. Which branch of the Qingling sect does this young master hail from? The merchandise in this cage was clearly unsellable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left outside to freeze. Qianguopi approached, nose held high. A spirit stone for you. The shop attendant quickly feigned hesitation. Esteemed shopkeeper, this is 12 individuals, including 5 able-bodied adults. Qianguopi responded with a swift slap. The shop attendant covered his face. Esteemed shopkeeper, this price. Another slap followed. All right, fine. These were individuals already abandoned to the cold. They hardly warranted the value of a spirit stone. With the spirit stone in hand, the shop attendant was practically bursting with joy. What a place for buying people. There isn't even a decent woman here. Let us leave, Xiao Nanfeng remarked, no longer interested in the scene. 15 individuals, for families, were released from their cages. Following Xiao Nanfeng's party in trepidation, they did not even have ropes. Fear kept them from fleeing. Chapter 91 weeds. The fact that a single spirit stone could purchase 15 individuals left Xiao Nanfeng utterly astounded. In the past, Qianguopi and his companions had expended substantial sums. Guopi, why are they so inexpensive? What is the situation with these individuals? One admirable quality of Xiao Nanfeng was his unwavering trust in his subordinates. Although he could not discern their worth himself, he had absolute faith in the choices made by Qianguopi. Ultimately, if things went awry, it was Guopi's responsibility to deal with the consequences. In a hushed tone, Qianguopi remarked, these 4 families undoubtedly hail from the same lineage. They were likely once apprentices of a certain household. The older individuals bear the distinctive calluses of those who have driven carts, while the younger, stronger ones are quite capable as well. The younger ones exhibit a semblance of understanding. The crucial point is that their eyes reflect despair, they are devoid of hope, lifeless, yet, despite their awareness that they may not survive the night, they cling fiercely to their families. Such individuals are unlikely to flee or rebel unless pushed to the brink of survival. A slight favor, and by securing the younger ones, their entire family will be devoted entirely. Xiao Nanfeng fell into a contemplative silence. What business does your old proprietor engage in? Your discernment is remarkable. With a chuckle, Qian Guopi replied, I am merely a merchant. Technically, I am not the proprietor but rather a small assistant to a traveling trader. Xiao Nanfeng found this to be more believable. A typical apprentice would lack the cutting insight and extensive experience that Qian Guopi possessed. He showed no mercy when it came to dealing with servants. Suddenly, Xiao Nanfeng halted abruptly, glaring at Qian Guopi. You scoundrel! You swore with utmost conviction during your application that you were an esteemed apprentice. Qian Guopi laughed sheepishly, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick from Xiao Nanfeng. Among the onlookers, a little girl of 4 or 5 trembled in fright. If the merchant in fur was about to face punishment, what fate awaited her family of slaves? Gripping her mother's garment tightly, she felt a surge of panic. Yet, as fate would have it, upon kicking Qian Guopi, Xiao Nanfeng's gaze fell upon the little girl. What are you staring at? He barked. The girl quickly lowered her head, her body shaking uncontrollably. The adults around her wore expressions of terror, fully aware of their status as slaves, unworthy even of the right to kneel before their master. If their owner grew displeased, they could be struck down without a second thought, merely an amusing spectacle for others. You dare not meet my gaze, you must be feeling guilty. With that, Xiao Nanfeng strode towards her. The little girl was paralyzed with fear, unsure whether to look or avert her gaze. Xiao Nanfeng crouched down, tapping the little girl lightly on the head with his fan, causing her to faint in fright. Have you already perished after just being purchased? The girl's mother was instantly filled with dread, her body trembling violently as she fought to suppress her terror. She is not dead, merely unconscious. My lord, please do not forsake her. She was too fearful to kneel and beg for mercy, but suddenly, overwhelmed, she dropped to her knees before Xiao Nanfeng, weeping softly, too afraid to touch the child on the ground. Xiaoan swiftly approached, delivering a kick that sent the woman sprawling. You dare kneel before the young master, what are you even worth? The families of the little girl bowed their heads in silence. They were slaves, devoid of the right to kneel before their master. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, with some lamenting the devaluation of human life. Guopi! Xiao Nanfeng shouted, kicking the recently arrived Qian Guopi, you fool! Your pathetic judgment has resulted in a wasted purchase. Carry her back. You've squandered my money. I will have you fed to the dogs. Qian Guopi, looking aggrieved, protested, My lord, she was alive when I bought her. You cannot treat me this way, I have bled for you, I cannot bear to carry a dead child, it brings ill fortune. Qian Guopi's performance was convincing as he kneeled in the mud, weeping openly. Xiao Nanfeng kicked him into the snowy mire, fanning himself as he walked away. Qian Guopi rose, his frustration evident as he glared at the family, who trembled in fear. He kicked the girl's mother aside and scooped the child into his arms. A few steps later, he realized the child would surely freeze. The young master truly had a kind heart. Xiaoan dashed over, chuckling, Proprietor, how does it feel to be carrying a lifeless child? Serves you right for bullying me. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Qian Guopi attempted to kick Xiaoan, who deftly evaded him. However, Xiaoan discreetly slipped a health elixir into Qian Guopi's hand. Blending into the crowd, Qian Guopi cautiously fed the elixir to the girl, wrapping her tightly in his coat. After meandering for a while, Xiao Nanfeng returned to their lodging at an inn, leading everyone into a private courtyard. Upon entering, Qian Guopi immediately activated a soundproofing charm, sealing the courtyard from outside noise. The girl had awakened but was too frightened to make a sound, curling tightly in Qian Guopi's embrace. Confusion clouded her mind. Was she dead, or alive, and why was she in such warmth? Standing before the assembled group, Qian Guopi's expression darkened. Listen closely, our family rule is simple: a disobedience will result in a death sentence, and you will be fed to the dogs. Here, everything is to be done according to the young master's wishes. If you provoke his displeasure, you will meet the same fate. However, the young master has a kind heart, you lot are merely fortunate to have found yourselves in this situation. Work diligently, and you shall be well fed and clothed. Young master, summon your women. Qian Guopi gestured toward the girl's mother and several other women. 4 families, for women, aside from the 4 or 5-year-old girl, there were 2 boys of about 10, and the rest were 5 men in their 30s, alongside 2 elderly men, all emaciated to the point of being blown away by a gust of wind. It was the completeness of this family that had attracted Qian Guopi's attention. The girl's mother approached, trembling, her head bowed in submission. Ling Jia, they are yours, train them well and do not cause trouble for the young master. Everyone else, get inside. Each family will occupy a separate room. The girl's father hesitated as he glanced at his daughter in Qianguopi's arms. Just as he faltered, Shaoan delivered a swift kick that sent him stumbling forward. He quickly followed, knowing he had no say in his daughter's fate. Qianguopi called to several of his men, "You lot, go and train these families properly." After issuing the command, he carried the child into Xiao Nanfeng's quarters, a broad smile on his face. "Young master, she has warmed up." Qianguopi recognized that although the young master appeared frivolous, he was genuinely frivolous. Despite his seemingly sycophantic demeanor, his inherent kindness was undeniable. Xiao Nanfeng regarded the little girl. "What is your name?" Cowering in Qianguopi's embrace, the girl, trembling, replied, "They call me Weeds." "Weeds," Xiao Nanfeng mused silently. "Are not the lives of these people akin to weeds? From this day forth, you shall serve the young master, working diligently and obeying orders. Disobedience will result in hunger. Shaoan, fetch my bear fur cloak." Qianguopi, still cradling the girl, did not dare to set her down. Shaoan rushed in, delivering the cloak to Qianguopi, who wrapped the girl snugly within it before finally placing her on the ground. The little girl stood unsteadily, her body swaying as she struggled to maintain her balance. Chapter 92 Laozi's Ruthlessness. Shaoan knelt on one leg, taking a warm towel to gently wipe away the dirt from Yekeo's face, a smile breaking forth instantly. "Young master, what a charming little girl," he remarked. Xiao Nanfeng shot him a glare. "Damn it, I noticed that long ago." The slender figure of Yekeo had merely been malnourished, and now she resembled a chubby doll. "What age is she, and already resembling a willow? If she matures like this, wouldn't she turn into a bewitching beauty?" Upon seeing Xiao Nanfeng's fan placed on the table, Yekeo, lost in thought as she gazed outside, hurried over and carefully picked it up, striving to open it. Xiao Nanfeng, intrigued, thought, "Oh, she is quite audacious, daring to take my belongings. What has gotten into this little one?" Qianguopi and Shaoan watched with equal curiosity. Who among the usual slaves would have such boldness? Yekeo labored to fan Xiao Nanfeng. Her efforts earnest, Xiao Nanfeng widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What the hell, on such a frigid day, you dare to fan me?" When Yekeo noticed the change in his expression, tears welled up in her eyes, yet she did not cease her actions, instead fanning with even more determination. "Young master, I'm fanning hard. I am quite strong, please don't feed me to the wild dogs." Her little face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down as she trembled, nearly losing her footing. Xiao Nanfeng quickly turned away. "Stop fanning, it's no longer hot." This reminded him of his first encounter with Dainyu. She had at least never known hunger. The Xiao family was a kind-hearted household, and though the servants and tenants had meager fare, they were never starved. "Is the porridge ready?" Xiao Nanfeng asked Qianguopi. "Take the children to have some porridge, but don't let them eat too much. Let them recuperate for a couple of days. We'll stay here for 3 to 5 days, they are hard-won treasures, we cannot let them perish on the road." Shaoan immediately scooped up the little girl and headed out. Qianguopi wiped his eyes. "Young master, I know you have never witnessed the hardships of life, raised in honeyed waters. However, you must not be too compassionate, this is a world that consumes the weak. We all wish for a benevolent master, yet we also hope that the master does not show too much kindness." Xiao Nanfeng grabbed the fan, now marked with Yekeo's small, grimy handprints, and slapped it against Qianguopi's head. "Get lost. I am indeed quite ruthless." Qianguopi quickly exited, with the elderess token from the Qingling sect in hand. None dared to challenge him, which left Xiao Nanfeng, who had intended to wield authority, with no outlet for his frustrations. 5 days later, as Xiao Nanfeng observed the dozen or so individuals who had regained their vitality, it was time to set off. They could not afford to delay any longer. Every day spent at Qingling workshop meant a significant loss of profit. 5 days was already the limit, and Qianguopi was on the verge of losing his composure. Mu Lengzi sat curled up in the vast sled, gripping the rope tightly, fearful of falling off. This was the scene of a family of cultivators. Even the slaves could ride in the grand carriage, speeding across the snow, yet his wife and daughter were not by his side. His daughter was alive, serving as a maid beside the young master, while his wife was taken by the noblewoman named Shaoling to cook for the group. After a day of jolting in the carriage, the convoy halted to camp. He hastily jumped down to assist, only to find himself tumbling into the snow, nearly buried. "Stop causing trouble, I told you to come down and work," De Lang shouted, flicking the whip to pull him from the snowdrift. Mulengzi quickly donned a flattering expression towards De Lang, who was in charge of the team, yet he found it strange. Were these individuals workers or overseers? The entire convoy donned luxurious fur coats, yet they toiled vigorously. Their methods were astonishing. With a few pieces of talisman paper tossed out, large areas of snow were cleared, creating spacious snow shelters. Soon, all the carriages were nestled within the snow houses, and a fire was lit, wafting the rich aroma of meat. Cautiously nestled in a corner of the snow house, Mulengzi observed the thick, three-layered dog fur on himself. "Father, what kind of household is this? Even we slaves can enjoy meat porridge? We've been eating for 5 days, and I'm already scared of it." Though Mu Lengzi was not old, barely 30, he appeared aged beyond his years. His father, Old Nian, was only in his 40s yet looked remarkably decrepit. Old Nian shook his head in confusion. He had never witnessed or heard of such a household in his lifetime. Stealing a glance at the young master, who was fanning himself in the cold winter, he couldn't fathom it. Yet, it was evident they had struck luck. His granddaughter sat beside the young master, clad in a fur coat, gnawing on a large bone, her face smeared with grease. "Mu Lengzi, remember to work diligently. In such a household, though they seem fierce, they can sustain life." Mu Lengzi nodded earnestly in agreement. For several days, Mu Lengzi was dumbfounded to discover that, aside from the county town, such a celestial city existed. There were no beggars or refugees in sight. Everywhere was pristine, resembling a fairyland. At Qingling Sect, Xiaoyue rushed in. "Elder, he is back. He really returned. He sent word that he has brought back tens of thousands of pounds of spirit rice along with various meats and vegetables. 20 large sleds need our 100 carriages for transport, and it's less than 30 miles away. We'll arrive by noon." Lu Qingyan, usually composed, suddenly stood up. "Really, I'll go personally." Xiaoyue quickly interjected. "Elder, if you go yourself, it's too much of an honor for him." "I can go just fine." Lu Qingyan coughed lightly. "Steady now, steady. At this moment, it's best to appear nonchalant, as if I have everything under control. Very well, you go, and the shop will be given to him. If he saves the Xiao family this time, our debt will be settled." Qingling workshop was in an uproar. 100 large carriages were dispatched to transport grain. "Is there grain available?" Countless people flooded the streets, yet they were all from Qingling Sect, while those from Qingling workshop were pushed aside. Some with connections to Qingling Sect suddenly found themselves cut off. Only after spotting Xiaoyue did they realize it was the usually less commercially minded elder Lu Qingyan who had procured the grain. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Qingyan seldom engaged in business, with some shops merely rented out for income, and she had minimal connections. How could one obtain grain? Mu Lengzi stood atop the grand sled, scarcely daring to gaze at the beautiful woman. Only such a stunning woman would be worthy of the young master, he thought, fearful of tarnishing the place. He merely followed the others, laboriously transferring sack after sack of spirit rice to the four-wheeled carriages. The elder said, "You've incurred considerable losses this time. The shop will be gifted to you. Furthermore, should anything befall the Xiao family, the elder will save them." Xiaoyue declared proudly. Xiao Nanfeng was astounded. Typically, even if one owed a favor, it was unspoken, never to be uttered aloud. Yet her words were a monumental debt. With this statement, who would dare trouble the Xiao family? This declaration was worth 1,000 times more than any shop, however, to clear the air and settle debts. Xiao Nanfeng excitedly turned to Xiaoyue. "I must personally thank the elder. Such kindness from the elder cannot go unacknowledged. The Xiao family cannot afford to lose face. Sister Yue, we cannot allow the Xiao family to be pointed at and scorned." Chapter 93. An excess of ginger juice. Xiaoyue, unable to contend with the audacity of Xiao Nanfeng, found herself compelled to express her gratitude in person for such an extraordinary favor. Lu Qingyan gazed upon Xiao Nanfeng, who was now making his second appearance. This encounter moved him to tears, and Lu Qingyan felt a surge of emotion at his displayed eye. In the past, she had encountered countless seekers of enlightenment and disciples, yet who had ever wept with such genuine fervor upon seeing her? Moreover, his tears were devoid of any insidious intent, which was a rarity indeed. Asa beauty, Lu Qingyan was acutely aware of the lecherous gazes of men directed towards her. Even the sect leader's eyes betrayed a sense of revulsion. Yet here was Xiao Nanfeng, unblemished in his innocence, despite having caught a glimpse of her delicate, fair legs. "Xiao Nanfeng, I am willing to offer this batch of grain," he declared with palpable excitement. Xiao Nanfeng, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "A hundredfold return, at last, I have seized you for the second time." "What will you offer? Are you willing to part with money?" he questioned incredulously. "Who shall I approach for the return of my rewards?" He promptly wiped his eyes, bursting into uncontrollable sobs, tears cascading down his cheeks. Upon encountering the elder, Xiao Nanfeng felt as though a ray of sunlight had pierced through the dark clouds, dispelling all shadows and illuminating the world. "Your brilliance has illuminated the Qingling Sect, the Qingling Block, and our 3 states and 6 prefectures. I am utterly unable to repay your immense kindness. I gladly offer 100 tons of grain to you, esteemed elder." "You dare to insult me with money," he continued, tears streaming down his face. "You cannot belittle my intentions, for the sincerity of my family's offer must not be scorned." Lu Qingyan's lips twitched slightly. The flattery was so overt that she found herself at a loss for a retort. She was caught in an awkward predicament. "If you refuse, I shall throw myself upon your bed," he insisted. "Please accept my offer. I shall immediately arrange for a second shipment to resolve the grain shortage in Qingling Block. However, I must raise the price for the grain sold there, lest I face bankruptcy and be unable to fulfill my obligations to you." Xiao Nanfeng raised his hand to the heavens and swore, entirely neglecting to mention the matter of returning the elder's token. Lu Qingyan, her thoughts in disarray, did not ponder why he would threaten to die upon her bed. She had never encountered such unabashed sycophancy. The candor of his flattery was almost too stark. Surely he could have been a tad more subtle. "Very well, raise the price as you see fit," Lu Qingyan said hastily, determined to prevent him from continuing down this path of embarrassment. Xiao Nanfeng, taken aback, expressed his gratitude fervently. Xiao Yuer escorted Xiao Nanfeng down the mountain, and upon her return, she wore an expression of deep emotion. "Elder, Brother Nanfeng is truly loyal and grateful to you," she remarked. He had wept all the way down, and upon reaching Qingling Block, he was still overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes swollen from crying, for he was indeed a man of genuine virtue. Lu Qingyan felt a tumult of emotions. How could this karmic cycle remain unbroken? What is that scent of ginger? She pondered. Just then, De Yuer approached with a pot of ginger soup in hand. "Elder, the ginger health tonic you requested is ready." Lu Qingyan snapped back to reality. "Ah, yes, it is quite cold. I prepared a ginger soup for myself. So that is where the ginger aroma originated." Xiao Nanfeng returned to his shop, where the grain would be handled by Xiao Yuer's appointed personnel. He did not even glance back. At this moment, his presence could potentially offend many residing in Qingling Block and even within Qingling Sect. Let them seek legal recourse against Lu Qingyan. "Guapi, come here at once. Fetch me some water, my eyes are so swollen I can barely see." Xiao Nanfeng exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with discomfort as tears continued to flow. Guapi rushed in, alarmed. Upon seeing him, Yi Yiting hurried over, producing a pill that she crushed and applied to Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. The effect was immediate, the swelling diminished rapidly. "Is this a new pill?" Xiao Nanfeng inquired, his spirits lifting. Yi Yiting pouted, "I had limited materials, so I tried to concoct a few. They are not particularly useful, just for minor ailments." The materials available in the market had tripled in price, rendering them impractical. Xiao Nanfeng contemplated. He could not let her idle away. The Lianxiang city area was a significant distribution hub, and he resolved to bring back more supplies on his next visit. Returning to his room, Xiao Nanfeng hurriedly accessed the system. Transaction successful. 100 tons of spiritual rice consumed, valued at 2,000 spiritual stones. The rebate multiplier for this transaction is 100 times. Rebate processed, 10,000 tons of spiritual rice awarded to the host's temporary storage bag. Please retrieve it promptly within 1 month. Having read the notification, he felt a sense of relief. His space could only accommodate 10 cubic meters, but with a 100-fold rebate, that amounted to 10,000 tons. How could he possibly store that? Fortunately, he had a temporary space available. However, it was regrettable that the spiritual rice was only valued at 10 spiritual fragments per pound, amounting to merely 2,000 spiritual stones for 100 tons. The real profit lay elsewhere. With a 100-fold return, 10,000 tons of grain could yield a fortune. "Guapi, take a 3-day rest, and then let the convoy set off again," Xiao Nanfeng instructed in a hushed tone. He had more than enough spiritual rice. Next, he would procure some spiritual meat for appearances and then bulk buy various spiritual herbs for Yi Yiting to refine into pills. Now that heavy snow had blanketed the mountains, various goods in Lianshan County were unsellable and merely accumulated in warehouses, making this the lowest price point. Thus, for those lacking capability, the snow was a calamity, but for him, it was an unexpected boon. "Young master, someone is here to see you. It is Zhou Dafu," Xiaoan burst in, panting. Xiao Nanfeng was taken aback. How did this fellow find his way here? Was he not the proprietor of the Wanbao building in South Huang City? Curiously, he approached, nearly failing to recognize him. "Is that you, Xiao Nanfeng?" he exclaimed, astonished at Zhou Dafu's transformation. The once plump and prosperous Zhou Dafu had lost a significant amount of weight, appearing quite haggard. Zhou Dafu wore a bitter expression. "Do not mention it, my brother-in-law has encountered trouble." Xiao Nanfeng was perplexed. "Your brother-in-law's misfortunes have what bearing on your presence here?" It soon became clear. Zhou Dafu's brother-in-law had ventured to explore some treasure site, only to narrowly escape death and lose several capable hands from Wanbao building in the process. The headquarters was furious and promptly relieved him of his duties. With his brother-in-law dismissed, Zhou Dafu lost his backing and was soon squeezed out by Ji Liufu, ultimately being sent to Qingling Block as the manager of Wanbao building. Xiao Nanfeng gazed at him incredulously. Compared to South Huang City, becoming the manager in a place like Qingling Block should be a step up, should it not? Zhou Dafu shot him a look of exasperation. "Does Qingling Sect have a fondness for Wanbao building?" Xiao Nanfeng promptly fell silent. Sighing, he realized that here, the manager of Wanbao Building was treated like a punching baggy. Business was dire, compounded by the recent calamity. Wanbao Building had failed to prepare and was on the brink of starvation. "Brother, I know you are a genius. You must help me get grain, at 1 spiritual stone per pound," Zhou Dafu implored, nearly bowing in desperation. "If people starve here, I fear I shall follow in my brother-in-law's unfortunate footsteps." Zhou Dafu was genuinely on the verge of tears. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes gleamed with realization. 1 spiritual stone per pound, by my word, that is a 100-fold profit. 10,000 tons of spiritual rice would translate to 20 million spiritual stones. No, he could not sell at that price. Doing so would surely incite Qingling's sect and every other sect in the world to descend upon him like a swarm of locusts. 20 million spiritual stones was far too enticing for a small family like the Xiao clan. Chapter 94. A fraternal bond. Xiao Nanfeng instructed Guapi to procure 20 pounds of grain, subsequently sending Zhou Dafu away. With grain that cannot be sold and money that cannot be earned, the prospect of sudden wealth tantalizes the senses. If only one could acquire 20 million spiritual stones, retreat and cultivate for a few years, the Xiao family would surely not fall short of rivaling the Qingling sect. Alas, what a pity, what a lament! Without strength, even the succulent morsels in one's mouth must be relinquished. The pain is so profound that it renders one breathless. In recent days, Xian Guapi observed Xiao Nanfeng's sullen demeanor, sighing in sympathy. After a brief audience with the elder, he relinquished all the painstakingly transported spiritual rice, every last grain. Is there truly such a sycophantic creature in this world? This is a matter of life and death. Fortunately, the cost was minimal, barely a pittance spent. However, to make no profit is to incur losses. Not only did they fail to earn, but they also suffered some losses that feel like blood and tears. Xiao Nanfeng's reputation as a sycophant spread rapidly throughout Qingling Square. Countless individuals beat their chests and lamented the existence of this despicable flatterer. Otherwise, had you offered these grains for sale, we would have purchased them at tenfold the price. Now, all the grain has been dispatched to the Qingling sect, supplying them entirely, while Qingling Square remains bereft of even a single grain. The proprietors of several small shops are on the brink of desperation. In the dead of night, Xiao Nanfeng was suddenly jolted awake, sitting upright with a start.